apologize for what you've done to these good people.
Zuckerberg did apologize, saying, "I'm sorry for everything you have all been through." But lawmakers and parents argue social media companies are not doing enough to stop problems like child exploitation and drug dealing on their platforms, and they are pushing a slew of bills to hold them accountable.
I'm so tired of this. It's been 28 years, since the internet. We haven't passed any of these bills because everyone's double talk. It's time to actually pass them.
The push for change coming from both sides of the aisle, but the deep-pocketed social media companies are powerful and hold considerable sway on Capitol Hill. Now, Democratic Chairman Dick Durbin calling this a moment of reckoning and urging a vote on legislation to protect children on social media. Francis?
Okay, Drew, thank you. In the event of an invasion of Taiwan, China would seek to devastate American infrastructure in a cyber attack to try and keep the U.S. from coming to Taiwan's defense. That's the warning that the director of the FBI delivered to Congress.
China's hackers are positioning on American infrastructure in preparation to wreak havoc and cause real-world harm to American citizens and communities.
A cyber attack could target power grids, transportation systems, and telecom networks. Ray also said the FBI recently took down a Chinese hacking operation on American soil called Volt Typhoon. China denies the allegations. As the U.S. says it is preparing a response to the drone attack in Jordan that killed 3 soldiers, we are learning new details about the strike plan. The Biden administration has blamed a militant group that it says is funded by and armed by Iran. Tehran denies having ordered the attack. For the latest, let's go live now to NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lavanga. Claudia, good morning. What's the latest?
Good morning, Francis. Well, the U.S. is now blaming the Islamic resistance in Iraq, which is an umbrella group representing radical militias backed by Iran for that attack, the drone attack on Sunday. Now, as part of the retaliation, the U.S. is now saying that the campaign of attacks will carry on for weeks, probably, including outside of Iran. Now, and officials also tell NBC News that the targets have not been finalized yet, but the strikes are likely to take place in several places, several countries, and they may include as well cyber attacks. Well, as a consequence of that announcement of retaliation and in anticipation of retaliation, a senior Iraqi official told NBC News that many militias are now evacuating their bases, but at least one of them, we've been told, the Kataib Hezbollah, that's what it's called, has announced that it is suspending attacks against U.S. bases. As you mentioned, in the meantime, we are learning more details about the consequences of that drone attack on Sunday. The National Guard Bureau has said that apart from the 3 American soldiers killed, 41 other guardsmen were injured in the attack. 27 of them have already returned to their duty, while 14 others still need medical attention and evaluation. Now, elsewhere in the region, the U.S. military has said that early this morning it carried out a strike against a drone's ground control station in Yemen run by the Houthi rebels, as well as attacks on 10 drones that the U.S. says posed an imminent threat against commercial vessels in the region. Francis?
Claudia, thank you. New this morning, a hangar that was under construction at an airport in Boise, Idaho, has collapsed, killing 3 people. 9 others were injured, and 5 of them are in critical condition at nearby hospitals. The Boise Fire Department said the scene was very chaotic and called the collapse catastrophic. The cause of the tragic incident is under investigation. Actor Alec Baldwin has pleaded not guilty to involuntary manslaughter. A grand jury indicted Baldwin last month on a single criminal charge related to the accidental shooting on the set of his movie Rust, which killed cinematographer Helena Hutchins. Baldwin has said the prop gun he was holding had been declared safe with no live ammunition. A hopeful update to the story of the Jackie Robinson statue stolen and then destroyed in Kansas. Donations are now pouring in to replace the $75,000 statue. And thanks to a Colorado casting company, a plan to replace the bronze tribute is already in the works.
The artist's name is John Parson, who passed away a few years ago. We have everything here to take it from the rubber and plaster mold state it is to a finished bronze that they'll be able to reinstall.
The company says it's just waiting for the green light from the late artist's wife, who is working with League 42. A new statue will take about 6 months to complete. A Pineapple Express continues to slam California this morning, bringing damaging winds and heavy rain to the northern part of the state. A wind gust of 70 miles an hour was recorded north of San Francisco Wednesday, and a massive tree toppled onto a home, trapping a young girl inside. Overnight, Sonoma County fire officials rescued a person trapped in a car that was taking on water. And San Diego is now bracing for impact as the system heads south, just a week after heavy floods overtook the region. Let's bring in NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who's tracking the storm. A lot to still cover, Michelle.
Lots to cover. Hi there, Francis. Yeah, we're looking at heavy rain once again. That's falling right now. The bullseye today will be the Southern California as we go throughout the afternoon. So again, we could see some flash flooding. We're going to see pictures like we just saw. Here's all that heavy rain. Where you see the reds, the oranges, the yellows, that's where we're seeing the heaviest rain falling. So from San Francisco all the way down to portions of Central California, seeing some snow in the higher elevations. And we could see 3 to 4 feet in the highest peaks of the Sierras. So we have plenty of alerts this morning, 32 million wind alerts. We could see some power outages with that wind blowing. Flood alerts, 22 million people impacted, and winter alerts, 1 million people impacted. This is today through tomorrow. Then we get a little break before another storm system comes on shore Sunday into Monday. So for today, expect that soaking rain for Southern California, rain and snow pushing into the Great Basin, also the Rockies. That snow, heavy snow will continue in portions of the Rockies tomorrow. And then we're going to see the chance for some severe storms in portions of the southern plains where you see that purple. Could even see some hail with some of those storms. And then as we go throughout Saturday, we'll see those rain and storms racing into the Mississippi Valley. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at temperatures nice and mild in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. Temperatures in the 50s in D.C., right around 54. And it's going to be warm with the possibility of some record-breaking temperatures in the South Central states today, 73 in Dallas. All right, that's your Thursday forecast.
Okay, Michelle, thanks. Talking about records here, Anchorage, Alaska just set a new record for the earliest arrival of 100 inches of snow. We're talking about more than 8.5 feet. 3 commercial buildings have already been damaged by the heavy snow. The city is now on pace to break its all-time record of 134.5 inches. Last year, Anchorage received about 108 total inches, making this only the second time the city has seen back-to-back years of 100-plus inches of snow in its history. Coming up, birds of a feather coach together. The Seahawks pluck up a rising star from the Ravens. But first, the day the music died on TikTok, where the biggest hits are vanishing from the social media giant.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting.
Safe. Everybody good?
Women, children,
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is it.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Taylor Swift fans are no strangers to wild theories, but right now, right-wing conspiracies are infiltrating the discourse. And the noise comes as the star's music goes silent on TikTok. UMG is pulling their artist songs from the popular app, including Swift's. Chloe Malash reports on the bad blood.
You know those TikToks with Taylor Swift songs playing?
Why you gotta be so mean?
Well, they might not be for long in this world. Universal Music Group, one of the big three global music licensing companies, accusing the app of bullying and intimidating them in contract negotiations.
Apple careers on shelves like Amazon distribution center help.
That means songs by Drake, Rihanna, Bad Bunny, Billie Eilish, and yes, Taylor Swift could all be removed from the app. In an open letter, UMG says it has to do with three big things: safety of TikTok users, the harmful effects of AI, and of course, money. With Universal saying just 1% of its revenue comes from the app. TikTok clapping back, accusing Universal of pushing a false narrative and putting their own greed above the interests of the artists and songwriters. Swift, the biggest pop star in the world, can't seem to get out of the headlines. She's also caught in the middle of right-wing anger and some wild conspiracy theories that have only grown during her relationship with NFL star Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. Like former Republican presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy, implying the Super Bowl is rigged. Former President Trump's lawyer Alina Habba reposting a message that asked, who thinks this country needs a lot more women like her and a lot less like Taylor Swift? A tweet firestorm from so-called MAGA influencers. And it's a huge topic on Fox News.
Don't get involved in politics. We don't want to see you there.
Does Taylor realize the guy that they want her to endorse is a kind of stumbling, bumbling mess?
The Pentagon PSYOP unit pitched NATO on turning Taylor Swift into an asset for combating misinformation online.
That last one prompting a statement from the Pentagon, telling Politico, as for this conspiracy theory, we're going to shake it off. Part of the anger stems from a New York Times article suggesting the Biden White House is toying with a so-called Taylor Swift strategy to win her endorsement and potentially reach her almost 300 million Instagram followers. Swift has not made an endorsement this year, but she did endorse President Biden in 2020 and has backed Democrats in her adopted home state of Tennessee.
Our thanks to Chloe for that report. Still to come, the latest NFL coaching hire, and Caitlin Clark is climbing the chart. The Iowa superstar is closer than ever to claiming an NCAA record.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Can't give her that much space or time, Caitlin.
And she has officially moved on up in the record books. Those
an article about the practice.
She is coming for that #1 spot with a first quarter three-pointer versus Northwestern. Iowa basketball superstar Caitlin Clark moved into 3rd place on the NCAA women's all-time scoring list. But breaking one record in one game wasn't enough for Clark, as a second quarter layup put her past Ohio State's Kelsey Mitchell for 2nd place on the scoring list. Clark now just needs a little over 100 points to pass Kelsey Plum as the NCAA women's point leader. So when it comes to the Big Ten and scoring the most, leading that in this game, there she is right there.
And looks completely unfazed.
Yeah.
She's like, this is easy. Basketball is so out of my realm of, I can't. So
Even more impressive, more impressive.
Exactly. Now to a Baltimore Raven migrating to the Pacific Northwest. On Wednesday, the Seattle Seahawks announced Mike Macdonald as their new head coach. Macdonald, who is now the youngest coach in the NFL at age 36, comes to Seattle after a 2-year stint as Baltimore's defensive coordinator, where he molded the Ravens defense into a top-ranked unit this past season. With this hiring, just one NFL coach position remains open, the Washington Commanders. So who will it go to? We still have Belichick out there, but I don't know.
I mean, there's so much going on out there, too, and he's taking his time, that is for sure.
I kind of hope. I want to see him, his last little hurrah.
Yeah, we'll see what that's going to be.
Yeah.
One NHL team is commemorating the start of Black History Month with a new look before they hit the ice. On Wednesday, the Nashville Predators debuted a new uniform honoring the month-long celebration. The Preds Threads, which features a black and gold version of their logo alongside West African patterns, were designed by Tennessee State University professor Kalina Sales. Sales said the design bridges historical and contemporary black culture. Jerseys and shirts with the new logo were auctioned off during the Preds Wednesday night game versus the Kings. And you've got the other, all 4 HBCUs were all honored during this game. Awesome. So a chance for them to shine even more so.
And talk about swagger. Just look at them walking down the hallway.
So cool. When we come back, the FCC may soon cut the cord on certain robocalls, and Budweiser is brewing up a pint of nostalgia to this year's Super Bowl ad.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammers deliberations.
All right, it gets me too.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting. Is it all safe? Everybody good? Women, children,
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing, the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Do you need to win your home state in order to stay in this race? Is it do or die? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back with what you need to know early today. The FCC has announced plans to criminalize most AI-generated robocalls. This comes after a fake message created with AI to mimic the voice of President Biden told New Hampshire residents not to vote in the state's primary. Walmart says it plans to build or convert more than 150 large format stores over the next 5 years. Some locations will be expanded from a smaller store into a supercenter, but the majority will be new stores. Budweiser is bringing back the Clydesdales in a new 30-second national Super Bowl ad. And the loyal yellow lab is returning to the screen as well, helping guide the horses as they deliver beer during a storm. And a man says that Disney World honored an $8 ticket from 1978 to get him into Magic Kingdom. The family keepsake had no expiration date, so he flew to Orlando to try it. Today, a one-day ticket to the park will cost you between $109 and $164. Then you throw in Dole Whips, the turkey leg, the popcorn with a Mickey Mouse ears container. It all adds up. Early today, we'll be right back.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine.
Part of our continued reporting.
This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good?
Get took for all this damage to his
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
You do have points or you have miles. Is now a good time to use them?
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Some wild video out of Oklahoma this morning where fire officials say a gas pipeline exploded, sending a pillar of flames into the sky. The 500-foot-tall fireball was visible for miles. Thankfully, no injuries were reported. The cause of the blast is still under investigation. It's a dream come true for a brave young boy in South Florida who's battling a rare gastrointestinal disease. The 4-year-old's wish? To work at a construction site with all of the trucks. Shelly Munoz from our South Florida station tells us more about the good he's done.
We're going to grant 4-year-old Oliver's wish to be a construction worker.
Like most boys his age, Oliver loves anything on wheels.
Oliver has loved trucks as long as we can remember. It started with farm equipment, kind of migrated to monster trucks, then construction trucks. He knows the name of every single truck that exists.
So when he was asked to make a wish, the answer was easy. Oliver asked to be a construction worker for a day. He arrived in style, suited up, and completed a site checklist because safety first.
Hard hat? Do we have a hard hat?
Okay, put a little check right there. Safety glasses, right here.
Yeah.
We got them. Gloves.
We got him. He's got all his special gear on. He did his training, and we're ready to go.
For Oliver's family, it's a welcome day away from their battle with a rare gastrointestinal disease. At just 4 years old, Oliver has had to undergo multiple surgeries and long hospital stays.
I'm like trying to hold back tears.
He's just really looking forward to it for a long time, so we're happy that it's happening.
But the sounds and sights of this day are far from those in any doctor's office or hospital. The toys that help pass the time during recovery and treatments all coming to life.
What kind of tools do you have? You've got a measuring tape, flashlight, pencil.
Construction truck are you most looking forward to seeing?
The steamroller. The steamroller.
This day he will never forget, and it will give him hope, and he'll remember this as he goes through his challenges.
Thank you. That's enough.
Easy enough to make a reality. Our thanks to Shelley Munoz for that report. Starbucks is brewing up something sweet for Valentine's Day with 2 new additions to their menu. The chocolate-covered strawberry cream frappuccino features milk, strawberry puree, and whipped cream topped with Java chips, while the chocolate hazelnut cookie cold brew features hazelnut syrup topped with chocolate cream, cold foam, and cookie crumble. The drinks are now available to order on the Starbucks app. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Thursday. See you again tomorrow. New overnight, a tax break for parents who need it the most. The big win for bipartisanship in the House coming after an explosive hearing on Capitol Hill, with tech leaders facing the fury of parents with kids harmed by social media. We're live with how it could make the platform safer. Breaking news from Boise, where a hangar collapsed near the airport, killing 3 and injuring more, what investigators believe brought down the building. A 1-2 punch of storms, apparent atmospheric rivers set to pummel California with heavy rain and powerful winds. Our meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking when the worst will make landfall. The Fed finishing the fight against inflation by holding interest rates steady. But good news could be on the horizon for would-be homebuyers waiting for lower rates. Bad news for families, friends, and freeloaders. Why the days of mooching off each other's Hulu account may be coming to an end. But hey, Early Today is still free. We're kicking off February, but Early Today starts right now. Hi there. Thanks for being with us early this morning. I'm Frances Rivera. We begin with possible financial relief coming to millions of families. The House has passed a bill to expand the child tax credit for another 3 years. This plan would give more help to families that do not earn enough income to take full advantage of the $2,000 credit. Analysts predict that this plan would raise about 500,000 children out of poverty. The bill also includes several tax breaks for businesses, including deductions for research and development and new interest expensing. The bill now goes to the Senate, where it is unclear if it has the 60 votes it needs in order to pass. Lawmakers hope to get it approved within the next few weeks so it can apply to this tax season. This tax news comes on the heels of an emotional day for parents on Capitol Hill, where tech CEOs were grilled about the dangers children face online. NBC's Drew Petrimo joins us now from D.C. Drew, these CEOs are facing a lot of pressure to do so much more.
Yeah, that's right. Good morning, Francis. This is not the first time social media CEOs have been called to Capitol Hill. One lawmaker referring to the hearing as the annual flogging, saying he's frustrated that not enough is being done to protect children. But bipartisan pressure is mounting to pass new laws that rein in social media companies. In a Senate hearing room packed with family members who say their kids were harmed by social media.
How many more kids like Matthew?
Like Olivia?
Like Riley?
How many more kids will suffer and die because of social media?
The CEOs of Meta, TikTok, X, and other social media platforms facing the anger of lawmakers, increasingly concerned about the impact of their companies on the lives of young people.
The companies before us, I know you don't mean it to be so, but you have blood on your hands. You have a product. You have a product that's killing people.
The social media executives say they are stepping up measures to protect their users, working with law enforcement and using AI to identify harmful content.
Safety is one of the core priorities that defines TikTok under my leadership. We currently have more than 40,000 trust and safety professionals working to protect our community globally.
Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg pressed to apologize to families in the room.
They're here, you're on national television. Would you like now to apologize to the victims who have been harmed by your product? Show them the pictures. Would you like to apologize for what you've done to these good people?
Zuckerberg did apologize, saying, "I'm sorry for everything you have all been through." But lawmakers and parents argue social media companies are not doing enough to stop problems like child exploitation and drug dealing on their platforms, and they are pushing a slew of bills to hold them accountable.
I'm so tired of this. It's been 28 years, since the internet. We haven't passed any of these bills because everyone's double talk, double talk. It's time to actually pass them.
The push for change coming from both sides of the aisle, but the deep-pocketed social media companies are powerful and hold considerable sway on Capitol Hill. Now, Democratic Chairman Dick Durbin calling this a moment of reckoning and urging a vote on legislation to protect children on social media. Francis?
Drew, thank you. Breaking overnight, a hangar that was under construction at an airport in Boise, Idaho, collapsed, killing 3 people. 9 others were injured, and 5 of them are in critical condition at nearby hospitals. The Boise Fire Department said the scene was very chaotic and called the collapse catastrophic. The cause of the incident is under investigation. As the U.S. says it's preparing a response to the drone attack in Jordan that killed 3 soldiers, we are learning new details about the strike plan. The Biden administration has blamed a militant group that it says is funded by and armed by Iran. Iran denies having ordered the attack. For the latest, let's go live now to NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lavanga. Claudia, good morning. What's the latest?
Good morning, Francis. Well, the U.S. is officially blaming the Islamic resistance in Iraq, an umbrella group that represents several radical militias that are backed by Iran for that attack, the drone attack on Sunday. Now, as part of the retaliation, the U.S. is talking about a campaign of attacks that could last for weeks, including outside of Iran. Now, officials told NBC News that the targets haven't been finalized yet, but it is likely the strikes will be carried out on several locations, several places, several countries, and they may include also cyber attacks. Well, in anticipation of that retaliation, a senior Iraqi official told NBC News that many militias are now evacuating their bases, even though one of them, at least the Kataib Hezbollah, this the name of the militia, announced that they will suspend attacks against U.S. bases. Well, now, as you mentioned, we're also learning more information about the consequences of that drone attack on Sunday. The National Guard Bureau says that at least 41 guardsmen were also injured in that attack. 27 of them are now back on duty, but 14 still need some medical attention and evaluation, even though their condition is considered stable. Now, elsewhere in the region, the U.S. military said that early this morning they carried out strikes against a ground control station for drones run by the Houthi rebels in Yemen, as well as attacks on 10 drones that the U.S. says they were posing an imminent threat to commercial vessels in the region. Francis?
Okay, Claudio, thank you. Actor Alec Baldwin has pleaded not guilty to involuntary manslaughter. A grand jury indicted Baldwin last month on a single criminal charge related to the accidental shooting on the set of his movie Rust, which killed cinematographer Helena Hutchins. Baldwin has said the prop gun he was holding had been declared safe with no live ammunition. A federal judge has dismissed Disney's lawsuit against Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Disney claims the state took over a district they had controlled since the 60s in retaliation for the company opposing Florida's so-called Don't Say Gay law. The judge ruled that the company had no standing to bring the lawsuit. A Disney spokesperson suggested they will appeal. The governor's office says the days of Disney being placed above the law are gone. In the event of an invasion of Taiwan, China would seek to devastate American infrastructure in a cyber attack, the FBI says, to try to keep the U.S. from coming to Taiwan's defense. Here's Ken Delanian.
The FBI director sounding the alarm about Chinese efforts to attack American power grids, transportation systems, and communications networks.
China's hackers are positioning on American infrastructure in preparation to wreak havoc and cause real-world harm to American citizens and communities.
And Christopher Wray announcing a major takedown of a Chinese hacking operation on American soil, dubbed Volt Typhoon.
Working with our partners, the FBI ran a court-authorized on-network operation to shut down Volt Typhoon and the access it enabled. Steps China was taking, in other words, to find and prepare to destroy or degrade the civilian critical infrastructure that keeps us safe and prosperous.
Wray and other officials say China poses the world's greatest cyber threat, and they warn that Americans remain vulnerable. U.S. Cybersecurity Chief Jen Easterly describing the devastating impact of a potential massive Chinese cyber attack.
Telecommunications going down so people can't use their cell phone. People start getting sick from polluted water. Trains get derailed. Air traffic control system, port control systems are malfunctioning. This is truly an everything, everywhere, all at once scenario.
Easterly said China believes that sort of cyber attack would crush any American will to defend Taiwan from a Chinese invasion. In a statement to NBC News, a Chinese government spokesman denied China hacks into foreign networks, calling it irresponsible criticism. One thing that didn't come up at the hearing was America's own offensive cyber capabilities, which are substantial and rarely discussed. But U.S. officials say they would follow international law in the event of a cyber war and not target civilian networks not linked to the military. Back to you.
Ken, thank you. A Pineapple Express continues to slam California this morning, bringing damaging winds and heavy rain to the northern part of the state. A wind gust of 70 miles an hour was recorded north of San Francisco Wednesday, and massive trees toppled there onto a home, trapping a young girl inside. Overnight, Sonoma County fire officials rescued a person trapped in a car that was taking on water. And San Diego is now bracing for impact as the system heads south, just a week after heavy floods overtook the region. Let's bring in NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who's tracking this storm. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, Francis. Yeah, the tough weather continues there. We're looking at a stream of moisture continuing to move onshore. Really heavy rain where you see those brighter colors. We're looking at heavy snow as well. Could see 3 to 4 feet of snow in some spots in the Sierra Mountains, the highest elevations there, and could see 1 to 2, 3 inches of rain on already soggy ground. So we're looking at the chance for flash flooding as we go throughout the day. Lots of alerts this morning. We're looking at 32 million people under wind alerts, 22 million under flood alerts, and 1 million under winter alerts. So it does continue today into tomorrow. A little break on Saturday before another storm system comes onshore Sunday into Monday. So here's our first storm impacting the west today, but on the heels we have a second storm. This is a more powerful one too. So again, looking at the chance for flash flooding as we go Sunday into Monday. But for today, we're looking at soaking rain for Southern California, rain and snow pushing into the Great Basin, also the Rockies. That snow will continue tomorrow. This is Friday. So rain and storms moving into the Mississippi Valley by Saturday. Snow and wind continuing to blast the Rockies. And then we're looking at that storm number 2 Sunday into Monday, bringing really heavy rain once again, wind and snow. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, enjoy the mild air and temperatures in the mid-Atlantic. We're looking at 50 degrees in Philadelphia, 54 in D.C., and we could see some record-breaking warmth in parts of the southern plains. Temperatures soaring into the mid-70s in spots, 73 in Dallas. All right, that's your Thursday forecast.
Okay, Michelle, thank you. We are back in a minute with why anyone hoping for lower interest rates will have to wait a little bit longer. Plus, a Paramount deal, billionaire Byron Allen aims for his highest summit yet.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hammer deliberations.
All right, it just did too.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get to it for all this damage to
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stock futures are pointing to a slight bounce back at the open after a Fed day sell-off. The Dow dropped 317 points, posting its worst day since December, while the Nasdaq suffered its worst since October, down over 2%. Well, the sell-off coming after the Federal Reserve held steady on interest rates at about 5.5%, which means if you're in the market for a new home and were hoping for a lower rate on your loan, you were out of luck. And we likely won't see any cuts next month either. CNBC's Arabella Gumede is here to break it all down for us. Hi, Arabella. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Francis. So indeed, the Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell deciding not to hike interest rates according to the FOMC, the Federal Open Market Committee. That committee deciding, in fact, that it wasn't the right time to do so. And this is even though inflation is dropping down, but it hasn't reached that 2% level that they would like it to be at. And they say that it is moving, however, in the right direction and that they are more open to interest rate cuts a little bit later on in the year. But investors have been suggesting that those interest rate cuts could happen in March. That doesn't seem to be the case, though, according to the FOMC and the chair, Jerome Powell. They say that March doesn't look likely to be that time period, even though you'll have 6 weeks between now and the next meeting in March, and we'll have a host of economic data on board. Still wouldn't be enough to move the needle when it comes to how far exactly they would have gone on that interest rates decision. So you may not be able to buy as you would want then even up until perhaps May or even in June. And some other news just very quickly as well. You've got a sale possibly happening. Byron Allen has made a $30 billion bid for Paramount. The billionaire mogul as well has also just noted that he feels that linear TV still has some hope as opposed to the streaming sites that we've, of course, consistently seen proliferate at present. He's been part of a few deals before, but the big question mark has always been, is this the real deal? We'll give you the details as and when it comes.
Okay, well, we'll be waiting for that. Arabella, thank you. Still to come, the latest streamer to crack down on password sharing. And for some fans, Barbie's 8 Oscar nominations were nowhere near enough. Hear what the film's star and producers have to say about its wild award season ride right after this.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
You do have points or you have miles. Is now a good time to use them?
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
This show could be the greatest show of our lives. And you're just gonna let that opportunity slip away? 100 million people will be watching.
Probably not.
Oh, really? Because I just heard.
We're following the Super Bowl.
Isn't that on a Sunday? I just wanted to get you guys hyped, because, like, this is my first time hosting, and J-Lo's also gonna be the musical guest.
J-Lo! Yes! Sammy from the floor!
All right, so it may not be as intense as the original beef of Chicagoland, but Ayo Edebiri is how we're pronouncing it, knows how to turn up the heat in Studio 8H. We got to get used to her name because she's going to get out there and be so famous soon, if not already. The newly minted Emmy winner makes her SNL hosting debut this weekend alongside musical guest Jennifer Lopez. And yes, I mean, if you've watched The Bear, it is unbelievable. She is so amazing, clearly winning that award. But I was telling you about this fun movie that came out last year. It's called Theater Camp with Ben Platt, and makes fun of the whole like geeky theater kids culture. And she's in it. It's so
I have
cute.
to see that.
So
Adorable.
fun.
All right, well, this Barbie is breaking her silence. Margot Robbie spoke out about Barbie's Oscar nominations and snubs at a recent screening of the film. Robbie was omitted from Best Actress, but did land a Best Picture nomination as a producer of the blockbuster movie. Speaking about her own nods, Robbie said, "There's no way to feel sad when you know you're being blessed." She did express disappointment over Greta Gerwig being left out of the Best Director, calling her work on the film a once-in-a-career, once-in-a-lifetime thing. And I think they're just all grateful to be there, but I do feel for Greta, too. She handled, first of all, Robbie handled that with such grace. But I do feel bad for Greta, because that was awesome.
And especially with all the hype and everybody really believing that's going to totally hit it when it comes to Oscar season.
Right.
All right, the crackdown on password sharing has hit yet another streaming giant. In a note to its users, Hulu announced that subscribers will no longer be able to share their accounts outside of their own households. The changes go into effect for new subscribers immediately and existing users on March 14th. So the move follows similar ones from Disney Plus and Netflix, which said it saw notable subscriber growth after implementing password restrictions last year. So not a big surprise. You know, we knew it's coming. It's out there. It's just so hard now to know what you're paying for so many of these streaming platforms.
It racks up, I know.
When we come back, a deadly fungal infection is on the rise in the U.S. We'll hear about Washington State's first outbreak. And later, love is in the air at Starbucks, the new Valentine's Day menu.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Do you need to win your home state in order to stay in this race? Is it do or die? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back with what you need to know early today. At least 4 people in Washington state have tested positive for a drug-resistant fungus. The confirmed cases were reported from Kindred Hospital Seattle patients after a recent outbreak. A study published by medical journal BMJ Open found that eating kimchi daily can lower the risk of obesity. Consuming up to 3 servings a day can lower the risk in men compared to eating just 1. Starbucks is brewing up something sweet for Valentine's Day with 2 new additions to their menu. The chocolate-covered strawberry cream frappuccino and the chocolate hazelnut cookie cold brew are now available to order on the Starbucks app. Early today, we'll be right back.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Do you need to win your home state in order to stay in this race? Is it do or die? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
we have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now. We're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
A Baltimore Raven is migrating to the Pacific Northwest. On Wednesday, the Seattle Seahawks announced Mike Macdonald as their new head coach. Macdonald is now the youngest coach in the NFL at age 36. He comes to Seattle after a 2-year stint as Baltimore's defensive coordinator. That's where he molded the Ravens' defense into a top-ranked unit this past season. With this hiring, just one NFL coaching position remains open, the Washington Commanders. Well, we are closing in on kickoff, and Chiefs fans are ready to cheer on their team in Las Vegas. But they're not cheering the super high prices for Super Bowl 58. Thankfully, a few lucky Chiefs diehards found ways to support the squad without fumbling the bill. Caroline Hogan with our Kansas City affiliate has more.
Just a lot of pictures from the Super Bowl while I was there.
20-year season ticket holder Ben Bradshaw has been to 3 Chiefs Super Bowls. Las Vegas will be his 4th.
The Super Bowl it's unlike anything I've done or been to. It's my favorite game.
This year is different because he doesn't have to pay full price on tickets.
I was able to buy 2 tickets at face value. $6,500 for 2 tickets.
He won this opportunity through the Chiefs season ticket holder lottery.
It's probably 500 people or less that got it out of all season ticket holders.
Dory Crocker can't say she was one of them.
The prices were crazy.
But she and her Gate 5 squad are not going to miss it. They're taking their talents to Vegas, just not to the game.
You're known for getting to the Chiefs games hours and hours and hours before the average Chiefs fan. What is the Gate 5 squad going to bring to Las Vegas?
We're still going to celebrate like we're here at Arrowhead.
To Dory, it's worth it, and she feels lucky to go.
Something I've always wanted to do since I was a kid was attend the Super Bowl, but, this is the next best thing, especially when our team is in it.
Ben is feeling really lucky, too.
I don't worry too much anymore about who's, if we're going to win or not. I just, with Patrick, I always feel that we've got the best chance to win.
He may be a winner today, but don't ask him to bet on it.
I am not a gambler, so the fact that I won this is good enough for me.
Our thanks to Caroline Hogan for that report. Now to one NHL team that's commemorating the start of Black History Month with a whole new look. On Wednesday, the Nashville Predators debuted a new uniform honoring the month-long celebration. The Preds Threads, which feature a black and gold version of their logo alongside West African patterns, were designed by Tennessee State University professor Kalina Sales. Sales said the design bridges historical and contemporary Black culture. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera. See you tomorrow.
Right now on Morning News Now, historic hearing on Capitol Hill. Tempers flared as lawmakers blasted the CEOs of 5 major social media companies for what they say was rampant sexual exploitation and drug trafficking on their platforms.
We are here in this hearing because as a collective, your platforms really suck.
You have an army of lawyers and lobbyists that have fought us on this every step of the way.
We'll bring you the moment where Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg apologized to families after being told he has blood on his hands, and the big question about what happens next. Also this morning, the U.S. preparing to strike back after a drone attack killed 3 American soldiers in Jordan, who the U.S. now says was responsible and what retaliation could look like. A deadly collapse. At least 3 people were killed and nearly a dozen others hurt after a building under construction collapsed at the Boise, Idaho airport. What we've learned about the structure as investigators work to figure out what went wrong. And bad blood. Taylor Swift has become the target of conservative conspiracy theories that has some seeing red. Separately, we'll tell you why her record label is now pulling her music from TikTok as we separate fact from folklore.
It's all sorts of interesting theories that are being spread online.
Lots of theories,
true.
and we love a chance to make a little Taylor Swift pun.
Good to have you with us this morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for joining us. We're going to get started in Washington with the fallout from that Senate Judiciary Committee hearing on online child safety. Executives from 5 major social media companies testified and were grilled by lawmakers for hours.
The hearing was aimed at addressing serious questions about how platforms are impacting children. Lawmakers accused the tech leaders of failing to protect young users from abuse. To help punctuate that point, the committee room was filled with families of victims of online exploitation. Executives faced tough questions, leading to some contentious back and forth moments. Here's a snippet from yesterday's hearing.
Have you ever been a member of the Chinese Communist Party?
Senator, I'm Singaporean. No.
Have you ever been associated or affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party?
No, Senator. Again, I'm Singaporean.
You have convinced over 2 billion people
to give up all of their personal information, every bit of it, in exchange for getting to see what their high school friends had for dinner Saturday night. That's pretty much your business model, isn't it?
It's not how I would characterize it. Your platform is basically an espionage arm for the Chinese Communist Party. Why should you not be banned in the United States of America?
There are a lot that is slipping through. It appears that you're trying to be the premier sex trafficking
Of course
site
not, Senator.
in this country.
Senator, that's ridiculous.
No, it
Senator,
is not ridiculous.
In a few moments, we are going to hear from someone who was in that room, a mother whose son died by suicide. We do want to begin with NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin and NBC News youth and internet culture reporter Kellen Rosenblatt. Julie, let's start with you. Just walk us through what else happened during the hearing. What were some of the key takeaways?
Hey guys, well, this was a multi-hour hearing. You heard some of the emotion behind with the parents behind the tech CEOs who were sitting there getting grilled by senators. This is an issue rare nowadays to have bipartisan agreement between Republicans and Democrats that big tech, in this case specifically when it comes to kids' safety online, needs to be reeled in. There were some testy exchanges. There were remarks made by the CEOs of these companies. I should note about half of them appeared before the committee on subpoena. They did not appear willingly. Take a listen to what they had to say.
We also support setting industry standards on age-appropriate content and limiting signals for advertising to teens to age and location and not behavior. At the end of the day, we want everyone who uses our services to have safe and positive experiences.
As a mother, this is personal, and I share the sense of urgency. X is an entirely new company. You have my personal commitment that X will be active and a part of this solution.
Guys, X is actually one of those companies that the committee, the Judiciary Committee, had to subpoena in order to appear before this panel. There was also a moment that you referenced where Mark Zuckerberg, followed by a question by Senator Josh Hawley, a Republican, actually turned to the parents and apologized to them. Some of the parents afterwards told our Kate Snow that they didn't buy that apology, but still, this was a stunning moment with big tech CEOs on the Hill getting that bipartisan grilling. The question is, will any legislation actually come from it?
Kellen, let's bring you in here. As we mentioned, there were family members who attended the hearing, families that had been impacted, they say, by these negative experiences on social media. What's been some of their reaction to what they heard in that room yesterday?
Well, Savannah, Joe, you didn't need to talk to the parents one-on-one to get a sense of what they thought. At one point, they were booing and hissing these tech CEOs. They were laughing at things that they said, and these senators were getting applause breaks, something that's super rare in these hearings. It was clear that the parents thought that the responses from the tech CEOs were a joke. I believe they said that. And we have actually two parents who were in the room. Here's what they had to say about the tech hearing.
He looked at me, he looked at my daughter's picture, and nothing. I don't feel like he has emotion in general.
I thought that was a joke. Honestly, that was just one of those moments where he was caught red-handed. He's embarrassed, he's mortified, and now he needs to answer for everything that's happening.
These tech CEOs were fighting uphill to make inroads with these parents. It's clear that yesterday they were unimpressed.
Julie, a big question now that remains following the hearing is whether any legislation will actually make it through Congress, will actually pass. We see this unanimous bipartisan support there in that hearing. So what's going on? What are some of the obstacles in the way?
Look, Congress has long not been able to tackle big tech. They have not been able to regulate really the internet in the 28 years that it's been around. That's a point that Senator Amy Klobuchar made relentlessly in the room. But still, there are at least 5 pieces of legislation swirling around, a lot of it with a lot of bipartisan support. And this isn't legislation that was written up yesterday. Some of these bills have been around for years. This isn't the first time we're seeing these big tech CEOs grilled by Congress either. But something Klobuchar and other senators pointed to is the massive lobbying powers that these companies have. Some of the legislation that we're seeing includes Section 232 reform that will enable parents and really anybody who wants to sue these companies in civil court to do so. Right now, they're not able to. That's something Senator Lindsey Graham, who's the top Republican on the Judiciary panel, said he wants to try and pass by unanimous consent. That means no floor vote. He wants that to happen before the fall. He said there's something else known as the Kids Online Safety Act from Senators Blackburn and Blumenthal, which would give parents more control over what their children have access to online. Again, all of these bills, they might have unanimous support, but the question is, will they get the floor time? Will they get the support and effort from Congress to pass it? Majority Leader Schumer told NBC News it's a top priority for him.
Callan, these CEOs were asked directly many times, would you support this piece of legislation? Would you support this piece of legislation? For the most part, they kind of dodged answering directly or just said not at this point. But we did hear them touting things that they have done or money that they have committed in these spaces. What have these platforms tried to do in recent years to address abuse on their platforms?
Well, platforms have a lot of controls for parents. They specifically put in oversight for parents to see what their children are messaging, what they're looking at. They put in time restrictions. There are many, many tools that parents can use to watch what their children are doing. And there are many tools that try to either nudge teens away from dangerous content or even tell them to take a break from these apps. The issue is that the internet and social media are still the Wild West. As Julie mentioned, they're still super underregulated. And I think parents are really looking for more oversight from Washington, D.C., so they can relax a little when their kids are on these platforms, knowing that someone else is holding these tech CEOs accountable.
All right, Julie and Callan, thank you both for kicking us off this hour. We appreciate it.
And right now we are actually joined by one of those parents. Sharon Winkler is with us. Her son Alex died by suicide at the age of 17, and she was at the hearing yesterday. Sharon, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us. And we want to start by saying we are sorry for your loss. As I just mentioned, your son Alex died by suicide back in 2017. And we understand this was after being bullied by anonymous users online. And first, I'm just wondering your thoughts on the hearing yesterday, what you heard in the room, and if you think any progress was made.
Well, I was very disappointed. None of the CEOs convinced me that youth online safety was a key priority for them. It was especially disappointing to hear Mark Zuckerberg maintain that no one could prove that his platforms caused youth harms. Most of the senators presented very thorough and convincing arguments that these platforms do not cause youth harms. However, I agree with Senator Graham that we've had enough hearings and it's time for Congress to take some action and pass COSA now.
We want to thank you for sharing that beautiful picture of your son Alex behind you there. I want to ask you a little more about one of the things that made so many headlines. Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg apologizing directly to you. We're going to show that moment real quickly here.
I'm sorry for everything that you have all gone through. It's terrible. No one should have to go through the things that your families have suffered. And this is why we invest so much and are going to continue doing industry-leading efforts to make sure that no one has to go through the types of things that your families have had to suffer.
We just heard some parents say they didn't buy it. They thought it was a joke. How did you feel in that moment? Did you think it was genuine?
Well, it was good to be seen and acknowledged, especially after Meta's platforms so often refuse to take any action against users who post harmful content or to even take that content down. I thank Senator Hawley for pushing for the apology, but I doubt that it's going to make any changes at Meta.
Sharon, for people who maybe don't have children or aren't exposed to these platforms or in trying to keep their kids safe from something and who might think, bullying also happens in school or texting can be a form of communication that could essentially be harmful. How would legislation specifically around social media, something like the Kids Online Safety Act, make a material difference? How do you think it would save lives?
There are many ways that the COSA will save lives. First of all, is the duty of care. It makes companies accountable for preventing and mitigating specific harms, such as suicide, eating disorders, cyberbullying, substance abuse, and sexual exploitation. It has safeguards for minors, such as the safest settings by default, the ability to easily opt out of algorithms, mandates emergency reporting systems that address urgent concerns such as cyberbullying in an expedited time frame. It also calls for transparency, requiring that platforms make publicly available independent third-party risk assessments and mandates that qualified researchers have access to platform data. COSA does not censor content. It regulates technologies by requiring that platforms are designed with youth safety as the highest priority.
Sharon, we just want to give you a moment to tell us a little more about your son, Alex, and how do you hope to honor his memory?
You know, Alex was a terrific kid. He was so fun and so sensitive. He cared for other people so much. And I'd like to think that he's here with me, hoping that we can prevent this tragedy from happening to other families.
Sharon Winkler, we appreciate your time. Thank you so much for sharing your experience in that room as well as telling us about your son. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And if you or anyone you know is struggling, you can call or text the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline right there on your screen, 988.
Let's turn now to some other news in the Middle East and the ongoing fallout from Sunday's drone attack in Jordan that killed 3 U.S. soldiers and injured dozens more.
U.S. officials say they're still weighing a response, but say the retaliatory campaign could take weeks. It comes as the White House attributed the attack to a group called Islamic Resistance in Iraq.
Joining us now, NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa and Jonathan Lord, a senior fellow and director of the Middle East Security Program at the Center for a New American Security and former Department of Defense analyst. Good morning to both of you. Thanks for joining us. Ali, let's start with you. So tell us a little more about who the U.S. is blaming for this drone attack. We understand one of the groups, which is part of the Islamic Resistance umbrella, is the one that recently announced it was suspending attacks on U.S. forces. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right, Joe. And the Pentagon says in reaction to that vow that actions speak louder than words. And as far as how the attribution for this attack that killed 3 U.S. service members and injured dozens of others has evolved. Remember, earlier this week, we saw the president issue a statement where he attributed this attack directly to Iranian-backed militias, but said that the U.S. intelligence community was still gathering more facts. Then yesterday, we saw White House officials come out and directly pin this on the Islamic Resistance Group in Iraq. Listen to how National Security Council spokesperson Admiral John Kirby talked about this yesterday in the White House press briefing.
We believe that the attack in Jordan was planned, resourced, and facilitated by an umbrella group called the Islamic Resistance in Iraq, which contains multiple groups, including Kataib Hezbollah. You can't take what a group like Kataib Hezbollah says at face value. They're not the sole proprietors here of the violence that has been visited on our people.
And for context, remember, Iran has denied responsibility for this attack. And while the U.S. can't directly pin the blame on Iran for this, the intelligence community has clearly said that this attack appears to have Iran's fingerprints on it, with Iran providing financial and military support to these militias. The president directly blaming Iran for providing that support to those groups earlier this week, guys.
Ali, do we have any more clues at this point about what retaliation could look like?
Yes, well, we did hear the president say earlier this week that he has decided on a response after being presented with an array of options by his national security team. And officials are being careful not to signal any specifics, but we are getting some expectations on what we could see next. They're saying that this is going to be a multi-phased approach that could last several weeks. It won't just be a day. As far as targets, this could include cyber operations in an effort to disrupt the communication and coordination of this group. It could include a financial aspect as well in the form of sanctions. And obviously there's that military component where we know that GOP lawmakers have been pressuring the president to strike directly inside Iran. U.S. officials continuing to stress that they do not seek a conflict with Iran, but obviously because of the escalation with U.S. service members being killed, we do expect targets to be targeted outside of Iran, possibly Jordan, where these troops were killed, and Syria and Iraq, where we know that U.S. service members have also been targeted, and where these militia groups also have weapons storehouses, you guys.
Jonathan, let's bring you in here and tap some of your expertise. What more can you tell us about the group involved, and how concerned should we be that whatever shape this retaliatory campaign takes, that it will drag the U.S. into potentially a prolonged war?
But both good questions. We'll start with the first one. That's a little bit easier. Kataib Hezbollah is really the premier Iran-backed militant force within Iraq. It is of the groups the most capable, the most highly trained. Most of these groups were dormant after the U.S. left Iraq in 2011 and really came back in a big way when ISIS was expanding. They have stuck around. They have received immense amounts of support from Iran, both financial and military, to include the weapons that Kataib Hezbollah is now firing on U.S. forces. We've seen over 150 of these attacks since the beginning of the conflict in Gaza. So that's likely to continue in some form or fashion. As for escalation, the administration has been very overt in its goal to avoid escalation. They have been messaging that. That is responsible. In some ways, however, it might actually be counterproductive in the sense that it's given Tehran, the capital of Iran, a freer hand to slowly escalate in all regions of the Middle East, knowing that the U.S. is going to self-censor and restrain its own action. Ultimately, we'll have to see.
With that in mind, Jonathan, what you've just laid out, this connection, of course, to the conflict we're seeing in Israel and Gaza, is the U.S. doing enough, both publicly and privately, to bring this conflict to an end?
Yeah, I think there's wide agreement that the conflict needs to end. But realistically speaking, it doesn't appear that the Israelis can end this conflict absent reaching the two main goals. Goal number one, return of the remaining hostages, of which there are 136, half a dozen of whom are actually Americans. And the other goal is the destruction of Hamas's military and political capabilities. So unless Israel can at least achieve one of those, really both of those, it's very hard, I think, for Israel's political and military leaders to return to a population which is highly shocked and traumatized from the terrorist events of October 7th and say that they have accomplished their goals and defended the state of Israel and been able to protect the Israeli population in the future.
All right, Ali, Rafa, and Jonathan Lord, thank you both. Appreciate it.
Well, at least 3 people are dead and 9 others were injured after a hangar that was under construction at the Boise, Idaho airport collapsed. It happened Wednesday evening while crews were working on the steel frame of the building. Officials say a crane was placing something onto that structure when it collapsed. First responders described the scene as chaotic, saying it was difficult to reach the injured people and hoists had to be used to move the heavy steel beams. Investigators are now trying to determine what caused the frame to collapse.
More rain, snow, and wind continue to pound the west. For more, let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
We've got Michelle Grossman in studio with us this morning. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Good morning. Yeah, the atmospheric river does continue. We're looking at heavy rain falling in the state of California once again. The axis of the heavy rain will shift to the southern parts of California, but still seeing some heavy rain in San Francisco this morning, Fresno, Los Angeles. You're looking at heavy rain. That's where we're seeing those darker colors. And we're also looking at heavy snow, too. We could see 3 to 4 feet of snow in the Sierra Nevada mountains. As we go throughout today into tomorrow, a little break on Saturday and then Sunday, and more powerful storm moves in Sunday into Monday. Millions under alerts. We're looking at 1 million under winter alerts, 25 million under wind alerts. That's going to bring down some power lines and cause some power outages. 22 million under flood alerts, where you see the green there. And we are looking at the chance for flash flooding because the ground is so soggy from a storm we had a week ago. So this is a setup area of low pressure, bringing that rain, that stream of moisture off the Pacific. So soaking rain for Southern California. California. Rain and snow pushing into the Great Basin, into the Rockies. That's going to continue as we go throughout tomorrow. And then also looking at the chance for strong to severe storms in portions of the southern plains, especially where you see those dark colors. Even saw a little purple on our future cast, and that could indicate that we could see some hail falling tomorrow. Saturday, we're going to see the rain and storms advancing into the Mississippi Valley. Snow and wind continuing to blast the Rockies. And then we get a little break before that storm moves in Sunday into Monday. This is the second storm. Atmospheric river continues another one. This is going to be stronger than what we're seeing now, and this is a pretty strong one. Rain, wind, and snow hitting California once again. That's going to lead to the chance for some flash flooding. Also, high winds are going to lead to the chance of more power outages on Sunday into Monday. This is for today, a flash flood risk. We're looking at rainfall rates at 3/4 of an inch per hour on top of that really soggy ground. Could see 1 to 3 inches of rain, and then in the snow, the highest elevations on the mountains could see 3 to 4 feet. Most of the peak will see 2 feet of snow. So a lot of snow in the mountains there. Otherwise, we're looking at really warm weather in portions of the middle of the country into the southern plains. Some spots in the southern plains could be in the 70s and breaking records there. Back to you guys.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much. As tax season gets underway, the House of Representatives has approved a $78 billion tax package that could give many families a boost. It would expand the child tax credit and cut taxes for millions of low-income families. It was an overwhelming display of bipartisanship. The House voted 357 to 70 to pass the bill. That child tax credit expansion could help an estimated 16 million children in low-income families in just the first year alone. The bill also includes tax breaks for businesses, but it does face a more difficult path in the Senate, where a vote is not yet scheduled.
Let's stay on your wallet and get to that news out of the Fed yesterday. They kept interest rates unchanged as expected.
But with inflation still above the Fed's 2% target, Chair Jerome Powell appeared to dash hopes of a March rate cut, and that surprised many market watchers who were predicting a cut at the next meeting.
The question really is, that 6 months of good inflation data, is it sending us a true signal that we are, in fact, on a path, a sustainable path down to 2% inflation? That's the question. We need to see more evidence that sort of confirms what we think we're seeing and that tells us that we are on, gives us confidence that we're on a path to a sustainable path down to 2% inflation.
We've got our friend Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver here with us. Of course, Caleb, good to see you. I know you have a countdown clock for the next one already.
Yeah, that's already going. 48 days, 6 hours, and 36 minutes, but I'm not counting.
There you go. All right.
I'm doing the counting.
So it does seem far away. Okay, so that's when we're going to hear potentially about this March rate cut, but it seems like that's not happening. Were you surprised by that? And tell us a little bit more about what we heard from him.
Yeah, basically what he said is he doesn't think the committee, the Federal Open Market Committee that makes the decision on interest rates, will reach a level of confidence by that meeting to cut rates. They've alluded to the fact they will cut rates this year, probably 3 times, probably 0.75%, but hold your horses is basically what he's saying. They want to see inflation sticking around the 2% range. We did get the personal consumption expenditures index. That's the Fed's preferred gauge of inflation last Friday. 2% on a 3- and 6-month basis, but they want to see it throughout the year. They don't want to be surprised by inflation perking back up again.
So if it's not March, when could it be? And in the interim, just for everyday Americans, what's the impact they're seeing right now by not seeing it?
Probably at the May meeting. What does it mean? When the Fed raises interest rates or keeps them up here between 5.25% and 5.5%, it drives up mortgage rates, it drives up credit card APRs, it drives up new and used car loans. Anytime we borrow money, it's based off the Fed's prime rate. And the Fed's keeping that rate right here until prices, inflation in general, stays around the 2% zone. If you look at CPI, Consumer Price Index, that's the broader measure of goods, that's still around 3%. So we'll get another couple of inflation reports, a jobs report tomorrow for January. All that is data the Fed's going to use to decide whether or not they'll cut in March or May, but it feels like it's a May thing now.
What are you going to be looking for in that jobs report?
Well, we want to see if hiring is continuing to remain robust across sectors that pay well, but also wage increases have been a big deal over the last year and a half. They're up about 4%. If wages keep increasing, that's a little hot for the Fed. They want to see wages cool and hiring mellow to about 150,000 jobs a month. If we see that, it shows that we're kind of on the normalization track. That's what the Fed wants.
Normal, yay.
Yeah, what does that
boring,
mean?
A boring, normal economy that grows a little bit. That's what we want.
Caleb Silver, thank you as always.
Coming up, a warning from the FBI director about Chinese hackers.
Yeah, why he says they're preparing to wreak havoc on the U.S. and where they could strike.
But first, as senators push to reach a deal at the border, we're hearing from migrants caught in the middle of this political battle. That is next.
really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hammer delivered.
All right, it just did too.
We're back now with a look at the crisis at the southern border, which continues making headlines on Capitol Hill. House Republicans are moving closer to possibly impeaching the Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas. They're accusing him of failing to limit the flow of migrants at the southern border. NBC News correspondent David Noriega joins us from Eagle Pass, Texas, a border town that's really been at the center of this political battle as of late. David, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Yeah, I've been in Eagle Pass for a few days now. It's really remarkable how much this one small city on the border has become the main stage in this national political drama. First, last month, the city saw record numbers of migrants crossing the river here behind me. And even though those numbers are now way down, the tensions here are still quite high, as they are in D.C.
The border crisis landing at the doorstep of the White House as pressure mounts on President Biden.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Shortly after 1 a.m., House Republicans moving forward articles of impeachment against Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, which, if successful, would make him the first cabinet member to be impeached in nearly 150 years.
Serious harm has occurred.
Republicans accusing the secretary of willfully ignoring the law, which they say has led to millions of migrant crossings.
President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas have designed this catastrophe.
Mayorkas calling the accusations baseless. Meanwhile, a new immigration bill mired in uncertainty.
A bipartisan bill would be good for America and help fix our broken immigration system.
The president saying he was ready to, quote, shut down the border if Congress allowed him.
If that bill were the law today, I'd shut down the border right now and fix it quickly.
Two sources familiar with the negotiations saying the proposed bill would force border authorities to turn away all migrants, even if they're seeking asylum, if the daily average of migrant encounters at the border hits 5,000 over a 7-day period, or if it hits 8,500 in a single day. And if a shutdown were to occur, 1,400 migrants would still be allowed to enter with an appointment through a port of entry per day.
This is the only migrant shelter in Eagle Pass. Last month, more than 18,000 people came through this shelter. This room was completely packed. Right now, as you can see, it's almost empty. Some people say that this is an invasion, the number of people coming across the border. What do you think of that?
It's not an invasion. These people have a motive to leave their countries, and it's very sad to listen their stories.
We spoke to a mother from Colombia, one of the few migrants at the shelter. She didn't want to show her face over concerns for their safety. She says there are a lot of people coming, but instead of shutting down the border, they should try to understand what's pushing them to migrate in the first place. This small border town of Eagle Pass has become a stage for political theater. The Texas National Guard has shut down parts of the border in a standoff with the federal government, and locals are now bracing themselves for the possible arrival of a convoy of Trump supporters that's set to arrive in town in just a few days. Some of those Trump supporters already trickling in some cases driving to the border from hours away.
I think there's people that need to come in, but everything's not being done right. They're just letting everybody in, and I don't think it's good for our country.
Now some locals in Eagle Pass saying they're tired of being caught in the middle of a political turf war.
Joe, I spoke to one local official who was not able to speak to me on camera about the extent to which local city officials are bracing themselves for the possible arrival of this convoy. Now, we don't know how big the convoy is going to be. There are some early indications that it's not nearly as big as organizers say that it is, but that's just one example of the way this city and the people who live here feel like they've been thrust into a political battle that they did not ask to be a part of. Joe.
All right, David Noriega. David, thank you so much.
Now let's get to a new warning from the FBI over the threat of hacking by China. As NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian explains, FBI Director Christopher Wray says China is preparing to, quote, wreak havoc on American infrastructure in the event of war.
FBI Director Christopher Wray told lawmakers Wednesday that China is hacking civilian networks in the United States so that it can cause destruction and panic in the event of a conflict. Officials say the U.S. needs to step up cybersecurity. The FBI director sounding the alarm about Chinese efforts to attack American power grids, transportation systems, and communications networks.
China's hackers are positioning on American infrastructure in preparation to wreak havoc and cause real-world harm to American citizens and communities.
And Christopher Wray announcing a major takedown of a Chinese hacking operation on American soil, dubbed Volt Typhoon.
Working with our partners, the FBI ran a court-authorized on-network operation to shut down Volt Typhoon and the access it enabled. Steps China was taking, in other words, to find and prepare to destroy or degrade the civilian critical infrastructure that keeps us safe and prosperous.
Wray and other officials say China poses the world's greatest cyber threat, and they warn that Americans remain vulnerable. U.S. Cybersecurity Chief Jen Easterly describing the devastating impact of a potential massive Chinese cyber attack.
Telecommunications going down so people can't use their cell phone. People start getting sick from polluted water. Trains get derailed. Air traffic control system, port control systems are malfunctioning. This is truly an everything, everywhere, all at once scenario.
Easterly said China believes that sort of cyber attack would crush any American will to defend Taiwan from a Chinese invasion. In a statement to NBC News, a Chinese government spokesman denied China hacks into foreign networks, calling it irresponsible criticism. One thing that didn't come up at the hearing was America's own offensive cyber capabilities, which are substantial and rarely discussed. But U.S. officials say they would follow international law in the event of a cyber war and not target civilian networks not linked to the military. Back to you.
All right, Ken Delaney, strong reporting. Thank you very much.
Let's check on international headlines. This morning, protesters are demanding more from Haiti's government as gang violence worsens on the island nation.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga has details on that as well as other world news. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Savannah and Joe, good morning. Well, that's right. It definitely looks like that the ongoing crime wave in Haiti has reached boiling point, and protesters burned this barricade in the capital, Port-au-Prince. The people are pushing back against the government led by Prime Minister Ariel Henry, demanding that more should be done to fix the rising rate of gang violence that continue to displace residents in droves. In fact, according to UNICEF, over 300,000 people have become internally displaced, and kidnappings have nearly doubled since 2022. These heavily armed gangs currently control most of the capital. And let's travel to Hong Kong now, where 4 additional people were found guilty of rioting over a major protest that happened back in 2019. Nearly 5 years ago, hundreds broke into and ransacked the legislature of the financial center. This event was at the height of pro-democracy, anti-government protests in China, and these rioting charges can come up with 10 years in jail. And we end this short tour of the world with a situation that might make you say, oh dear. A mantjack, which is a kind of deer, found himself stuck between a house and a hard place, literally. The mantjack was wedged in a tiny gap between 2 houses, and to make matters worse, it got stuck upside down. Now, the RSPCA and the Lincolnshire Fire and Rescue had to team up to get him out. He was so stuck that they actually had to use ropes and poles to get the job done. Well, unfortunately, he's okay and unharmed, even though probably a little shaken. Back to you guys.
Oh, I'm glad he's okay. Thank you so much for sharing that.
How did he get himself
I know.
to that?
And then upside
pickle?
down. All right,
My
Claudio,
goodness.
thank you.
Thank you. Coming up, Donald Trump takes aim at one of President Biden's biggest bases of support.
What we know about his meeting with Teamsters Labor Union and the latest on the push to keep the former president off the ballot in Colorado. That's all next.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with the ongoing Georgia election interference case involving former President Trump. Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis and Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade have been subpoenaed to testify at a hearing on February 15th. Willis is accused of benefiting financially from Wade, her alleged romantic partner.
The subpoenas were revealed in a lawsuit filed by the lawyer for Michael Roman, who's one of Trump's co-defendants in this case. He's arguing the charges should be dismissed because of what he calls an improper relationship between the two prosecutors. A judge has given Willis until Friday to respond. On the campaign trail, Trump is seeking the endorsement of one of the country's largest unions, which previously supported President Biden.
The former president attended a meeting yesterday with the Teamsters Labor Union, which has 1.3 million members. Biden was endorsed by the group in the 2020 election. As for President Biden, he will be in Michigan today to take part in what the White House is calling a political event.
Let's bring in NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen. John, good morning. So let's start with former President Trump's meeting in Washington with the Teamsters Union. This is an interesting thing because often when we think of unions, we see them support Democratic candidates, but we also know that Trump has had this impact of maybe a lot of people who are part of the union, workers in the Midwest who've moved from Democrat to Republican as Trump has been the leader of the party. So how crucial is it for him to get the support of the union? Does he have a shot of getting the endorsement here?
I mean, it's always going to be true in in a political fight that if a union endorses one candidate or the other, that a lot of the members of that union are going to disagree with what the leadership does. I think what's really remarkable here is that the Teamsters endorsed Biden in 2020. Then in 2021, he delivered their #1 legislative priority, which was a $90 billion bailout of their pension fund, basically making sure that Teamsters retirees were not going to have to see their benefits slashed in retirement. And now you've got the Teamsters, at least flirting with, whatever you want to call it, a potential Trump endorsement. I think it's unlikely they end up endorsing Trump, but certainly a slap in the face to Biden from the Teamsters just to meet with Trump after what he'd done for them in the last few years. And I think it's indicative of the concern of the union leaders that they're getting out over their skis with the endorsement in 2020 of a Democratic president at a time when many of their members do support Donald Trump.
John, let's talk about these ballot battles, so to speak, that we're seeing pop up in a couple states across the country. Well, Colorado's Secretary of State has asked the Supreme Court to conclude that the state can lawfully bar Trump from the GOP primary ballot, citing the 14th Amendment and his alleged role on January 6th. We know the Supreme Court's going to hear those oral arguments next week. What should we know right now about what's going on in Colorado and the Secretary of State's request?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're largely waiting to see what happens with the Supreme Court. I mean, everybody kind of has to wait for the Supreme Court to weigh in here, and everything that happens before then is, to misappropriate a legal term, moot, right? Or at some point will be mooted. Look, this is an interesting situation. Obviously, there are a couple of states that have moved in this direction. The American public doesn't appear to support it. If you look at polling, not only do Republicans object to this, but a fair number of Democrats object to the idea that somebody should be removed from the ballot without being convicted of a crime.
John, real quickly, for Trump's remaining rival, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, those controversial comments she made in December about slavery and the Civil War, they came up again. What happened? What's next for her?
Yeah, I mean, she's in South Carolina, campaigning in South Carolina, trying to get the votes of moderate Republicans and Democrats. And it turns out that, the Democrats remember what she said about slavery, or what she didn't say about slavery when she was asked about the causes of the Civil War. I spoke to a Biden campaign spokesperson just the other day about Nikki Haley's ability to attract Democratic votes. And they said, look, basically Democrats know that slavery was the cause of the Civil War, and that the Democrats are going to oppose her on abortion. So, she's got a rocky path to try to build a coalition to win in South Carolina.
All right, John, thanks for joining us as always this morning. Appreciate it.
A federal judge in Florida is dismissing Disney's lawsuit against Governor Ron DeSantis. Disney had sued over the loss of its long-standing planning district known as Reedy Creek, claiming that was a violation of its First Amendment's rights. But the judge ruled the suit lacked standing.
This all began when former Disney CEO Bob Chapek came out against Florida's so-called Don't Say Gay bill. In response to that, Florida lawmakers began taking steps to dismantle Reedy Creek, which had allowed Disney to make infrastructure changes on its property. In a statement, a Disney spokesperson said the company plans to continue the fight. Coming up, conservative conspiracies can't seem to shake it off when it comes to Taylor Swift.
From the election to the Super Bowl, we're diving into everything you need to know that's causing some very real bad blood. Stay with us.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. Your TikTok feed might be getting a little quieter after the label for some of the biggest artists says it's pulling songs from the app. That includes Taylor Swift. Well, what is not disappearing, though, is the latest right-wing conspiracies about Swift, especially since her relationship with Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce became public. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Melas has all these details.
You know those TikToks with Taylor Swift songs playing?
Why you gotta be so mean?
Well, they might not be for long in this world. Universal Music Group, one of the big three global music licensing companies, accusing the app of bullying and intimidating them in contract negotiations.
I put careers on shelves like Amazon distribution center help.
That means songs by Drake, Rihanna, Bad Bunny, Billie Eilish, and yes, Taylor Swift could all be removed from the app. In an open letter, UMG says it has to do with three big things: safety of TikTok users, the harmful effects of AI, and of course, money. With Universal saying just 1% of its revenue comes from the app. TikTok clapping back, accusing Universal of pushing a false narrative and putting their own greed above the interests of the artists and songwriters. Swift, the biggest pop star in the world, can't seem to get out of the headlines. She's also caught in the middle of right-wing anger and some wild conspiracy theories that have only grown during her relationship with NFL star Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. Like former Republican presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy, implying the Super Bowl is rigged. Former President Trump's lawyer Alina Habba reposting a message that asked, who thinks this country needs a lot more women like her and a lot less like Taylor Swift? A tweet firestorm from so-called MAGA influencers. And it's a huge topic on Fox News.
Don't get involved in politics. We don't want to see you there.
Does Taylor realize the guy that they want her to endorse is a kind of stumbling, bumbling mess?
The Pentagon PSYOP unit pitched NATO on turning Taylor Swift into an asset for combating misinformation online.
That last one prompting a statement from the Pentagon, telling Politico, as for this conspiracy theory, we're going to shake it off. Part of the anger stems from a New York Times article suggesting the Biden White House is toying with a so-called Taylor Swift strategy to win her endorsement and potentially reach her almost 300 million Instagram followers. Swift has not made an endorsement this year, but she did endorse President Biden in 2020 and has backed Democrats in her adopted home state of Tennessee.
Our thanks to Chloe Malas for that report. Well, our White House team received the following statement from the Biden campaign. Now, although it doesn't specifically name her, it says, quote, unsurprising that the MAGA right is again bullying Americans for having wildly controversial opinions like LGBTQ Americans deserve equal rights, women should be able to make their own healthcare decisions, and Americans should vote in our elections.
Let's get you some financial headlines. Tesla's corporate headquarters could be driving to a new location.
CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other money news for us. Hello, Silvana. Good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning to you. Yes, so Elon Musk says Tesla shareholders will vote on whether to move the company's corporate headquarters to Texas from Delaware. And that's where hundreds of companies are incorporated because of the state's business and tax-friendly status. Now, Musk's decision coming after a judge in Delaware voided his $56 billion pay package from 2018, calling it excessive and saying it was negotiated by a board that was beholden to him. Musk has a large stake in Texas. Tesla's headquarters and Gigafactory are in Austin, and SpaceX and the Boring Company also have operations there. Hulu is cracking down on password sharing following similar actions by Netflix and Disney+. Now, Hulu says unless otherwise permitted by your membership plan, you will not be able to share your account with people outside of your household, which it defines as your primary residence. Now, if Hulu determines you have violated the agreement, it could limit or even terminate your account. Hulu says the new terms took effect last week for new subscribers and will be effective March 14th for existing customers. And MasterCard is jumping into what else? The AI race, launching a new model it says can boost fraud detection by up to 300%. The company telling CNBC the tool will allow banks to better assess suspicious financial transactions on MasterCard's payment network. Data will help the AI understand relationships between merchants and predict where fraud is taking place by using a cardholder's purchase history. MasterCard has invested more than $7 billion in cybersecurity and AI technology. That is AI I can definitely get behind.
No
if it's going to prevent
exactly.
fraud.
Love when we hear some
Absolutely
good, nice, can help us all uses of AI.
Thanks, Ivana.
Coming up, we're going to introduce you to the photographer behind some of the most iconic images of rock stars ever taken.
What he had to say about getting up close and personal with the biggest names in music. That's up next.
grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. Well, for you Day One Morning News Now viewers, first of all, we love you. Second of all, you know we love a good space story here. And now get this, scientists say the moon is shrinking, but it's nothing we need to worry about yet. A new study funded by NASA has revealed that over the past few 100 million years, the moon's core has gradually cooled, and that means it's gotten a little smaller, but only by about 150 feet in its circumference. While researchers say we won't really know its effect here on us on Earth, it seems to be causing moonquakes that can last for hours, and that could be dangerous for astronauts and future long-term human presence on the moon. I mean, just, you learn something new every day.
No kidding. Not moving there then anytime soon.
Darn.
All right. Thanks, Savannah.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Let's end the hour with a snapshot of an iconic photographer. Danny Clinch's career has brought him up close and personal with some of the biggest names in the music business. Icons like Bruce Springsteen, Johnny Cash, and many, many others. Last week, Clinch celebrated his 60th birthday. He has a lot to reflect on with decades of stories to share.
In Asbury Park, New Jersey, the sound of music is set to the beats of a camera.
I do my little dance trying to find the right composition and the right moment.
Whether it's an image of Bob Dylan taken during a photo shoot, or one of the Foo Fighters snapped while hiding behind a drum kit.
You know, my relationship with them is such that they're like, you know, go wherever you want, just watch out I don't hit you in the head when I swing around my guitar, you know?
For decades, Danny Clinch has chronicled music's biggest stars. His photographic Hall of Fame proudly on display at the transparent Clinch Gallery.
We were able to create a space that's welcoming to people, and we are always pushing for good vibes and the idea that, you know, music is medicine.
Which is why he has always been drawn to musicians.
You know, there's always a mystery around them.
Do you think you're trying to capture the mystery? Are you trying to solve the mystery?
Yeah. I mean, I think you're trying to add to the mystery a little bit, you know?
Clinch got his start interning for an icon, Annie Leibovitz, before making a name for himself in the world of hip-hop with subjects like Tupac and the Beastie Boys. He soon expanded to other genres, amassing an eclectic list of clients, from Johnny Cash to Her to Pearl Jam. Some of his favorite photos are now immortalized on T-shirts, the Clinch collection, which includes one especially meaningful artist.
We are in New Jersey, and when people think of New Jersey and music, they think of
Bruce Springsteen.
As a Jersey native, Clinch fell in love with the boss's music early on and eventually got the chance to work with him over and over again. Bruce once said, "Danny's got soul."
That's a good one. I'll take that anytime. I'm going to put that on my gravestone. Danny's got soul. Bruce Springsteen.
Doing what you do, how important is it to have soul?
You know, you can have great lighting and you can have all the great gear and all that sort of stuff, and if you don't have a connection with someone that shows in the image, you know, I think you failed.
In a city known for its music scene, it's no surprise Clinch's gallery hosts the occasional jam session surrounded by his wall of legends.
You know, everybody comes in here and we all, like, you know, strike the pose. What is it? Yeah.
One of them, life-size.
Yeah. It's hard to look as cool as Bruce, isn't it?
It's hard. It's hard. We're trying. How are we doing? How are we looking?
Bruce is leaning against Clinch's car, a 1948 Pontiac Silver Streak. They took the picture just a few blocks from the gallery on the Jersey Shore.
An iconic Jersey boardwalk, right?
Yeah.
That's where, on a rather gusty day, Danny showed this non-rock star how he catches those perfect moments. Turns out the answer?
I have literally no rhythm. There's not a...
Jeez. Whoa! He's still up!
Is blowing in the wind.
Oh, that's it. I think that's my photo. I think I got it.
Here's how that looked through his eyes. One more example of how Danny Clinch is capturing the rhythm of life. Joe Fryer, NBC News.
Danny Clinch is also involved with something that has become a huge draw for Asbury Park. It's called the See Here Now Festival. See is S-E-A. It happens in September, marries two Jersey Shore passions, music and surfing. As for those Clinch collection T-shirts, for most of them, a portion of the proceeds go to charities important to the musicians who are captured in those photos. He did capture cool photos of me too, but I'm so clumsy that it's impossible.
I think that makes you a rock star now. Just, you know, you've been immortalized by him.
Sort of.
You and Bruce Springsteen. So cool.
Exactly.
You need to frame that.
I will. I know.
Okay.
I'm going to get that framed. All right, that's going to do it for this hour. Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks for joining us this Thursday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, the blame game that's now playing out in the Middle East over the deaths of 3 U.S. service members in Jordan. The group the Biden administration is now saying is responsible for that deadly weekend attack. Also this morning, the big social media CEOs were in the hot seat on Capitol Hill yesterday, clashing with senators over their apps' track records on child safety.
You have blood on your hands. You have a product. You have a product that's killing people.
We're going to bring you the biggest takeaways from that hearing room in just a moment. Plus, it is a wicked weather phenomenon that is nothing to laugh at. A so-called Pineapple Express system seriously soaking much of the West Coast. Flash flood fears now gripping millions in Southern California, with another few feet of snow expected to fall in the Sierra Mountains. We've got team coverage on what you need to know as you step out the door. And today marks the beginning of Black History Month. Later in the hour, a closer look at the efforts to rebuild a monument of black education here in America that just might be older than the nation itself. I look forward to bringing you that story and many more in the month ahead. Let's begin this hour with the ongoing violence in the Middle East, where the U.S. has again carried out strikes on Houthi targets in Yemen.
The Pentagon says it targeted 10 Houthi drones, which it says were threatening Navy and merchant vessels in the Red Sea. The strikes come as the U.S. continues to weigh its response to Sunday's drone attack in Jordan that killed 3 U.S. soldiers. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now from northern Iraq. Hi, Keir. Good morning.
Hey there, guys. Good morning to you. The focus in this region continues to be firmly on Iran and its proxies. And some of those Iranian-backed groups continue to operate despite the threats and overnight fresh strikes from the Biden administration. This morning, as the U.S. readies a multi-target strike against Iranian assets, it says an Iranian-backed group is responsible for the attack that killed 3 American service members. The U.S. is also renewing attacks against Iran's proxies on other fronts, hitting areas in western Yemen controlled by the Houthis. U.S. F-18s bombing, it says, 10 unmanned drones that were preparing to launch attacks, and a ground control station. The Pentagon adding the targets presented an imminent threat to merchant vessels and the U.S. Navy ships in the region. Overnight, the U.S. destroyer USS Carney also shooting down an anti-ship ballistic missile fired by the Houthis, along with 3 Iranian drones, according to the Pentagon. The National Guard now confirming at least 41 guardsmen were injured in Sunday's attack against U.S. troops on a remote outpost in Jordan. This, the moment President Biden called the parents of specialist Kennedy Sanders, one of the 3 killed.
We're promoting her posthumously to sergeant.
Oh, wow. That is the best news I've heard today. Thank you so much. You don't know how much that means to us.
Biden's response, when it comes, likely to target Iranian-backed militias in the region. The U.S. has targeted these groups before, with little discernible impact on their behavior. Now, U.S. officials telling NBC News to expect strikes on multiple places in several countries and locations, including cyber operations.
When you're talking about
what we're anticipating here, which won't just be a one-off. As I said, the first thing you see will not be the last thing.
And the White House rejecting suggestions that the delay is allowing Iran and its proxies to prepare. But a senior Iraqi official, Joan Savannah, tells NBC News that members of Iranian proxy groups here in the region are evacuating headquarters. As the U.S. prepares for those retaliatory strikes, it seems like Iran is readying itself too, guys.
All right, Keir, thank you so much.
Well, a top Hamas political leader is expected to travel to Cairo in the coming days to review a U.S.-backed hostage proposal. Israel's war cabinet is also considering the possible deal, though it has yet to be put to a vote.
It comes as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he will not be releasing prisoners held in his country. He's also refusing to remove troops from Gaza during a potential ceasefire.
NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv with the very latest. Hi, Raf. Good morning. So, look, I mean, the things that Joe and I just sound at odds with each other. Let's start there. This ongoing hostage negotiation with Prime Minister Netanyahu refusing to these terms of the new deal. Where do these talks stand? Where do they go from here?
Savannah, good morning. We are playing the waiting game right now. The ball at this point is in Hamas's court. There were Israeli negotiators sitting around the table in Paris over the weekend with the CIA director and officials from Egypt and Qatar. That's the group that agreed to the broad framework of this deal, and we are now waiting to see whether Hamas's political leaders in Cairo this week can sign off on it. The political leadership on its own isn't enough. There's going to be a game of diplomatic telephone where they have to reach Hamas's military leaders, who are believed to be underground in the tunnels in southern Gaza right now, to get their consent also. But assuming for a second that Hamas, both political and military, does sign off, then all eyes will be on the cabinet of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to see whether they will vote for this deal. As you said, the Prime Minister is saying he is not prepared to release thousands of Palestinian prisoners convicted of terrorism as part of an agreement. He is under real pressure from far-right cabinet ministers inside his own government not to make concessions to Hamas. So there's still a lot of hurdles before this deal could go into effect. Yes.
Raf, let's talk about something that's made a lot of headlines in the last week. The United Nations is now issuing a new warning saying any decision to halt funds to UNRWA, its main aid agency in Gaza, could have catastrophic effects there. This, of course, follows Israeli intelligence allegations that some of the agency's staff played a direct role in the October 7th attack. What could happen next in this situation?
So, Joe, we're hearing from UNRWA this morning. They are saying at this point 16 countries, including the United States, have suspended funding. That suspended funding worth $440 million. And they are saying if that stream does not come back online, they are going to run out of money by the end of February, the end of this month, and they will have to shut their operations down in Gaza. And that has the potential to be absolutely catastrophic. UNRWA, whether you like it or not, is really the only humanitarian organization with the capacity to meet the scale of needs in Gaza right now. They say about 2 million Gazans, the overwhelming majority of the population, are depending on UNRWA facilities in one form or another. We heard from the head of the agency this morning. He said it is difficult to imagine that Gazans will survive this crisis without UNRWA. Now, the U.S. is saying it is prepared to restore funding pending the outcome of that investigation into allegations that UNRWA staff were involved on October 7th, and they want to see what kind of measures UNRWA is putting in place to make sure nothing like that ever happens again. Guys.
Raf, our viewers probably remember that South Africa had brought this case to the UN's top court, and they're saying that Israel is ignoring the ruling that came out of that. The defense forces need to prevent further deaths in Gaza. What else are we hearing from South Africa, and can we expect to see further action here, given that the ruling there wasn't binding? There's nothing really that Israel has to do, but what do you think could come of that?
Yeah, Savannah, so that interim ruling from the International Court of Justice came on Friday. Hundreds of Palestinians have been killed since then. The South Africans are saying that is a clear breach of the court's ruling. Israel denying that, saying they do everything they can to minimize civilian casualties. But the South African foreign minister stepping up the rhetoric this morning, saying they want to see Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu arrested and dragged in front of a separate court, the International Criminal Court, also in The Hague, on allegations of war crimes. Again, something Israel denies. They're also trying to move the court's judgment to the UN Security Council. They want to see it discussed there. The court did order Israel to file a report within 1 month explaining what steps they were taking to comply with the court's rulings. Guys.
All right, Ralph Sanchez, thank you very much, as always, for your reporting.
Turning now to Congress, where some of the world's biggest social media CEOs were grilled by senators over online safety for kids.
Also present in the hearing room and advocating for tougher legislation were parents who've lost loved ones after incidents on social media. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow is here with the details.
Hey there, the chief executives of Discord, Snap, TikTok, X, and Meta face tough questions from senators on both sides of the aisle and a frosty reception from the families who were gathered in that hearing room, many wondering why the tech companies in Congress have failed to act while children still face danger on social media sites.
In a combative and emotional Senate hearing,
You have blood on your hands. You have a product. You have a product that's killing people.
the CEOs facing accusations they've failed to protect children from illicit content, predators, and extortion.
Your platforms really suck at policing themselves.
Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg tangled with senators over his platform's safety record.
It appears that you're trying to be the premier sex trafficking
Of course not, Senator.
in this country.
Senator, that's ridiculous.
Sitting behind the CEOs, grief-stricken families holding photos of children they say were victimized on the company's platforms.
Would you like now to apologize?
Pressed by Republican Senator Josh Hawley, Zuckerberg turned to address the families.
Families have suffered, and this is why we invested so much and are going to continue doing industry-leading efforts to make sure that no one has to go through the types of things that your families have had to suffer.
Mary Rohde was in the room. She says her son Riley was blackmailed over explicit photos on Facebook Messenger and was so distraught he took his own life. To her, Zuckerberg's words rang hollow.
When he stood up, he said, "I'm sorry for your pain," but I don't really think he's sorry for my pain.
At least 6 social media bills are still waiting for action in the Senate, including legislation known as the Kids Online Safety Act, which some CEOs declined to support.
There are parts of the act that we think are great.
No, it's a yes or no question. In its present form, do you support it? Yes or no? No.
We are aware that some groups have raised some concerns. It's important to understand.
I'll take that as a no.
Some parents remain skeptical.
Are you hopeful, thinking things might change after this?
I've been in these hearings before. I would love to hear that we're going to pass all these bills and actually protect children, but I'm not convinced that will happen.
One of the issues that came up many times, the idea that social media companies have immunity from lawsuits because they are just the platform and not responsible for the content. There are bills that are hoping to change that. One Republican senator on the Judiciary Committee, John Cornyn of Texas, tells me that he thinks there's, quote, quite a bit of enthusiasm among senators in both parties to reform that federal law, although that would take a lot of negotiation. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer tells NBC News he wants to make children's online safety a priority, but nothing is scheduled in the Senate just yet. Back to you.
All right, Kate, thank you.
Well, at least 3 people are dead and 9 others injured after a hangar that was under construction at an airport in Idaho collapsed. Now investigators are on the scene trying to determine what caused the incident. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now with the details on this. Hey, Aaron, good morning.
Hey, good morning. The collapse taking place at a 39,000 square foot airplane hangar that had been under construction where dozens of people were working. In addition, a crane had also fallen, but officials say it's unclear what led to either collapse.
We have a structure collapse at the new hangar at Jackson Jet Center. Have one crane collapsed and I guess partial structure collapse as well.
This morning, authorities are investigating a deadly building collapse in Boise, Idaho that killed 3 people and injured 9 others, 5 of them in critical condition.
It was a pretty global collapse that occurred. The main structural members came down. It was fairly catastrophic.
The initial call coming in Wednesday evening at a steel jet hangar owned by private aircraft company Jackson Jet Center. The building had been under construction within Boise Airport's airfield.
Holy
Officials describing the scene as chaotic, with several fire engines and at least a dozen ambulances on the ground. Rescue teams making entry, pulling victims out of the wreckage.
We did have some that were challenging and that there was hoists and so forth.
Officials say everyone within the collapse area had been accounted for. The cause remains under investigation. The CEO of the Jackson Jet Center releasing a statement to NBC News, writing in part, "Our hearts go out to everyone affected by this horrific event. We do not know exactly what caused the hangar collapse. Our focus now is on supporting our team and partners during this difficult time."
Boise police will be heading the investigation along with OSHA. NBC News has also reached out to the general contractor for the project, but have not heard back. The victims' names will be released by the Ada County Coroner's Office pending notification of the next of kin. Guys.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much.
The West Coast is bracing for impact. A storm system known as the Pineapple Express could drop unprecedented amounts of rain, causing flooding, mudslides, and power outages. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz has more on that.
This morning, wild weather sweeping across the country by the weekend. Though most Americans are feeling above average temperatures right now, intense rain set to move in. Millions are under flood alerts. Rescues already starting overnight as the system known as a Pineapple Express makes landfall in California.
It's coming down in waves of like
dumping snow in the Tahoe area with roads snarled. The rain causing accidents across the state where residents expect flooding.
This lifeguard stand right here will be underwater.
A dramatic scene in the Bay Area. This massive tree toppling over, trapping a young girl inside. She was rescued with non-life-threatening injuries. Officials opening up dams in preparation for excess runoff. This morning, farther south, San Diego bracing for impact again.
We lost total loss to everything.
Water from last week's 100-year rainfall is still seeping into the soil, increasing the risk of flash floods, rock and mudslides later this week.
I want to reiterate, as much as we have been focused on helping residents in these impacted communities recover, we've also been preparing for the rain event.
Residents now getting ready with a wet end of the week ahead.
And this storm is now moving south to Los Angeles. The heaviest rain expected around the morning commute, and it's just the beginning. A second, even stronger atmospheric river is expected to hit many of these same areas on Sunday. Back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you so much.
For more on your forecast, let's get a check at your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here with that. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, guys. And that continues to be the big story. We're going to see that rain still moving into California. Again, the bullseye, as Liz mentioned, into Southern California. We could see 1 to 3 inches of rain. That's going to cause some flash flooding, some really heavy mountain snow up to 3 to 4 feet in the highest elevations. And we're also looking at some really windy conditions that could cause some power outages. Also watching a few other things, really warm in the middle of the country. We're looking at temperatures well above normal, 10, even 30 degrees above normal. Could break some records in the southern plains, temperatures into the mid, if not upper 70s in some spots. Also watching a little bit of snow along the Great Lakes and in portions of northern New England. But this is a big story today. Lots of heavy rain continuing to stream into portions of the West Coast. We're looking at San Francisco getting some heavy rain right now, Fresno down to portions of Southern California, Los Angeles. You're going to have heavy rain as we go throughout the day with those gusty winds as well. So lots of alerts this morning. We have wind alerts for 25 million people, flood alerts, 22 million people, and winter alerts looking at 1 million people under those alerts. So this is what it looks like. We have a 1-2 punch. So the first punch is coming now, as also had it yesterday. So we're looking at that rain, heavy, looking at the snow and also wind. And then that second storm right on the heels of this first storm comes in Sunday into Monday, lasting through parts into the latter part of Tuesday as well. And we're looking at the chance for some flash flooding that day. This is a more powerful storm Sunday into Tuesday. So let's go through it. This first storm, we're seeing those scattered showers as we go throughout the afternoon hours. Again, could be heavy at times, could see rainfall rates of 3/4 of an inch per hour. This is over really soggy ground, so that's why we're concerned about flash flooding. We're also looking at that rain snow pushing into the Great Basin, also the Rockies. That will continue tomorrow as that snow moves into the Rockies. Also looking at rain and storms advancing to the Mississippi Valley. We're concerned about severe weather in the southern plains as well. Snow and wind continuing in the Rockies. Then this is the second storm. Sunday into Monday, stronger Pacific storm, that stream, that Pineapple Express as it's called, coming from Hawaii, just bringing all that moisture into the West Coast. So another round of flooding rains and also some really strong winds. As far as the rainfall rates go, the bullseye today will be in Southern California, Los Angeles to Irvine, down to San Diego, where we could see 1, 2, even 3 inches of rain. And then we're looking at a whole lot of snow as well. well. Generally 2 feet in the mountain peaks, but the highest peaks could see 3 or 4 feet of snow. So good news for the skiers there. As we head towards the East Coast, we have a front that's coming through. It's not a big blockbuster front, but still looking at the chance for some cold air slipping in, and that's going to prompt some snow in some spots in portions of the Great Lakes. Depending on where you are, you could see a rain-snow mix as well. And then we'll see more moderate snow in portions of northern New England. So specifically northern Maine could see some moderate snow as we go throughout the day. That will move out. Again, not talking about a whole lot, generally 1 to 2 inches. But as we head towards the northern tip of Maine, we could see higher amounts, 5 inches in some spots. So that's where you're seeing the pink. And then the purple is looking at 4 inches of snow. So some higher elevations of Maine could see some heavier rain. Now, as we look towards tomorrow, starting out the weekend, that mountain snow continues in portions of the Intermountain West into the Southwest, the Rockies, and we're looking at that rain continuing along the West Coast. So again, concerned about the flooding as we go throughout tomorrow as well. We're watching the chance for strong to severe storms in the southern plains. It's going to be warm, and we're looking at some moisture in there. That's going to prompt those storms, breezy and chilly in portions of New England. And then by Saturday, a really nice weekend in portions of the mid-Atlantic, Northeast, sunny skies. It will be dry down through the Southeast. That mess does continue out west. We're looking at snow continuing throughout the Intermountain West, the Rockies, and also some wet weather still lingering along the coast. Now, by Sunday, this is that second storm that's going to come in. So our next western storm, really heavy rain along the coast. You can kind of see underneath the red lettering, the yellows. That's indicating where we could see some heavier rain. So all throughout California, another round of that. Some blue showing where that snow is throughout the Intermountain West. And then just some rain throughout the northern plains into the central plains, down through portions of the Gulf Coast. We are watching the chance for showers and storms throughout the Gulf Coast and a chill in the air. But here's that February thought. We're looking at temperatures into the upper 70s in some parts in the southern plains. I know it's a big difference. It's like snow and then 70s.
It's really bizarre.
I know. It's been quite the winter.
It has. All to say about it. Thanks, Michelle. Sure. Jinx. We've got much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including actor Alec Baldwin now entering his plea in that deadly on-set shooting. We'll bring you the latest.
Plus, it was a bombshell day in court for the mother charged in connection with her son's school shooting. Why the man Jennifer Crumbley was having an affair with at the time of the shooting took the witness stand yesterday. Those stories and more after this.
Now is raw, How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Actor Alec Baldwin pleaded not guilty on Wednesday to an involuntary manslaughter charge in the fatal shooting of cinematographer Helena Hutchins. He waived an arraignment that was set to happen by video conference today. Baldwin, who served as the lead actor and a co-producer on set of the Western movie Rust, was pointing a gun at Hutchins during a rehearsal when it went off, killing her and wounding the film's director. A grand jury indicted Baldwin in January after prosecutors received a new analysis of the gun that was involved in the shooting. Baldwin faces up to 18 months in prison if convicted.
Now to the landmark trial for the mother of Michigan school shooter Ethan Crumbley.
Now, with prosecution set to rest today, the defense could take over, meaning Jennifer Crumbley could take the stand as soon as today. On the 7th day of her trial for manslaughter, jurors heard the details of her arrest and also what she told the man she was having an affair with on the day her son carried out the shooting at Oxford High School. Take a listen.
It was that something with Ethan. And,
her son?
Yes.
Okay.
And was worried he was going to do something dumb.
Joining us now from Pontiac, Michigan is NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa. So Maggie, let's start with that man that Jennifer Crumbley was having this close relationship with. What else did we learn from him?
Right. Yeah, so essentially, guys, this was a huge, you called it a bombshell, like that's an accurate point for the defense. Essentially, that soundbite that you just heard was the main kind of point they honed in on, for the prosecution, that they honed in on yesterday. That was Brian Mallow. She's a firefighter and a high school classmate of Jennifer Crumbley's, and he testified that the two indeed were having an affair, and as part of that affair, they texted and messaged, he said, a lot. And on the day of the shooting, he said that Jennifer Crumbley, he testified, that she messaged him before she even went to that meeting at the high school, before she went to talk to administrators about kind of the latest warning signs surrounding her son. And he said she messaged him that she was worried her son was going to do something dumb. And remember, that is so big for the prosecution because their entire theory this time, the entire sort of rationale behind these involuntary manslaughter charges is that they say Jennifer Crumbley had clear warning signs that her son was struggling, that he could potentially be violent. And guys, they say she ignored them. So again, those messages and just kind of that full disclosure, that full picture painted of what their life was like at the time seemed really big for prosecutors in this case.
Absolutely. Maggie, jurors also heard a lot about Jennifer Crumbley's arrest, what actually happened. This was also part of yesterday's what happened in the courtroom, including witness details leading up to her arrest and then brand new body camera footage as well. What did that all tell us?
Yeah, you know, this was kind of a storyline that a lot of people might have forgotten about. It was in the days after the shooting, basically when charges were announced against the parents less than a week after the shooting in 2021. The parents went on the run, and there was a statewide manhunt for James and Jennifer Crumbley. Cut to December 3rd, a man who owns a business around here in the Detroit area said that he pulled up to his business at night. There should have been no one there, logically. There was a car there he didn't recognize, two people in it. He got suspicious, and he checked the license plate against news reports, realized, oh my God, this is the car the police are looking for tied to the Crumbleys. He calls 911. Cut to a couple hours later, Detroit police body camera video played in court yesterday of officers in tactical gear storming a warehouse in Detroit, arresting both parents, yelling at them to put their hands up, cuffing them inside that warehouse. It's a really dramatic video and just kind of reiterates how the Crumbleys knew, when they knew that there were charges, potential criminal charges being lobbed against them, they went on the run to try to kind of evade authorities, and it didn't last long, guys, but a huge moment again for the prosecution.
So, Maggie, as we've mentioned, Jennifer could take the stand as soon as today in her own defense. What could we expect if she's asked to testify?
Sure, and there's no set schedule. We expect the prosecution to wrap today. They expected, they said, to wrap yesterday, but they say they may have at least one more witness. Essentially, then the defense will take over if and when they wrap. And Jennifer's attorney said in her opening statement that Jennifer intends to testify in her own defense. She gave no details as to what they expect her to say, but we've heard from parents here of kids who were injured and an attorney for kids, for families of the victims in this shooting. They say all they want from Jennifer Crumbley is the truth. They feel like they keep hearing half-truths truths about what she knew, what she didn't know, what she should have done, what she suspected in her son if they talked about, how much he was struggling. So that's what they want from her. We are anticipating her testimony again to begin as soon as today. Beyond that, what the defense has planned, we'll have to see. But it is feasible, guys, given the pace of kind of these last few witnesses, that could happen today. Potentially, this trial could get handed over to the jury as soon as this week, as this has been moving on at a decent clip. And then we'll obviously wait and see the decision. And again, this unprecedented case here in Michigan.
All right, Maggie, thank you so much.
Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Angela Sanadella for where we go from here. Okay, first, Angela, I think a lot of people yesterday were surprised by this bombshell news of this affair, as well as, of course, what that man had said. But it's not surprising people were surprised because the judge had initially barred prosecutors from disclosing that Jennifer Crumbley was having an affair. But then her opposition to that was later dropped about it being brought up. Why, in the first place, would they be barred from discussing that? And then what factors were being weighed in the decision to eventually drop that?
Right. So the barring happened because the judge felt it was not relevant and it was prejudicial to Jennifer Crumbley. Now, the fact that her opposition dropped that, or that her side dropped that, means that she felt, or her lawyers felt, it could be helpful to their defense in some way. Either because they felt it was going to come out anyway, it was obvious. Look, he was already on the stand when that revelation was made and when her opposition was dropped. So perhaps they thought it enhances her credibility. It could also be related to her taking the stand. Perhaps she's going to say she did rely on him for emotional support. And lastly, I think there were some messages here that her defense team could use to their advantage. The prosecution is painting her to be this absent mother who didn't care at all about him. But from these messages, also, some of them include that she was concerned about her son. She also did blame the school. And I believe that's going to be the crux of the defense, that it was the school who had primary responsibility.
Let's talk more about the prosecution. They're essentially trying to prove that her negligence contributed to these deaths. How are they making that argument, and how well have they presented their case so far?
They've made a pretty strong case so far, and it all comes down to these mental health concerns, plus the fact that they bought him a gun. So those seem to be the two factors that they are putting together. But that said, when the school official was put on the stand and questioned by the defense about how come they did not search his backpack, the school official said, well, it's because he wasn't a real threat. So I think we're going to see the defense continue to pull that through. On one hand, the school is saying quite obviously they told her that he was in danger, that he was a threat. On the other hand, they didn't search. So that's what the defense is going to go with.
So Jennifer and her husband, James, they are the first parents of a mass shooter to be charged in a school shooting like this. They're being tried separately, though. Is all these types of things that we're seeing here, the evidence, going to play into his trial?
Yes, I think without a doubt. Obviously, subject to the judge in that trial deciding what is relevant, what is admissible, and what is not. But all of this testimony under oath seems precisely relevant. Now, with regards to the affair, though, we're not sure how that'll come into play because that might really be irrelevant to his trial.
Angela Sanadella, thank you, as always, for being here.
Breaking this morning, the European Union reached a new deal on funding for Ukraine.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lubanga has that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. Well, that's right. The president of the European Council, Charles Michel, announced on his social media platforms that the leaders of the European Union have reached an agreement to create a 50 billion euro fund for Ukraine. Now, the main obstacle for that deal so far has been the veto by the Prime Minister of Hungary, Viktor Orban. He had been demanding an annual opportunity to veto the issuing of money to Ukraine. Instead, according to EU officials, European Union leaders agreed to a regular review of the way the money is being spent to ease concerns about corruption. Let's now go to the Maldives, where a video shows chaotic scenes in the parliament with lawmakers trading kicks near the speaker's chair. During the fight, others are heard shouting from the floor amid the sounds of toy trumpets. According to local media, the fight broke out after the main opposition Maldivian Democratic Party decided to withhold parliamentary approval for some members of the president's cabinet ahead of a key vote. At least one member of parliament was injured during the violent altercation. And let's end this tour of the world in Scotland, where a monkey has been on the run since Sunday after he escaped from his enclosure. Well, park officials have even been using thermal drones to help them search for the animal in the wilderness of the Scottish Islands and have asked residents to report sightings. But residents seem to be pretty amused about this and are rooting for the animal. The monkey escaped from the Highland Wildlife Park in the small town of Kingusi, so he came to nobody's surprise when the residents renamed or nicknamed the monkey Kingusi Kong, of course. Back to you guys.
Claudio just bringing it this morning with the animal stories.
Perfect nickname. All right.
You're rooting for him. Thanks, Claudio. Coming up, in the midst of America's ongoing opioid crisis, there are growing concerns this morning over a dangerous product you can find right here on Main Street.
It's sometimes called gas station heroin. It's not only addictive, but pretty readily available across the country. So why is it legal? We're going to take a closer look next.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico,
reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We are back now with a warning from some Alabama doctors about a dangerous trend now being seen in other parts of the country. It's an over-the-counter product known as gas station heroin. Doctors say it contains an ingredient called tianeptine, which is highly addictive and readily available. As NBC's Valerie Castro reports, the FDA is now being urged to take action.
It's a drive Chrissy Reifschneider used to do on a regular basis near her home in Huntsville, Alabama.
See these little gas stations right here? Like the mom and pops. These are the places they would sell them.
Buying over-the-counter products dubbed gas station heroin, sometimes labeled as a dietary supplement and containing the synthetic drug tianeptine.
This is where I would come every day and come by 2 to 3 bottles a day.
At the height of her addiction, spending around $150 a day on the brand Tiana Reds that she says would give her energy, constantly using the pills to avoid withdrawals.
It's a dangerous drug. Just because it's legal and over the counters, I compare it to fentanyl and heroin.
So when they say gas station heroin, that's an accurate description?
It's an accurate description insofar that they're hitting similar receptors. It really acts a lot like an opioid.
Dr. William Rushton, a medical toxicologist and director of Alabama's Poison Information Center, says he and his colleagues began to sound the alarm in 2019 as calls from emergency room doctors began to pour in. Patients were being admitted to ICUs with concerning symptoms, some in the throes of a dangerous withdrawal.
It's not just when you take it, but it's when you stop taking it, becoming sort of very ill, very agitated, potentially having seizures.
The drug is legal in parts of Europe, prescribed as an antidepressant, but it's not approved in the U.S. for medical use. Alabama passed legislation in 2021 banning tianeptine, followed by several neighboring southern states. But despite the crackdown, the problem is growing.
We absolutely know now it's spreading throughout the rest of the country, and we're seeing it in the Northeast United States.
Nationwide, America's poison centers have seen a steady increase in calls. The Food and Drug Administration issuing warnings as recently as this year, focusing on the brand Neptune's Fix Elixir, linking it to adverse event reports of seizures, loss of consciousness, and death. Calling on retailers to stop selling the product and announcing that the maker has agreed to a voluntary recall. The company stating in a recall announcement, distribution channels have not reported any adverse events from the use of its products. NBC News reached out to the makers of Tiana Reds, Pegasus, Zaza, and Neptune's Fix for comment, but did not hear back. The FDA doesn't have the authority to approve dietary supplements for safety, but is now under pressure from a handful of bipartisan lawmakers, sending a letter to the agency in January stating the urgent need for FDA action on tianeptine cannot be overstated.
We need to empower the FDA to have sort of more regulation over a lot of these supplements out there, so that we don't have to play defensive. We know we can play more offensive.
Reif Schneider has now taken to social media warning others.
These things are the devil's candy.
Saying her withdrawal even led to thoughts of suicide.
Something switched in my brain, like this is how you need to end your life. This is it.
Sharing these pictures of herself during what she says were her darkest times.
Describe the person that you see when you look back at those photos.
Death. I don't even know who she is. It's scary.
Now, almost 4 years sober and newly married, she's focused not only on her recovery, but sharing her story to help others.
I honestly never thought I would even be here. Everybody has a story, and I know you might not think something, could help someone, but one little thing can change someone's life.
Our thanks to Valerie Castro for that report. Well, tianeptine is not approved by the FDA for any medical use, and it has not been reviewed for safety, effectiveness, or quality. That letter from lawmakers asked the FDA if any steps have been taken to regulate this drug under the Controlled Substances Act, similar to cocaine or marijuana. A spokesperson said they will respond to those questions directly to lawmakers.
In a first-of-its-kind study, researchers at Stanford and Harvard University say some students are bouncing back after falling behind during the pandemic. But they also say there is still work to be done, especially when it comes to low-income school districts. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander has the details.
It was a troubling trademark of the pandemic, students learning through computer screens with growing concern over just how much they would be set back. In the first-of-its-kind study, experts are now examining just how quickly students are recovering, looking at test scores across 30 states for 3rd through 8th graders, comparing scores from 2019 to 2022 with those from 2023. They found while many students have made gains, they are still far behind pre-pandemic scores. In math, which took the hardest hit, students have made up about 1/3 of that regression, and in reading, 25%.
It suggests we're on our way to a full recovery. We're certainly not there yet, but I think we've made up a lot more ground in 1 year than many people would have predicted, certainly more than we've ever made historically in 1 year.
But the numbers also show the education gap between wealthy and low-income districts only widened with the pandemic.
My worry is that the educational legacy of the pandemic will be a kind of persistent widened inequality.
Making matters worse, experts say, a $122 billion federal relief package to help fund programs like tutoring and summer school is set to end in September.
How critical is that money when it comes to your recovery?
It was paramount.
Dr. Mark Sullivan is superintendent of Birmingham City Schools, where math test scores have almost completely returned to pre-pandemic levels. He credits more school hours and staff support with making the difference. But when that money goes away,
we really have to be strategic in only keeping those programs that we can afford that really move the needle on student achievement.
schools making significant strides with a long way to go. Blaine Alexander, NBC News.
Coming up, Travis Kelce is spilling the tea, or at least a few drops of tea, on his relationship with Taylor Swift.
What the Chiefs tight end had to say about their love story and all the hate. We've got the lowdown next on Morning News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
You do have points or you have miles. Is now a good time to use them?
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. We're now hearing more details about the headline-making love story of Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. It's coming straight from the source.
One of the sources, yeah. In a new interview, Kelce opening up about their relationship and how the two are supporting each other during the heights of their careers. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is here with more on that. Emily, good morning.
Guys, good morning. The world seems to be captivated by their relationship, which has taken over the NFL, pop culture, and of course, social media. Now Travis Kelce is opening up about how he and Taylor Swift are handling the intense, to say the least, spotlight, and if fans can finally expect to see them together in Taylor's territory.
This morning, Travis Kelce speaking out.
The glass is full. It's not even half full. It's full.
Basking in the glow of his playoffs win and sharing new details about his relationship with Taylor Swift.
This guy's everything that we would like be a football player, and he's in love.
It's a beautiful thing, isn't it?
After that on-field appearance sent Swifties swooning.
Check on your Taylor Swift fans, guys. We are not okay.
Kelce revealed they started dating a month before Swift's first appearance at a Chiefs game in September.
I think the secret's out.
Since then, she's attended 11 more. Some football fans complaining about Swift's screen time during games, but the sports world coming to the couple's defense.
We celebrate all these goofballs jumping on tables in Buffalo and cheese hats. Matthew McConaughey and Drake and Jack Nicholson, man and Eminem, and it's cool. And can I get a selfie? And I can't believe I saw. And a young, attractive, beautiful, talented woman comes on for 25 seconds. And you're bothered.
Travis saying the two shake it off.
How much the world wants to paint the picture and make us the enemy, we just have fun with it, and we enjoy every single bit of it.
And reflecting on Taylor's presence on the sidelines.
I love it when Taylor comes and supports me and enjoys the game with the fam and friends. It's been nothing but just a wonderful year, man.
Travis's brother Jason Kelsey even congratulating Swift on the big win.
Shout out to the newest members of the Chiefs Kingdom, Taylor Swift, who has officially reached the Super Bowl in her rookie year. That's got to be good.
Shout out to Tay. Thanks for joining the team.
But before the Super Bowl showdown, the pop sensation has the Grammys, where she's up for 6 awards, including Album of the Year. Her beau bursting the bubble of fans hoping for the couple's red carpet debut.
I wish I could go support Taylor at the Grammys and watch her win every single award that she's nominated for. But unfortunately, I got to get ready for this big old Super Bowl that we got in a week.
And by the way, before Travis Kelce was even in the picture, his coach, Andy Reid, knew Taylor Swift from Philadelphia and says he's poked fun at Travis for it. He applauded the pair for how they've handled their closely followed relationship and says it has not been a distraction.
I mean, he brought it in that last
Right?
game.
I mean, they
As
made it to the
someone who
Super
was
Bowl,
there
so.
And married to a Ravens fan. It was like, okay, Travis Kelce came to play today.
Yeah,
so
proof
it
is in the
definitely
pudding.
doesn't seem distracted. Emily Aketa, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
All right, let's get to the latest read on unemployment.
NBC's Savannah Hanau has those numbers for us and some other money headlines. Hey, Savannah, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Yeah, so we are just getting some fresh data on the health of the economy and labor market. Jobless claims up 9,000 to 224,000 last week. Economists were expecting 214,000. Now, tomorrow, though, we get the monthly jobs report before the opening bell, so we'll be keeping a close eye on that. All right, Universal Music Group has started to remove the song catalog of artists it represents, including Taylor Swift and Olivia Rodrigo. This from TikTok after talks to renew a licensing agreement broke down this week. Now, Universal has accused TikTok of trying to bully it into a bad deal, while TikTok says the label is putting its own interest above those of its artists. Now, all Universal-owned music featured in TikTok videos will be muted, and users will have to replace the removed tracks with alternative options. Starbucks is adding a romance to the menu for Valentine's Day. The chain unveiling 2 new drinks that you can buy in stores and through the Starbucks app. The chocolate-covered strawberry cream frappuccino, sounds delicious, and a chocolate hazelnut cookie cold brew. There's also a new collection of Valentine's themed drinkware, including cold cups, mugs, and tumblers with hearts and floral designs. All this for a limited time, guys.
How many calories is a chocolate?
But it sounds delicious.
Strawberry? It does sound good, but it's like...
I don't know. I'm like,
I mean, sounds like I could only have a sip.
All these
I could
like
only have a sip of
milkshake
that.
things, yeah.
Yeah,
All right,
just for a sip.
You might like it. You love sweet stuff.
I like sweet stuff, but I do like basic cold brew coffee.
Yeah.
So there you go. All right,
Yeah.
thanks.
Coming up, a historic restoration effort is underway this morning as Black History Month begins.
After the break, the mission of one centuries-old Virginia schoolhouse that brought critical knowledge to those who needed it most. We're going to explain next.
report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Black History Month begins today, and rock star Lenny Kravitz is reflecting on his barrier-breaking career in People magazine. Kravitz says he was told that if he wanted to succeed, he needed to make music similar to other black artists on the radio, but he refused and instead pulled from all kinds of genres to make his first album. Clearly, that worked out well for him. The rock star set to receive the People's Music Icon Award at this year's People's Choice Awards, along with the Recording Academy's Global Impact Award by the Black Music Collective. All well-deserved.
Absolutely, and very cool awards. Joe, thank you so much. Well, this morning we're getting an exclusive look at a schoolhouse that's believed to be the oldest structure in North America dedicated to the education of black children. Today's show anchor Craig Melvin takes us inside the efforts to restore the building and preserve its historic legacy.
It's not strange to see old-looking buildings around Colonial Williamsburg, but this one, now covered in scaffolding, was hiding in plain sight for decades before researchers established it had once been the Williamsburg Brace School.
1830s.
Janice Kennedy has lived here all her life. She passed the building countless times not knowing its past, and for her, history is empowering.
I needed to know so I could teach my children who they were, so they would feel like when they walk into a space that they had every right to be there. They needed anybody to approve of them.
The Brace School operated from 1760 to 1774. Its mission, to educate black children, most of them enslaved. Dr. Maureen Elgersman Lee is the director of the Brace School Lab at William & Mary.
The Brace Associates were based in London. They were rooted in the Anglican faith, and they had a real mission to educate children that they considered heathens.
The enslavers actually thought they were saving their souls. Students ages 3 to 10 were taught to read the Bible and other books, the lessons geared toward teaching religion and obedience. But no one could control what they did with that knowledge.
We do know that at least one child who went to the Brace School, Isaac B., ran away on 2 different occasions.
The school closed when its teacher died, and in part because of the American Revolution, it never reopened. The building stayed on the campus of William & Mary, used for housing and other purposes, until it was moved in 1930 to make way for a new dormitory. After it was certified as a former home of the Brace School, Colonial Williamsburg bought the building and moved it to a new location last year. Matt Webster is the chief architect.
They actually built the trailer underneath of the building, and then we pulled it out, we brought it here. We had a foundation already built, and then we slid the building across on big I-beams to where the spot that you see it now.
Webster's team is now working to restore the building before it's open to the public this fall. So Matt, this is wood from the 1700s?
It is. This wood is from 1760. We know that because we actually did a study called dendrochronology. So it's looking at growth patterns in trees, tree ring dating. We know that the trees felled to build this building were felled in the winter of 1759, 1760, spring of 1760, and the school opened September 29th, 1760.
Now, Kennedy can see her family's history with her own eyes. One of her ancestors was a free black child who attended the Brace School. Elijah Jones was there. She was overcome with emotions when she first went into the building after learning its true history.
I can't even describe how surreal that was, and be able to look out the window and walk where they possibly walked. Wonder how many of those children that were in those buildings from different times were actually a part of me, not just the one that we know about, but how many more.
When you walk through it, what'd you feel?
A lot of emotion, joy, sorrow. I wish my mother was here to know about it. I wish my grandfather was here to know about it.
She thinks about her family, who've been in this area since they were brought here, and just how far they've come.
They planted those seeds. They cast our seeds to the wind. The wind picked them up and took them everywhere, and we are everywhere. We've impacted this nation. So that shows how powerful we are, how we thrive, and that's why the story's so important.
Our thanks to Craig Melvin for that report. The Bray School is set to open to the public in September. While Colonial Williamsburg works on the physical structure, scholars at the Bray School Lab are working to gather oral histories and make contact with descendants of students from the school. What an incredible undertaking.
Fantastic project. Also fascinated how they could determine when that wood was.
Absolutely.
It's like just a little tidbit in there that was really interesting as well.
Totally. The whole project is just so impressive that people are able to successfully do such a thing. And as you said earlier, we'll be bringing lots more stories like this throughout Black History Month.
Absolutely. All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us, though, because the news continues right now. Right now on Morning News Now, historic hearing on Capitol Hill. Tempers flared as lawmakers blasted the CEOs of 5 major social media companies for what they say was rampant sexual exploitation and drug trafficking on their platforms.
We are here in this hearing because as a collective, your platforms really suck.
You have an army of lawyers and lobbyists that have fought us on this every step of the way.
We'll bring you the moment where Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg apologized to families after being told he has blood on his hands, and the big question about what happens next. Also this morning, the U.S. preparing to strike back after a drone attack killed 3 American soldiers in Jordan, who the U.S. now says was responsible and what retaliation could look like. A deadly collapse. At least 3 people were killed and nearly a dozen others hurt after a building under construction collapsed at the Boise, Idaho airport. What we've learned about the structure as investigators work to figure out what went wrong. And bad blood. Taylor Swift has become the target of conservative conspiracy theories that has some seeing red. Separately, we'll tell you why her record label is now pulling her music from TikTok as we separate fact from folklore.
All sorts of interesting theories that are being spread online.
Lots of theories, and we love a chance to make a little Taylor Swift pun.
Good to have you with us this morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for joining us. We're going to get started in Washington with the fallout from that Senate Judiciary Committee hearing on online child safety. Executives from 5 major social media companies testified and were grilled by lawmakers for hours.
The hearing was aimed at addressing serious questions about how platforms are impacting children. Lawmakers accused the tech leaders of failing to protect young users from abuse. To help punctuate that point, the committee room was filled with families of victims of online exploitation. Executives faced tough questions, leading to some contentious back and forth moments. Here's a snippet from yesterday's hearing.
Have you ever been a member of the Chinese Communist Party?
Senator, I'm Singaporean. No.
Have you ever been associated or affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party?
No, Senator. Again, I'm Singaporean.
You have convinced over 2 billion people to give up all of their personal information, every bit of it, in exchange for getting to see what their high school friends had for dinner Saturday night. That's pretty much your business model, isn't it?
It's not how I would characterize it. Your platform is basically an espionage arm for the Chinese Communist Party. Why should you not be banned in the United States of America?
There are a lot that is slipping through. It appears that you're trying to be the premier sex trafficking
Of course
site
not, Senator.
in this country.
Senator, that's ridiculous.
No, it
Senator,
is not ridiculous.
In a few moments, we are going to hear from someone who was in that room, a mother whose son died by suicide. We do want to begin with NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin and NBC News youth and internet culture reporter Kellen Rosenblatt. Julie, let's start with you. Just walk us through what else happened during the hearing. What were some of the key takeaways?
Hey guys, well, this was a multi-hour hearing. You heard some of the emotion behind with the parents behind the tech CEOs who were sitting there getting grilled by senators. This is an issue rare nowadays to have bipartisan agreement between Republicans and Democrats that big tech, in this case specifically when it comes to kids' safety online, needs to be railed in. There were some testy exchanges. There were remarks made by the CEOs of these companies. I should note about half of them appeared before the committee on subpoena. They did not appear willingly. Take a listen to what they had to say.
We also support setting industry standards on age-appropriate content and limiting signals for advertising to teens to age and location and not behavior. At the end of the day, we want everyone who uses our services to have safe and positive experiences.
As a mother, this is personal, and I share the sense of urgency. X is an entirely new company. You have my personal commitment that X will be active and a part of this solution.
Guys, X is actually one of those companies that the committee, the Judiciary Committee, had to subpoena in order to appear before this panel. There was also a moment that you referenced where Mark Zuckerberg, followed by a question by Senator Josh Hawley, a Republican, actually turned to the parents and apologized to them. Some of the parents afterwards told our Kate Snow that they didn't buy that apology, but still, this was a stunning moment with big tech CEOs on the Hill getting that bipartisan grilling. The question is, will any legislation actually come from it?
Kellen, let's bring you in here. As we mentioned, there were family members who attended the hearing, families that had been impacted, they say, by these negative experiences on social media. What's been some of their reaction to what they heard in that room yesterday?
Well, Savannah, Joe, you didn't need to talk to the parents one-on-one to get a sense of what they thought. At one point, they were booing and hissing these tech CEOs. They were laughing at things that they said. And these senators were getting applause breaks, something that's super rare in these hearings. It was clear that the parents thought that the responses from the tech CEOs were a joke. I believe they said that. And we have actually two parents who were in the room. Here's what they had to say about the tech hearing.
He looked at me, he looked at my daughter's picture, and nothing. I don't feel like he has emotion in general.
I thought that was a joke. Honestly, you know, that was just one of those moments where he was caught red-handed. He's embarrassed, he's mortified, and now he needs to answer for everything that's happening.
These tech CEOs were fighting uphill to make inroads with these parents. It's clear that yesterday they were unimpressed.
Julie, you know, a big question now that remains following the hearing is whether any legislation will actually make it through Congress, will actually pass. We see this unanimous bipartisan support there in that hearing. So what's going on? What are some of the obstacles in the way?
Look, Congress has long not been able to tackle big tech. They have not been able to regulate really the internet in the 28 years that it's been around. That's a point that Senator Amy Klobuchar made relentlessly in the room. But still, there are at least 5 pieces of legislation swirling around, a lot of it with a lot of bipartisan support. And this isn't legislation that was written up yesterday. Some of these bills have been around for years. This isn't the first time we're seeing these big tech CEOs grilled by Congress either. But something Klobuchar and other senators pointed to is the massive lobbying powers that these companies have. Some of the legislation that we're seeing includes Section 232 reform that will enable parents and really anybody who wants to sue these companies in civil court to do so. Right now, they're not able to. That's something Senator Lindsey Graham, who's the top Republican on the Judiciary panel, said he wants to try and pass by unanimous consent. That means no floor vote. He wants that to happen before the fall. He said there's something else known as the Kids Online Safety Act from Senators Blackburn and Blumenthal, which would give parents more control over what their children have access to online. Again, all of these bills, they might have unanimous support, but the question is, will they get the floor time? Will they get the support and effort from Congress to pass it? Majority Leader Schumer told NBC News it's a top priority for him.
Callan, these CEOs were asked directly many times, would you support this piece of legislation? Would you support this piece of legislation? For the most part, they kind of dodged answering directly or just said not at this point. But we did hear them touting things that they have done or money that they have committed in these spaces. What have these platforms tried to do in recent years to address abuse on their platforms?
Well, platforms have a lot of controls for parents. They specifically put in oversight for parents to see what their children are messaging, what they're looking at. They put in time restrictions. There are many, many tools that parents can use to watch what their children are doing. And there are many tools that try to either nudge teens away from dangerous content or even tell them, to take a break from these apps. The issue is that the internet and social media are still the Wild West. As Julie mentioned, they're still super underregulated. And I think parents are really looking for more oversight from Washington, D.C., so they can relax a little when their kids are on these platforms, knowing that someone else is holding these tech CEOs accountable.
All right, Julie and Callan, thank you both for kicking us off this hour. We appreciate it.
And right now we are actually joined by one of those parents. Sharon Winkler is with us. Her son Alex died by suicide at the age of 17, and she was at the hearing yesterday. Sharon, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us. And we want to start by saying we are sorry for your loss. As I just mentioned, your son Alex died by suicide back in 2017. And we understand this was after being bullied by anonymous users online. And first, I'm just wondering your thoughts on the hearing yesterday, what you heard in the room, and if you think any progress was made.
Well, I was very disappointed. None of the CEOs convinced me that youth online safety was a key priority for them. It was especially disappointing to hear Mark Zuckerberg maintain that no one could prove that his platforms caused youth harms. Most of the senators presented very thorough and convincing arguments that these platforms do not cause youth harms. However, I agree with Senator Graham that we've had enough hearings and it's time for Congress to take some action and pass COSA now.
We want to thank you for sharing that beautiful picture of your son Alex behind you there. I want to ask you a little more about one of the things that made so many headlines. Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg apologizing directly to you. We're going to show that moment real quickly here.
I'm sorry for everything that you have all gone through. It's terrible. No one should have to go through the things that your families have suffered. And this is why we invest so much and are going to continue doing industry-leading efforts to make sure that no one has to go through the types of things that your families have had to suffer.
We just heard some parents say they didn't buy it. They thought it was a joke. How did you feel in that moment? Did you think it was genuine?
Well, it was good to be seen and acknowledged, especially after Meta's platform so often refused to take any action against users who post harmful content or to even take that content down. I thank Senator Hawley for pushing for the apology, but I doubt that it's going to make any changes at Meta.
Sharon, for people who maybe don't have children or aren't exposed to these platforms or in trying to keep their kids safe from something and who might think, bullying also happens in school or texting can be a form of communication that could essentially be harmful. How would legislation specifically around social media, something like the Kids Online Safety Act, make a material difference? How do you think it would save lives?
There are many ways that the COSA will save lives. First of all, is the duty of care. It makes companies accountable for preventing and mitigating specific harms, such as suicide, eating disorders, cyberbullying, substance abuse, and sexual exploitation. It has safeguards for minors, such as the safest settings by default, the ability to easily opt out of algorithms, mandates emergency reporting systems that address urgent concerns such as cyberbullying in an expedited time frame. It also calls for transparency, requiring that platforms make publicly available independent third-party risk assessments, and mandates that qualified researchers have access to platform data. COSA does not censor content. It regulates technologies by requiring that platforms are designed with youth safety as the highest priority.
Sharon, we just want to give you a moment to tell us a little more about your son, Alex, and how do you hope to honor his memory?
You know, Alex was a terrific kid. He was so fun and so sensitive. He cared for other people so much. And I'd like to think that he's here with me, hoping that we can prevent this tragedy from happening to other families.
Mm-hmm. Sharon Winkler, we appreciate your time. Thank you so much for sharing your experience in that room as well as telling us about your son. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And if you or anyone you know is struggling, you can call or text the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline right there on your screen, 988.
Let's turn now to some other news in the Middle East and the ongoing fallout from Sunday's drone attack in Jordan that killed 3 U.S. soldiers and injured dozens more.
U.S. officials say they're still weighing a response, but say the retaliatory campaign could take weeks. It comes as the White House attributed the attack to a group called Islamic Resistance in Iraq.
Joining us now, NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa and Jonathan Lord, a senior fellow and director of the Middle East Security Program at the Center for a New American Security and former Department of Defense analyst. Good morning to both of you. Thanks for joining us. Ali, let's start with you. So tell us a little more about who the U.S. is blaming for this drone attack. We understand one of the groups, which is part of the Islamic Resistance umbrella, is the one that recently announced it was suspending attacks on U.S. forces. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right, Joe. And the Pentagon says in reaction to that vow that actions speak louder than words. And as far as how the attribution for this attack that killed 3 U.S. service members and injured dozens of others has evolved. Remember, earlier this week, we saw the president issue a statement where he attributed this attack directly to Iranian-backed militias, but said that the U.S. intelligence community was still gathering more facts. Then yesterday, we saw White House officials come out and directly pin this on the Islamic resistance group in Iraq. Listen to how National Security Council spokesperson Admiral John Kirby talked about this yesterday in the White House press briefing.
We believe that the attack in Jordan was planned, resourced, and facilitated by an umbrella group called the Islamic Resistance in Iraq, which contains multiple groups, including Kataib Hezbollah. You can't take what a group like Kataib Hezbollah says at face value. They're not the sole proprietors here of the violence that has been visited on our people.
And for context, remember, Iran has denied responsibility for this attack. And while the U.S. can't directly pin the blame on Iran for this, the intelligence community has clearly said that this attack appears to have Iran's fingerprints on it, with Iran providing financial and military support to these militias. The president directly blaming Iran for providing that support to those groups earlier this week, guys.
Ali, do we have any more clues at this point about what retaliation could look like?
Yes, well, we did hear the president say earlier this week that he has decided on a response after being presented with an array of options by his national security team. And officials are being careful not to signal any specifics, but we are getting some expectations on what we could see next. They're saying that this is going to be a multi-phased approach that could last several weeks. It won't just be a day. As far as targets, this could include cyber operations in an effort to disrupt the communication and coordination of this group. It could include a financial aspect as well in the form of sanctions. And obviously there's that military component where we know that GOP lawmakers have been pressuring the president to strike directly inside Iran. U.S. officials continuing to stress that they do not seek a conflict with Iran. But obviously because of the escalation with U.S. service members being killed, we do expect targets to be targeted outside of Iran, possibly Jordan, where these troops were killed, and Syria and Iraq, where we know that U.S. service members have also been targeted, and where these militia groups also have weapons storehouses, you guys.
Jonathan, let's bring you in here and tap some of your expertise. What more can you tell us about the group involved, and how concerned should we be that whatever shape this retaliatory campaign takes, that it will drag the U.S. into potentially a prolonged war?
But both good questions. We'll start with the first one. That's a little bit easier. Kataib Hezbollah is really the premier Iran-backed militant force within Iraq. It is of the groups the most capable, the most highly trained. Most of these groups were dormant after the U.S. left Iraq in 2011 and really came back in a big way when ISIS was expanding. They have stuck around. They have received immense amounts of support from Iran, both financial and military, to include the weapons that Kataib Hezbollah is now firing on U.S. forces. We've seen over 150 of these attacks since the beginning of the conflict in Gaza. So that's likely to continue in some form or fashion. As for escalation, the administration has been very overt in its goal to avoid escalation. They have been messaging that. That is responsible. In some ways, however, it might actually be counterproductive in the sense that it's given Tehran, the capital of Iran, a freer hand to slowly escalate in all regions of the Middle East, knowing that the U.S. is going to self-censor and restrain its own action. Ultimately, we'll have to see.
With that in mind, Jonathan, what you've just laid out, this connection, of course, to the conflict we're seeing in Israel and Gaza, is the U.S. doing enough, both publicly and privately, to bring this conflict to an end?
Yeah, I think there's wide agreement that the conflict needs to end. But realistically speaking, it doesn't appear that the Israelis can end this conflict absent reaching the two main goals. Goal number one, return of the remaining hostages, of which there are 136, half a dozen of whom are actually Americans. And the other goal is the destruction of Hamas's military and political capabilities. So unless Israel can at least achieve one of those, really both of those, it's very hard, I think, for Israel's political and military leaders to return to a population which is highly shocked and traumatized from the terrorist events of October 7th and say that they have accomplished their goals and defended the state of Israel and been able to protect the Israeli population in the future.
All right, Ali, Rafa, and Jonathan Lord, thank you both. Appreciate it.
Well, at least 3 people are dead and 9 others were injured after a hangar that was under construction at the Boise, Idaho airport collapsed. It happened Wednesday evening while crews were working on the steel frame of the building. Officials say a crane was placing something onto that structure when it collapsed. First responders described the scene as chaotic, saying it was difficult to reach the injured people and hoists had to be used to move the heavy steel beams. Investigators are now trying to determine what caused the frame to collapse.
More rain, snow, and wind continue to pound the west. For more, let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
We've got Michelle Grossman in studio with us this morning. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Good morning. Yeah, the atmospheric river does continue. We're looking at heavy rain falling in the state of California. Once again, the axis of the heavy rain will shift to the southern parts of California, but still seeing some heavy rain in San Francisco this morning, Fresno, Los Angeles. You're looking at heavy rain. That's where we're seeing those darker colors. And we're also looking at heavy snow, too. We could see 3 to 4 feet of snow in the Sierra Nevada mountains. As we go throughout today into tomorrow, a little break on Saturday and then Sunday, and more powerful storm moves in Sunday into Monday. Millions under alerts. We're looking at 1 million under winter alerts, 25 million under wind alerts. That's going to bring down some power lines and cause some power outages. 22 million under flood alerts, where you see the green there. And we are looking at the chance for flash flooding because the ground is so soggy from a storm we had a week ago. So this is a setup area of low pressure, bringing that rain, that stream of moisture off the Pacific. So soaking rain for Southern California, rain and snow pushing into the Great Basin, into the Rockies. That's going to continue as we go throughout tomorrow. And then also looking at the chance for strong to severe storms in portions of the southern plains, especially where you see those dark colors. Even saw a little purple on our future cast, and that could indicate that we could see some hail falling tomorrow. Saturday, we're going to see the rain and storms advancing into the Mississippi Valley, snow and wind continuing to blast the Rockies, and then we get a little break before that storm moves in Sunday into Monday. This is the second storm. Atmospheric river continues another one. This is going to be stronger than what we're seeing now, and this is a pretty strong one. Rain, wind, and snow hitting California once again. That's going to lead to the chance for some flash flooding. Also, high winds are going to lead to the chance of more power outages on Sunday into Monday. This is for today, a flash flood risk. We're looking at rainfall rates at 3/4 of an inch per hour on top of that really soggy ground. Could see 1 to 3 inches of rain, and then in the snow, the highest elevations on the mountains could see 3 to 4 feet. Most of the peak will see 2 feet of snow. So a lot of snow in the mountains there. Otherwise, we're looking at really warm weather in portions of the middle of the country into the southern plains. Some spots in the southern plains could be in the 70s and breaking records there. Back to you guys.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much. As tax season gets underway, the House of Representatives has approved a $78 billion tax package that could give many families a boost. It would expand the child tax credit and cut taxes for millions of low-income families. It was an overwhelming display of bipartisanship. The House voted 357 to 70 to pass the bill. That child tax credit expansion could help an estimated 16 million children in low-income families in just the first year alone. The bill also includes tax breaks for businesses, but it does face a more difficult path in the Senate, where a vote is not yet scheduled.
Let's stay on your wallet and get to that news out of the Fed yesterday. They kept interest rates unchanged as expected.
But with inflation still above the Fed's 2% target, Chair Jerome Powell appeared to dash hopes of a March rate cut, and that surprised many market watchers who were predicting a cut at the next meeting.
The question really is, that 6 months of good inflation data, is it sending us a true signal that we are in fact on a path, a sustainable path down to 2% inflation? That's the question. We need to see more evidence that sort of confirms what we think we're seeing and that tells us that we are on, gives us confidence that we're on a path to a sustainable path down to 2% inflation.
We've got our friend Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver here with us. Of course, Caleb, good to see you. I know you have a countdown clock for the next one already.
Yeah, that's already going. 48 days, 6 hours, and 36 minutes, but I'm not counting.
There we go. All right.
I'm doing the counting.
So it does seem far away. Okay, so that's when we're going to hear potentially about this March rate cut, but it seems like that's not happening. Were you surprised by that? And tell us a little bit more about what we heard from him.
Yeah, basically what he said is he doesn't think the committee, the Federal Open Market Committee that makes the decision on interest rates, will reach a level of confidence by that meeting to cut rates. They've alluded to the fact they will cut rates this year, probably 3 times, probably 0.75%, but hold your horses is basically what he's saying. They want to see inflation sticking around the 2% range. We did get the personal consumption expenditures index. That's the Fed's preferred gauge of inflation last Friday. 2% on a 3- and 6-month basis, but they want to see it throughout the year. They don't want to be surprised by inflation perking back up again.
So if it's not March, when could it be? And in the interim, just for everyday Americans, what's the impact they're seeing right now by not seeing this?
Probably at the May meeting. What does it mean? When the Fed raises interest rates or keeps them up here between 5.25% and 5.5%, it drives up mortgage rates, it drives up credit card APRs, it drives up new and used car loans. Anytime we borrow money, it's based off the Fed's prime rate, and the Fed's keeping that rate right here until prices, inflation in general, stays around the 2% zone. If you look at CPI, Consumer Price Index, that's the broader measure of goods, that's still around 3%. So we'll get another couple of inflation reports, a jobs report tomorrow for January. All that is data the Fed's going to use to decide whether or not they'll cut in March or May, but it feels like it's a May thing now.
What are you going to be looking for in that jobs report?
Well, we want to see if hiring is continuing to remain robust across sectors that pay well, but also wage increases have been a big deal over the last year and a half. They're up about 4%. If wages keep increasing, that's a little hot for the Fed. They want to see wages cool and hiring mellow to about 150,000 jobs a month. If we see that, it shows that we're kind of on the normalization track. That's what the Fed wants.
Normal, yay.
Yeah, what does that
mean?
A
boring normal economy that grows a little bit. That's what we want.
Caleb Silver, thank you as always.
Coming up, a warning from the FBI director about Chinese hackers.
Yeah, why he says they're preparing to wreak havoc on the U.S. and where they could strike.
But first, as senators push to reach a deal at the border, we're hearing from migrants caught in the middle of this political battle. That is next.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it love that.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just fits.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're back now with a look at the crisis at the southern border, which continues making headlines on Capitol Hill. House Republicans are moving closer to possibly impeaching the Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas. They're accusing him of failing to limit the flow of migrants at the southern border. NBC News correspondent David Noriega joins us from Eagle Pass, Texas, a border town that's really been at the center of this political battle as of late. David, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Yeah, I've been in Eagle Pass for a few days now. It's really remarkable how much this one small city on the border has become the main stage in this national political drama. First, last month, the city saw record numbers of migrants crossing the river here behind me. And even though those numbers are now way down, the tensions here are still quite high, as they are in D.C. The border crisis landing at the doorstep of the White House as pressure mounts on President Biden.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Shortly after 1 a.m., House Republicans moving forward articles of impeachment against Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, which, if successful, would make him the first cabinet member to be impeached in nearly 150 years.
Serious harm has occurred.
Republicans accusing the secretary of willfully ignoring the law, which they say has led to millions of migrant crossings.
President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas have designed this catastrophe.
Mayorkas calling the accusations baseless. Meanwhile, a new immigration bill mired in uncertainty.
A bipartisan bill would be good for America and help fix our broken immigration system.
The president saying he was ready to, quote, shut down the border if Congress allowed him.
If that bill were the law today, I'd shut down the border right now and fix it quickly.
Two sources familiar with the negotiations saying the proposed bill would force border authorities to turn away all migrants, even if they're seeking asylum, if the daily average of migrant encounters at the border hits 5,000 over a 7-day period, or if it hits 8,500 in a single day. And if a shutdown were to occur, 1,400 migrants would still be allowed to enter with an appointment through a port of entry per day. This is the only migrant shelter in Eagle Pass. Last month, more than 18,000 people came through the shelter. This room was completely packed. Right now, as you can see, it's almost empty. Some people say that this is an invasion, the number of people coming across the border. What do you think of that?
It's not an invasion. These people have a motive to leave their countries, and it's very sad to listen their stories.
We spoke to a mother from Colombia, one of the few migrants at the shelter. She didn't want to show her face over concerns for their safety. She says there are a lot of people coming, but instead of shutting down the border, they should try to understand what's pushing them to migrate in the first place. This small border town of Eagle Pass has become a stage for political theater. The Texas National Guard has shut down parts of the border in a standoff with the federal government, and locals are now bracing themselves for the possible arrival of a convoy of Trump supporters that's set to arrive in town in just a few days. Some of those Trump supporters already trickling in some cases driving to the border from hours away.
I think there's people that need to come in, but everything's not being done right. They're just letting everybody in, and I don't think it's good for our country.
Now some locals in Eagle Pass saying they're tired of being caught in the middle of a political turf war. Joe, I spoke to one local official who was not able to speak to me on camera about the extent to which local city officials are bracing themselves for the possible arrival of this convoy. Now, we don't know how big the convoy is going to be. There are some early indications that it's not nearly as big as organizers say that it is, but that's just one example of the way this city and the people who live here feel like they've been thrust into a political battle that they did not ask to be a part of. Joe.
All right, David Noriega. David, thank you so much.
Now let's get to a new warning from the FBI over the threat of hacking by China. As NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian explains, FBI Director Christopher Wray says China is preparing to, quote, wreak havoc on American infrastructure in the event of war.
FBI Director Christopher Wray told lawmakers Wednesday that China is hacking civilian networks in the United States so that it can cause destruction and panic in the event of a conflict. Officials say the U.S. needs to step up cybersecurity. The FBI director sounding the alarm about Chinese efforts to attack American power grids, transportation systems, and communications networks.
China's hackers are positioning on American infrastructure in preparation to wreak havoc and cause real-world harm to American citizens and communities.
And Christopher Wray announcing a major takedown of a Chinese hacking operation on American soil, dubbed Volt Typhoon.
Working with our partners, the FBI ran a court-authorized on-network operation to shut down Volt Typhoon and the access it enabled. Steps China was taking, in other words, to find and prepare to destroy or degrade the civilian critical infrastructure that keeps us safe and prosperous.
Wray and other officials say China poses the world's greatest cyber threat, and they warn that Americans remain vulnerable. U.S. Cybersecurity Chief Jen Easterly describing the devastating impact of a potential massive Chinese cyber attack.
Telecommunications going down so people can't use their cell phone. People start getting sick from polluted water. Trains get derailed. Air traffic control system, port control systems are malfunctioning. This is truly an everything, everywhere, all at once scenario.
Easterly said China believes that sort of cyber attack would crush any American will to defend Taiwan from a Chinese invasion. In a statement to NBC News, a Chinese government spokesman denied China hacks into foreign networks, calling it irresponsible criticism. One thing that didn't come up at the hearing was America's own offensive cyber capabilities, which are substantial and rarely discussed. But U.S. officials say they would follow international law in the event of a cyber war and not target civilian networks not linked to the military. Back to you.
All right, Ken Delanian, strong reporting. Thank you very much.
Let's check on international headlines. This morning, protesters are demanding more from Haiti's government as gang violence worsens on the island nation.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga has details on that as well as other world news. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. Well, that's right. It definitely looks like that the ongoing crime wave in Haiti has reached boiling point, and protesters burned this barricade in the capital, Port-au-Prince. The people are pushing back against the government led by Prime Minister Ariel Henry, demanding that more should be done to fix the rising rate of gang violence that continue to displace residents in droves. In fact, according to UNICEF, over 300,000 people have become internally displaced, and kidnappings have nearly doubled since 2022. These heavily armed gangs currently control most of the capital. And let's travel to Hong Kong now, where 4 additional people were found guilty of rioting over a major protest that happened back in 2019. Nearly 5 years ago, hundreds broke into and ransacked the legislature of the financial center. This event was at the height of pro-democracy, anti-government protests in China, and these rioting charges can come up with 10 years in jail. And we end this short tour of the world with a situation that might make you say, oh dear. Well, a mant jack, which is a kind of deer, found himself stuck between a house and a hard place, literally. The mant jack was wedged in a tiny gap between 2 houses, and to make matters worse, it got stuck upside down. Now, the RSPCA and the Lincolnshire Fire and Rescue had to team up to get him out. He was so stuck that they actually had to use ropes and poles to get the job done. Well, unfortunately, he's okay and unharmed, even though probably a little shaken. Back to you guys.
Oh, I'm glad he's okay. Thank you so much for sharing that.
How did he get himself
I know.
to that?
And then upside
Nicole.
down. All right,
My
Claudio,
goodness.
thank you.
Thank you. Coming up, Donald Trump takes aim at one of President Biden's biggest bases of support.
What we know about his meeting with Teamsters labor union and the latest on the push to keep the former president off the ballot in Colorado. That's all next.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man who everything.
All right, it just fit, too.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man who everything.
All right, it just fit, too.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We are back now with the ongoing Georgia election interference case involving former President Trump. Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis and Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade have been subpoenaed to testify at a hearing on February 15th. Willis is accused of benefiting financially from Wade, her alleged romantic partner.
The subpoenas were revealed in a lawsuit filed by the lawyer for Michael Roman, who's one of Trump's co-defendants in this case. He's arguing the charges should be dismissed because of what he calls an improper relationship between the two prosecutors. A judge has given Willis until Friday to respond. On the campaign trail, Trump is seeking the endorsement of one of the country's largest unions, which previously supported President Biden.
The former president attended a meeting yesterday with the Teamsters labor union, which has 1.3 million members. Biden was endorsed by the group in the 2020 election. As for President Biden, he will be in Michigan today to take part in what the White House is calling a political event.
Let's bring in NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen. John, good morning. So let's start with former President Trump's meeting in Washington with the Teamsters union. This is an interesting thing because often when we think of unions, we see them support Democratic candidates, but we also know that Trump has had this impact on maybe a lot of people who are part of the union, workers in the Midwest who've moved from Democrat to Republican as Trump has been the leader of the party. So how crucial is it for him to get the support of the union? Does he have a shot of getting the endorsement here?
I mean, it's always going to be true in
in a political fight that if a union endorses one candidate or the other, that a lot of the members of that union are going to disagree with what the leadership does. I think what's really remarkable here is that the Teamsters endorsed Biden in 2020. Then in 2021, he delivered their #1 legislative priority, which was a $90 billion bailout of their pension fund, basically making sure that Teamsters retirees were not going to have to see their benefits slashed in retirement. And now you've got the Teamsters, at least dancing with, flirting with, whatever you want to call it, a potential Trump endorsement. I think it's unlikely they end up endorsing Trump, but certainly a slap in the face to Biden from the Teamsters just to meet with Trump after what he'd done for them in the last few years. And I think it's indicative of the concern of the union leaders that they're getting out over their skis with the endorsement in 2020 of a Democratic president at a time when many of their members do support Donald Trump.
John, let's talk about these ballot battles, so to speak, that we're seeing pop up in a couple states across the country. Well, Colorado's Secretary of State has asked the Supreme Court to conclude that the state can lawfully bar Trump from the GOP primary ballot, citing the 14th Amendment and his alleged role on January 6th. We know the Supreme Court's going to hear those oral arguments next week. What should we know right now about what's going on in Colorado and the Secretary of State's request?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're largely waiting to see what happens with the Supreme Court. I mean, everybody kind of has to wait for the Supreme Court to weigh in here, and everything that happens before then is, to misappropriate a legal term, moot, right? Or at some point will be mooted. Look, this is an interesting situation. Obviously, there are a couple of states that have moved in this direction. The American public doesn't appear to support it. If you look at polling, not only do Republicans object to this, but a fair number of Democrats object to the idea that somebody should be removed from the ballot without being convicted of a crime.
John, real quickly, for Trump's remaining rival, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, those controversial comments she made in December about slavery and the Civil War, they came up again. What happened? What's next for her?
Yeah, I mean, she's in South Carolina, campaigning in South Carolina, trying to get the votes of moderate Republicans and Democrats. And it turns out that, the Democrats remember what she said about slavery, or what she didn't say about slavery when she was asked about the causes of the Civil War. I spoke to a Biden campaign spokesperson just the other day about Nikki Haley's ability to attract Democratic votes. And they said, look, basically Democrats know that slavery was the cause of the Civil War, and that the Democrats are going to oppose her on abortion. So, she's got a rocky path to try to build a coalition to win in South Carolina.
All right, John, thanks for joining us as always this morning. Appreciate it.
A federal judge in Florida is dismissing Disney's lawsuit against Governor Ron DeSantis. Disney had sued over the loss of its long-standing planning district known as Reedy Creek, claiming that was a violation of its First Amendment's rights. But the judge ruled the suit lacked standing.
This all began when former Disney CEO Bob Chapek came out against Florida's so-called Don't Say Gay bill. In response to that, Florida lawmakers began taking steps to dismantle Reedy Creek, which had allowed Disney to make infrastructure changes on its property. In a statement, a Disney spokesperson said the company plans to continue the fight. Coming up, conservative conspiracies can't seem to shake it off when it comes to Taylor Swift.
From the election to the Super Bowl, we're diving into everything you need to know that's causing some very real bad blood. Stay with us.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
the NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. Your TikTok feed might be getting a little quieter after the label for some of the biggest artists says it's pulling songs from the app. That includes Taylor Swift. Well, what is not disappearing, though, is the latest right-wing conspiracies about Swift, especially since her relationship with Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce became public. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas has all these details.
You know those TikToks with Taylor Swift songs playing?
Why you gotta be so mean?
Well, they might not be for long in this world. Universal Music Group, one of the big three global music licensing companies, accusing the app of bullying and intimidating them in contract negotiations.
I put careers on shelves like Amazon distribution center help.
That means songs by Drake, Rihanna, Bad Bunny, Billie Eilish,
It's me. Hi.
and yes, Taylor Swift could all be removed from the app. In an open letter, UMG says it has to do with three big things: safety of TikTok users, the harmful effects of AI, and of course, money. With Universal saying just 1% of its revenue comes from the app. TikTok clapping back, accusing Universal of pushing a false narrative and putting their own greed above the interests of the artists and songwriters. Swift, the biggest pop star in the world, can't seem to get out of the headlines. She's also caught in the middle of right-wing anger and some wild conspiracy theories that have only grown during her relationship with NFL star Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. Like former Republican presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy, implying the Super Bowl is rigged. Former President Trump's lawyer Alina Habba reposting a message that asked who thinks this country needs a lot more women like her and a lot less like Taylor Swift. A tweet firestorm from so-called MAGA influencers. And it's a huge topic on Fox News.
Don't get involved in politics. We don't want to see you there.
Does Taylor realize the guy that they want her to endorse is a kind of stumbling, bumbling mess?
The Pentagon PSYOP unit pitched NATO on turning Taylor Swift into an asset for combating misinformation online.
That last one prompting a statement from the Pentagon, telling Politico, as for this conspiracy theory, we're going to shake it off. Part of the anger stems from a New York Times article suggesting the Biden White House is toying with a so-called Taylor Swift strategy to win her endorsement and potentially reach her almost 300 million Instagram followers. Swift has not made an endorsement this year, but she did endorse President Biden in 2020 and has backed Democrats in her adopted home state of Tennessee.
Our thanks to Chloe Malas for that report. Well, our White House team received the following statement from the Biden campaign. Now, although it doesn't specifically name her, it says, quote, unsurprising that the MAGA right is again bullying Americans for having wildly controversial opinions like LGBTQ Americans deserve equal rights, women should be able to make their own healthcare decisions, and Americans should vote in our elections.
Let's get you some financial headlines. Tesla's corporate headquarters could be driving to a new location.
CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other money news for us. Hello, Silvana. Good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning to you. Yes, so Elon Musk says Tesla shareholders will vote on whether to move the company's corporate headquarters to Texas from Delaware. And that's where hundreds of companies are incorporated because of the state's business and tax-friendly status. Now, Musk's decision coming after a judge in Delaware voided his $56 billion pay package from 2018, calling it excessive and saying it was negotiated by a board that was beholden to him. Musk has a large stake in Texas. Tesla's headquarters and Gigafactory are in Austin, and SpaceX and the Boring Company also have operations there. Hulu is cracking down on password sharing, following similar actions by Netflix and Disney+. Now, Hulu says unless otherwise permitted by your membership plan, you will not be able to share your account with people outside of your household, which it defines as your primary residence. Now, if Hulu determines you have violated the agreement, it could limit or even terminate your account. Hulu says the new terms took effect last week for new subscribers and will be effective March 14th for existing customers. And MasterCard is jumping into what else? The AI race, launching a new model it says can boost fraud detection by up to 300%. The company telling CNBC the tool will allow banks to better assess suspicious financial transactions on MasterCard's payment network. Data will help the AI understand relationships between merchants and predict where fraud is taking place by using a cardholder's purchase history. MasterCard has invested more than $7 billion in cybersecurity and AI technology. That is AI I can definitely get behind.
No
if it's going to prevent
exactly.
fraud.
Love when we hear some
Absolutely
good, nice, can help us all uses of AI.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ivana.
Coming up, we're going to introduce you to the photographer behind some of the most iconic images of rock stars ever taken.
What he had to say about getting up close and personal with the biggest names in music. That's up next.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hand,
All right, it just fit.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Welcome back. Well, for you Day One Morning News Now viewers, first of all, we love you. Second of all, you know we love a good space story here. And now get this, scientists say the moon is shrinking, but it's nothing we need to worry about yet. A new study funded by NASA has revealed that over the past few 100 million years, the moon's core has gradually cooled, and that means it's gotten a little smaller, but only by about 150 feet in its circumference. While researchers say we won't really know its effect here on us on Earth, it seems to be causing moonquakes that can last for hours, and that could be dangerous for astronauts and future long-term human presence on the moon. I mean, just, you learn something new every day.
No kidding. Not moving there then anytime soon.
Darn.
All right. Thanks, Savannah.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Let's end the hour with a snapshot of an iconic photographer. Danny Clinch's career has brought him up close and personal with some of the biggest names in the music business. Icons like Bruce Springsteen, Johnny Cash, and many, many others. Last week, Clinch celebrated his 60th birthday. He has a lot to reflect on with decades of stories to share.
In Asbury Park, New Jersey, the sound of music is set to the beats of a camera.
I do my little dance trying to find
the right composition in the right moment.
Whether it's an image of Bob Dylan taken during a photo shoot, one of the Foo Fighters snapped while hiding behind a drum kit.
You know, my relationship with them is such that they're like, you know, go wherever you want, just watch out I don't hit you in the head when I swing around my guitar, you know?
For decades, Danny Clinch has chronicled music's biggest stars. His photographic Hall of Fame proudly on display at the transparent Clinch Gallery.
We were able to create a space that's welcoming to people, and we are always pushing for good vibes and the idea that, you know, music is medicine.
Which is why he has always been drawn to musicians.
You know, there's always a mystery around them.
Do you think you're trying to capture the mystery? Are you trying to solve the mystery?
Yeah. I mean, I think you're trying to add to the mystery a little bit, you know?
Clinch got his start interning for an icon, Annie Leibovitz, before making a name for himself in the world of hip-hop with subjects like Tupac and the Beastie Boys. He soon expanded to other genres, amassing an eclectic list of clients, from Johnny Cash to Her to Pearl Jam. Some of his favorite photos are now immortalized on T-shirts, the Clinch collection, which includes one especially meaningful artist.
We are in New Jersey, and when people think of New Jersey and music, they think of
Bruce Springsteen.
As a Jersey native, Clinch fell in love with the boss's music early on and eventually got the chance to work with him over and over again. Bruce once said, "Danny's got soul."
That's a good one. I'll take that anytime. I'm gonna put that on my gravestone. Danny's got soul. Bruce Springsteen.
Doing what you do, how important is it to have soul?
You know, you can have great lighting and you can have all the great gear and all that sort of stuff, and if you don't have a connection with someone that shows in the image, you know, I think you failed.
In a city known for its music scene, it's no surprise Clinch's gallery hosts the occasional jam session surrounded by his wall of legends.
You know, everybody comes in here and we all, like, you know, strike the pose. What is it? Yeah.
One of them, life-size.
Yeah. It's hard to look as cool as Bruce, isn't it?
It's hard. It's hard. We're trying. How are we doing? How are we looking?
Bruce is leaning against Clinch's car, a 1948 Pontiac Silver Streak. They took the picture just a few blocks from the gallery on the Jersey Shore.
An iconic Jersey boardwalk, right?
Yeah.
That's where, on a rather gusty day, Danny showed this non-rock star how he catches those perfect moments. Turns out the answer?
I have literally no rhythm. There's not a...
Jeez. Whoa! He's still up!
He is blowing in the wind.
Oh, that's it. I think that's my photo. I think I got it.
Here's how that looked through his eyes. One more example of how Danny Clinch is capturing the rhythm of life.
Danny Clinch is also involved with something that has become a huge draw for Asbury Park. It's called the See Here Now Festival. See is S-E-A. It happens in September, marries two Jersey Shore passions, music and surfing. As for those Clinch collection T-shirts, for most of them, a portion of the proceeds go to charities important to the musicians who are captured in those photos. He did capture cool photos of me too, but I'm so clumsy that it's impossible.
I think that makes you a rock star now. Just, you know, you've been immortalized by him.
Sort of.
You and Bruce Springsteen. So cool.
Exactly.
You need to frame that.
I will. I know. Okay. I'm going to get that printed and framed. All right, that's going to do it for this hour. Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks for joining us this Thursday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, the blame game that's now playing out in the Middle East over the deaths of 3 U.S. service members in Jordan. The group the Biden administration is now saying is responsible for that deadly weekend attack. Also this morning, the big social media CEOs were in the hot seat on Capitol Hill yesterday, clashing with senators over their apps' track records on child safety.
You have blood on your hands. You have a product. You have a product that's killing people.
We're going to bring you the biggest takeaways from that hearing room in just a moment. Plus, it is a wicked weather phenomenon that is nothing to laugh at. A so-called Pineapple Express system seriously soaking much of the West Coast. Flash flood fears now gripping millions in Southern California, with another few feet of snow expected to fall in the Sierra Mountains. We've got team coverage on what you need to know as you step out the door. And today marks the beginning of Black History Month. Later in the hour, a closer look at the efforts to rebuild a monument of black education here in America that just might be older than the nation itself. We look forward to bringing you that story and many more in the month ahead. Let's begin this hour with the ongoing violence in the Middle East, where the U.S. has again carried out strikes on Houthi targets in Yemen.
The Pentagon says it targeted 10 Houthi drones, which it says were threatening Navy and merchant vessels in the Red Sea. The strikes come as the U.S. continues to weigh its response to Sunday's drone attack in Jordan that killed 3 U.S. soldiers. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now from northern Iraq. Hi, Keir. Good morning.
Hey there, guys. Good morning to you. The focus in this region continues to be firmly on Iran and its proxies. And some of those Iranian-backed groups continue to operate despite the threats and overnight fresh strikes from the Biden administration. This morning, as the U.S. readies a multi-target strike against Iranian assets, it says an Iranian-backed group is responsible for the attack that killed 3 American service members. The U.S. is also renewing attacks against Iran's proxies on other fronts, hitting areas in western Yemen controlled by the Houthis. U.S. F-18s bombing, it says, 10 unmanned drones that were preparing to launch attacks, and a ground control station. The Pentagon adding the targets presented an imminent threat to merchant vessels and the U.S. Navy ships in the region. Overnight, the U.S. destroyer USS Carney also shooting down an anti-ship ballistic missile fired by the Houthis, along with 3 Iranian drones, according to the Pentagon. The National Guard now confirming at least 41 guardsmen were injured in Sunday's attack against U.S. troops on a remote outpost in Jordan. This, the moment President Biden called the parents of specialist Kennedy Sanders, one of the 3 killed.
We're promoting her posthumously to sergeant.
Oh, wow. That is the best news I've heard today. Thank you so much. You don't know how much that means to us.
Biden's response, when it comes, likely to target Iranian-backed militias in the region. The U.S. has targeted these groups before, with little discernible impact on their behavior. Now, U.S. officials telling NBC News to expect strikes on multiple places in several countries and locations, including cyber operations.
When you're talking about what we're anticipating here, which won't just be a one-off. As I said, the first thing you see will not be the last thing.
And the White House rejecting suggestions that the delay is allowing Iran and its proxies to prepare. But a senior Iraqi official, Joan Savannah, tells NBC News that members of Iranian proxy groups here in the region are evacuating headquarters. As the U.S. prepares for those retaliatory strikes, it seems like Iran is readying itself too, guys.
All right, Keir, thank you so much.
Well, a top Hamas political leader is expected to travel to Cairo in the coming days to review a U.S.-backed hostage proposal. Israel's war cabinet is also considering the possible deal, though it has yet to be put to a vote.
It comes as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he will not be releasing prisoners held in his country. He's also refusing to remove troops from Gaza during a potential ceasefire.
NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv with the very latest. Hi, Raf. Good morning. So, look, I mean, the things that Joe and I just stated sound at odds with each other. Let's start there. This ongoing hostage negotiation with Prime Minister Netanyahu refusing to these terms of the New Deal. Where do these talks stand? Where do they go from here?
Savannah, good morning. We are playing the waiting game right now. The ball at this point is in Hamas's court. There were Israeli negotiators sitting around the table in Paris over the weekend with the CIA director and officials from Egypt and Qatar. That's the group that agreed to the broad framework of this deal, and we are now waiting to see whether Hamas's political leaders in Cairo this week can sign off on it. The political leadership on its own isn't enough. There's going to be a game of diplomatic telephone where they have to reach Hamas's military leaders, who are believed to be underground in the tunnels in southern Gaza right now, to get their consent also. But assuming for a second that Hamas, both political and military, does sign off, then all eyes will be on the cabinet of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to see whether they will vote for this deal. As you said, the Prime Minister is saying he is not prepared to release thousands of Palestinian prisoners convicted of terrorism as part of an agreement. He is under real pressure from far-right cabinet ministers inside his own government not to make concessions to Hamas. So there's still a lot of hurdles before this deal could go into effect. Yes.
Raph, let's talk about something that's made a lot of headlines in the last week. The United Nations is now issuing a new warning saying any decision to halt funds to UNRWA, its main aid agency in Gaza, could have catastrophic effects there. This, of course, follows Israeli intelligence allegations that some of the agency's staff played a direct role in the October 7th attack. What could happen next in this situation?
So, Joe, we're hearing from UNRWA this morning. They are saying at this point 16 countries, including the United States, have suspended funding. That suspended funding worth $440 million. And they are saying if that stream does not come back online, they're going to run out of money by the end of February, the end of this month, and they will have to shut their operations down in Gaza. And that has the potential to be absolutely catastrophic. UNRWA, whether you like it or not, is really the only humanitarian organization with the capacity to meet the scale of needs in Gaza right now. They say about 2 million Gazans, the overwhelming majority of the population, are depending on UNRWA facilities in one form or another. We heard from the head of the agency this morning. He said it is difficult to imagine that Gazans will survive this crisis without UNRWA. Now, the U.S. is saying it is prepared to restore funding pending the outcome of that investigation into allegations that UNRWA staff were involved on October 7th, and they want to see what kind of measures UNRWA is putting in place to make sure nothing like that ever happens again. Guys.
Raph, our viewers probably remember that South Africa had brought this case to the UN's top court, and they're saying that Israel is ignoring the ruling that came out of that. The defense forces need to prevent further deaths in Gaza. What else are we hearing from South Africa, and can we expect to see further action here, given that, you know, the ruling there wasn't binding? There's nothing really that Israel has to do, but what do you think could come of that?
Yeah, Savannah, so that interim ruling from the International Court of Justice came on Friday. Hundreds of Palestinians have been killed since then. The South Africans are saying that is a clear breach of the court's ruling. Israel denying that, saying they do everything they can to minimize civilian casualties. But the South African foreign minister stepping up the rhetoric this morning, saying they want to see Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu arrested and dragged in front of a separate court, the International Criminal Court, also in The Hague, on allegations of war crimes. Again, something Israel denies. They're also trying to move the court's judgment to the UN Security Council. They want to see it discussed there. The court did order Israel to file a report within 1 month explaining what steps they were taking to comply with the court's rulings. Guys.
All right, Raph Sanchez, thank you very much, as always, for your reporting.
Turning now to Congress, where some of the world's biggest social media CEOs were grilled by senators over online safety for kids.
Also present in the hearing room and advocating for tougher legislation were parents who've lost loved ones after incidents on social media. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow is here with the details.
Hey there, the chief executives of Discord, Snap, TikTok, X, and Meta face tough questions from senators on both sides of the aisle, and a frosty reception from the families who were gathered in that hearing room, many wondering why the tech companies in Congress have failed to act while children still face danger on social media sites.
In a combative and emotional Senate hearing,
you have blood on your hands. You have a product. You have a product that's killing people.
The CEOs facing accusations they've failed to protect children from illicit content, predators, and extortion.
Your platforms really suck at policing themselves.
Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg tangled with senators over his platform's safety record.
It appears that you're trying to be the premier sex trafficking
site. Of course not, Senator.
In this country.
Senator, that's ridiculous.
Sitting behind the CEOs, grief-stricken families holding photos of children they say were victimized on the company's platforms.
Would you like now to apologize?
Pressed by Republican Senator Josh Hawley, Zuckerberg turned to address the families.
Knowing to actually go through the things that your families have suffered. And this is why we invested so much and are going to continue doing industry-leading efforts to make sure that no one has to go through the types of things that your families have had to suffer.
Mary Rohde was in the room. She says her son Riley was blackmailed over explicit photos on Facebook Messenger and was so distraught he took his own life. To her, Zuckerberg's words rang hollow.
When he stood up, he said, "I'm sorry for your pain," but I don't really think he's sorry for my pain.
At least 6 social media bills are still waiting for action in the Senate, including legislation known as the Kids Online Safety Act, which some CEOs declined to support.
There are parts of the act that we think are great.
No, it's a yes or no question. In its present form, do you support it? Yes or no? No.
We are aware that some groups have raised some concerns. It's important to understand.
I'll take that as a no.
Some parents remain skeptical.
Are you hopeful, thinking things might change after this?
I've been in these hearings before. I would love to hear that we're going to pass all these bills and actually protect children, but I'm not convinced that will happen.
One of the issues that came up many times, the idea that social media companies have immunity from lawsuits because they are just the platform and not responsible for the content. There are bills that are hoping to change that. One Republican senator on the Judiciary Committee, John Cornyn of Texas, tells me that he thinks there's, quote, quite a bit of enthusiasm among senators in both parties to reform that federal law, although that would take a lot of negotiation. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer tells NBC News he wants to make children's online safety a priority, but nothing is scheduled in the Senate just yet. Back to you.
All right, Kate, thank you.
Well, at least 3 people are dead and 9 others injured after a hangar that was under construction at an airport in Idaho collapsed. Now investigators are on the scene trying to determine what caused the incident. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin joins us now with the details on this. Hey, Erin, good morning.
Hey, good morning. The collapse taking place at a 39,000 square foot airplane hangar that had been under construction where dozens of people were working. In addition, a crane had also fallen, but officials say it's unclear what led to either collapse.
We have a structure collapse at the new hangar at Jackson Jet Center. Have one crane collapsed and I guess partial structure collapse as well.
This morning, authorities are investigating a deadly building collapse in Boise, Idaho that killed 3 people and injured 9 others, 5 of them in critical condition.
It was a pretty global collapse that occurred. The main structural members came down. It was fairly catastrophic.
The initial call coming in Wednesday evening at a steel jet hangar owned by private aircraft company Jackson Jet Center. The building had been under construction within Boise Airport's airfield.
Holy
Officials describing the scene as chaotic, with several fire engines and at least a dozen ambulances on the ground. Rescue teams making entry, pulling victims out of the wreckage.
We did have some that were challenging and that there was hoists and so forth.
Officials say everyone within the collapse area had been accounted for. The cause remains under investigation. The CEO of the Jackson Jet Center releasing a statement to NBC News, writing in part, "Our hearts go out to everyone affected by this horrific event. We do not know exactly what caused the hangar collapse. Our focus now is on supporting our team and partners during this difficult time." Boise police will be heading the investigation along with OSHA. NBC News has also reached out to the general contractor for the project, but have not heard back. The victims' names will be released by the Ada County Coroner's Office pending notification of the next of kin. Guys.
All right, Erin, thank you so much.
The West Coast is bracing for impact. A storm system known as the Pineapple Express could drop unprecedented amounts of rain, causing flooding, mudslides, and power outages. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz has more on that.
This morning, wild weather sweeping across the country by the weekend. Though most Americans are feeling above average temperatures right now, intense rain set to move in. Millions are under flood alerts. Rescues already starting overnight as the system known as a Pineapple Express makes landfall in California.
It's coming down in waves of like
dumping snow in the Tahoe area with roads snarled. The rain causing accidents across the state where residents expect flooding.
This lifeguard stand right here will be underwater.
A dramatic scene in the Bay Area, this massive tree toppling over, trapping a young girl inside. She was rescued with non-life-threatening injuries. Officials opening up dams in preparation for excess runoff. This morning, farther south, San Diego bracing for impact again.
We lost total loss to everything.
Water from last week's 100-year rainfall is still seeping into the soil, increasing the risk of flash floods, rock and mudslides later this week.
I want to reiterate, as much as we have been focused on helping residents in these impacted communities recover, we've also been preparing for the rain event.
Residents now getting ready with a wet end of the week ahead. And this storm is now moving south to Los Angeles. The heaviest rain expected around the morning commute, and it's just the beginning. A second, even stronger atmospheric river is expected to hit many of these same areas on Sunday. Back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you so much.
For more on your forecast, let's get a check at your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here with that. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, guys. And that continues to be the big story. We're going to see that rain still moving into California. Again, the bullseye, as Liz mentioned, into Southern California. We could see 1 to 3 inches of rain. That's going to cause some flash flooding, some really heavy mountain snow up to 3 to 4 feet in the highest elevations. And we're also looking at some really windy conditions that could cause some power outages. Also watching a few other things, really warm in the middle of the country. We're looking at temperatures well above normal, 10, even 30 degrees above normal. Could break some records in the southern plains, temperatures into the mid, if not upper 70s in some spots. Also watching a little bit of snow along the Great Lakes and in portions of northern New England. But this is a big story today. Lots of heavy rain continuing to stream into portions of the West Coast. We're looking at San Francisco getting some heavy rain right now, Fresno down to portions of Southern California, Los Angeles. You're going to have heavy rain as we go throughout the day with those gusty winds as well. So lots of alerts this morning. We have wind alerts for 25 million people, flood alerts, 22 million people, and winter alerts looking at 1 million people under those alerts. So this is what it looks like. We have a 1-2 punch. So the first punch is coming now, as also had it yesterday. So we're looking at that rain, heavy, looking at the snow and also wind. And then that second storm right on the heels of this first storm comes in Sunday into Monday, lasting through parts into the latter part of Tuesday as well. And we're looking at the chance for some flash flooding that day. This is a more powerful storm Sunday into Tuesday. So let's go through it. This first storm, we're seeing those scattered showers as we go throughout the afternoon hours. Again, could be heavy at times, could see rainfall rates of 3/4 of an inch per hour. This is over really soggy ground, so that's why we're concerned about flash flooding. We're also looking at that rain snow pushing into the Great Basin, also the Rockies. That will continue tomorrow as that snow moves into the Rockies. Also looking at rain and storms advancing to the Mississippi Valley. We're concerned about severe weather in the southern plains as well. Snow and wind continuing in the Rockies. Then this is the second storm, Sunday into Monday, stronger Pacific storm, that stream, that Pineapple Express as it's called, coming from Hawaii, just bringing all that moisture into the West Coast. So another round of flooding rains and also some really strong winds. As far as the rainfall rates go, the bullseye today will be in Southern California, Los Angeles to Irvine, down to San Diego, where we could see 1, 2, even 3 inches of rain. And then we're looking at a whole lot of snow as well. Generally 2 feet in the mountain peaks, but the highest peaks could see 3 or 4 feet of snow. So good news for the skiers there. As we head towards the East Coast, we have a front that's coming through. It's not a big blockbuster front, but still looking at the chance for some cold air slipping in, and that's going to prompt some snow in some spots in portions of the Great Lakes. Depending on where you are, you could see a rain-snow mix as well. And then we'll see more moderate snow in portions of northern New England. So specifically northern Maine could see some moderate snow as we go throughout the day. That will move out. Again, not talking about a whole lot, generally 1 to 2 inches. But as we head towards the northern tip of Maine, we could see higher amounts, 5 inches in some spots. So that's where you're seeing the pink. And then the purple is looking at 4 inches of snow. Some higher elevations of Maine could see some heavier rain. Now, as we look towards tomorrow, starting out the weekend, that mountain snow continues in portions of the inner mountain west into the southwest, the Rockies, and we're looking at that rain continuing along the west coast. So again, concerned about the flooding as we go throughout tomorrow as well. We're watching the chance for strong to severe storms in the southern plains. It's going to be warm, and we're looking at some moisture in there. That's going to prompt those storms, breezy and chilly in portions of New England. And then by Saturday, a really nice weekend in portions of the mid-Atlantic, northeast, sunny skies. It will be dry down through the southeast. That mess does continue out west. We're looking at snow continuing throughout the Intermountain West, the Rockies, and also some wet weather still lingering along the coast. Now, by Sunday, this is that second storm that's going to come in. So our next western storm, really heavy rain along the coast. You can kind of see underneath the red lettering, the yellows. That's indicating where we could see some heavier rain. So all throughout California, another round of that. Some blue showing where that snow is throughout the Intermountain West. And then just some rain throughout the northern plains into the central plains, down through portions of the Gulf Coast. We are watching the chance for showers and storms throughout the Gulf Coast and a chill in the air. But here's that February thought. We're looking at temperatures into the upper 70s in some parts in the southern plains. I know it's a big difference. It's like snow and then 70s.
It's really bizarre. I know.
It's been quite the winter.
It has all to say about it. Thanks, Michelle. Sure. Jinx. We've got much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including actor Alec Baldwin now entering his plea in that deadly on-set shooting. We'll bring you the latest.
Plus, it was a bombshell day in court for the mother charged in connection with her son's school shooting. Why the man Jennifer Crumbly was having an affair with at the time of the shooting took the witness stand yesterday. Those stories and more after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Do you need to win your home state in order to stay in this race? Is it do or die? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. Actor Alec Baldwin pleaded not guilty on Wednesday to an involuntary manslaughter charge in the fatal shooting of cinematographer Helena Hutchins. He waived an arraignment that was set to happen by video conference today. Baldwin, who served as the lead actor and a co-producer on set of the Western movie Rust, was pointing a gun at Hutchins during a rehearsal when it went off, killing her and wounding the film's director. A grand jury indicted Baldwin in January after prosecutors received a new analysis of the gun that was involved in the shooting. Baldwin faces up to 18 months in prison if convicted.
Now to the landmark trial for the mother of Michigan school shooter Ethan Crumbly.
And with prosecution set to rest today, the defense could take over, meaning Jennifer Crumbly could take the stand as soon as today. On the 7th day of her trial for manslaughter, jurors heard the details of her arrest and also what she told the man she was having an affair with on the day her son carried out the shooting at Oxford High School. Take a listen.
It was that something with Ethan. And,
her son?
Yes.
Okay.
And was worried he was going to do something dumb.
Joining us now from Pontiac, Michigan is NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa. So Maggie, let's start with that man that Jennifer Crumbly was having this close relationship with. What else did we learn from him?
Right.
Yeah, so essentially, guys, this was a huge, you called it a bombshell, like that's accurate point for the defense. Essentially, that soundbite that you just heard was the main kind of point they honed in on, for the prosecution, that they honed in on yesterday. That was Brian Mallow. She's a firefighter and a high school classmate of Jennifer Crumbley's, and he testified that the two indeed were having an affair, and as part of that affair, they texted and messaged, he said, a lot. And on the day of the shooting, he said that Jennifer Crumbley, he testified, that she messaged him before she even went to that meeting at the high school, before she went to talk to administrators about kind of the latest warning signs surrounding her son. And he said she messaged him that she was worried her son was going to do something dumb. And remember, that is so big for the prosecution because their entire theory this time, the entire sort of rationale behind these involuntary manslaughter charges is that they say Jennifer Crumbley had clear warning signs that her son was struggling, that he could potentially be violent. And guys, they say she ignored them. So again, those messages and just kind of that full disclosure, that full picture painted of what their life was like at the time seemed really big for prosecutors in this case.
Absolutely. Maggie, jurors also heard a lot about Jennifer Crumbley's arrest, what actually happened. This was also part of yesterday's what happened in the courtroom, including witness details leading up to her arrest and then brand new body camera footage as well. What did that all tell us?
Yeah, you know, this was kind of a storyline that a lot of people might have forgotten about. It was in the days after the shooting, basically when charges were announced against the parents less than a week after the shooting in 2021. The parents went on the run, and there was a statewide manhunt for James and Jennifer Crumbley. Cut to December 3rd, a man who owns a business around here in the Detroit area said that he pulled up to his business at night. There should have been no one there, logically. There was a car there he didn't recognize, two people in it. He got suspicious, and he checked the license plate against news reports, realized, oh my God, this is the car the police are looking for tied to the Crumbleys. He calls 911. Cut to a couple hours later, Detroit police body camera video played in court yesterday of officers in tactical gear storming a warehouse in Detroit, arresting both parents, yelling at them to put their hands up, cuffing them inside that warehouse. It's a really dramatic video and just kind of reiterates how the Crumbleys knew, when they knew that there were charges, potential criminal charges being lobbed against them, they went on the run to try to kind of evade authorities, and it didn't last long, guys, but a huge moment again for the prosecution.
So, Maggie, as we've mentioned, Jennifer could take the stand as soon as today in her own defense. What could we expect if she's asked to testify?
Sure, and there's no set schedule. We expect the prosecution to wrap today. They expected, they said, to wrap yesterday, but they say they may have at least one more witness. Essentially, then the defense will take over if and when they wrap. And Jennifer's attorney said in her opening statement that Jennifer intends to testify in her own defense. She gave no details as to what they expect her to say, but we've heard from parents here of kids who were injured and an attorney for kids, for families of the victims in this shooting. They say all they want from Jennifer Crumbley is the truth. They feel like they keep hearing half-truths about what she knew, what she didn't know, what she should have done, what she suspected in her son if they talked about, you know, how much he was struggling. So that's what they want from her. We are anticipating her testimony again to begin as soon as today. Beyond that, what the defense has planned, we'll have to see. But it is feasible, guys, given the pace of kind of these last few witnesses, that could happen today. Potentially, this trial could get handed over to the jury as soon as this week, as this has been moving on at a decent clip. And then we'll obviously wait and see the decision. And again, this unprecedented case here in Michigan.
All right, Maggie, thank you so much.
Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Angela Senadella for where we go from here. Okay, first, Angela, I think a lot of people yesterday were surprised by this bombshell news of this affair, as well as, of course, what that man had said. But it's not surprising people were surprised because the judge had initially barred prosecutors from disclosing that Jennifer Crumbley was having an affair. But then her opposition to that was later dropped about it being brought up. Why, in the first place, would they be barred from discussing that? And then what factors were being weighed in the decision to eventually drop that?
Right. So the barring happened because the judge felt it was not relevant and it was prejudicial to Jennifer Crumbley. Now, the fact that her opposition dropped that, or that her side dropped that, means that she felt, or her lawyers felt, it could be helpful to their defense in some way. Either because they felt it was going to come out anyway, it was obvious. Look, he was already on the stand when that revelation was made and when her opposition was dropped. So perhaps they thought it enhances her credibility. It could also be related to her taking the stand. Perhaps she's going to say she did rely on him for emotional support. And lastly, I think there were some messages here that her defense team could use to their advantage. The prosecution is painting her to be this absent mother who didn't care at all about him. But from these messages also, some of them include that she was concerned about her son. She also did blame the school. And I believe that's going to be the crux of the defense, that it was the school who had primary responsibility.
Let's talk more about the prosecution. They're essentially trying to prove that her negligence contributed to these deaths. How are they making that argument, and how well have they presented their case so far?
They've made a pretty strong case so far, and it all comes down to these mental health concerns, plus the fact that they bought him a gun. So those seem to be the two factors that they are putting together. But that said, when the school official was put on the stand and questioned by the defense about how come they did not search his backpack, the school official said, well, it's because he wasn't a real threat. So I think we're going to see the defense continue to pull that through. On one hand, the school is saying quite obviously they told her that he was in danger, that he was a threat. On the other hand, they didn't search. So that's what the defense is going to go with.
So Jennifer and her husband, James, they are the first parents of a mass shooter to be charged in a school shooting like this. They're being tried separately, though. Is all these types of things that we're seeing here?
We've got breaking news out of the Pentagon, where Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin now holding a press briefing, his first since failing to immediately disclose his recent hospital stay. Austin returned to the Pentagon Monday, a day after 3 U.S. soldiers were killed in a drone attack in Jordan. Let's listen in.
Please note that I will moderate those questions and call on journalists, so I'd ask that you raise your hand. If you have a question, wait to be recognized, and I'll call upon you. With that, over to you, Mr. Secretary.
Thanks, Pat. Good morning. It's been a difficult few days for the Department of Defense, and the entire department is united in our outrage and sorrow over the death of 3 U.S. service members on Sunday in Jordan. We all mourn the loss of 3 Army Reserve soldiers serving at Tower 22. Sergeant William J. Rivers, age 46, Sergeant Kennedy L. Sanders, age 24, and Sergeant Brianna A. Moffitt, age 23. Our thoughts and prayers are with their families and their loved ones, and we know that this grief will never leave them. And we hope that they know that the department's love and support will never leave them either. We're also praying for the other American troops who were wounded. Now, our teammates were killed when a one-way attack drone struck their living quarters, and we continue to gather the facts about this deadly attack. Our fallen soldiers had a vital mission to support Operation Inherent Resolve and to work with our partners to ensure the lasting defeat of ISIS. They risked their lives and lost their lives to keep their fellow Americans safe from global terrorism. The President will not tolerate attacks on American troops, and neither will I. Our teammates were killed by radical militias backed by Iran and operating inside Syria and Iraq. In the aftermath of the vile Hamas terrorist assault on Israel on October 7th, terrorist groups backed by Iran and funded by Iran have tried to create even more turmoil, including the Houthis, attacking commercial shipping in the Red Sea. So this is a dangerous moment in the Middle East. We will continue to work to avoid a wider conflict in the region. But we will take all necessary actions to defend the United States, our interests, and our people. And we will respond when we choose, where we choose, and how we choose. Now, that's what everyone here is focused on. But in my first week back in the Pentagon, I did want to address my recent hospital stay and some of the issues around it. I'm recovering well, but as you can see, I'm still recovering. I'm still having some leg pain and doing physical therapy to get past it. I'm deeply grateful to my doctors and the nursing staff at Walter Reed, and I very much appreciate all the good wishes. But I want to be crystal clear. We did not handle this right. And I did not handle this right. I should have told the President about my cancer diagnosis. I should have also told my team and the American public. And I take full responsibility. I apologize to my teammates and to the American people. Now, I want to make it very clear that there were no gaps in authorities and no risk to the department's command and control. At every moment, either I or the Deputy Secretary was in full charge. And we've already put in place some new procedures to make sure that any lapses in notification don't happen. In the future, if the Deputy Secretary needs to temporarily assume the duties of my office, she and several White House offices will be immediately notified, including the White House Situation Room. And so will key officials across the department. And the reason for that assumption of duties will be included in writing. Now, I want you all to know why this happened. I was being treated for prostate cancer. The news shook me, and I know that it shakes so many others, especially in the Black community. It was a gut punch. And frankly, my first instinct was to keep it private. I don't think it's news that I'm a pretty private guy. I never liked burdening others with my problems. It's just not my way. But I've learned from this experience. So taking this kind of job means losing some of the privacy that most of us expect. The American people have a right to know if their leaders are facing health challenges that might affect their ability to perform their duties, even temporarily. So a wider circle should have been notified, especially the president. I'll take your questions today, but as you know, we've got an ongoing internal review, as well as a DOD Inspector General review that we fully support. So I may have to discuss some aspects later. Now, let me back up a bit. As you know, on 22nd December, I had a minimally invasive procedure to cure me of my recently diagnosed prostate cancer. And then I hit some bad luck during what is usually a pretty easy recovery. On January 1st, I felt severe leg pain and pain in the abdomen and hip. And that evening, an ambulance took me to Walter Reed. The doctors found that I had several issues that needed treatment, including a bladder infection and abdominal problems. On January 2nd, I was also experiencing fever and chills and shallow breathing. The medical staff decided to transfer me to the critical care unit for several days for closer monitoring and better team care by my doctors. And the Deputy Secretary assumed the functions and duties of my office, which happens when necessary. Her senior staff, my senior staff, and the Joint Staff were notified of this through our regular email notification procedures. And I never directed anyone to keep my January hospitalization from the White House. On January 5th, I resumed my functions and duties as secretary from the hospital. I was functioning well mentally, but not so well physically, and so I stayed at Walter Reed for additional time for additional treatment, including physical therapy for some lingering issues with my leg. Now, I'm offering all of this as an explanation and not an excuse. I am very proud of what we've achieved at the department over the past 3 years, but we fell short on this one. As a rule, I don't talk about conversations with my boss, but I can tell you I've apologized directly to President Biden. And I've told him that I'm deeply sorry for not letting him know immediately that I received a heavy diagnosis and was getting treatment. And he has responded with the grace and warm heart that anyone who knows President Biden would expect. And I'm grateful for his full confidence in me. And finally, I also missed an opportunity to send a message on an important public health issue. And I'd like to fix that right now. I was diagnosed with a highly treatable form of cancer, a pretty common one. 1 in 8 American men will get prostate cancer. 1 in 6 black men will get it. And so I'm here with a clear message to other men, especially older men. Get screened, get your regular checkups. Prostate cancer has a glass jaw. If your doctor can spot it, they can treat it and beat it. And the side effects that I experienced are highly, highly unusual. So you can count on me to set a better example on this issue today and for the rest of my life. And again, I want to thank everyone for their well wishes and their great support. And with that, I'll take your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. First question will go to Associated Press. Lita.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. You said that you never directed anyone to keep this from the White House. Did you direct your staff or others to keep it from the public and from other senior staff members? And if you did not, has anyone been disciplined for doing something that you did not tell them to do? And then just quickly on Iraq and Syria, what is your response to the KH statement today that they are postponing or not doing any more attacks? Thank you.
Good morning, Lita. Good morning. To answer your question on whether or not I directed my staff to conceal my hospitalization from anyone else, the answer is no. In terms of my response to KH's statement, we always listen to what people are saying, but we watch what they do. And again, actions are everything. So we'll see what happens in the future.
Okay, next question. We'll go to Fox. Jennifer.
Sir, during that time that you were in the intensive care unit, there was an airstrike carried out, a drone strike against an Iraqi leader of a militia. How is it that, do you regret that the authorities were not clear at that point? And what can you explain about what was going through your mind at that time? And then separately, there's been a lot of telegraphing about targeting and responding to the drone strike, so much so that the Iranian proxy leaders have left the country. Some are back in Tehran. Has there been too much telegraphing, or is the point not to kill any Iranian commanders?
Regarding the strike on the 8th, Jen, that strike was planned, and I had made recommendations to the president on actions that we should carry out, and President made a decision, and based upon that decision, authorities were pushed down to the Central Command commander, and as you know, a strike like that, you can't pick the precise time when that strike is going to take place. You want to minimize collateral damage. You want to make sure that you have everything right. And so the subordinate commander had the controls on that particular strike. So that I was very much involved in planning and the recommendations for that. And we knew that that would take place within a matter of days. In terms of telegraphing about strikes and whether or not people leave or would have left, you know, I won't speculate on any of that. I would just tell you that, you know, we will have a multi-tiered response, and again, we have the ability to respond a number of times depending on what the situation is.
Okay, let's go to Reuters. Phil.
What did your deputy know about your condition, and when did she know it?
Yeah, Phil, I think in terms of what she knew and didn't know, I think we should probably let that come out of the review. I think I won't speculate on what she knew and did not know based upon what information was passed to her. Again, I think the details of that will come out of one or both of those reviews. So.
Okay. Gordon?
Mr. Secretary, you say you didn't direct your staff to hide this truth or lie, but did you create a culture of secrecy that then the staff kind of interpreted your desires or your intentions when it came to you getting sick?
Yeah, you know, I don't think I've created a culture of secrecy. I think there will be security officers, there will be other staff members who may perceive that they're doing things in my best interest, and you know, I can't predict or determine or ascertain what those things may be. I just know what I said and did not say, and of course, you know, I have a great staff, And they always want to, intend to do the right things. But in terms of what one may or may not have perceived at any one point in time, I won't speculate on that. So.
Okay. Let's go to ABC.
Hi, sir. Thank you for doing this, and I think on behalf of all of us here, we wish you a speedy recovery. I'd like to ask you about the current situation in the Middle East. The message has been deterrence, deterring the attacks by the Houthis, deterring the attacks by the militias. Has deterrence failed? And if you are going to retaliate at the time and place of your choosing, is that not an escalation, particularly given all the rhetoric with Iran? And a question on your recovery, sir. At any point, did you feel that your situation had caused you to consider possibly resigning, given all of the political attention that had developed as a result of it?
In terms of resignation, the answer is no. In terms of escalation in the Middle East, our goal was to make sure that we contain this crisis in Gaza, and that we prevented things from spreading to a wider conflict. Now, there's a lot of activity in the region, but there's always been a lot of activity in the region, and you know well that Iranian proxy groups have been attacking our troops even well before October 7th. And we can go back and count the numbers of attacks before October 7th, and they're not insignificant. There are things that are ongoing now, well, things that are not ongoing. We don't see a conflict, an all-out conflict between Israel and Lebanese Hezbollah. And so I think managing that, I think, has been artfully done. And so, we remain in contact with our Israeli counterparts and make sure that doesn't blossom into a war on another front. We don't see Israel engaged in a conflict with other countries in the region. We're not at war with Iran. And yeah, the Houthis continue to do some things that are very irresponsible and illegal. And so our goal is to make sure that we continue to take away capability from the Houthis to do what they've been doing. And this is not a U.S. issue. This is an international issue. We're going to either be serious about the freedom of navigation or we're not. And so as we look at partners like the UK and so many others that have joined us in this effort, this is about freedom of navigation. There are others in the world that are watching this to see how serious we are about this, and we are serious. And again, our partners and allies are serious about it as well. This is costing countries and companies significant amounts of money as they've had to redirect commercial traffic around. But the Houthis, their activity needs to come to a halt, and we would call upon Iran to quit or to cease supplying the Houthis with these advanced conventional weapons that they've used to attack ships in the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandeb.
Okay, let's go to Helene.
Sir, commiserations on your illness, and it's good to see you back on your feet.
At least on one foot.
On one foot. You said that you never directed your staff to keep the news of your hospitalization from anyone. Did any senior members of your family or your wife direct people to keep this a secret?
To my knowledge, no members. Well, I don't know. I don't know what anyone on my staff may have said, but I think these things will come out in the review. And so, rather than speculate, I think we should let the facts come out as the review is done. So.
Can I ask you one more
Sure.
question about you? You mentioned during your opening statement that this was an opportunity to talk about prostate cancer, especially in the Black community. I wonder, though, do you have any regret that your silence on this reinforced this culture of secrecy among Black men about prostate cancer?
Yeah, and you mentioned that, and it's probably not an issue of secrecy as much as it's an issue of privacy. And this is this is a very, cancer period is very private, and there may be cancer survivors amongst us in this room right here, and I know there is at least a couple. There are at least a couple. But you know how private that is, and you know what the initial diagnosis feels like, and so among the black community, though, it's even more a thing that people want to keep private, and again, it's more about privacy than secrecy. In my case, I should have informed my boss. I did not. That was a mistake. And again, I apologize to him for not doing so.
Let's go to NPR.
Mr. Secretary, you went to the hospital on December 22nd. Was your staff aware that you'd gone to the hospital? And if so, why didn't they tell the White House? You went back to the hospital on January 1st, and an aide told the dispatcher, when the ambulance arrives, no lights, no sirens. Did you direct the aide to say that?
I asked my assistant to call the ambulance. I did not direct him to do anything further than just call the ambulance. And so what he said and why he said it, I think that should come out in the review as well. So.
What about December 22nd when you went to the hospital the first time? Was the staff aware? And if so, why didn't they tell the White House?
When I went to the hospital on December 22nd, I went in for that procedure. My duties were transferred to the deputy. That was planned, and I decided to stay in the hospital overnight. Didn't have to. Decided to stay there overnight because of the anesthesia that was involved. And then the next day, later in the afternoon, early evening, we transferred authorities back.
No, I'm talking about your staff.
Okay,
Was your staff aware? And why didn't they
Peter?
tell the White House?
Mr. Secretary, first of all, we wish you good health and thank you for taking our questions. We hope you have a quick recovery. I have two questions. I'll start with the first one on your hospitalization. You were hospitalized for days before you informed the White House or the commander-in-chief of your condition and your absence. Anyone else within the military chain of command would have faced reprimand or even dismissal. Why shouldn't that same standard apply to you, sir?
Well, let me just say that, thanks for the question, that we didn't get this right. And as I said, I take full responsibility for the department's actions. In terms of why on the second notification was not made to the White House, that information was available. I'm not sure at this point what exactly happened, but I think details will play out as a review is conducted. So.
If I can follow up about the situation overseas right now and the deliberation in regards to strikes. There have been more than 160 strikes on American targets across the region, as you noted, since October. Why has the U.S. waited until American service members were killed to escalate its response?
Well, as you know, we've responded a number of times and taken out first of all, their attacks, many of them, most of them are going to be ineffective. And most of them we're going to defend ourselves against. Whenever we conduct a strike, we're going to hit at what we're aiming at. We're going to take away capability. We're going to do what we're desiring to do. And so this particular attack was egregious in that the attack was on the sleeping area of one of our base, and again we've Kataib Hezbollah and other elements continue to attack our troops, and again, I think at this point we should. It's time to take away even more capability than we've taken in the past. And in terms of you use the term escalation. We've not described what our response is going to be, but we look to hold the people that are responsible for this accountable. And we also look to make sure that we continue to take away capability from them as we go forward.
Let's go to the next question. Washington Post, Missy.
Welcome back, Mr. Secretary. First of all, the chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, one of the main oversight committees for this building, has asked if you will come testify on a specific date. Will you do that? And secondly, on the Middle East, what's your response to the criticism that the United States is sort of playing into the hands of the Houthis because the U.S. response is elevating their status? They've demonstrated an ability to withstand years of bombing in the past, and more broadly, playing into the hands of the Iranians that support the Houthis and the other groups when the goal of President Biden in the United States has been to prevent increased violence in the Middle East, and now the United States is taking part in actually increasing it. Thanks.
Missy, what was the first part of your question?
What will you testify, as Chairman Rogers has asked?
Yeah, so Congress had some very relevant questions that they've asked us, and we will continue to answer those questions. We'll continue to work with Chairman Rogers' office to address any additional questions or issues that he might have. And again, we'll stay in touch with Chairman Rogers' office as things play out. So.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
You're listening to Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin holding his first press briefing since failing to immediately disclose his recent hospital stay. He talked about America's multi-tiered response after 3 U.S. soldiers were killed in a drone attack in Jordan this past weekend. He also addressed questions about why it took him so long to reveal that he was hospitalized with complications days after surgery for prostate cancer, saying, "I did not handle this right, and we fell short." Let's get reaction to all this with NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce, who's here with us in person on set. So really very much a two-pronged news conference here, but the headlines seem to be him really head-on addressing this controversy in the wake of not even notifying the president right away that he had cancer surgery, that he had complications for it. Anything you heard there that was new or surprising, anything making headlines out of that?
I think there were several key points here. First of all, as you say, the apology. This was sort of a full-throated apology in person in front of reporters. He said, we fell short. I didn't handle this right. He said he apologized directly to the president. Some new items. He said that the president did not ask him to resign, or he didn't offer to resign. He said he did not order his staff to conceal his medical situation. But he said the review would reveal exactly what happened. So
that seems to be the lingering question, right? Why wasn't the president notified? That sort of still needs to be answered, right?
That's right. That's a huge question. Who in the staff should have told the White House? There's probably several people that should have.
All right. Let's talk about the other aspect of this, which is, of course, the 3 soldiers who were killed earlier this week. Dozens were injured. We know the White House is not going to say much about how they plan to respond, but what did we learn there about the response and what we could see in the coming days and weeks?
He sort of confirmed what our colleagues have reported at NBC News, that this is not a one-off response. It's going to be over a period. He seemed to suggest that. We've already reported that it could be over a period of weeks. He also said that they're going to hold those responsible for these attacks accountable and take away more of their capability. So again, that suggests a much larger set of strikes and actions than we've seen until now. And then also he was asked, what about these comments by this militia that said, we don't seek a war with the U.S.? He said, we listen carefully to what they say, but we also see what they do, watch what they do.
There was this question, we only have about 30 seconds here, but just are things escalating now? Why did it wait so long to escalate until U.S. service members were killed? That is a key question, right?
It is. It's obviously very political now in Washington. And it's true that the U.S. did conduct airstrikes over the past 3 months. It's not as if there was no response, but it was very limited. It was very calibrated. And he didn't fully answer that, but he was certainly making it clear they're going to hold them accountable. And he also made a big point about freedom of navigation in the Red Sea.
All right. Dan DeLuce, thank you so much. We appreciate having you on. We're going to have much more from the Pentagon and the Middle East here on NBC News Now. Stay with us. The news continues right now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us this Thursday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, the blame game that's now playing out in the Middle East over the deaths of 3 U.S. service members in Jordan. The group the Biden administration is now saying is responsible for that deadly weekend attack. Also this morning, the big social media CEOs were in the hot seat on Capitol Hill yesterday, clashing with senators over their app's track records on child safety.
You have blood on your hands. You have a product. You have a product that's killing people.
We're going to bring you the biggest takeaways from that hearing room in just a moment. Plus, it is a wicked weather phenomenon that is nothing to laugh at. A so-called Pineapple Express system seriously soaking much of the West Coast. Flash flood fears now gripping millions in Southern California, with another few feet of snow expected to fall in the Sierra Mountains. We've got team coverage on what you need to know as you step out the door. And today marks the beginning of Black History Month. Later in the hour, a closer look at the efforts to rebuild a monument of black education here in America that just might be older than the nation itself. We look forward to bringing you that story and many more in the month ahead. Let's begin this hour with the ongoing violence in the Middle East, where the U.S. has again carried out strikes on Houthi targets in Yemen.
The Pentagon says it targeted 10 Houthi drones, which it says were threatening Navy and merchant vessels in the Red Sea. The strikes come as the U.S. continues to weigh its response to Sunday's drone attack in Jordan that killed 3 U.S. soldiers. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now from northern Iraq. Hi, Keir. Good morning.
Hey there, guys. Good morning to you. The focus in this region continues to be firmly on Iran and its proxies, and some of those Iranian-backed groups continue to operate despite the threats and overnight fresh strikes from the Biden administration. This morning, as the U.S. readies a multi-target strike against Iranian assets, it says an Iranian-backed group is responsible for the attack that killed 3 American service members. The U.S. is also renewing attacks against Iran's proxies on other fronts, hitting areas in western Yemen controlled by the Houthis. U.S. F-18s bombing, it says, 10 unmanned drones that were preparing to launch attacks, and a ground control station. The Pentagon adding the targets presented an imminent threat to merchant vessels and the U.S. Navy ships in the region. Overnight, the U.S. destroyer USS Carney also shooting down an anti-ship ballistic missile fired by the Houthis, along with 3 Iranian drones, according to the Pentagon. The National Guard now confirming at least 41 guardsmen were injured in Sunday's attack against U.S. troops on a remote outpost in Jordan. This, the moment President Biden called the parents of specialist Kennedy Sanders, one of the 3 killed.
We're promoting her posthumously to sergeant.
Oh, wow. That is the best news I've heard today. Thank you so much. You don't know how much that means to us.
Biden's response, when it comes, likely to target Iranian-backed militias in the region. The U.S. has targeted these groups before, with little discernible impact on their behavior. Now, U.S. officials telling NBC News to expect strikes on multiple places in several countries and locations, including cyber operations.
When you're talking about what we're anticipating here, which won't just be a one-off. As I said, the first thing you see will not be the last thing.
And the White House rejecting suggestions that the delay is allowing Iran and its proxies to prepare. But a senior Iraqi official, Joe and Savannah, tells NBC News that members of Iranian proxy groups here in the region are evacuating headquarters. As the U.S. prepares for those retaliatory strikes, it seems like Iran is readying itself too, guys.
All right, Keir, thank you so much.
Well, a top Hamas political leader is expected to travel to Cairo in the coming days to review a U.S.-backed hostage proposal. Israel's war cabinet is also considering the possible deal, though it has yet to be put to a vote.
It comes as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he will not be releasing prisoners held in his country. He's also refusing to remove troops from Gaza during a potential ceasefire.
NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv with the very latest. Hi, Raf. Good morning. So, look, I mean, the things that Joe and I just stated sound at odds with each other. Let's start there. This ongoing hostage negotiation with Prime Minister Netanyahu refusing to these terms of the New Deal. Where do these talks stand? Where do they go from here?
Savannah, good morning. We are playing the waiting game right now. The ball at this point is in Hamas's court. There were Israeli negotiators sitting around the table in Paris over the weekend with the CIA director and officials from Egypt and Qatar. That's the group that agreed to the broad framework of this deal, and we are now waiting to see whether Hamas's political leaders in Cairo this week can sign off on it. The political leadership on its own isn't enough. There's going to be a game of diplomatic telephone where they have to reach Hamas's military leaders, who are believed to be underground in the tunnels in southern Gaza right now, to get their consent also. But assuming for a second that Hamas, both political and military, does sign off, then all eyes will be on the cabinet of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to see whether they will vote for this deal. As you said, the Prime Minister saying he is not prepared to release thousands of Palestinian prisoners convicted of terrorism as part of an agreement. He is under real pressure from far-right cabinet ministers inside his own government not to make concessions to Hamas. So there's still a lot of hurdles before this deal could go into effect. Yes.
Raf, let's talk about something that's made a lot of headlines in the last week. The United Nations is now issuing a new warning saying any decision to halt funds to UNRWA, its main aid agency in Gaza, could have catastrophic effects there. This, of course, follows Israeli intelligence allegations that some of the agency's staff played a direct role in the October 7th attack. What could happen next in this situation?
So, Joe, we're hearing from UNRWA this morning. They are saying at this point 16 countries, including the United States, have suspended funding. That suspended funding worth $440 million. And they are saying if that stream does not come back online, they're going to run out of money by the end of February, the end of this month, and they will have to shut their operations down in Gaza. And that has the potential to be absolutely catastrophic. UNRWA, whether you like it or not, is really the only humanitarian organization with the capacity to meet the scale of needs in Gaza right now. They say about 2 million Gazans, the overwhelming majority of the population, are depending on UNRWA facilities in one form or another. We heard from the head of the agency this morning. He said it is difficult to imagine that Gazans will survive this crisis without UNRWA. Now, the U.S. is saying it is prepared to restore funding pending the outcome of that investigation into allegations that UNRWA staff were involved on October 7th, and they want to see what kind of measures UNRWA is putting in place to make sure nothing like that ever happens again. Guys.
Raf, our viewers probably remember that South Africa had brought this case to the UN's top court, and they're saying that Israel is ignoring the ruling that came out of that. The defense forces need to prevent further deaths in Gaza. What else are we hearing from South Africa, and can we expect to see further action here, given that the ruling there wasn't binding? There's nothing really that Israel has to do, but what do you think could come of that?
Yeah, Savannah, so that interim ruling from the International Court of Justice came on Friday. Hundreds of Palestinians have been killed since then. The South Africans are saying that is a clear breach of the court's ruling. Israel denying that, saying they do everything they can to minimize civilian casualties. But the South African foreign minister stepping up the rhetoric this morning, saying they want to see Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu arrested and dragged in front of a separate court, the International Criminal Court, also in The Hague, on allegations of war crimes. Again, something Israel denies. They're also trying to move the court's judgment to the UN Security Council. They want to see it discussed there. The court did order Israel to file a report within 1 month explaining what steps they were taking to comply with the court's rulings. Guys.
All right, Raf Sanchez, thank you very much, as always, for your reporting.
Turning now to Congress, where some of the world's biggest social media CEOs were grilled by senators over online safety for kids.
Also present in the hearing room and advocating for tougher legislation were parents who've lost loved ones after incidents on social media. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow is here with the details.
Hey there, the chief executives of Discord, Snap, TikTok, X, and Meta face tough questions from senators on both sides of the aisle, and a frosty reception from the families who were gathered in that hearing room, many wondering why the tech companies in Congress have failed to act while children still face danger on social media sites.
In a combative and emotional Senate hearing,
You have blood on your hands. You have a product. You have a product that's killing people.
The CEOs facing accusations they failed to protect children from illicit content, predators, and extortion.
Your platforms really suck at policing themselves.
Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg tangled with senators over his platform's safety record.
It appears that you're trying to be the premier sex trafficking site
not, Senator.
in this country.
Senator, that's ridiculous.
Sitting behind the CEOs, grief-stricken families holding photos of children they say were victimized on the company's platforms.
Would you like now to apologize?
Pressed by Republican Senator Josh Hawley, Zuckerberg turned to address the families.
Knowing that to go through the things that your families have suffered. And this is why we invested so much and are going to continue doing industry-leading efforts to make sure that no one has to go through the types of things that your families have had to suffer.
Mary Rohde was in the room. She says her son Riley was blackmailed over explicit photos on Facebook Messenger and was so distraught he took his own life. To her, Zuckerberg's words rang hollow.
When he stood up, he said, "I'm sorry for your pain," but I don't really think he's sorry for my pain.
At least 6 social media bills are still waiting for action in the Senate, including legislation known as the Kids Online Safety Act, which some CEOs declined to support.
There are parts of the act that we think are great.
No, it's a yes or no question. In its present form, do you support it? Yes or no?
We are aware that some groups have raised some concerns. It's important to understand.
I'll take that as a no.
Some parents remain skeptical.
Are you hopeful, thinking things might change after this?
I've been in these hearings before. I would love to hear that we're going to pass all these bills and actually protect children, but I'm not convinced that will happen.
One of the issues that came up many times, the idea that social media companies have immunity from lawsuits because they are just the platform and not responsible for the content. There are bills that are hoping to change that. One Republican senator on the Judiciary Committee, John Cornyn of Texas, tells me that he thinks there's, quote, quite a bit of enthusiasm among senators in both parties to reform that federal law, although that would take a lot of negotiation. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer tells NBC News he wants to make children's online safety a priority, but nothing is scheduled in the Senate just yet. Back to you.
All right, Kate, thank you.
Well, at least 3 people are dead and 9 others injured after a hangar that was under construction at an airport in Idaho collapsed. Now investigators are on the scene trying to determine what caused the incident. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now with the details on this. Hey, Aaron, good morning.
Hey, good morning. The collapse taking place at a 39,000 square foot airplane hangar that had been under construction where dozens of people were working. In addition, a crane had also fallen, but officials say it's unclear what led to either collapse.
We have a structure collapse at the new hangar at Jackson Jet Center. One crane collapsed and I guess partial structure collapse as well.
This morning, authorities are investigating a deadly building collapse in Boise, Idaho that killed 3 people and injured 9 others, 5 of them in critical condition.
It was a pretty global collapse that occurred. The main structural members came down. It was fairly catastrophic.
The initial call coming in Wednesday evening at a steel jet hangar owned by private aircraft company Jackson Jet Center. The building had been under construction within Boise Airport's airfield. Holy Officials describing the scene as chaotic, with several fire engines and at least a dozen ambulances on the ground. Rescue teams making entry, pulling victims out of the wreckage.
We did have some that were challenging and that there was hoists and so forth.
Officials say everyone within the collapse area had been accounted for. The cause remains under investigation. The CEO of the Jackson Jet Center releasing a statement to NBC News, writing in part, "Our hearts go out to everyone affected by this horrific event. We do not know exactly what caused the hangar collapse. Our focus now is on supporting our team and partners during this difficult time."
Boise police will be heading the investigation along with OSHA. NBC News has also reached out to the general contractor for the project, but have not heard back. The victims' names will be released by the Ada County Coroner's Office pending notification of the next of kin. Guys.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much.
The West Coast is bracing for impact. A storm system known as the Pineapple Express could drop unprecedented amounts of rain, causing flooding, mudslides, and power outages. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz has more on that.
This morning, wild weather sweeping across the country by the weekend. Though most Americans are feeling above average temperatures right now, intense rain set to move in. Millions are under flood alerts. Rescues already starting overnight as the system known as a Pineapple Express makes landfall in California.
It's coming down in waves of like
dumping snow in the Tahoe area with roads snarled. The rain causing accidents across the state where residents expect flooding.
This lifeguard stand right here will be underwater.
A dramatic scene in the Bay Area. This massive tree toppling over, trapping a young girl inside. She was rescued with non-life-threatening injuries. Officials opening up dams in preparation for excess runoff. This morning, farther south, San Diego bracing for impact again.
We lost, total loss to everything.
Water from last week's 100-year rainfall is still seeping into the soil, increasing the risk of flash floods, rock and mudslides later this week.
I want to reiterate, as much as we have been focused on helping residents in these impacted communities recover, we've also been preparing for the rain event.
Residents now getting ready with a wet end of the week ahead. And this storm is now moving south to Los Angeles. The heaviest rain expected around the morning commute, and it's just the beginning. A second, even stronger atmospheric river is expected to hit many of these same areas on Sunday. Back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you so much.
For more on your forecast, let's get a check at your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here with that. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, guys. And that continues to be the big story. We're going to see that rain still moving into California. Again, the bullseye, as Liz mentioned, into Southern California. We could see 1 to 3 inches of rain. That's going to cause some flash flooding, some really heavy mountain snow up to 3 to 4 feet in the highest elevations. And we're also looking at some really windy conditions that could cause some power outages. Also watching a few other things, really warm in the middle of the country. We're looking at temperatures well above normal, 10, even 30 degrees above normal. Could break some records in the southern plains, temperatures into the mid, if not upper 70s in some spots. Also watching a little bit of snow along the Great Lakes and in portions of northern New England. But this is a big story today. Lots of heavy rain continuing to stream into portions of the West Coast. We're looking at San Francisco getting some heavy rain right now, Fresno down to portions of Southern California, Los Angeles. You're going to have heavy rain as we go throughout the day with those gusty winds as well. So lots of alerts this morning. We have wind alerts for 25 million people, flood alerts, 22 million people, and winter alerts looking at 1 million people under those alerts. So this is what it looks like. We have a 1-2 punch. So the first punch is coming now, as also had it yesterday. So we're looking at that rain, heavy, looking at the snow and also wind. And then that second storm right on the heels of this first storm comes in Sunday into Monday, lasting through parts into the latter part of Tuesday as well. And we're looking at the chance for some flash flooding that day. This is a more powerful storm Sunday into Tuesday. So let's go through it. This first storm, we're seeing those scattered showers as we go throughout the afternoon hours. Again, could be heavy at times, could see rainfall rates of 3/4 of an inch per hour. This is over really soggy ground, so that's why we're concerned about flash flooding. We're also looking at that rain snow pushing into the Great Basin, also the Rockies. That will continue tomorrow as that snow moves into the Rockies. Also looking at rain and storms advancing to the Mississippi Valley. We're concerned about severe weather in the southern plains as well. Snow and wind continuing in the Rockies. Then this is the second storm, Sunday into Monday, stronger Pacific storm, that stream, that Pineapple Express as it's called, coming from Hawaii, just bringing all that moisture into the west coast. So another round of flooding rains and also some really strong winds. As far as the rainfall rates go, the bullseye today will be in Southern California, Los Angeles to Irvine down to San Diego, where we could see 1, 2, even 3 inches of rain. And then we're looking at a whole lot of snow as well. Generally 2 feet in the mountain peaks, but the highest peaks could see 3 or 4 feet of snow. So good news for the skiers there. As we head towards the East Coast, we have a front that's coming through. It's not a big blockbuster front, but still looking at the chance for some cold air slipping in, and that's going to prompt some snow in some spots in portions of the Great Lakes. Depending on where you are, you could see a rain-snow mix as well. And then we'll see more moderate snow in portions of northern New England. So specifically northern Maine could see some moderate snow as we go throughout the day. That will move out. Again, not talking about a whole lot, generally 1 to 2 inches. But as we head towards the northern tip of Maine, we could see higher amounts, 5 inches in some spots. So that's where you're seeing the pink. And then the purple is looking at 4 inches of snow. So some higher elevations of Maine could see some heavier rain. Now, as we look towards tomorrow, starting out the weekend, that mountain snow continues in portions of the inner mountain west into the southwest, the Rockies, and we're looking at that rain continuing along the west coast. So again, concerned about the flooding as we go throughout tomorrow as well. We're watching the chance for strong to severe storms in the southern plains. It's going to be warm, and we're looking at some moisture in there. That's going to prompt those storms, breezy and chilly in portions of New England. And then by Saturday, a really nice weekend in portions of the mid-Atlantic, northeast, sunny skies. It will be dry down through the southeast. That mess does continue out west. We're looking at snow continuing throughout the Intermountain West, the Rockies, and also some wet weather still lingering along the coast. Now, by Sunday, this is that second storm that's going to come in. So our next western storm, really heavy rain along the coast. You can kind of see underneath the red lettering, the yellows. That's indicating where we could see some heavier rain. So all throughout California, another round of that. Some blue showing where that snow is throughout the Intermountain West. And then just some rain throughout the northern plains into the central plains down through portions of the Gulf Coast. We are watching the chance for showers and storms throughout the Gulf Coast and a chill in the air. But here's that February thought. We're looking at temperatures into the upper 70s in some parts in the southern plains. I know it's a big difference. It's like snow and then 70s.
It's really bizarre.
I know. It's been quite the winter.
It has all to say about it. Thanks, Michelle.
Sure.
Jinx. We've got much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including actor Alec Baldwin now entering his plea in that deadly on-set shooting. We'll bring you the latest.
Plus, it was a bombshell day in court for the mother charged in connection with her son's school shooting. Why the man Jennifer Crumbly was having an affair with at the time of the shooting took the witness stand yesterday. Those stories and more after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Actor Alec Baldwin pleaded not guilty on Wednesday to an involuntary manslaughter charge in the fatal shooting of cinematographer Helena Hutchins. He waived an arraignment that was set to happen by video conference today. Baldwin, who served as the lead actor and a co-producer on set of the Western movie Rust, was pointing a gun at Hutchins during a rehearsal when it went off, killing her and wounding the film's director. A grand jury indicted Baldwin in January after prosecutors received a new analysis of the gun that was involved in the shooting. Baldwin faces up to 18 months in prison if convicted.
Now to the landmark trial for the mother of Michigan school shooter Ethan Crumbley.
With prosecution set to rest today, the defense could take over, meaning Jennifer Crumbley could take the stand as soon as today. On the 7th day of her trial for manslaughter, jurors heard the details of her arrest and also what she told the man she was having an affair with on the day her son carried out the shooting at Oxford High School. Take a listen.
It was that something with Ethan. And,
her son?
Yes.
Okay.
And was worried he was going to do something dumb.
Joining us now from Pontiac, Michigan is NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa. So Maggie, let's start with that man that Jennifer Crumbley was having this close relationship with. What else did we learn from him?
Right. Yeah, so essentially, guys, this was a huge, you called it a bombshell, like that's accurate point for the defense. Essentially, that soundbite that you just heard was the main kind of point they honed in on, excuse me, for the prosecution, that they honed in on yesterday. That was Brian Mallow. She's a firefighter and a high school classmate of Jennifer Crumbley's, and he testified that the two indeed were having an affair, and as part of that affair, they texted and messaged, he said, a lot. And on the day of the shooting, he said that Jennifer Crumbley, he testified, that she messaged him before she even went to that meeting at the high school, before she went to talk to administrators about kind of the latest warning signs surrounding her son. And he said she messaged him that she was worried her son was going to do something dumb. And remember, that is so big for the prosecution because their entire theory this time, the entire sort of rationale behind these involuntary manslaughter charges is that they say Jennifer Crumbley had clear warning signs that her son was struggling, that he could potentially be violent. And guys, they say she ignored them. So again, those messages and just kind of that full disclosure, that full picture painted of what their life was like at the time seemed really big for prosecutors in this case.
Absolutely. Maggie, jurors also heard a lot about Jennifer Crumbley's arrest, what actually happened. This was also part of yesterday's what happened in the courtroom, including witness details leading up to her arrest and then brand new body camera footage as well. What did that all tell us?
Yeah, you know, this was kind of a storyline that a lot of people might have forgotten about. It was in the days after the shooting, basically when charges were announced against the parents less than a week after the shooting in 2021. The parents went on the run, and there was a statewide manhunt for James and Jennifer Crumbley. Cut to December 3rd, a man who owns a business around here in the Detroit area said that he pulled up to his business at night. There should have been no one there, logically. There was a car there he didn't recognize, two people in it. He got suspicious, and he checked the license plate against news reports, realized, oh my God, this is the car the police are looking for tied to the Crumbleys. He calls 911. Cut to a couple hours later, Detroit police body camera video played in court yesterday of officers in tactical gear storming a warehouse in Detroit, arresting both parents, yelling at them to put their hands up, cuffing them inside that warehouse. It's a really dramatic video and just kind of reiterates how the Crumbleys knew, when they knew that there were charges, potential criminal charges being lobbed against them, they went on the run to try to kind of evade authorities, and it didn't last long, guys, but a huge moment again for the prosecution.
So, Maggie, as we've mentioned, Jennifer could take the stand as soon as today in her own defense. What could we expect if she's asked to testify?
Sure, and there's no set schedule. We expect the prosecution to wrap today. They expected, they said, to wrap yesterday, but they say they may have at least one more witness. Essentially, then the defense will take over if and when they wrap. And Jennifer's attorney said in her opening statement that Jennifer intends to testify in her own defense. She gave no details as to what they expect her to say, but we've heard from parents here of kids who were injured and an attorney for kids, for families of the victims in this shooting. They say all they want from Jennifer Crumbley is the truth. They feel like they keep hearing half-truths about what she knew, what she didn't know, what she should have done, what she just suspected in her son if they talked about, you know, how much he was struggling. So that's what they want from her. We're anticipating her testimony again to begin as soon as today. Beyond that, what the defense has planned, we'll have to see. But it is feasible, guys, given the pace of kind of these last few witnesses, that could happen today. Potentially, this trial could get handed over to the jury as soon as this week, as this has been moving on at a decent clip. And then we'll obviously wait and see the decision. And again, this unprecedented case here in Michigan.
All right, Maggie, thank you so much.
Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Angela Sanadella for where we go from here. Okay, first, Angela, I think a lot of people yesterday were surprised by this bombshell news of this affair, as well as, of course, what that man had said. But it's not surprising people were surprised because the judge had initially barred prosecutors from disclosing that Jennifer Crumbley was having an affair. But then her opposition to that was later dropped about it being brought up. Why, in the first place, would they be barred from discussing that? And then what factors were being weighed in the decision to eventually drop that?
Right. So the barring happened because the judge felt it was not relevant and it was prejudicial to Jennifer Crumbley. Now, the fact that her opposition dropped that, or that her side dropped that, means that she felt, or her lawyers felt, it could be helpful to their defense in some way. Either because they felt it was going to come out anyway, it was obvious. Look, he was already on the stand when that revelation was made and when her opposition was dropped. So perhaps they thought it enhances her credibility. It could also be related to her taking the stand. Perhaps she's going to say she did rely on him for emotional support. And lastly, I think there were some messages here that her defense team could use to their advantage. The prosecution is painting her to be this absent mother who didn't care at all about him. But from these messages, also, some of them include that she was concerned about her son. She also did blame the school. And I believe that's going to be the crux of the defense, that it was the school who had primary responsibility.
Let's talk more about the prosecution. They're essentially trying to prove that her negligence contributed to these deaths. How are they making that argument, and how well have they presented their case so far?
They've made a pretty strong case so far, and it all comes down to these mental health concerns, plus the fact that they bought him a gun. So those seem to be the two factors that they are putting together. But that said, when the school official was put on the stand and questioned by the defense about how come they did not search his backpack, the school official said, well, it's because he wasn't a real threat. So I think we're going to see the defense continue to pull that through. On one hand, the school is saying quite obviously they told her that he was in danger, that he was a threat. On the other hand, they didn't search. So that's what the defense is going to go with.
So Jennifer and her husband, James, they are the first parents of a mass shooter to be charged in a school shooting like this. They're being tried separately, though. Is all these types of things that we're seeing here?
We got breaking news out of the Pentagon, where Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin now holding a press briefing, his first since failing to immediately disclose his recent hospital stay. Austin returned to the Pentagon Monday, a day after 3 U.S. soldiers were killed in a drone attack in Jordan. Let's listen in.
Please note that I will moderate those questions and call on journalists, so I'd ask that you raise your hand. If you have a question, wait to be recognized, and I'll call upon you. With that, over to you, Mr. Secretary.
Thanks, Pat. Good morning. It's been a difficult few days for the Department of Defense, and the entire department is united in our outrage and sorrow over the death of 3 U.S. service members on Sunday in Jordan. We all mourn the loss of 3 Army Reserve soldiers serving at Tower 22. Sergeant William J. Rivers, age 46, Sergeant Kennedy L. Sanders, age 24, and Sergeant Brianna A. Moffitt, age 23. Our thoughts and prayers are with their families and their loved ones, and we know that this grief will never leave them. And we hope that they know that the department's love and support will never leave them either. We're also praying for the other American troops who were wounded. Now, our teammates were killed when a one-way attack drone struck their living quarters. And we continue to gather the facts about this deadly attack. Our fallen soldiers had a vital mission to support Operation Inherent Resolve and to work with our partners to ensure the lasting defeat of ISIS. They risked their lives and lost their lives to keep their fellow Americans safe from global terrorism. The President will not tolerate attacks on American troops, and neither will I. Our teammates were killed by radical militias backed by Iran and operating inside Syria and Iraq. In the aftermath of the vile Hamas terrorist assault on Israel on October 7th, terrorist groups backed by Iran and funded by Iran have tried to create even more turmoil, including the Houthis attacking commercial shipping in the Red Sea. So this is a dangerous moment in the Middle East. We will continue to work to avoid a wider conflict in the region. But we will take all necessary actions to defend the United States, our interests, and our people. And we will respond when we choose, where we choose, and how we choose. Now, that's what everyone here is focused on. But in my first week back in the Pentagon, I did want to address my recent hospital stay and some of the issues around it. I'm recovering well, but as you can see, I'm still recovering. I'm still having some leg pain and doing physical therapy to get past it. I'm deeply grateful to my doctors and the nursing staff at Walter Reed, and I very much appreciate all the good wishes. But I want to be crystal clear. We did not handle this right, and I did not handle this right. I should have told the president about my cancer diagnosis. I should have also told my team and the American public. And I take full responsibility. I apologize to my teammates and to the American people. Now, I want to make it very clear that there were no gaps in authorities and no risk to the department's command and control. At every moment, either I or the Deputy Secretary was in full charge. And we've already put in place some new procedures to make sure that any lapses in notification don't happen. In the future, if the Deputy Secretary needs to temporarily assume the duties of my office, she and several White House offices will be immediately notified, including the White House Situation Room. And so will key officials across the department. And the reason for that assumption of duties will be included in writing. Now, I want you all to know why this happened. I was being treated for prostate cancer. The news shook me, and I know that it shakes so many others, especially in the Black community. It was a gut punch. And frankly, my first instinct was to keep it private. I don't think it's news that I'm a pretty private guy. I never liked burdening others with my problems. It's just not my way. But I've learned from this experience. So taking this kind of job means losing some of the privacy that most of us expect. The American people have a right to know if their leaders are facing health challenges that might affect their ability to perform their duties, even temporarily. So a wider circle should have been notified, especially the president. I'll take your questions today, but as you know, we've got an ongoing internal review, as well as a DOD Inspector General review that we fully support. So I may have to discuss some aspects later. Now, let me back up a bit. As you know, on 22nd December, I had a minimally invasive procedure to cure me of my recently diagnosed prostate cancer. And then I hit some bad luck during what is usually a pretty easy recovery. On January 1st, I felt severe leg pain and pain in the abdomen and hip. And that evening, an ambulance took me to Walter Reed. The doctors found that I had several issues that needed treatment, including a bladder infection and abdominal problems. On January 2nd, I was also experiencing fever and chills and shallow breathing. The medical staff decided to transfer me to the critical care unit for several days for closer monitoring and better team care by my doctors. And the Deputy Secretary assumed the functions and duties of my office, which happens when necessary. Her senior staff, my senior staff, and the joint staff were notified of this through our regular email notification procedures. And I never directed anyone to keep my January hospitalization from the White House. On January 5th, I resumed my functions and duties as secretary from the hospital. I was functioning well mentally, but not so well physically, and so I stayed at Walter Reed for additional time for additional treatment, including physical therapy for some lingering issues with my leg. Now, I'm offering all of this as an explanation and not an excuse. I am very proud of what we've achieved at the department over the past 3 years, but we fell short on this one. As a rule, I don't talk about conversations with my boss, but I can tell you I've apologized directly to President Biden. And I've told him that I'm deeply sorry for not letting him know immediately that I received a heavy diagnosis and was getting treatment. And he has responded with the grace and warm heart that anyone who knows President Biden would expect. And I'm grateful for his full confidence in me. And finally, I also missed an opportunity to send a message on an important public health issue. And I'd like to fix that right now. I was diagnosed with a highly treatable form of cancer, a pretty common one. 1 in 8 American men will get prostate cancer. 1 in 6 black men will get it. And so I'm here with a clear message to other men, especially older men. Get screened, get your regular checkups. Prostate cancer has a glass jaw. If your doctor can spot it, they can treat it and beat it. And the side effects that I experienced are highly, highly unusual. So you can count on me to set a better example on this issue today and for the rest of my life. And again, I want to thank everyone for their well wishes and their great support. And with that, I'll take your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. First question will go to Associated Press. Lita.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. You said that you never directed anyone to keep this from the White House. Did you direct your staff or others to keep it from the public and from other senior staff members? And if you did not, has anyone been disciplined for doing something that you did not tell them to do? And then just quickly on Iraq and Syria, what is your response to the KH statement today that they are postponing or not doing any more attacks? Thank you.
Good morning, Lita.
Good morning.
To answer your question on whether or not I directed my staff to conceal my hospitalization from anyone else, the answer is no. In terms of my response to KH's statement, we always listen to what people are saying, but we watch what they do. And again, actions are everything. So we'll see what happens in the future.
Okay, next question will go to Fox. Jennifer.
Sir, during that time that you were in the intensive care unit, there was an airstrike carried out, a drone strike against an Iraqi leader of a militia. How is it that, do you regret that the authorities were not clear at that point? And what can you explain about what was going through your mind at that time? And then separately, there's been a lot of telegraphing about targeting and responding to the drone strike, so much so that the Iranian proxy leaders have left the country. Some are back in Tehran. Has there been too much telegraphing, or is the point not to kill any Iranian commanders?
Regarding the strike on the 8th, Jen, that strike was planned, and I had made recommendations to the president on actions that we should carry out, and President made a decision, and based upon that decision, authorities were pushed down to the Central Command commander, and as you know, a strike like that, you can't pick the precise time when that strike is going to take place. You want to minimize collateral damage. You want to make sure that you have everything right. And so the subordinate commander had the controls on that particular strike. So that I was very much involved in planning and the recommendations for that. And we knew that that would take place within a matter of days. In terms of telegraphing about strikes and whether or not people leave or would have left, you know, I won't speculate on any of that. I would just tell you that, you know, we will have a multi-tiered response. And again, we have the ability to respond a number of times, depending on what the situation is.
Okay, let's go to Reuters. Phil?
What did your deputy know about your condition, and when did she know it?
Yeah, Phil, I think in terms of what she knew and didn't know, I think we should probably let that come out of the review. I think I won't speculate on what she knew and did not know based upon what information was passed to her. Again, I think the details of that will come out of one or both of those reviews. So.
Okay. Gordon?
Mr. Secretary, you say you didn't direct your staff to hide this truth or lie, but did you create a culture of secrecy that then the staff kind of interpreted your desires or your intentions when it came to you getting sick?
Yeah, you know, I don't think I've created a culture of secrecy. I think there will be security officers, there will be other staff members who may perceive that they're doing things in my best interest, and you know, I can't predict or determine or ascertain what those things may be. I just know what I said and did not say, and of course, you know, I have a great staff, and they always want to intend to do the right things. But in terms of what one may or may not have perceived at any one point in time, I won't speculate on that. So.
Okay. Let's go to ABC.
Hi, sir. Thank you for doing this, and I think on behalf of all of us here, we wish you a speedy recovery. I'd like to ask you about the current situation in the Middle East. The message has been deterrence, deterring the attacks by the Houthis, deterring the attacks by the militias. Has deterrence failed? And if you are going to retaliate at the time and place of your choosing, is that not an escalation, particularly given all the rhetoric with Iran? And a question on your recovery, sir. At any point, did you feel that your situation had caused you to consider possibly resigning, given all of the political attention that had developed as a result of it?
In terms of resignation, the answer is no. In terms of escalation in the Middle East, you know, our goal was to make sure that we contain this crisis in Gaza, and that we prevented things from spreading to a wider conflict. Now, there's a lot of activity in the region, but there's always been a lot of activity in the region. And you know well that Iranian proxy groups have been attacking our troops even well before October 7th. And we can go back and count the numbers of attacks before October 7th, and they're not insignificant. There are things that are ongoing now, well, things that are not ongoing. You know, we don't see a conflict, an all-out conflict between Israel and Lebanese Hezbollah. And so I think managing that, I think, has been artfully done. And so, you know, we remain in contact with our Israeli counterparts and make sure that doesn't blossom into a war on another front. We don't see Israel engaged in a conflict with other countries in the region. We're not at war with Iran. And yeah, the Houthis continue to do some things that are very irresponsible and illegal. And so our goal is to make sure that we continue to take away capability from the Houthis to do what they've been doing. And this is not a U.S. issue. This is an international issue. You know, we're going to either be serious about the freedom of navigation or we're not. And so as we look at partners like the UK and so many others that have joined us in this effort, this is about freedom of navigation. There are others in the world that are watching this to see how serious we are about this, and we are serious. And again, our partners and allies are serious about it as well. This is costing countries and companies significant amounts of money as they've had to redirect commercial traffic around. But the Houthis, I mean, their activity needs to come to a halt, and we would call upon Iran to quit or to cease supplying the Houthis with these advanced conventional weapons that they've used to attack ships in the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandeb.
Okay, let's go to Helene.
Sir, commiserations on your illness, and it's good to see you back on your feet.
At least on one foot.
On one foot. You said that you never directed your staff to keep the news of your hospitalization from anyone. Did any senior members of your family or your wife direct people to keep this a secret?
To my knowledge, no members. Well, I don't know. I don't know what anyone on my staff may have said, but I think these things will come out in the review. And so, rather than speculate, I think we should let the facts come out as the review is done. So.
Can I ask you one more
Sure.
question about you? You mentioned during your opening statement that this was an opportunity to talk about prostate cancer, especially in the Black community. I wonder, though, do you have any regret that your silence on this reinforced this culture of secrecy among Black men about prostate cancer?
Yeah, and you mentioned that, and it's probably not an issue of secrecy as much as it's an issue of privacy. And this is a very, cancer period is very private. And there may be cancer survivors amongst us in this room right here. And I know there is at least a couple. There are at least a couple. But you know how private that is. And you know what the initial diagnosis feels like. And so among the Black community, though, it's even more a thing that people want to keep private. And again, it's more about privacy than secrecy. In my case, I should have informed my boss. I did not. That was a mistake. And again, I apologize to him for not doing so.
Let's go to NPR.
Mr. Secretary, you went to the hospital on December 22nd. Was your staff aware that you'd gone to the hospital? And if so, why didn't they tell the White House? You went back to the hospital on January 1st, and an aide told the dispatcher, when the ambulance arrives, no lights, no sirens. Did you direct the aide to say that?
I asked my assistant to call the ambulance. I did not direct him to do anything further than just call the ambulance. And so what he said and why he said it, I think that should come out in the review as well. So.
What about December 22nd when you went to the hospital the first time? Was your staff aware? And if so, why didn't they tell the White House?
When I went to the hospital on December 22nd, I went in for that procedure. My duties were transferred to the deputy. That was planned, and I decided to stay in the hospital overnight. Didn't have to, decided to stay there overnight because of the anesthesia that was involved. And then the next day, later in the afternoon, early evening, we transferred authorities back.
No, I'm talking about your staff.
Okay,
Was your staff aware? And why didn't they
Peter?
tell the White House?
Mr. Secretary, first of all, we wish you good health and thank you for taking our questions. We hope you have a quick recovery. I have two questions. I'll start with the first one on your hospitalization. You were hospitalized for days before you informed the White House or the commander-in-chief of your condition and your absence. Anyone else within the military chain of command would have faced reprimand or even dismissal. Why shouldn't that same standard apply to you, sir?
Well, let me just say that, thanks for the question, that we didn't get this right. And as I said, I take full responsibility for the department's actions. In terms of why on the second notification was not made to the White House, that information was available. I'm not sure at this point what exactly happened, but I think details will play out as a review is conducted. So.
Okay, let's follow up about the situation overseas right now and the deliberation in regards to strikes. There have been more than 160 strikes on American targets across the region, as you noted, since October. Why has the U.S. waited until American service members were killed to escalate its response?
Well, as you know, we've responded a number of times and taken out, first of all, their attacks, many of them, most of them are going to be ineffective. And most of them we're going to defend ourselves against. Whenever we conduct a strike, we're going to hit at what we're aiming at. We're going to take away capability. We're going to do what we're desiring to do. And so this particular attack was egregious in that the attack was on the sleeping area of one of our base, and again we've Kataib Hezbollah and other elements continue to attack our troops, and again, I think at this point we should. It's time to take away even more capability than we've taken in the past. And in terms of you use the term escalation. We've not described what our response is going to be, but we look to hold the people that are responsible for this accountable. And we also look to make sure that we continue to take away capability from them as we go forward.
Let's go to the next question. Washington Post, Missy.
Welcome back, Mr. Secretary. First of all, the chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, one of the main oversight committees for this building, has asked if you will come testify on a specific date. Will you do that? And secondly, on the Middle East, what's your response to the criticism that the United States is sort of playing into the hands of the Houthis because the U.S. response is elevating their status? They've demonstrated an ability to withstand years of bombing in the past, and more broadly, playing into the hands of the Iranians that support the Houthis and the other groups when the goal of President Biden in the United States has been to prevent increased violence in the Middle East, and now the United States is taking part in actually increasing it. Thanks.
Missy, what was the first part of your question?
What will you testify, as Chairman Rogers has asked?
Yeah, so Congress had some very relevant questions that they've asked us, and we will continue to answer those questions. We'll continue to work with Chairman Rogers' office to address any additional questions or issues that he might have. And again, we'll stay in touch with Chairman Rogers' office as things play out. So.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
You're listening to Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin holding his first press briefing since failing to immediately disclose his recent hospital stay. He talked about America's multi-tiered response after 3 U.S. soldiers were killed in a drone attack in Jordan this past weekend. He also addressed questions about why it took him so long to reveal that he was hospitalized with complications days after surgery for prostate cancer, saying, "I did not handle this right, and we fell short." Let's get reaction to all this with NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce, who's here with us in person on set. So really very much a two-pronged news conference here, but the headlines seem to be him really head-on addressing this controversy in the wake of not even notifying the president right away that he had cancer surgery, that he had complications for it. Anything you heard there that was new or surprising, anything making headlines out of that?
I think there were several key points here. First of all, as you say, the apology. This was sort of a full-throated apology in person in front of reporters. He said, we fell short. I didn't handle this right. He said he apologized directly to the president. Some new items. He said that the president did not ask him to resign, or he didn't offer to resign. He said he did not order his staff to conceal his medical situation. But he said the review would reveal exactly what happened. So
that seems to be the lingering question, right? Why wasn't the president notified? That sort of still needs to be answered, right?
That's right. That's a huge question. Who in the staff should have told the White House? There's probably several people that should have.
All right. Let's talk about the other aspect of this, which is, of course, the 3 soldiers who were killed earlier this week. Dozens were injured. We know the White House is not going to say much about how they plan to respond, but what did we learn there about the response and what we could see in the coming days and weeks?
He sort of confirmed what our colleagues have reported at NBC News, that this is not a one-off response. It's going to be over a period. He seemed to suggest that. We've already reported that it could be over a period of weeks. He also said that they're going to hold those responsible for these attacks accountable. and take away more of their capability. So again, that suggests a much larger set of strikes and actions than we've seen until now. And then also he was asked, what about these comments by this militia that said, oh, we don't seek a war with the U.S.? He said, we listen carefully to what they say, but we also see what they do, watch what they do.
There was this question, we only have about 30 seconds here, but just are things escalating now? Why did it wait so long to escalate until U.S. service members were killed? That is a key question, right?
It is. It's obviously very political now in Washington. And it's true that the U.S. did conduct airstrikes over the past 3 months. It's not as if there was no response, but it was very limited. It was very calibrated. And he didn't fully answer that, but he was certainly making it clear they're going to hold them accountable. And he also made a big point about freedom of navigation in the Red Sea.
All right, Dan DeLuce, thank you so much. We appreciate having you on. We're going to have much more from the Pentagon and the Middle East here on NBC News Now. Stay with us. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, good Thursday. We're so happy you're with us. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, February 1st, deadly collapse. Authorities are looking into what caused a building to fall down at an airplane hangar in Idaho. Everything we're learning about the victims and the investigation.
Price talks, government officials and drug makers coming to the table for the first time ever, trying to lower costs for Americans with Medicare. Which medications are under review? Coming up next.
Social media safeguards. Dozens of parents are in Washington, D.C. advocating for new legislation to protect kids online. How they hope to hold the big tech companies accountable.
Streaming crackdown. Hulu is joining the growing list of companies punishing people for password sharing.
Oof. Yeah, stopping in trouble. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're so happy you're with us, and we're going to start with that deadly building collapse in Idaho. It happened yesterday at the site of an airplane hangar that was under construction at the Boise airport. Investigators are still on the scene at this hour.
Now, a crane also fell, but officials don't know what exactly went wrong. 3 people died, 9 others were injured, 5 of them critically. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin joins us now. Erin, officials described what was a pretty chaotic scene. What exactly happened?
Yes, just an absolute tragedy. It happened at 5 p.m. Yesterday evening at the Boise airfield. According to a fire official, they were in the process of erecting a steel frame at the airfield. A crane was involved in some way. They was lowering an item onto the structure when this collapse happened. Now, authorities at this point, though, say they have not connected the crane to the actual structure collapse, but this is all part of this ongoing investigation. Take a listen.
I don't know what caused it, but I can tell you that it was a pretty global collapse that occurred. The main structural members came down. It was fairly catastrophic.
Now, to put this into context, this was supposed to be part of a brand new hangar, 39,000 square feet, owned by the Jackson Jet Center. They were in the process of erecting this hangar next to their existing hangar. Now, the Jackson Jet Center provides private jet services as well as other services. So.
Wow, Erin, I know this is just happening. The investigation is underway. Do you know anything more about the 3 people who were killed? Were they just, in the area? Were they part of the construction?
Well, it's unclear. What we know at this time is that there were 30 people on site at the time of the collapse. Of those 30, 12 were casualties, including 3 that were killed. They have not released the identities of those individuals, and 9 injured, 5 critically injured, currently being treated at the hospital. That is what we know so far. The Jackson Jet Center has released a statement expressing its condolences to the victims, saying we do not know exactly what caused the hangar collapse. Our focus now is on supporting our team and partners during this difficult time. We're also out to the general contractor responsible for construction at the site, but have yet to hear back.
Okay, it's a really developing situation. Erin McLaughlin, thank you so much.
Thanks, Erin. Meanwhile, talks are set to begin today on lowering the price of some prescription drugs that are covered by Medicare.
Now, this is good news. It is part of the Biden administration's efforts to rein in soaring costs for older Americans. The new prices will be announced on September 1st, and they'll go into effect in 2026. NBC News health and medical reporter Berkeley Lovelace Jr. joins us now. Berkeley, good to see you. So this is uncharted territory, right? Medicare has never before been able to bargain directly with drug makers about drug prices. How did we get here, and what are we hoping to see? Lower prices on what kind of meds?
Yeah, so this is something that's been pushed for years, but in 2022, Congress passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which among other provisions allowed Medicare for the first time to negotiate drug prices. And so those negotiations are starting today. Negotiations are expected to be intense. As you know, the drug companies have been opposed to the negotiations. And right now, they're actually suing the federal government to get the law dismantled. But right now, it's kind of business as usual. The federal government will have several months to negotiate these drug prices, and on September 1st, they will announce the final negotiated prices, and then those new prices will go into effect in 2026.
Speaking of which, the government says that more than 65 million people use Medicare for coverage. So what does this mean for them?
Yeah, so people who are prescribed these medications are expected to benefit the most. So these are the 10 costliest prescription drugs. So they're diabetes medications, heart medications, cancer medications. But everybody else on Medicare is also expected to benefit as well. Lower monthly premiums are also expected to be lower because of this law as well. There's also another provision in the law that will cap the monthly or the yearly out-of-pocket cost for people on Medicare to $2,000 a year. And then, of course, the drug makers will continue to negotiate for several more drugs over the next several years. They're going to negotiate 15 more in 2025 and another 15 in 2026.
All right, NBC News health and medical reporter Berkeley Lovelace Jr. Thank you so much, Berkeley. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Now to Capitol Hill, where parents from all over the country are pushing for legislation on social media safety. They're backing a bipartisan bill meant to boost protections for children.
Now, this all comes a day after 5 big tech giants from companies like Meta, TikTok, X were all grilled in a Senate hearing about their efforts to keep kids safe. Lawmakers, they didn't hold back. Look at this.
If you're waiting on these guys to solve the problem, we're going to die waiting.
It appears that you're trying to be the premier sex trafficking
Of course not, Senator.
in this country.
Senator, that's ridiculous.
No,
Senator,
it is not ridiculous.
Have you ever been a member of the Chinese Communist Party?
No, Senator. Again, I'm Singaporean.
Senator, my understanding is that we don't allow sexually explicit content on the service for people of any age. How is that going?
All right, as you can see, things were a bit tense. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now from Capitol Hill. Julie, of all the moments we saw, because there were plenty of moments that were noteworthy there, I do want to start with the parents, because the parents came up to D.C. to speak on behalf of their kids. They filled that hearing room yesterday with photos of their kids, all of whom were victims of online exploitation. I mean, just that image right there on your screen is pretty powerful. What do all those parents holding those photos, what do they ultimately want to see come out of this?
They want to see Congress finally pass legislation to help other parents so they don't have to go through what they went through. So many of them lost their children to cyberbullying. Their kids committed suicide. They also did viral challenges that led to their accidental deaths. I spent some time with these parents this morning. They're still here, still on their own time in Washington to try and make change happen. Listen to one of the moms I spoke to. Her name is Maureen Malek. She lost her son David at the age of 16. Watch this.
It's a David and Goliath story. We take off from work, we use our vacation time, we use our personal money to come up here, and none of us have those unlimited resources, and yet we are fighting this billion-dollar lobby campaign against the work that we're doing.
It's been years since Maureen lost her son. She's still here trying to fight to make this happen. There are so many parents with stories like hers. They're all walking around this breakfast, guys, with Senators Blackburn and Blumenthal, who hosted it for them. They're lobbying members of Congress. They're carrying pins on their chests. They want people to hear this story.
Julie, it's refreshing to see some bipartisan agreement. I don't think there's any parent in this country who doesn't want there to be some accountability in these scenarios. But the reality is we're in an election year. It doesn't seem like the legislation is, should I say, a priority at this point. What's the reality in terms of lawmakers actually passing some of these bills?
It might not be a priority, and certainly Congress has not been able to pass any meaningful regulation to regulate the internet in 2.5 decades. But the Kids Online Safety Act, it's one of the many bills that are being considered now. But this is the bill that the parents I spoke to this morning say they want to pass. I also spoke to the senators who sponsored this legislation. You see it there on your screen. It's a bipartisan bill. Senators Blackburn and Blumenthal actually told me this morning that they really think this can get to the finish line in the coming months. Majority Leader Schumer, who we spoke to yesterday, said they're doing everything they can to make this a priority. So far, guys, half of the Senate has sponsored this bill. In the House, it's a big number as well. They're working to fight the big tech lobby, the millions of dollars that lawyers spend to prevent this from becoming law, and make it a reality so that parents don't have to lose any more of their kids.
NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin, thank you so much.
Well, it's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. The number of Americans applying for unemployment benefits is at a record high. All of this comes despite layoffs staying at historically low levels, according to the U.S. Labor Department.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So, Deirdre, what's behind the uptick in these applications?
Hey, Vicki and Morgan. So while the layoffs remain at low levels, there has been a jump in job cuts recently, most notably among tech and media companies, including Amazon and Google. The latest number, an increase of 70,000 from the previous week. It is the biggest increase since mid-November. Meanwhile, Elon Musk says Tesla shareholders will vote whether to move the company's corporate headquarters to Texas from Delaware. Musk's decision coming after a judge in Delaware voided his $56 billion pay package from 2018, calling it excessive and saying it was negotiated by a board that was beholden to him. Musk already has a large stake in Texas. Tesla's headquarters and Gigafactory are in Austin, and SpaceX and the Boring Company also have operations there. Finally, guys, my favorite story. Formula One superstar Lewis Hamilton is reportedly changing teams. According to multiple reports, the 7-time world champion is leaving Mercedes for Ferrari after this season. It's not the only good news for Ferrari today either. The company reported a record year of profits this morning. Guys, I'm just happy that this probably means a few more seasons of the Netflix series, right? You got to cover.
Oh, that's
Lewis Hamilton.
right.
I was wondering. I didn't know you were a race fan, Deirdre.
I'm not. I'm a Netflix series fan.
That a girl.
Clarification. Love it.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa. Deirdre, thanks as always.
Coming up, if you share your Hulu account, well, you may want to check your billing statement next month. The platform is cracking down on password sharing. What it means for you. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Sinclair Samoa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get to it for all this damage to
All right, well, TikTok is no longer in its Taylor Swift era. Universal Music Group, which represents Swift, as well as other major artists, is now pulling their music from the social platform after negotiations with the label failed. The company's move comes as Swift is the latest target of right-winged conspiracy theories swirling around the internet. NBC News correspondent Chloe Malas has more.
You know those TikToks with Taylor Swift songs playing?
Why you gotta be so mean?
Well, they might not be for long in this world. Universal Music Group, one of the big three global music licensing companies, accusing the app of bullying and intimidating them in contract negotiations.
I put careers on shelves like Amazon distribution center help.
That means songs by Drake, Rihanna, Bad Bunny, Billie Eilish,
it's me.
and yes, Taylor Swift are all being removed from the app. In an open letter, UMG says it has to do with three big things: safety of TikTok users, the harmful effects of AI, and of course, money. With Universal saying just 1% of its revenue comes from the app. TikTok clapping back, accusing Universal of pushing a false narrative and putting their own greed above the interests of the artists and songwriters. Swift, the biggest pop star in the world, can't seem to get out of the headlines. She's also caught in the middle of right-wing anger and some wild conspiracy theories that have only grown during her relationship with NFL star Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. Like former Republican presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy, implying the Super Bowl is rigged. Former President Trump's lawyer Alina Habba reposting a message that asked, who thinks this country needs a lot more women like her and a lot less like Taylor Swift? A tweet firestorm from so-called MAGA influencers. And it's a huge topic on Fox News.
Don't get involved in politics. We don't want to see you there.
Does Taylor realize the guy that they want her to endorse is a kind of stumbling, bumbling mess?
The Pentagon PSYOP unit pitched NATO on turning Taylor Swift into an asset for combating misinformation online.
That last one prompting a statement from the Pentagon, telling Politico, as for this conspiracy theory, we're going to shake it off. Part of the anger stems from a New York Times article suggesting the Biden White House is toying with a so-called Taylor Swift strategy to win her endorsement and potentially reach her almost 300 million Instagram followers. Swift has not made an endorsement this year, but she did endorse President Biden in 2020 and has backed Democrats in her adopted home state of Tennessee. Chloe Malas, NBC News.
All right, let's stay with entertainment now. Starting next month, Hulu will not allow subscribers to share an account with users outside of their household. The streaming giant following in the footsteps of Netflix and Disney+. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more on how customers are reacting.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! If you're hoping to spend the remaining winter months binging any one of Hulu's award-winning shows,
how's my budget looking?
Great. Not good. Starting soon, it could cost you extra. Hulu announcing they'll join streaming giants Netflix and Disney Plus in banning shared accounts outside individual households.
It's so stupid. Streaming sites, companies are starting to become like cable.
Hulu sending an email to customers Wednesday announcing the update to their subscriber agreement, which says, unless otherwise permitted by your service tier, you may not share your subscription outside of your household.
This is an era where all these big companies need to make more profits out of streaming, and I suspect they're all looking at these different kinds of ways to kind of crack down on password sharing.
The move leaving many cord cutters frustrated.
I really hate to see things like this happen because these streaming services were seen as a much cheaper alternative to cable, but now they're just becoming cable.
Though some saw the writing on the wall when the CEO of Hulu's parent company, Disney, announced they were exploring how to address password sharing, rolling out similar user agreements on Disney+.
They came to these services for all the shows, none of the ads, and all the convenience. And so we're seeing that kind of being eroded as time goes by.
The move comes after Netflix's success with its own password sharing crackdown, gaining the streamer almost 22 million new subscribers in about 6 months, totaling a record 260 million paid subscribers across the platform and almost $9 billion in revenue.
The fact that they have seen that Netflix has actually gained subscribers rather than losing them, so they're just thinking that they're also going to have the same, outcome.
All this amid soaring streaming prices. Hulu plans with live TV cost nearly $80 a month. If you're looking to save, you can pay just $7.99 if you can forfeit live TV and put up with all those ads. And while streaming services are raking in the green, users are seeing red, wondering who's next.
Once Hulu starts doing it, then Amazon Prime, then Starz, then Paramount Plus, everybody else is going to follow. This is the new normal at this point.
Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Later on this hour, an urgent warning why the FBI director is now saying China might wreak havoc by hacking critical infrastructure right here in the U.S. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What started as an online marketplace sale quickly turned criminal. A potential buyer stole the seller's Rolex on Long Island, then took off. Now police are investigating whether this could be linked to similar robberies in New York City. Paisley Chang from NBC New York shares the video they released to try and find the man responsible.
Stephen Morrow on the hood of an SUV, holding on for dear life.
I met him right here, right in this spot.
Morrow meeting a potential buyer for his Rolex watch in front of his house. The transaction quickly went sideways, ending like this. On Friday, he had listed the watch on Facebook Marketplace and got immediate interest.
Guy negotiated, which they never do if they're scammers.
Through text, the buyer named John said he would meet him at Morrow's house around 11 a.m. He tried on the watch and liked it.
And he said, all right, let's go get you paid. I said, why don't you sit passenger so we can conduct business.
When Morrow went for the passenger door, it was locked. He ran to the driver's side but wasn't quick enough. The man put the car in reverse. That's when Morrow jumped onto the hood.
I just didn't want to give up without a fight. Like, I knew once I was down on the ground, he was in his car in reverse. I wasn't getting the watch back, but I wanted to at least I wanted to give my best effort.
Thankfully, Morrow was not seriously injured, a scrape on his hand and on his leg. A police officer happened to be patrolling nearby, but couldn't catch up to the thief. Right after this happened, Morrow went back online to try to figure out more about the man who did this to him, but his profile was deleted. Police, however, say that this is similar to some crimes that were happening in New York City.
There is a similar scam that is going on in New York City with the same type of vehicle and physical description. We're working with New York City right now to try to run that down.
Nassau Police Commissioner Patrick Ryder says this scary incident should be a reminder to those who sell on online platforms.
Never show up alone. Always go in a well-lit area.
Morrow, who frequently sells items on Marketplace, says this will be the last big-ticket item he sells online.
I'm not happy. I'm not happy with him. He's a punk.
Paisley Cheng, NBC News.
Well, an Illinois man got a surprise delivery after his DoorDash order was running a bit behind. Natalie Martinez with NBC News Chicago tells us why a police officer ended up hand-delivering this customer his meal.
Late on the night of January 6th, Damon Wardlow was ending a 2-day health fast and ready for his food delivery to his Oak Park home.
I was hungry, so I decided I'd just order some DoorDash.
But the delivery app showed that his driver wasn't moving.
So I'm calling DoorDash because I see that the car stopped 1 block from the house. And so I'm chatting with DoorDash trying to figure out what happened, why haven't my order came.
And little did Damon know that the reason his DoorDash driver was down the street a block away is because he was getting pulled over by police.
I keep calling, he didn't answer, so I'm testing with DoorDash back and forth. They try to call. They didn't get an answer, so they finally said they're going to refund me my money back for the order.
About 5 minutes later, the surprise delivery of a lifetime from Officer Joshua Mislovich.
Did you order DoorDash? Yeah. Your driver ran into some trouble. Yeah, so we're delivering it for him. Sorry if it's late or anything.
I just literally cussed him out.
Yeah, no, he's in the back of one of our squad cars right now.
This is an extra step, that they didn't have to do, so I'm very appreciative.
Last week, a similar situation where a Kane County Sheriff's deputy dropped off a wayward delivery to another pleasantly surprised resident.
You guys are amazing. Thank you.
In fact, the Village of Oak Park said in a statement in part, customer service and community policing are more important than ever, and we're grateful that one of our officers immediately jumped into action. Damon learned the driver was stopped on a warrant, but even he helped police get the food to the hungry guy who just wanted some wings.
He opened his phone, we figured out the app, and we found out your address, so we wanted to make sure you get your food.
He didn't get a chance to say it to the awesome officer then.
I'll tell him now, thank you.
Thank you indeed. Yeah. That was Natalie Martinez with NBC News Chicago reporting.
Community policing at its finest. All right, up next, filing your taxes may get more expensive this year, but we have some tips to help you save money. You are watching NBC News Daily, and remember, you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Try it out. You can do it wherever you stream. All those places you see on your screen: YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. No more password sharing, but the news does continue after this.
here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. What if you do have points or you have miles? Is now a good time to use them?
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now. Streaming weekdays at 7.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. What if you do have points or you have miles? Is now a good time to use them?
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now. Streaming weekdays at 7.
Thanks again for joining us here at the half hour. It's 12:30 here in New York, and I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. The House voted yesterday to pass a $78 billion tax package that would temporarily expand the child tax credit. The final count of the vote was 357 to 70 in a rare moment of bipartisanship for the House. It is now headed to the Senate, where the bill faces some opposition from moderates and needs 60 votes to pass.
Farmers in the EU are taking to the streets to protest taxes and rising costs. They threw eggs and stones at the European Parliament today and started fires and fireworks just nearby. Now, the farmers say they're pushing for better prices and less bureaucracy. Government leaders say they're going to discuss those requests at a summit at the EU headquarters today.
And Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin is apologizing for not disclosing that he was hospitalized for cancer treatment last month. Here's what he said today in his first press briefing since the health scare.
We did not handle this right, and I did not handle this right. I should have told the president about my cancer diagnosis. I should have also told my team and the American public. And I take full responsibility.
Austin came under fire earlier this year after waiting several days to inform the White House and top national security officials about his hospitalization.
Speaking of which, U.S. officials say American forces conducted airstrikes on multiple Houthi drones just overnight. Now, those drones, they were preparing to launch from western Yemen, part of the terrorist group's campaign to attack shipping lanes there in the Red Sea.
The strikes come after the Houthis fired missiles at a U.S. Navy destroyer just hours before claiming another attack on an American merchant ship. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby joins us now from Bahrain. Courtney, it is good to see you. Tell us more about these strikes. Could this essentially be the quiet before the storm really begins?
So probably not. The reason this is really separate and apart from the retaliatory action that we've been expecting, with the exception of the fact that, of course, it's in the same region, it's against Iranian-backed proxy groups. But the strikes that we're talking about were what the military would call dynamic strikes. You might even think of them as preemptive in nature. So they'll have maybe some drones, some surveillance assets up, maybe even manned up. They see something that could be a threat, like a bunch of drones that may be on launchers being prepared to launch against ships in the Red Sea, and they take action against it to stop what they see as an imminent threat. Another thing that's really different about this versus, again, those pre-planned retaliatory strikes is that in this case, the commander, the U.S. military commander for the region, has the authority to approve these, whereas the larger strikes against the Houthis, wherever we see retaliatory strikes in the coming days and weeks, that's a decision that goes up to the Pentagon and up to the president. So this is really more of an in-the-moment kind of strike. Now, that being said, the target is very similar to other pre-planned strikes that we have seen in recent days. And the goal with the dynamic strikes is to degrade an imminent threat. With the pre-planned strikes, it's usually to degrade a longer-term threat or degrade a capability so that these groups can't continue to attack ships, U.S. ships, Navy ships, commercial ships, or even U.S. military in Iraq and Syria.
And Courtney, I mean, the Navy says that multiple drones and an anti-ship missile were also shot down off the coast of Yemen. What exactly happened there?
Yeah, and this isn't the first time that we've seen the Houthis launch off anti-ship cruise missiles. In fact, you may recall there have been several cases where they've even hit commercial ships, causing fire in several of them. But fortunately, at this point, it still has not caused any major injuries or any deaths. But that's why we have seen, in some cases, the U.S. and even the British military targeting some of these launchers. They are the launchers for these anti-ship cruise missiles. We've also seen them use drones. Most of those have been intercepted to date, but the concern here is the one drone, the one missile that gets through that causes a real escalation in what is already an extremely tense region right now.
Yeah, extremely tense region and extremely tense time. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cuby following it all live from Bahrain for us there. Courtney, thank you.
Morgan, the legal team for the man accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students is filing a motion to move the trial. They argue there is no way a fair and impartial jury could be found in the small college town of just 40,000 people. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett explains where things could go from here.
Hey there, people file defense motions like this really all the time, saying they can't possibly get a fair shake at trial, especially in high-profile cases like this one. But the size of the community in this case could up tipping the scales in Kohberger's favor here.
A new wrinkle in the prosecution of Brian Kohberger, as the man accused of killing 4 college students in Moscow, Idaho, tries to get the case moved elsewhere. Lawyers for Kohberger filing a new motion this week for a change of venue, arguing a fair and impartial jury cannot be found in Latah County, citing the extensive inflammatory pretrial publicity, the small size of the community, and the severity of the charges Mr. Kohberger faces. It's been more than a year since prosecutors allege Kohberger fatally stabbed Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogan, and Kayla Gonsalves in their off-campus home, setting off a nationwide manhunt and rattling the tight-knit community around the University of Idaho, a community that might be simply too small to handle the grisly accusations against Kohberger fairly at trial, says former prosecutor Gene Fisher.
Latah County is a college town. The population is only 40,000 people. I think the prosecutor is going to have a hard time keeping it there.
The attorney for the Gonsalves family says while his clients would prefer the case to stay in Latah County, where it happens matters less than when.
They're less concerned about the venue than they are about the time frame. The time frame is more important to them.
A judge entered a not guilty plea on Kohberger's behalf last year. The state has said it's seeking the death penalty. But families of the victims have been frustrated by the pace of the case. The judge last week suggesting it might not go to trial until summer of 2025, but opting not to set a firm trial date yet.
I think it was a gut punch, right, to everyone, to the family, that this could drag on for another 2 years.
Kohberger's defense attorneys have asked for the judge to hear this case sometime in April. Back to you guys.
Well, FBI Director Christopher Wray giving an urgent warning about the threat that China poses to the U.S. Now, he says China is preparing to wreak havoc on American communities by hacking critical infrastructure if war breaks out. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian explains.
The FBI director sounding the alarm about Chinese efforts to attack American power grids, transportation systems, and communications networks.
China's hackers are positioning on American infrastructure in preparation to wreak havoc and cause real-world harm to American citizens and communities.
And Christopher Wray announcing a major takedown of a Chinese hacking operation on American soil, dubbed Volt Typhoon.
Working with our partners, the FBI ran a court-authorized on-network operation to shut down Volt Typhoon and the access it enabled. Steps China was taking, in other words, to find and prepare to destroy or degrade the civilian critical infrastructure that keeps us safe and prosperous.
Wray and other officials say China poses the world's greatest cyber threat, and they warn that Americans remain vulnerable. U.S. Cybersecurity Chief Jen Easterly describing the devastating impact of a potential massive Chinese cyber attack.
telecommunications going down so people can't use their cell phone. People start getting sick from polluted water. Trains get derailed. Air traffic control system, port control systems are malfunctioning. This is truly an everything, everywhere, all at once scenario.
Easterly said China believes that sort of cyber attack would crush any American will to defend Taiwan from a Chinese invasion. In a statement to NBC News, a Chinese government spokesman denied China hacks into foreign networks, calling it irresponsible criticism. Ken Delanian, NBC News, Washington.
All right, well, this year, the cost of filing your taxes will take a bite out of your returns. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, Americans saw an 8.3% increase in filing fees between November 2022 and November 2023.
Now, whether you're using an accountant or filing your taxes online, what can you expect this year? A lot has changed. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung joins us now. Brian, first off, why are the prices increasing?
Yeah, well, first of all, I'm sorry about this, right? Because filing your taxes is already a bummer.
Messenger.
And the cost is going up. And it's, by the way, for both filing through a DIY software or hiring an accountant. So let's unpack both of those things, starting off with hiring an accountant. So a survey that was done by a tax accounting group shows that the average cost went up from $213 in 2021 to $248 in 2023 for hiring an accountant. And then for the tax software, let's take a look at H&R Block. It's a DIY thing that you can download. They've been increasing the cost of their products. They say this is the first time in 10 years they've had to do this, but they raised it $5 to $10 according to what offering you're buying. So this is going to be pretty impactful for a lot of those that are already trying to get the best that they can out of their tax returns. Why is this happening? Well, tax accountants are saying they need to hire more people because of a labor shortage, and the tax software companies say it costs money to develop and update their software. That's why they had to raise prices, unfortunately.
So we're going to feel that impact in our bottom line. What other options can you remind folks about to save money?
Yeah, well, first of all, there is a new option from the government itself in the form of direct file. The IRS is piloting this for the first time. It's going to be a tool that you don't have to go to a third party to use. Now, for what it's worth, this is going to be a pilot that is only going to be available invite only. For those that don't have an invitation to the direct file, because again, this is a pilot, there is the free file option, but it's only available for those with income less than $79,000. For everybody else, just be aware that you can get a quote from an accountant. You don't have to necessarily step in the door and pay them right away. You can say, hey, how much would this cost based off of the complexity? And then lastly, if you do the software, it's going to be cheaper earlier in the season. About halfway through tax season, those products usually increase for the desktop software by about $10 each in the second half of the tax season. So
they punish the procrastinators.
Yeah. Okay, so then what are the tax prep software companies saying about the direct file option?
Well, this is very interesting because the government, again, this is the first time they're offering that direct file option, even if it's only for select users. But TurboTax, which is the big player in this space, they don't like it at all. And there was a statement where they said, quote, and listen to this, it's a thinly veiled scheme where billions of taxpayer dollars will be unnecessarily used to pay for something already completely free of charge today. And they argue that the government software doesn't do the best to maximize your tax returns. So they say there's a conflict of interest there. But look, TurboTax, we have to remember, they're more expensive than H&R Block's DIY software. They have a stake in this. It's a $4 billion business for them annually. So it's a very spicy space, which I can't believe I'm saying this in the tax space.
Tax space. Who knew? Right? Things you learn on a Thursday.
Exactly.
That is really good to know, Bri. Thank you so much. And I wonder who those VIPs are. Let us know if you're one of those people that get that invite from the IRS.
I'm waiting.
All right, NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung. Thank you, Brian. Spicy space.
It's spicy space. Well, straight ahead, the devastating effect of racial cyberbullying on children of color. What parents can do to help. More NBC News Daily right after this.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Andrew celebrities.
All right, it just did too.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting. We're all safe. Everybody good? Women, children.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
A really important conversation. Cyberbullying among young Americans has skyrocketed in the last few decades. In fact, 1 in 4 middle and high school students say they've been bullied online in the past 30 days.
Yeah, just wrap your head around those numbers because it has become a devastating issue, especially for black kids and teens. A new study in the Journal of American Medical Association found that black students who experience racial discrimination may develop post-traumatic stress disorder, which researchers say can be often linked to suicidal thoughts. Clinical psychologist Dr. Tasha Brown joins us now on set. Dr. Brown, thank you for joining us. A really important topic that affects students, but it affects, all of our students, right, to some degree. First off, what is online racism?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. So online racism is when individuals experience some form of racism on an online platform, whether it be through text messaging, whether it be through emoji symbols, whether it be through content that they're viewing. It's some sort of racial aggression that occurs in an online space.
This study mentioned symptoms of PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. For a kid, what does that look like? How does that show up? And is it different from the racial trauma that maybe their parents have experienced in a different way that they might not be able to relate to their young person?
Yeah, when we think about racial trauma today, we really have to take into consideration the cyber part of it. We know that cyberbullying is a big problem for all children and adolescents right now. But when we think about what online cyberbullying looks like and these PTSD symptoms, we're really looking at increased anxiety, depression, hypervigilance, repeated memory of the event or the occurrence that occurred online. And these things can really impact a child or adolescent in their everyday functioning. So impact their grades, impact their functioning with their classmates. And so it's something that we have to really pay attention to.
Dr. Brown, for people who may be hearing this for the first time, I want to situate them in a few statistics here.
Yeah.
The FBI had some numbers out. They released a report showing hate crimes, and in a 5-year span, it found that African Americans were the most common demographic to be victimized. If you look there on your screen, how does that contribute to the suicide rate among black youth?
Yeah, there's so much research coming out about this in the last couple of weeks, actually. We know that when children and adolescents, specifically black children and adolescents, experience racial aggression online, it can lead to some of these symptoms of PTSD that we were just talking about. And we know that there's an association between PTSD symptoms and suicidal ideation, so thoughts about hurting oneself, preoccupations with death or dying. And so it's important that when children are experiencing these things online, that the providers around them, their teachers, their caregivers be aware of changes in their behavior or their mood, because we know that there is this association between what they're experiencing and suicide rates.
Yeah, can we stay on that? If you are a caregiver, a parent, and you are concerned about this, what are some concrete steps you can take to make sure you are trying to protect and support your child?
Yeah, I love that question. It's so important. Number one, I always talk with parents about building a sense of racial pride and identity in their child, because that goes a long way in their self-esteem. You also want to talk about racism and what that looks like, what that means, and that's not just a conversation for Black youth. That's a conversation for all children. We also want to think about having children know that they can reach out to someone and talk to someone if they feel like they are being aggressed in any way, shape, or form.
I want to pick up there because I think sometimes when we talk about any particular community, people can sometimes tune out and be like, well, that's not my community, so it's not my problem. It's all of our problems. So how can parents who aren't Black be raising their kids and having conversations with their kids so that they're not participating in that type of behavior? And oh, by the way, when our kids say this happening, they believe us.
Yeah, I love that question. That is so important. I think that starts from the time your child is born. You want to think about exposure to a wide variety of people. So expose them to different books, different experiences. You want to talk with them and give some concrete names to things. So if they see something happening, that is not okay. And what do we do when we see things that are not okay?
How to be an ally.
Yeah.
How to be an ally.
Yeah.
Clinical psychologist Dr. Tasha Brown, thank you so much. What an important conversation. You gave us a lot to think about. If you or someone you know is struggling with depression or suicidal thoughts, call or text 988.
All right, you're watching NBC News Daily.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hand with everything.
All right, it just made so.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out-college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
All right, well, it's music's biggest night of the year on Sunday, and the 66th Grammy Awards are shaping up to be a historic event.
Yeah, the Recording Academy is debuting 3 new categories this year that are part of its push to make the Grammys more fair, transparent, and accurate. CEO and founder of Pop Viewers, Chris Witherspoon, is here to give us the full rundown. All right, Chris, so let's talk about these new categories and why this is so important and the big moments we should be watching for.
So the new categories are actually very inclusive. Best African Music Performance, Best Alternative Jazz Album, and Best Pop Dance Recording. And it's important because the Grammys are really losing, a lot of these award shows have been losing ratings down through the years. It's about bringing everyone into the show and making it more exciting and more inclusive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we switch gears to television for a minute? We know I love my TV
Are we done with the
shows.
Grammys already?
I think so.
No,
Wait,
who
should
are
we
the
go?
big artists? You
Oh,
tell
big
us.
artists. Okay,
Yeah.
so Trevor Noah is hosting. Well, we got SZA leading the pack with 9 Grammy nominations. Taylor Swift also has 6 Grammy noms for her album After Midnight, but she won't be performing, which is kind of sad. We kind of want her to perform.
Yeah.
But
Vicky
also,
definitely wants to see
I
that
definitely want to see,
performance.
but I heard Travis isn't going to be there. He already said he's got to focus on the Super Bowl.
If she wins Album of the Year, she'll make history because she'll beat Frank Sinatra and Stevie Wonder, who have won 3 times. She'll win 4th time. It could be huge. But also Billie Eilish performing, Dua Lipa, SZA, and Travis Scott. I'm excited for Victoria Monet. I'm a huge fan of hers.
Oh, I'm interested to see that.
Yeah, 7 noms for her, and she's a big, great story. Then Billy Joel performing for the first time. His first new song, sorry.
Oh.
He'll be performing, but his first new song in 17 years.
17
A new song came out today
years.
called Turn the Lights Back On.
All right,
He
turn those lights.
turning them off, okay? And he's 75 years
I
old, you
know.
guys.
And he had that little health issue, but now he's
Wow.
back. Good for him.
Yes,
We love this.
I'm excited for him.
Now is it time to switch gears?
Let's do
Look
it.
at TV.
Yeah,
Okay.
On TV, what are the buzzy titles we need to look out for?
Yeah, so this month we have Abbott Elementary coming back. It was gone for a long time, a long hiatus because of the strike. So it's coming back February 7th. And then Quinta Brunson just won an Emmy. So a lot of fans are excited about that. Then Couple to Throuple. This is a weird title.
Oh, no.
Interesting show
Say
idea.
more.
4 couples, they experiment bringing a 3rd person into their relationship. So it's all about polyamory, hosted by Scott Evans, also Shamra Howard. Then Love is Blind season 6. I'm a huge fan of this franchise. I watched the new season. It is so good.
Well, you've already seen the one
I've
that's
already
coming
seen
out?
it, y'all. I gotta get the previews going for you all.
VIP.
No, but it's really good, and the last season wasn't that good. This one's actually giving.
I didn't love the last season.
No, this one's good. I binged the whole thing.
I mean, who could beat Lauren and Cam from season 1?
No,
That's
it's
really
almost as good. I
What
can't give it
city?
away.
Do we get to know what city?
Someone who gets. I can't even say.
Okay.
It's
Oh
just
my
so good.
gosh,
I can't say it. It's just so good.
What a tease. That was a good tease.
The
for
Couple to
television.
Throuple, we'll have to have a discussion
Yes.
between. That's a whole other segment.
I'm gonna be watching that one.
Yeah.
I'm
I
so
mean,
excited
I'm
for
like
that.
curious, but
Oh, it's 2024. I don't know what's happening in the world right now. Let's talk about films. Margot Robbie had the classiest response to all the Barbie stuff. She finally spoke
Yeah.
out after the Golden Globes, right?
People were so upset about her not getting a nomination for the Oscars.
the Oscars.
Yeah, for the Oscars, and Greta Gerwig not getting director. So she spoke out. She said, "There's no way to feel sad when you know this is that you're blessed." Obviously, I think Greta should be nominated as director because what she did is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. We set out to shift culture, and that is what we did. And they really did. Barbie is a cultural phenomenon, and honestly, she's a producer on this film, so she gets them back in coins. It is the highest-grossing film of 23, $1.4 billion. So Margot's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
Award or no award, the coins will be coming from that film.
good
As
for
for
her.
Greta as well.
Yeah, good.
But I do love that response. I mean,
Yes.
just talk about taking the
high road.
What
Yeah.
a high vibrational response.
Oh yeah, she meditated today.
She meditated.
Okay.
She
She
meditated
was doing
for
some
that.
namaste. Okay.
I want some of that namaste. All right, well, if we have some namaste time this weekend, what should we be watching?
Okay, so this one's on Amazon Prime. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Donald Glover is back on TV.
Right.
He helps create this. It's based on the film that came out in 2005 with Angelina and Brad. And then also Argyle. It's a spy action comedy. Bryce Dallas Howard. Dua Lipa's up in this.
Oh, really?
And Ariana DeBose, yes.
It's supposed to be funny, right? It's a funny
It's an
heist
action
film.
comedy.
Yeah?
Action
Okay.
comedy. And I just love Bryce Dallas Howard.
And also, like, but just going back, I mean, Donald Glover, anything he
know.
touches.
That's also a
female
spy
Childish
film.
Gambino,
Yeah.
I mean, from rapping to television.
Nina Kimes, what's her name? The woman actress?
No, I don't have her name down. Is it Maya Erskine? She's
Erskine,
like,
yes,
she's like
yes,
the,
yes, yes,
the
it is.
co-star.
She's
Yeah, she's so
amazing.
good. Also, Paul Dano and Michaela Cole from I May Destroy You. She's in this as well.
Wow, very interesting.
It'll be out tomorrow
that's
on
great.
Prime Video.
You've always got the latest and brought us some
I
good
try.
namaste energy. We got some good teases for Love is Blind, CEO and founder of Pop Viewers, Chris Witherspoon for us. Chris, as always, thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris. Stay with us. You are watching NBC News Daily.
People people really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hammer with everything.
All right, it just made
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now. Streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
Good Thursday, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, February 1st. Striking back, defense officials warning the U.S. will not tolerate attacks on its troops in the Middle East. What we know this hour about the American response.
Safety alert, the U.S. is issuing a new travel warning for parts of the Caribbean over increased murder and gang violence. What you need to know to stay safe on vacation.
Filing fees. It might cost more than usual to file your taxes this year. So we're going to go over what you should expect when preparing your returns and some helpful tips that could help you save some money.
Breaking her silence, Margot Robbie finally speaking out about her Oscars snub, plus a preview of music's biggest night of the year in today's entertainment wrap.
We've got a busy Thursday ahead. Welcome to NBC News Daily, where we begin with the U.S. forces launching strikes against Houthi terrorists in Yemen. U.S. officials say a number of drones were taken out overnight as they were preparing to be launched. Now, the Houthis are claiming another attack on an American merchant ship just hours after firing missiles at a U.S. Navy destroyer.
The Navy also shooting down Iranian drones in the Red Sea. All of this sparking new fears of a widening conflict in the region. Iran, through their proxies, targeting American troops, including the recent attack in Jordan that killed 3 American soldiers. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says the White House will not tolerate these attacks.
The president will not tolerate attacks on American troops, and neither will I. We've not described what our response is going to be, but we look to hold the people that are responsible for this accountable.
NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby joins us now from Bahrain. Courtney, let's talk about these strikes and the word that this is part of a campaign of retaliation. It's not going to be one simple strike and attack and it's over. How effective has it been so far?
Yeah, a campaign and something that could even take place over the course of weeks, not even just one day, like some of the previous retaliatory strikes that we've seen in recent weeks and months, when there have been U.S. military who've been injured by some of these militia group strikes and attacks. So the goal here is not just to degrade some of these militia groups' capabilities. That's really been one of the big goals in these previous strikes. So, for instance, let's say there's an attack using an anti-ship cruise missile by the Houthis. The U.S. will tend to strike back by taking out some Houthi launchers to try to stop them from being able to launch cruise missiles again. What's expected to be a little bit different here is it's going to be more wider and maybe potentially geographically bigger. Just look and feel a little bit different than some of these other recent attack or retaliatory strikes that we've seen the U.S. and even the British take, specifically when we're talking about the Houthis.
Courtney, if you can, talk to us just big picture about Iran's role in all of this. We know that they're behind the Houthis and supporting a number of other terrorist groups across the region that have attacked U.S. troops recently. Are they trying to sort of explain their role in this or what their agenda is at this moment?
So Iran, throughout this entire uptick in attacks, whether they're in Iraq or Syria, in the Red Sea by the Houthis, U.S. officials have maintained that they do not have direct evidence that Iran is directing or ordering any of these attacks. And in fact, that includes even the deadly attack on Sunday where 3 U.S. troops were killed in Jordan and 41 others were injured. But U.S. officials, including Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin just today, continue to say that Iran is funding, training, and equipping and supporting these groups, including recently. The training and the funding and the equipping continues now. So if Iran is maybe not directing these attacks, U.S. officials say they are still supporting them, and that is why we're hearing U.S. officials, again, including Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin just today at the podium, talk about Iran being responsible in some way, and that is why officials are saying they expect that there could be responses that are directed towards Iranian assets in the region.
Really important context there. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby live for us from Bahrain. Courtney, thank you.
Well, in Idaho, investigators are on the scene of a deadly building collapse at the Boise airport. It happened yesterday at a construction site of an airplane hangar.
3 people died and another 9 were injured. Boise officials called the incident catastrophic and chaotic, but they still don't know exactly what went wrong. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin joins us now. Erin, walk us through what we do know. What happened?
Well, we know this happened yesterday evening. It was around 5 p.m. Workers were in the process of erecting this sort of massive steel frame. We know from a fire official that a crane was lowering an object onto the frame when the entire thing collapsed. Now, we don't know why. They know that the crane was involved. They're not saying the crane was the cause, but they are saying what happened was catastrophic. Take a listen.
I don't know what caused it, but I can tell you that it was a pretty global collapse that occurred. The main structural members came down. It was fairly catastrophic.
Now, we know that the owner of this site is the Jackson Jet Center. It was supposed to be a 39,000 square foot. So we're talking about a big steel hangar. Jackson Jet Center specializes in private planes as well as other services.
Yeah, Erin, at this point, what do you know about the 3 people who died and anything further in this investigation?
Well, officials have yet to name all of the victims. We know that there were about 30 people on site at the time of the collapse. Of those 30 individuals, 12 casualties, 9 were injured, 5 critically being treated in hospital, 3 killed. But again, those identities have not been released at this time. Jackson Jet Center putting out a statement expressing their condolences for the loss, saying we do not know exactly what caused the hangar collapse. Our focus now is on supporting our team and partners during this difficult time. We also reached out to the contractor that was responsible for the construction on site, and we have yet to hear back.
Okay.
All right.
NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin, thank you so much, Erin, for the latest on that.
For the first time ever, Big Pharma is coming to the table to talk about lowering drug costs for older Americans.
Well, it is good news for the 65 million people who are enrolled in Medicare, but this is just the start of negotiations. They're expected to last through July. NBC News health and medical reporter Berkeley Lovelace Jr. joins us now. Berkeley, good to see you. So this is part of the Biden administration's efforts to make drugs more affordable in this country. Which medications are we specifically talking about here?
Yeah, so these are the 10 costliest medications covered by Medicare. It includes things like diabetes drugs, heart medications, cancer medications. Some notable names on the list include blockbuster blood thinner Eliquis and the diabetes drug Novolog. So what will happen is Medicare will begin negotiating with drug makers today, and those negotiations are expected to last for several months. Then on September 1st, Medicare will announce what those final negotiated prices will be for Medicare. Of course, none of this will happen if the drug makers are successful in their lawsuits against the federal government. Right now, they're doing their ongoing lawsuits trying to dismantle the drug pricing provision, but right now it's currently business as usual.
Yeah, Berkeley, how much money were we talking? I mean, how big could these price cuts be? And frankly, when could they start?
Yeah, so that's the big question. So the federal government has said that they will not disclose the prices or the price cuts that they got until September 1st. I've reached out to the drug makers as well, and most of them have said that they are also not going to disclose the prices. But the law does have a 25% minimum discount for certain drugs that are 9 to 12 years old. So to put that into context, a study found that one of the drugs, blood cancer drug Imbruvica, cost the federal government $2.9 million in 2020, and a 25% discount would save the federal government around $500 million. So that's a lot of savings. And so right now there's a lot of excitement around that. And then of course, after these negotiations are over, the federal government could then start negotiating on another 15 drugs in 2025 and another 15 drugs in 2026 and so on.
All right, NBC News health and medical reporter Berkeley Lovelace Jr. Berkeley, thanks.
Thanks.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute. A social media app called Wiz is being pulled from app stores. It is similar to Tinder, and it has faced increased scrutiny recently for targeting teens.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now with more. Dom, look, we know that Google Play and Apple have removed this Wiz, but what are officials saying about the safety of this app?
So Morgan, Vicki, this is at the heart of the matter. Child safety and technology research groups did raise concerns about people using the app to carry out financial sextortion scams. Basically, that means adults coercing kids and teens into sending explicit images and then threatening to make them public if they don't pay them. Now, Wiz says it's working with Apple and Google to clarify its safeguards with users, and it hopes to resolve these matters sometime soon. Sticking with technology, Amazon may soon have to check the safety of third-party products sold on its online marketplace. Federal regulators are preparing an order that could mark Amazon as a quote-unquote distributor, which effectively it gives Amazon the same safety responsibilities as traditional retailers. That's according to the Wall Street Journal. Amazon has previously argued it serves more as a platform to connect buyers and sellers, so it's not liable to police outside vendors. And on the sports equipment side of things, Adidas announced Wednesday that it won't write off around $325 million of its unsold Yeezy inventory, and instead plans to sell the remaining shoes at least at the cost it paid to make them. It comes after the German sportswear company cut its ties with Kanye West over a series of anti-Semitic remarks. So an interesting move there. I remember when the news first came out, and the stock took a hit because of it, but now at least they're going to try to work it off, it seems like.
That's really interesting. I wonder what the market will be like for those shoes.
I was just going to say, yeah.
I mean, it's not, I don't think it's going to, I don't know. I'm not a shoe expert, but I'm thinking it's probably not in the hundreds/thousands of dollars that some people were paying online for some of these shoes.
Yeah. All right, CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. Dominic, thank you.
Well, a new warning for travelers looking to escape the cold this winter. The State Department issuing advisories for some Caribbean countries. We're going to tell you where right when we come back. You're watching NBC News Daily.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, I know, right?
Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man delivering.
All right, it just made too.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now. is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now. Streaming weekdays at 7.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting.
Keep girls safe. Everybody good?
Women, children. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
FBI Director Christopher Wray giving an urgent warning about the threat of China, saying it's preparing to wreak havoc on the U.S. by hacking critical infrastructure if war breaks out. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian has more.
The FBI director sounding the alarm about Chinese efforts to attack American power grids, transportation systems, and communications networks.
China's hackers are positioning on American infrastructure in preparation to wreak havoc and cause real-world harm to American citizens and communities.
And Christopher Wray announcing a major takedown of a Chinese hacking operation on American soil, dubbed Volt Typhoon.
Working with our partners, the FBI ran a court-authorized on-network operation to shut down Volt Typhoon and the access it enabled. Steps China was taking, in other words, to find and prepare to destroy or degrade the civilian critical infrastructure that keeps us safe and prosperous.
Wray and other officials say China poses the world's greatest cyber threat, and they warn that Americans remain vulnerable. U.S. Cybersecurity Chief Jen Easterly describing the devastating impact of a potential massive Chinese cyber attack.
Telecommunications going down so people can't use their cell phone. People start getting sick from polluted water. Trains get derailed. Air traffic control system, port control systems are malfunctioning. This is truly an everything, everywhere, all at once scenario.
Easterly said China believes that sort of cyber attack would crush any American will to defend Taiwan from a Chinese invasion. In a statement to NBC News, a Chinese government spokesman denied China hacks into foreign networks, calling it irresponsible criticism. Ken Delanian, NBC News, Washington.
Ken, thank you. A new warning for Americans looking to visit the Caribbean. The State Department issuing new advisories for both Jamaica and the Bahamas. It is urging U.S. visitors to reconsider travel because of a rise in violent crimes. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has our details.
Two of the most beautiful destinations in the Caribbean now clouded by a stark warning from the U.S. government amid a rise in violent crime. The State Department bumping up the advisory level from 2 to 3 in Jamaica, urging Americans to reconsider travel there, and updating a level 2 advisory in the Bahamas, telling tourists to exercise extreme caution. Those security alerts are a response to reports of violent crime on the islands. 65 murders in Jamaica and 18 murders in the Bahamas reported since January 1st of 2024. The U.S. Embassy in Jamaica warning of home invasions, armed robberies, sexual assaults, and homicides, detailing that sexual assaults occur frequently, even at the all-inclusive resorts, and that local police do not respond effectively to serious incidents. In light of these startling numbers, the island's police force increasing patrols and adding officers.
We exceed 1,200 police officers joining the force per year. which of course now means that we are actually growing the force.
Jamaica's National Police pointing out the number of homicides have actually dropped by nearly 20% compared to January of last year. And the U.S. Embassy in the Bahamas alerting visitors that murders have occurred at all hours, including in broad daylight in the streets, pointing to retaliatory gang violence as the primary motive.
The persistent cycle of violence and crime has been a dark cloud over our nation.
But the Bahamas foreign minister still encouraging travelers to visit, saying in part, while we acknowledge that states have a right to inform their citizens traveling abroad about potential risks, we do not believe that there is any elevated or increased security risks to tourists traveling to the Bahamas.
Is there any practical advice you can give to tourists that are still planning to go to these locations?
The main thing that we always talk about is to maintain situational awareness. Folks are buried in their phone. They're not paying attention to their surroundings. They are posing for their pictures that they post on Instagram and social media, and that makes them an easy target.
Cherie McAlpine, a San Francisco resident who has been traveling to the Bahamas with her family for years, is heeding the increased warnings.
Because I spent so much time in the Bahamas, the moment the alert came out, friends and family start to ping my email and my text messages with notice that the alert had come out and asking me what my plans were with regards to the Bahamas.
But still plans to visit the Bahamas in the coming weeks.
I will absolutely be more vigilant. I will be more precautious about the places that I'll go. I'll go to well-lit areas. I won't go to places alone. And I will probably limit my time in Nassau and spend more time in the outer islands.
And it's important to keep in mind when it comes to the Bahamas that a level 2 advisory is the same that the Department of State has given to places like France, the United Kingdom, and Italy, all destinations frequently visited by Americans who, of course, take the necessary precautions. Guad Venegas, NBC News.
Well, tax season is underway. It could cost you more to file this year. What's behind the increase and the options for people looking to save money coming up? You are watching NBC News Daily.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, I know, right?
Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Manor Deliberations.
All right, it just made it too.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What started as an online marketplace sale quickly turned criminal. A potential buyer stole the seller's Rolex on Long Island, then took off. Now police are investigating whether this could be linked to similar robberies in New York City. Paisley Chang from NBC New York shares the video they released to try and find the man responsible.
Stephen Morrow on the hood of an SUV, holding on for dear life.
I met him right here, right in this spot.
Morrow meeting a potential buyer for his Rolex watch in front of his house. The transaction quickly went sideways, ending like this. On Friday, he had listed the watch on Facebook Marketplace and got immediate interest.
Guy negotiated, which they never do if they're scammers.
Through text, the buyer named John said he would meet him at Morrow's house around 11 a.m. He tried on the watch and liked it.
And he said, all right, let's go get you paid. I said, why don't you sit passenger so we can conduct business.
When Morrow went for the passenger door, it was locked. He ran to the driver's side but wasn't quick enough. The man put the car in reverse. That's when Morrow jumped onto the hood.
I just didn't want to give up without a fight. I knew once I was down on the ground, he was in his car in reverse. I wasn't getting the watch back, but I wanted to at least I wanted to give my best effort.
Thankfully, Morrow was not seriously injured, a scrape on his hand and on his leg. A police officer happened to be patrolling nearby, but couldn't catch up to the thief. Right after this happened, Morrow went back online to try to figure out more about the man who did this to him, but his profile was deleted. Police, however, say that this is similar to some crimes that were happening in New York City.
There is a similar scam that is going on in New York City with the same type of vehicle and physical description. We're working with New York City right now to try to run that down.
Nassau Police Commissioner Patrick Ryder says this scary incident should be a reminder to those who sell on online platforms.
Never show up alone. Always go in a well-lit area.
Morrow, who frequently sells items on Marketplace, says this will be the last big-ticket item he sells online.
I'm not happy. I'm not happy with him. He's a punk.
Paisley Chang, NBC News.
Well, an Illinois man got a surprise delivery after his DoorDash order was running a bit behind. Natalie Martinez with NBC News Chicago tells us why a police officer ended up hand-delivering this customer his meal.
Late on the night of January 6th, DeMont Wardlow was ending a 2-day health fast and ready for his food delivery to his Oak Park home.
I was hungry, so I decided I'd just order some DoorDash.
The delivery app showed that his driver wasn't moving.
So I'm calling DoorDash because I see that the car stopped 1 block from the house. And so I'm chatting with DoorDash trying to figure out what happened while having my order came.
And little did DeMont know that the reason his DoorDash driver was down the street a block away is because he was getting pulled over by police.
I keep calling, he didn't answer, so I'm texting with DoorDash back and forth. They try to call. They didn't get an answer, so they finally said they're going to refund me my money back for the order.
About 5 minutes later, the surprise delivery of a lifetime from Officer Joshua Mislovich.
You ordered DoorDash? Yeah. Your driver ran into some trouble. Yeah, so we're delivering it for him. Sorry if it's late or anything.
I just literally cussed him out.
Yeah, no, he's in the back of one of our squad cars right now.
This is an extra step, that they didn't have to do, so I'm very appreciative.
Last week, a similar situation where a Kane County Sheriff's deputy dropped off a wayward delivery to another pleasantly surprised resident.
You guys are amazing. Thank you.
In fact, the Village of Oak Park said in a statement in part, customer service and community policing are more important than ever, and we're grateful that one of our officers immediately jumped into action. DeMont learned the driver was stopped on a warrant, but even he helped police get the food to the hungry guy who just wanted some wings.
He opened his phone, we figured out the app, and we found out your address, so we wanted to make sure you get your food.
He didn't get a chance to say it to the awesome officer then.
I'll tell him now, thank you.
Thank you indeed.
Yeah.
That was Natalie Martinez with NBC News Chicago reporting.
Community policing at its finest. All right, up next, filing your taxes may get more expensive this year, but we have some tips to help you save money. You are watching NBC News Daily, and remember, you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Try it out. You can do it wherever you stream. All those places you see on your screen: YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. No more password sharing, but the news does continue after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Well, welcome back. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. Thanks so much for joining us here at the half hour. And here's what's making news right now. Jennifer Crumley, the mother of the Oxford High School shooter, is now testifying in her own defense. She's pleading not guilty to involuntary manslaughter charges after her son killed 4 of his classmates in 2021. Crumley is detailing what happened in the hours before the deadly shooting and the extent of her son's troubles.
A federal judge is dismissing Disney's free speech lawsuit against Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Yesterday, the judge ruled Disney lacked legal standing to sue DeSantis. This ruling is a big win for the governor and his allies in their ongoing fight with the entertainment giant.
And Alec Baldwin is pleading not guilty to his new involuntary manslaughter charge. The actor is charged in the 2021 shooting that left 42-year-old cinematographer Helena Hutchins dead on the film set of Rust. Baldwin was indicted by a grand jury just last month after an initial involuntary manslaughter charge was dropped last year.
Well, dozens of parents from all over the country are on Capitol Hill today for a second day advocating for legislation to protect kids online.
Now, these are some of the same people who boldly stood behind the social media CEOs yesterday as they testified about their company's practices. Lawmakers from both sides of the aisle are demanding accountability.
When a Boeing plane lost a door in mid-flight several weeks ago, nobody questioned the decision to ground a fleet of over 700 planes. So why aren't we taking the same type of decisive action on the danger of these platforms when we know these kids are dying.
You have blood on your hands. You have a product. You have a product that's killing people.
NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now from Capitol Hill. Julie, there was so much to unpack in that testimony. We heard cheers there from people who were in the chambers. Look, the parents who were there, though, they've lost their children from reasons that range from cyberbullying to sextortion to viral challenges on social media. So at the end of the day, what is it they want to see happen?
Guys, they want legislation from Congress. They are tired of having to do everything on their own. And let me just remind our viewers, these are parents who were trying to do everything. They were in close contact with their kids. All of the parents I spoke to this morning who were at the hearing yesterday all had different stories to tell. But one of them, I want you to take a listen to what she had to say. Her name is Joanne Bogert. She lost her son, Mason, at 15 years old from a viral challenge on YouTube. Watch.
Mason's accident was on May 1st, 2019, and every week for 5 years, I go on all of the social media apps and I search for the choking challenge. I easily find them. I report them with the system that they give us. Rarely are they taken down.
Listen, she lost her son, who she said was a kid who loved the outdoors. He wasn't even addicted to social media. This happened on YouTube from a viral challenge. Even though they had those conversations, she couldn't stop him from doing something just because he wanted to fit in with the rest of his friends. And that is why these parents are pleading with lawmakers. Joanne, for example, this happened 5 years ago. She's been coming up here for years, using her own money, using her own time to try and make this happen. They're hoping that it does this time.
And Joanne raises such a good point. So many times when these things are reported, they don't come down. The videos don't come down. There's no response. And I think that's what parents want. They want a response. They want to be heard, seen, and they want accountability. There is this COSUS Act, the Kids Online Safety Act. Julie, that seems promising. It seems like it has bipartisan support. Will it pass?
Well, that's the big question. I asked that of the bill's sponsors, Senator Blackburn and Blumenthal. They said they think it actually will. You see what it does on your screen there. It basically gives parents the ability to control what their kids are doing online. They can report those videos like that viral choking challenge that took Joanne's son Mason. They can have more say in what their kids see and don't see on these social media platforms. Right now, it's something we heard in the hearing yesterday, for example. Mark Zuckerberg had said, listen, we put up warning screens, but we don't remove this content. And no matter how much they were pressed by lawmakers, they refuse to say that this is something the social media companies should do on their own. And that is exactly why Congress needs to legislate around here, according to the parents.
All right, NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin breaking it down for us on Capitol Hill. Julie, thank you.
Meanwhile, a new report shows progress is being made for American students after major learning losses during the pandemic. Now, the study reviewed test scores and found students have made up about a third of what they lost in math.
However, a lot more work is still needed. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander has more details on this study.
It was a troubling trademark of the pandemic, students learning through computer screens with growing concern over just how much they would be set back. In the first of its kind study, experts are now examining just how quickly students are recovering, looking at test scores across 30 states for 3rd through 8th graders, comparing scores from 2019 to 2022 with those from 2023. They found while many students have made gains, they are still far behind pre-pandemic scores. In math, which took the hardest hit, students have made up about a third of that regression, and in reading, 25%.
It suggests we're on our way to a full recovery. We're certainly not there yet, but I think we've made up a lot more ground in 1 year than many people would have predicted, certainly more than we've ever made historically in 1 year.
But the numbers also show the education gap between wealthy and low-income districts only widened with the pandemic.
My worry is that the educational legacy of the pandemic will be a kind of persistent widened inequality.
Making matters worse, experts say, a $122 billion federal relief package to help fund programs like tutoring and summer school is set to end in September.
How critical is that money when it comes to your recovery?
It was paramount.
Dr. Mark Sullivan is superintendent of Birmingham City Schools, where math test scores have almost completely returned to pre-pandemic levels. He credits more school hours and staff support with making the difference. But when that money goes away,
We really have to be strategic in only keeping those programs that we can afford that really move the needle on student achievement.
Schools making significant strides with a long way to go. Blaine Alexander, NBC News.
Well, it is that time of year again. Tax filing season is officially underway, but this year you want to watch out for a hike in filing fees, whether you are using an accountant or you're using an online tax return service yourself.
Yeah, that's right. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the cost to prep tax returns increased by 8.3%, and that's between 2022 and 2023, and that's steeper than the inflation rate. So what can taxpayers expect this year? NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung joins us now. Brian, why are the prices increasing?
Yeah, well, the first week of filing, and for those that have submitted already, you may have already found out that the cost this year seems to be a little bit higher. And that's, by the way, for both software, doing it yourself online, in addition to the cost of hiring a tax accountant. So let's talk about a tax accountant first. The price going up from $213 in terms of the average cost to $248 in 2023. And then for the software, if you're downloading some of that desktop software to file it yourself, that's going to cost you a little bit more as well. H&R Block saying they had to raise prices for the first time in 10 years. It's between $5 to $10 depending on the type of software that you're purchasing. And even though TurboTax didn't increase their costs, they have a pricing that's even above H&R Block. So it's not that cheap to file even by yourself. So something worth watching as you do try to maximize your tax returns. It might be a bigger bite coming from those softwares.
Yeah, that's good to know. Walk us through some of the options that we have to try and save money.
Yeah, so one option is actually coming from the government directly this year. This is the first year that the IRS is going to offer what they call is a direct file option. It's only going to be to select users. It's invite only, so a bit of an exclusive club as they unveil this. And there are 12 states that are participating as part of this: Tennessee, Texas, South Dakota among them. Again, it is select only, but for those that are making less than $79,000, there is the free file option through third-party vendors, which has always existed.
Right.
And then one other tip, for people that are filing early, you're going to save if you use DIY tax software, because companies like TurboTax, H&R Block, they usually raise prices by about $10 in the middle of the season, so you only have a few more weeks. Yeah.
Do we know what the parameters are for that VIP select service? Like, who are they looking?
Yeah, so it's income levels as well as complexity of your taxes. So they're not going to allow people that have like really complicated filings to get access to that. They're not the ones that need to save a pretty penny. Exactly.
Exactly. What about the tax prep software companies? What are they saying about what you described as now this first-of-a-kind direct file?
Well, I mean, I can't believe I'm saying this, but a little beef in the tax space, because some of these private players, they're not happy that the government is offering their own option. So TurboTax actually saying in a statement, quote, "It's a thinly veiled scheme where billions of taxpayer dollars will be unnecessarily used to pay for something that already completely exists free of charge today." And they also say it doesn't maximize your returns. But again, the cost could be a big deal for some filers.
Tax beef. All right. Brian Chung, thank you as always.
Thanks, Brad. Well, Hulu is joining the growing list of streaming giants cracking down on password sharing, and they're forcing more subscribers to come on and pay up.
In an email sent to customers yesterday, the company announced this new policy will take effect next month. Here's NBC's Stephanie Gosk.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
If you're hoping to spend the remaining winter months binging any one of Hulu's award-winning shows,
how's my budget looking?
Great. Not good.
Starting soon, it could cost you extra. Hulu announcing they'll join streaming giants Netflix and Disney Plus in banning shared accounts outside individual households.
It's so stupid. Streaming sites, companies are starting to become like cable.
Hulu sending an email to customers Wednesday announcing the update to their subscriber agreement, which says, unless otherwise permitted by your service tier, you may not share your subscription outside of your household.
This is an era where all these big companies need to make more profits out of streaming, and I suspect they're all looking at these different kinds of ways to kind of crack down on password sharing.
The move leaving many cord cutters frustrated.
I really hate to see things like this happen, because these streaming services were seen as a much cheaper alternative to cable, but now they're just becoming cable.
Though some saw the writing on the wall when the CEO of Hulu's parent company, Disney, announced they were exploring how to address password sharing, rolling out similar user agreements on Disney Plus.
They came to these services for all the shows, none of the ads, and all the convenience. And so we're seeing that kind of being eroded as time goes by.
The move comes after Netflix's success with its own password sharing crackdown, gaining the streamer almost 22 million new subscribers in about 6 months, totaling a record 260 million paid subscribers across the platform and almost $9 billion in revenue.
the fact that they have seen that Netflix has actually gained subscribers rather than losing them. So they're just thinking that they're also going to have the same, outcome.
All this amid soaring streaming prices. Hulu plans with live TV cost nearly $80 a month. If you're looking to save, you can pay just $7.99 if you can forfeit live TV and put up with all those ads. And while streaming services are raking in the green, users are seeing red, wondering who's next.
Once Hulu starts doing it, then Amazon Prime, then Stars, then Paramount Plus, everybody else is going to follow. This is the new normal at this point.
Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Well, music's biggest night is this weekend. The new awards being handed out at the Grammys this year. Stay with us. More NBC News Daily right after this.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
All right, well, it's music's biggest night of the year on Sunday, and the 66 Grammy Awards are shaping up to be a historic event.
Yeah, the Recording Academy is debuting 3 new categories this year that are part of its push to make the Grammys more fair, transparent, and accurate. CEO and founder of Pop Viewers, Chris Witherspoon, is here to give us the full rundown. All right, Chris, so let's talk about these new categories and why this is so important and the big moments we should be watching for.
So the new categories are actually very inclusive. Best African Music Performance, Best Alternative Jazz Album, and Best Pop Dance Recording. And this is important because the Grammys are really losing, a lot of these award shows have been losing ratings down through the years. It's about bringing everyone into the show and making it more exciting and more inclusive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we switch gears to television for a minute? We know I love my TV
Are we done with
shows.
Grammys already?
I think so.
No,
Who
are the big artists? You tell us.
Okay, so Trevor Noah is hosting. Well, we got SZA leading the pack with 9 Grammy nominations. Taylor Swift also has 6 Grammy noms for her album After Midnight, but she won't be performing, which is kind of sad. We kind of want her to perform.
Yeah.
But
Vicky
also,
definitely wants to see
I
that
definitely want to see,
performance.
but I heard Travis is going going to be there. He already said he's got to focus on the Super Bowl.
If she wins Album of the Year, she'll make history because she'll beat Frank Sinatra and Stevie Wonder, who have won 3 times. She'll win 4th time. It could be huge. But also Billie Eilish performing, Dua Lipa, SZA, and Travis Scott. I'm excited for Victoria Monet. I'm a huge fan of hers.
Oh, I'm interested to see that.
Yeah, 7 noms for her, and she's a big, great story. Then Billy Joel performing for the first time. His first new song, sorry.
Oh.
He'll be performing, but his first new song in 17 years.
17
A new song came out today called Turn the Lights Back On.
All right, turn those lights.
Turning them off, okay? And he's 75 years old, you guys.
And he had that little health issue, but now he's back. Good for him.
Yes,
We love this.
I'm excited for him.
Now is it time to speak?
Let's do it.
TV.
Okay.
About TV. What are the buzzy titles we need to look out for?
Yeah, so this month we have Abbott Elementary coming back. It was gone for a long time. A long hiatus because of the strike. So it's coming back February 7th. And then Quinta Brunson just won an Emmy. So a lot of fans are excited about that. Then Couple to Thruple. This is a weird title.
Oh, no.
Interesting show idea. 4 couples, they experiment bringing a 3rd person into their relationship. So it's all about polyamory, hosted by Scott Evans, also Shamra Howard. Then Love is Blind season 6. I'm a huge fan of this franchise. I watched the new season. It is so good.
Well, you've already seen the one that's coming out?
I've already seen it. You know, I gotta get the previews going for you all. No, but it's really good. And the last season wasn't that good. This one's actually giving.
I love the last season.
No, this one's good. I binged the whole thing.
I mean, who could beat Lauren and Cam from season 1? That's
It's
really
hard
the
to
question.
top
Is this
those
as good
two.
as season 1?
It's almost as good. It's almost as good. I can't
What
give it
city?
away.
Do we don't get to know what
There's
city?
someone who gets. I can't even say.
Okay.
It's just so good. I can't say it. It's just so good.
What a tease. That was a good tease.
The Couple to Thruple, we'll have to have a discussion between. That's a whole other segment.
I'm gonna be watching that one.
Yeah.
I'm like curious, but
it's 2024. I don't know what's happening in the world right now. Let's talk about films. Margot Robbie had the classiest response to all the Barbie stuff. She finally spoke out after the Golden Globes, right?
People were so upset about her not getting a nomination for the Oscars.
Yeah,
for the Oscars, and Greta Gerwig not getting director. So she spoke out. She said, "There's no way to feel sad when you know this is that you're blessed." Obviously, I think Greta should be nominated as director because what she did is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. And we set out to shift culture, and that is what we did. And they really did. Barbie is a cultural phenomenon, and honestly, she's a producer on this film, so she gets them back in coins. It is the highest-grossing film of 23, $1.4 billion. So Margot's gonna be okay. Award or no award, the coins will be coming from that film. As for Greta as well.
Yeah, good.
But I do love that response. I mean, just talk about taking the high road. What a high vibrational response.
Oh yeah, she meditated today.
She meditated.
She was doing some namaste.
I want some of that namaste. All right, well, if we have some namaste time this weekend, what should we be watching?
Okay, so this one's on Amazon Prime. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Donald Glover is back on TV.
Right.
He helps create this. It's based on the film that came out in 2005 with Angelina and Brad. And then also Argyle. It's a spy action comedy. Bryce Dallas Howard. Dua Lipa's up in this.
Oh, really?
And Ariana DeBose, yes.
It's supposed to be funny, right? It's a funny
it's an
heist
action
film.
comedy.
Yeah?
Action comedy. And I just love Bryce Dallas Howard.
And also, like, but just going back, I mean, Donald Glover, anything he touches.
That's also a spy
Childish
film.
Gambino, I mean, from rapping to television.
Mina Kimes, what's her name? The woman actress?
You know, I don't have her name down. Is it Maya Erskine? She's like, the co-star. Yeah, she's so good. Also, Paul Dano and Michaela Cole from I May Destroy You. She's in this as well.
Wow, very interesting.
It'll be out tomorrow on Prime Video.
You've always got the latest and brought us some good
try.
namaste energy. We got some good teases for Love is Blind. CEO and founder of Pop Viewers, Chris Witherspoon for us. Chris, as always, thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris. Stay with us. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
43 million people in the world are blind, but 80% of those cases can be treated. This is according to the Himalayan Cataract Project. In many parts of the world, though, people don't have access to the care they need. So NBC News Daily anchor Kate Snow spoke with one doctor who has spent more than a decade traveling to perform a 10-minute surgery that is life-changing.
For eye surgeon Dr. Lloyd Williams, this moment when the bandages first come off says everything. After a life-changing eye surgery, this woman is seeing again for the first time in years. That moment, repeated over and over again, as people who had surgery the day before adjust to the light. What is that moment for you?
When I first saw it happen, I thought, I could do this for the rest of my life and never feel like I wasted a minute.
Dr. Williams, an ophthalmologist at Duke University, has traveled with the Himalayan Cataract Project for a decade on a mission to cure blindness. The latest trip in December to South Sudan in Africa, a country with the highest rate of blindness in the world. Dr. Williams worked alongside 2 local eye surgeons.
For the most part, I don't even get up. I just sit, do surgery, next, do surgery, next.
They call these surgical boot camps, performing nearly 2,000 cataract surgeries in just 10 days. People walked from as far away as 40 miles to be here, some arriving in wheelbarrows, many led by a stick. The results are immediate. 5-year-old Kual, confused at first in this new world of sight, before finally spotting his mom. Many families here have a child take care of the person who's blind.
You cure the blindness in the individual. You improve the economic situation of the family. You put one of their children back in school.
This woman seeing her adult son for the first time in 5 years.
Imagine if you hadn't seen your child for years. Yeah. I mean, it's really quite remarkable.
You don't need to speak the language to understand what's happening. She locks eyes with her son.
We had one boy say to us, I don't deserve to have any friends because I'm blind. And when I see that in them and I think I can do something about it, it just makes that all worthwhile.
These boot camps changing lives as patients come out of the darkness to see the world in a new light. Kate Snow, NBC News.
Well, speaking of some good news, a Florida boy who loves all things construction got to live out his dream this week with the help of the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Shelly Muniz from NBC South Florida shows us his best day ever.
We're going to grant 4-year-old Oliver's wish to be a construction worker.
Like most boys his age, Oliver loves anything on wheels.
Oliver has loved trucks as long as we can remember. It started with farm equipment, kind of migrated to monster trucks, then construction trucks. He knows the name of every single truck that exists.
So when he was asked to make a wish, the answer was easy. Oliver asked to be a construction worker for a day. He arrived in style, suited up, and completed a site checklist because safety first.
Okay, hard hat. Do we have a hard hat? Okay, put a little check right there. Safety glasses, right here.
Yep.
We got them. Gloves.
We got him. He's got all the special gear on.
He did his training, and we're ready to go. For Oliver's family, it's a welcome day away from their battle with a rare gastrointestinal disease. At just 4 years old, Oliver has had to undergo multiple surgeries and long hospital stays.
I'm like trying to hold back tears.
He's just really looking forward to it for a long time, so we're happy this happened.
But the sounds and sights of this day are far from those in any doctor's office or hospital. The toys that help pass the time during recovery and treatments all coming to life.
What kind of tools do you have? You've got a measuring tape, flashlight, pencil.
Construction truck are you most looking forward to seeing?
The steamroller. The steamroller.
Oh, best day ever indeed. That was Shelly Muniz, NBC South Florida, reporting.
I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Morgan Radford. You're watching NBC News Daily.
You can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, including YouTube and Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, February 1st, 2024, ready to respond. The U.S. prepares to take action after that attack that killed 3 American service members in Jordan. What the response could look like and when it could come.
Deadly collapse, 3 people killed when a hangar caves in at an Idaho airport. What it took to save the survivors and the search for the possible cause.
Demanding change the day after social media executives faced intense scrutiny on Capitol Hill. At that contentious hearing, families who have lost loved ones now demanding action on a safety bill, what it would do.
And painful reality. New data show the impact of online discrimination against Black children and teenagers. How parents can help their kids if they face racism on the internet. Well, we're starting a new month, and not just any month, Black Heritage Month.
That's right. And we're going to be intentionally reporting on some issues that really affect the Black community today and all through the month.
Yeah, so thanks for being with us. But we're going to start this hour with the escalating tensions in the Middle East. The United States now preparing a campaign of military strikes in response to the deadly drone attack that killed 3 American service members in Jordan.
At the moment, the spotlight remains squarely on Iran and its proxies. On Wednesday, the U.S. military struck a number of targets across the region. U.S. F-18s bombed areas in western Yemen, where the Pentagon says 10 unmanned drones were preparing to launch attacks. And the U.S. destroyer USS Carney also shot down an anti-ship ballistic missile fired by the Houthis, along with 3 Iranian drones, according to the Pentagon. But it's expected there is much more to come.
Meanwhile, in Israel, President Biden ratcheting up the pressure on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu over his campaign against Palestinians in Gaza, issuing a new executive order targeting what the White House calls extremist Israeli settlers in the West Bank. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from Tel Aviv. So, Matt, let's start with that executive order from President Biden. What will it do exactly, and why does President Biden feel this is the time to do it?
Well, it sounds as though President Biden is about to go to Michigan, and that is a domestic imperative that he's answering to here. He's about to address folks who are, and Michigan has the largest population of Arabs in America, folks who are very angry with his handling of the war and his relationship with Israel, his lack of action against Benjamin Netanyahu, whose incursions into the Gaza Strip have killed now nearly 27,000 people, most of them civilians, and this, according to the Hamas-run Ministry of Health. But also it's because he's responding to an increase in settler violence against Palestinians. And this is something that has been observed by human rights groups and by our own cameras here at NBC News. My colleagues have been out there seeing this, speaking with victims. And this is a problem that has been going on for years and years, but it has gotten substantially worse ever since October 7th. And I think one of the main reasons here is that the settler violence and threatens to spill over some of the violence that we're seeing in the Gaza Strip. Wow. So, guys, the weather here is biblical in the Holy Land, but as you can see, this is something that is basically long overdue, but it's also answering to domestic criticism. Guys?
So just to be clear, that's thunder we're hearing behind you, I think, Matt? Yes?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it is. Nothing to be alarmed about.
Yeah, when you're in a war zone,
just
you
nature.
wonder, right? And Matt, the Biden administration reportedly reviewing.
I wonder too.
Yeah, they're reviewing possible options to possibly recognize a Palestinian state at the end of this war. That sounds like a big deal.
It's a very big deal, and one that I don't think is necessarily a big deal yet, because this is almost a wish list. When we're talking about ambitious ideas like recognizing a Palestinian state, particularly when he phrases it the way he has, and this is what we've been hearing from other parties in the conflict, that this is a deal that would go along with some sort of comprehensive peace treaty in Gaza between Israel and the Gazans, or Hamas, which Israel, of course, has vowed to completely destroy. But this is the kind of thing that could make this a little bit slower. He's trying his best to do something that many other presidents have done and have not managed to do. Guys?
Matt Bradley for us. Matt, thank you.
Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin is apologizing for not better communicating his cancer diagnosis and treatment. During a press conference at the Pentagon this morning, Austin also said he takes responsibility for not telling President Biden, his staff, and the public sooner. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander was at that press conference this morning and joins us now. So, Peter, what else did the secretary say? And has he lost any trust within the White House over initially keeping this cancer diagnosis a secret?
Sinclair, there's certainly been a lot of criticism from all sides within here in Washington, but President Biden has insisted that he remains confident in his defense secretary, Lloyd Austin. Austin today saying, in effect, he said, "I did not handle this right." For the first time speaking to reporters in about 6 weeks since he hid both his cancer diagnosis and his days-long hospitalization, not just from the White House and the president, but from the public as well. He says he does not believe that he has created a culture of secrecy in the department, but he says receiving that diagnosis was, in his words, a gut punch. He says he was shaken by it. He also detailed for the first time his conversations in some form with President Biden, delivering a personal apology to him. Here's part of what the defense secretary said.
As a rule, I don't talk about conversations with my boss, but I can tell you I've apologized directly to President Biden. And I've told him that I'm deeply sorry for not letting him know immediately that I received a heavy diagnosis and was getting treatment.
Secretary Austin also said that he did not direct any member of his staff to withhold information about his hospitalization from the White House. Back to you.
Peter Alexander, thanks so much.
Right now, investigators in Idaho scouring the scene after the deadly collapse of an airport hangar. It happened late on Wednesday in the capital city of Boise. The fire department there says 3 people were killed, at least 9 others were injured. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin is with us. She's following the story. Erin, what more do we know about the building? What do we know about what led to the collapse?
Okay, what we know is that this took place at a massive 39,000 square foot hangar that was under construction at an airfield inside of the Boise airport. According to a fire official, it was 5 p.m. in the evening, and a crane was in the process of putting an object onto this massive steel frame when there was this collapse that officials are describing as catastrophic. Now, the cause of the collapse is still being investigated, an investigation being led by the Boise police as well as by OSHA. We are hearing from the owner of the hangar in a statement. Let's just pull it up. I'll read it to you, saying, our quote, "Our hearts go out to everyone affected by this horrific event, especially those with loved ones on site when this tragedy occurred. We do not know exactly what caused the hangar collapse. Our focus now is on supporting our team and partners during this difficult time." We also reached out to the general contractor that was responsible for the construction at the site, and we've yet to hear back on that.
And Erin, do we know anything about the victims and the conditions of the people who were injured?
Well, what we know at this point is that at the time of this collapse, there were 30 individuals on site. Of those 30, there were 12 casualties, 9 wounded, 5 critically wounded in the hospital, and then tragically 3 killed, although authorities at this point are not releasing the identities of those who were killed in this collapse, Kate.
All right, Erin McLaughlin for us. Erin, thank you.
We're following breaking news out of Michigan. The mother of a convicted school shooter is testifying in her own defense right now in her involuntary manslaughter trial. Jennifer Crumbley was sworn in just over an hour ago, and it comes after prosecutors rested their case after 6 days of witness testimony. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is outside that courthouse in Pontiac, Michigan for us. So, Maggie, what have we heard from Jennifer Crumbley so far on the stand, and what has the reaction been like inside?
Well, the reactions in Clay, I mean, everybody inside that courtroom right now is captivated. Remember, this is the first American parent to be charged with their child's mass school shooting, or in connection with their child's mass school shooting. And as you know, it's incredibly rare at all for a defendant to take the stand in their own criminal trial. So this is a pivotal time. The first time we're hearing from Jennifer Crumbley, her lawyers trying to paint her as a warm, engaged mom who said she thought she had an open relationship with her son. He could come to her about anything. She was engaged with things like his grades, says she messaged teachers frequently about his grades in geometry and missed assignments, but she says they never messaged her about concerns about his behavior, that he might be exhibiting violent behavior. And then she said he had come to his parents with concerns about his own mental health, but it was more about anxiety about what was he going to do after high school. He didn't have great grades. Could he go to college? This is that part of that testimony that just happened in there. Take a listen.
There was a couple of times where Ethan had expressed anxiety over taking tests, anxiety about what he was going to do after high school, whether it was college, military. So he expressed those concerns to me, but not to a level where I felt he needed to go see a psychiatrist or a mental health professional right away.
So again, that's just from minutes ago. The testimony is ongoing. Our team is watching it just off camera as we speak. In the last few minutes, it's pivoted, Zinclay, to guns. And Jennifer Crumbley basically saying that guns, in her words, were more his thing, meaning more her husband's thing. James Crumbley, who also faces involuntary manslaughter charges, his trial is next. So that's where kind of this testimony, we can tell, is headed right now.
So, Maggie, what's next for the defense after Crumbley finishes testifying?
It's a great question. One interesting earmark of this trial is that neither the prosecution nor the defense has really been giving lists as to who they intend to call. They've just been calling witness by witness. It was something the defense attorney actually complained about when the prosecution had control of this case, that she didn't know who was coming next. Well, now here we are in the same boat with the defense. All we know right now is that Jennifer Crumbley is on the stand for the first time telling her story. Beyond that, we don't know explicitly on the record what we can expect. The defense remaining pretty tight-lipped about that. And then obviously once this case gets turned over to the jury, a pivotal decision will be on the way in this landmark case. Sinclair.
Maggie Vespa outside that courthouse for us. Thank you.
Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Disney suffers a huge loss in a battle with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
And a shocking switch up for one of the biggest names in racing. Contessa Brewer joins us now. Hey, Contessa.
Hi, Zinkley. Hi, Kate. The House voted Wednesday night to pass a bipartisan $78 billion tax package that expands the child tax credit and increases business tax breaks. Now that heads to the Senate for a vote where its future is uncertain. A federal judge dismissed Disney's lawsuit against Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He issued a ruling yesterday saying Disney lacked legal standing to sue DeSantis on allegations of retaliation. Disney lodged the complaint after DeSantis and state GOP lawmakers stripped Disney of its special tax district after the company publicly criticized a controversial parental rights law backed by the governor. And Formula One superstar Lewis Hamilton is reportedly changing teams. We have heard this from Mercedes, confirming it, that the 7-time world champion is leaving them for Ferrari after this season. It's not the only good news for Ferrari today. The company also reported record year of profits when it reported earnings today.
Yeah.
Big switch up there, ladies.
That's a big news in that sport.
For sure.
Contessa Brewer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Coming up, looks like the claw machine here, the prizes are getting better and better. I don't know if you can tell there's a boy in the machine. We're just kidding. He's okay. He's fine. But it's a really dramatic story of how they rescued him out of that machine. Coming up.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I have questions. Plus, after a dramatic hearing on Capitol Hill, the options Congress has on the table to protect kids using social media. You're watching NBC News Daily.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fallout is growing from that contentious hearing on Capitol Hill addressing child safety on social media.
CEOs from 5 of the biggest platforms, Discord, Snap, TikTok, X, and Meta, faced tough questions yesterday from senators on both sides of the aisle as families who've lost loved ones listened to what they had to say in the hearing room.
In a combative and emotional Senate hearing,
you have blood on your hands. You have a product you have a product that's killing people.
The CEOs facing accusations they've failed to protect children from illicit content, predators, and extortion.
Your platforms really suck at policing themselves.
Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg tangled with senators over his platform's safety record.
It appears that you're trying to be the premier sex trafficking
Of course not, Senator.
in this
Senator,
country.
that's ridiculous.
Sitting behind the CEOs, grief-stricken families holding photos of children they say were victimized on the company's platforms.
Would you like now to apologize?
Pressed by Republican Senator Josh Hawley, Zuckerberg turned to address the families.
Knowing that have to go through the things that your families have suffered. And this is why we invested so much and are going to continue doing industry-leading efforts to make sure that no one has to go through the types of things that your families have had to suffer.
Mary Rohde was in the room. She says her son Riley was blackmailed over explicit photos on Facebook Messenger and was so distraught he took his own life. To her, Zuckerberg's words rang hollow.
When he stood up, he said, "I'm sorry for your pain," but I don't really think he's sorry for my pain.
At least 6 social media bills are still waiting for action in the Senate, including legislation known as the Kids Online Safety Act, which some CEOs declined to support.
There are parts of the act that we think are great.
No, it's a yes or no question. In its present form, do you support it? Yes or no? No.
We are aware that some groups have raised some concerns. It's important to understand.
I'll take that as a no.
Some parents remain skeptical.
Are you hopeful, thinking things might change after this?
I've been in these hearings before. I would love to hear that we're going to pass all these bills and actually protect children, but I'm not convinced that will happen.
Yeah, a lot of people not convinced. Let's talk about the bill I just mentioned, the Kids Online Safety Act. It's called KOSA for short.
Yeah, the bipartisan bill calls for social media platforms to do more to stop the promotion of things like self-harm, eating disorders, and sexual exploitation. It also wants young users to be able to opt out of algorithm recommendations that require platforms to make the strongest safety settings the default and restrict the amount of data that can be collected from minors.
NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin is on Capitol Hill. Julie, we spent the day together yesterday. I know today it goes on. Parents are meeting with lawmakers trying to ride the momentum from the hearing and pass that act. What did they tell you, and why are they focusing on this of all the bills?
It's such a good question, Kate. And look, you spent time with these parents, so you know how motivated they are to make this happen. It's why they were still here today. They were at a breakfast before they spent the day lobbying members of Congress specifically on KOSA. And it's a really great question. Why that one? Out of all the other bills, at around 5 to 7 that have been introduced, they say it's because it's the most comprehensive bill to address all of the issues that they faced with their own kids. Watch what one of them had to tell me.
It is the strongest bill out there. It's the one that's going to give parents tools that they need to protect their kids online better. It's going to put that onus back on the social media companies so they have to fix their flawed product.
Kate, you know as well as anyone, because you've covered this so well, all of these parents who lost their kids did so for different reasons. For example, Joanne Bogert, who you just heard from, lost her son Mason at 15 because of a viral challenge on YouTube. Other parents lost their kids on TikTok, Instagram, with sextortion, cyberbullying. It is for all those reasons that the senators behind this bill tell me they think the momentum is here to get it done, and they do think it's something they'll be able to pass in the coming months, which would be ginormous for this Congress that moves at a very glacial pace.
Yeah, they just have to get Chuck Schumer, the leader, to schedule it, right, Julie, for a vote in the Senate. Julie Sirkin, thank you.
Coming up, how a doctor is helping people see the world in a whole new light. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The FBI says there are new threats to American power grids, transportation systems, even communications networks. The alleged culprit, a Chinese hacking operation. NBC's Ken Delanian explains.
The FBI director sounding the alarm about Chinese efforts to attack American power grids, transportation systems, and communications networks.
China's hackers are positioning on American infrastructure in preparation to wreak havoc and cause real-world harm to American citizens and communities.
And Christopher Wray announcing a major takedown of a Chinese hacking operation on American soil, dubbed Volt Typhoon.
Working with our partners, the FBI ran a court-authorized on-network operation to shut down Volt Typhoon and the access it enabled. Steps China was taking, in other words, to find and prepare to destroy or degrade the civilian critical infrastructure that keeps us safe and prosperous.
Wray and other officials say China poses the world's greatest cyber threat, and they warn that Americans remain vulnerable. U.S. Cybersecurity Chief Jen Easterly describing the devastating impact of a potential massive Chinese cyber attack.
Telecommunications going down so people can't use their cell phone. People start getting sick from polluted water. Trains get derailed, air traffic control system, port control systems are malfunctioning. This is truly an everything, everywhere, all at once scenario.
Easterly said China believes that sort of cyber attack would crush any American will to defend Taiwan from a Chinese invasion. In a statement to NBC News, a Chinese government spokesman denied China hacks into foreign networks, calling it irresponsible criticism. Ken Delanian, NBC News, Washington.
While politicians push to negotiate new deals between Israel and Hamas, traumatizing horrors do continue for the civilian victims in this war. With limited medical facilities available in Gaza, hundreds of wounded men, women, and children are being transported across borders to receive the critical care that they need. NBC News correspondent Hala Garani shares a glimpse of their grueling journey.
A hydraulic lift hoists little Zahra onto a plane. Mama, the little girl cries out, but it's not her mother's hand that reaches out for comfort. It's her aunt's, traveling with her on an evacuation flight from Egypt to the United Arab Emirates. Inside the plane, Zahra and some 50 other critically ill Palestinians from Gaza. Zahra's legs were crushed in an airstrike. Mama, the girl cries again, but her mother is not there, her aunt says, so Mama is what she calls her now. Zahra, too shy or traumatized to speak. On this Emirati Mercy mission, the 11th of its kind, there are children with fractures, complex head injuries, some with cancer. There was little access to care or medicine in Gaza. Here, children finally get pain relief. Dirty bandages are replaced with fresh dressings. 12-year-old Noor will receive much-needed surgery on her legs. Acting quickly means preventing amputations. Do you want to go back to Gaza or stay out afterward, I ask her. Stay out, she tells me. The journey to this improvised Emirati flying hospital started at the Gaza border, a 45-minute drive away from this military airfield in Egypt. On our way there, miles of trucks carrying aid, unable to deliver their cargo.
This is the border into Gaza from Egypt. Patients are driven here on Palestinian Red Crescent vehicles. There's a list. Not every name is approved. So some of the most critically ill might make it all the way to this point and then be denied entry into Egypt.
As night falls, we see the bright lights of the illuminated border against the darkness of southern Gaza behind it. So close, but for many, there is no way out on their quest for life-saving care. But these children at the military airport have made it out. A boy already used to life in a wheelchair whizzes past our camera. On board, the smiles of children excited for their first ever flight and the empty looks of those perhaps still adjusting to their new reality. When we reach Abu Dhabi, the last few patients are lowered onto the tarmac, while those able to walk board a bus to the terminal, out of harm's way, at least for now. Hala Garani, NBC News, at the Al Arish Air Base in Egypt.
Hala, thank you. Coming up, another popular streaming platform is cracking down on passwords. You're watching Daily.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Major League Baseball is stepping up to replace a statue of Jackie Robinson that was stolen from a park in Kansas. The statue was put up in 2021 at the home base of League 42, a local youth baseball program. You see the feet there because on Tuesday it was found burned and dismantled. The MLB and its 30 clubs now say they will not only work to replace that statue, they will also provide funding to League 42.
Australian police came to the rescue after a toddler got stuck inside a Hello Kitty claw machine. The 3-year-old had climbed through the machine's prize dispenser at a Brisbane shopping center before becoming trapped. The toddler, seemingly unfazed, was told to go to a corner of the machine and cover his eyes. Police were then able to break the glass and somehow safely return him to his family.
How did he get in there is what I want to know. A country traditionally known for its love of beer has put down the mugs. Germany's beer sales declined by 4.5% last year, according to a new national data. It continues a long-term downward trend for for German breweries. Who knew? Last year's sales were 11% lower than 2013 and 25% lower than 1993. Well, if you're one of the millions of Americans covered by Medicare, we have big news for you. Today, the Biden administration is beginning direct talks with some of the pharmaceutical industry's biggest companies.
Thanks to a new law, Medicare can now negotiate prices for 10 of the most widely used medications in America. NBC News health and medical reporter Berkeley Lovelace joins us now with everything you need to know. So let's start with the medications that are being looked at here and how these negotiations would practically and actually work.
Yeah, so these are the 10 costliest prescription drugs covered by Medicare. So it includes heart medications, diabetes drugs, and cancer drugs. Some notable names on the list include the blood thinner medication Eliquis and the diabetes drug Novolog. So essentially today, the federal government made an opening bid or a first bid to the drug makers on negotiation. And so over the next few months, they're going to be going back and forth, making counteroffers. And then on September 1st, the federal government will disclose what those final prices are.
And so, Berkeley, if the Biden administration and the drug companies agree to some lower prices for those drugs, and maybe we could put the list up again, when could patients actually see savings?
Yeah, so these prices are expected to go into effect in 2026. So people who are prescribed these 10 drugs should see lower out-of-pocket costs at the pharmacy that year. Also, everyone who is on Medicare should see lower premiums because of the cost savings. And then it's also important to note that they're going to be negotiating more drugs over the next few years. So if your drug is not on this list for the 10 drugs, you also might see savings in the future if the federal government decides to negotiate for those medications.
So overall, could this mean lower drug prices for people who are not on Medicare?
Yeah, so these prices are just for people who are on Medicare. However, it could push the drug makers to do something for other groups as well. We saw this with another provision in the Inflation Reduction Act, where they lowered the out-of-pocket cost of insulin to $35 a month for people on Medicare. And then several months later, the drug makers then imposed a rule that lowered the out-of-pocket cost to $35 for people on private insurance as well. So we could see some changes as well for other people.
All right, Berkeley Lovelace in D.C. Thank you.
Thanks.
In case you missed it, it's officially time to start thinking about filing your taxes.
And if that's not enough of a downer, well, get ready. This year, you're likely going to have to pay more to do it, up to 8% more. And that's whether you decide to use an accountant or some kind of online software. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung is here to maybe break the bad news, even though I guess we just did.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, well.
So why are these costs going up?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it's, by the way, for both software and doing it yourself and also hiring a tax accountant. So let's start off with the cost of hiring a tax accountant. There was a survey done by an accountant group that said that the average cost over the 2021 to 2023 period went up from $213 to have your individual returns done to $248. And for the software, by the way, let's take a look at H&R Block's DIY service. This is the desktop download that they offer. Those prices are going up by $5 to $10 depending on what offering you're going with. And they said that's the first time in 10 years they had to raise their prices. Why did this happen? Well, for tax accountants that I've spoken to, they said it's just a labor shortage. They've had to hire people in a lot of their practices. And then for the software, they've had to make developments and make investments to update that software. That's the reason why they say they have to raise prices.
Okay. Well, we'll accept that on face value. But what are some ways that we can save money other ways?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the government, for the first time, interestingly, is offering their own direct file option. It's called Direct File, and it's a pilot. So only those that are invited will be able to participate in it. But it is a way where you don't have to pay anything to file your taxes. For
so you skip the H&R Block or whoever.
You can skip the H&R Block. You can do it directly. This is only going to be available in 12 states, like, for example, we're looking at Arizona, Wyoming, South Dakota. But there are other ways that you could save if you're not invited into that particular pilot. There's the free file, which is already offered through third-party providers, but that only applies to people that have income less than $79,000. And by the way, you can save, if you're going to file it yourself, about $10 if you buy the software in the first half of the tax season as opposed to the latter half of the tax season. That's an important tip there.
What's the first half like now?
So it's basically, yeah, well, because this is the first week, so basically through, it usually is around March that they start to raise the prices.
Okay, and I imagine the tax filing software companies have some thoughts about this new government option?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, the tax filing companies that have offered their own private software are not happy that the government is offering their own version of it, even if it is only just a pilot and limited to some people. In fact, TurboTax offered a statement to NBC News where they said, quote, "It's a thinly veiled scheme where billions of taxpayer dollars will be unnecessarily used to pay for something already completely free of charge today. They argue that the direct file option doesn't help you maximize your tax returns, which is the reason why they say people should be using TurboTax. But again, beef in the tax space, I never thought I'd be saying that.
Beef in the tax space. Wow. 2024. Brian Chung, thank you so much. In today's Daily Health, as we kick off American Heart Month, we're talking about a secret deadly cholesterol. Millions of Americans are born predisposed to it, yet very few know about it. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards joins us now. So, Erica, can you explain what this type of cholesterol is and why it's so dangerous?
Hi, Zinkley. Yeah, it's called lipoprotein A. And like LDL, the bad cholesterol, it causes plaque to build up in the arteries, but it's even more dangerous because it also causes blood clots. And here's the kicker. This is a genetic thing, meaning if you were born predisposed to high levels of, it's also called Lp(a), diet and exercise don't work to drive those levels down. Zinkley?
Wow. And routine blood cholesterol tests could actually screen for this, right? But largely because there's no effective treatment, a lot of people are not getting screened for it. Is this something people can ask to be tested for specifically? And are more doctors trying to do that?
Yeah, in fact, they are. Even if doctors can't treat Lp(a) on its own, people armed with this knowledge can make lifestyle changes that can help reduce their other heart risks. For example, I spoke with a woman in Ohio, Lori Welsh. She's 51 years old. She has a strong family history of Lp(a). If you go back 5 generations on her mother's side, they all had heart attacks or strokes in their 40s. No one lived past age 54. Now, her mother had 3 heart attacks, but lived well into her 70s, Welsh says, because her mom was aware of her heightened risk. Here's what she had to say.
I think, like, when you find out you're positive for any kind of disease or disorder, or you have some kind of a risk factor that puts you at risk for some kind of a disease, and you find this out, I think you make decisions with a different kind of intention. Whenever there was anything that she could tell was just not right, she went and saw the doctor. Never missed an appointment with her cardiologist, was under the care of a lipidologist.
Welsh is now participating in a clinical trial of a drug meant to drive down levels of Lp(a) at the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center. Results from that trial are expected next year. Zinkley?
And Erica, to that end, briefly, what about drugs in development to treat this? Are any showing promise right now?
There are 5 drugs in development. 4 are injectables, like the one that Welsh is participating in. They're from drug makers Amgen, Novartis, Eli Lilly. There's really been a huge move in recent years to really try to tackle this problem and get help for those 64 million Americans who have high levels of Lp(a).
Erica Edwards, thanks so much.
Well, there is no shortage of grim, heartbreaking headlines, right, from around the globe. So it makes it easy to miss the good news that's happening all around us. That's why today we're launching a new series here highlighting positive and inspiring good news. And this week, we have some good news about a 10-minute surgery that is changing lives. Across the globe, more than 43 million people are blind. 80% of those cases are treatable and even curable, according to the Himalayan Cataract Project. But in many parts of the world, people haven't had access to that simple surgery until now.
For eye surgeon Dr. Lloyd Williams, this moment when the bandages first come off says everything. After a life-changing eye surgery, this woman is seeing again for the first time in years. That moment, repeated over and over again, as people who had surgery the day before adjust to the light. What is that moment for you?
When I first saw it happen, I thought, I could do this for the rest of my life and never feel like I wasted a minute.
Dr. Williams, an ophthalmologist at Duke University, has traveled with the Himalayan Cataract Project for a decade on a mission to cure blindness. The latest trip in December to South Sudan in Africa, a country with the highest rate of blindness in the world. Dr. Williams worked alongside 2 local eye surgeons.
For the most part, I don't even get up. I just sit, do surgery, next, do surgery, next.
They call these surgical boot camps, performing nearly 2,000 cataract surgeries in just 10 days. People walked from as far away as 40 miles to be here, some arriving in wheelbarrows, many led by a stick. The results are immediate. 5-year-old Kual confused at first in this new world of sight, before finally spotting his mom. Many families here have a child take care of the person who's blind.
You cure the blindness in the individual. You improve the economic situation of the family. You put one of their children back in school.
This woman seeing her adult son for the first time in 5 years.
Imagine if you hadn't seen your child for years.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really quite remarkable.
You don't need to speak the language to understand what's happening. She locks eyes with her son.
We had one boy say to us, "I don't deserve to have any friends because I'm blind." And when I see that in them and I think I can do something about it, it just makes that all worthwhile.
These boot camps changing lives as patients come out of the darkness to see the world in a new light.
It's amazing. And as we said, it's a team of doctors doing this with 2 local doctors helping as well. We want to hear from you, though. Do you have good news? Do you know a story that we should be telling here on NBC News Daily? Connect with me on your favorite social media platform. I'm on all of them. It's TV Kate Snow is my handle.
Love that. We need more good news in this world, don't we?
We do, right?
Yeah. Thank you so much for that. Coming up, new data showing Black children and teenagers are facing a record amount of racism online. How parents can protect their kids next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
In today's Modern Parenting, mounting evidence shows the devastating toll that online racism is taking on Black children and teens.
According to a new study in the Journal of American Medical Association, those who experience racial discrimination online may develop symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. Joining us now, Dr. Tasha Brown, a licensed clinical psychologist, and a warning to our viewers, this segment does contain and discuss suicide. Dr. Brown, thank you so much for being with us. So, look, researchers found these PTSD symptoms related to suicidal thoughts, right? That's a deep, heavy thing. How is racism and discrimination contributing to that, and how is it manifesting online?
Yeah, this is such an important conversation, and I'm so glad that we're having it because a recent study showed that there has been a 144% increase in suicide among Black youth in America in the last decade.
Wow. It's hard to even process that number.
Yeah, it's a really big number. And when we think about cyberbullying and racial aggression happening online, we know that Black youth are experiencing, some say at least 5 incidents of racial aggression online every single day. And we know that repeated racial aggression leads to increased anxiety, depression, hypervigilance. Those are some of those PTSD symptoms. And we know that PTSD symptoms are linked to suicidal ideation. So there is this association that we're seeing among Black teens when we think about suicide and cyberbullying.
And PTSD, when we talk about it, does it look different in younger people than older people and kids?
Yeah, that's a really great question. One of the main things that when we think about PTSD, there's 2 factors that we like to think about. This rumination or repeated thinking about the event. So thinking about the trigger, what someone said online, how they said it, how it made them feel. That's something that we see very often in PTSD. And then this hypervigilance. When is this going to happen again? If it happens again, what should I do? And when we talk about racism and we talk about racial aggression for teenagers, for children, it's hard to answer those questions and causes a lot of stress and anxiety.
More so than for adults, maybe? Like kids
don't know how to process.
Yeah, it's really hard to process, which is why mental health treatment and having conversations about the impact of racism, what it means, what it looks like, what it sounds like, and what to do when you encounter it is so important.
And I think people hear about incidents of discrimination and might think, well, that's not rooted in data. But the FBI did just release a report showing that hate crimes specifically are on the rise on school campuses. Most of them actually, most of the common offenses are targeting Black youth. So I wonder, for parents, specifically in families that are not Black, right?
Yeah.
How do you talk to your kids about making sure this kind of behavior isn't happening, being perpetuated online?
Yeah, it's really important to start having these conversations as early as possible. So I encourage parents in my clinical practice, teach your children what racism means. Teach them what that looks like, what it sounds like, and take the conversation a step further. What can you do if you see this happening? What can you say? Who can you talk to? How can you support your friend? Because we need people who are going to stand up and speak up when they see things happening, along with equipping our Black youth with coping strategies and that resilience.
And quickly, for parents watching, you know, everyone needs to have that conversation, right? But how can you report? I mean, can you go to the school? Can you go? I know that on social media sites, you can actually file reports sometimes.
Yeah, teach your children how to file reports, how to mark something as indecent on social media, flag it, and then also have open conversations with your school. If your child comes home and says something about what they've heard or what they've seen, bring it up with your teacher, go to the school, write an email, making sure that it's a conversation and everyone knows that I, as a parent, am willing to bring this conversation and have it so we can see change.
And we have just seconds, but if there's a Black youth watching this and saying, oh man, this resonates, what's your message to them as a psychologist?
Yeah, my message is you are resilient, you are strong, and there are so many people who have your back, and there are many coping strategies that you can access. Just ask for help, and there's so many people out there who can support you.
Ask for that support.
Yeah.
Dr. Tasha Brown, thank you so much. Great to have you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And please, if anyone you know is struggling, there's the lifeline on your screen. Just call 988 to get help.
Well, we got a lot more news ahead. You're watching Daily.
Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico,
reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Another streaming giant is joining the growing list of services cracking down on password sharing.
Hulu is just the latest to ban shared accounts after Netflix made that same move last year. NBC's Stephanie Gosk has more.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
If you're hoping to spend the remaining winter months binging any one of Hulu's award-winning shows, how's my budget looking?
Great. Not good.
Starting soon, it could cost you extra. Hulu announcing they'll join streaming giants Netflix and Disney Plus in banning shared accounts outside individual households.
It's so stupid. Streaming sites, companies are starting to become like cable.
Hulu sending an email to customers Wednesday announcing the update to their subscriber agreement, which says, unless otherwise permitted by your service tier, you may not share your subscription outside of your household.
This is an era where all these big companies need to make more profits out of streaming, and I suspect they're all looking at these different kinds of ways to kind of crack down on password sharing.
The move leaving many cord cutters frustrated.
I really hate to see things like this happen because these streaming services were seen as a much cheaper alternative to cable, but now they're just becoming cable.
The move comes after Netflix's success with its own password sharing crackdown, gaining the streamer almost 22 million new subscribers in about 6 months, totaling a record 260 million paid subscribers across the platform and almost $9 billion in revenue.
The fact that they have seen that Netflix has actually gained subscribers rather than losing them, so they're just thinking that they're also going to have the same, outcome.
All this amid soaring streaming prices. Hulu plans with live TV cost nearly $80 a month. If you're looking to save, you can pay just $7.99 if you can forfeit live TV and put up with all those ads. And while streaming services are raking in the green, users are seeing red, wondering who's next.
Once Hulu starts doing it, then Amazon Prime, then Starz, then Paramount Plus, everybody else is going to follow. This is the new normal at this point.
Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
NFL superstar Travis Kelce is shaking off the haters, showing nothing but love for his girlfriend Taylor Swift.
Yeah, haters gonna hate. The couple has faced criticism from football fans over her appearances at his games, but as NBC's Emily Aketa tells us, Kelce's having none of it.
Travis Kelce speaking out.
The glass is full. It's not even half full. It's full.
Basking in the glow of his playoffs win and sharing new details about his relationship with Taylor Swift.
This guy's everything that we would like be a football player, and he's in love.
It's a beautiful thing, isn't it?
After that on-field appearance sent Swifties swooning.
Check on your Taylor Swift fans, guys. We are not okay.
Kelce revealed they started dating a month before Swift's first appearance at a Chiefs game in September.
I think the secret's out.
Since then, she's attended 11 more. Some football fans complaining about Swift's screen time during games, but the sports world coming to the couple's defense.
We celebrate all these goofballs jumping on tables in Buffalo and cheese hats. Matthew McConaughey and Drake and Jack Nicholson, man and Eminem, and it's cool. And can I get a selfie? And I can't believe I saw. And a young, attractive, beautiful, talented woman comes on for 25 seconds. And you're bothered.
Travis saying the two shake it off.
How much the world wants to paint the picture and make us the enemy. We just have fun with it, and we enjoy every single bit of it.
And reflecting on Taylor's presence on the sidelines.
I love it when Taylor comes and supports me and enjoys the game with the fam and friends. It's been nothing but just a wonderful year, man.
Travis's brother Jason Kelce even congratulating Swift on the big win.
Shout out to the newest members of the Chiefs Kingdom, Taylor Swift, who has officially reached the Super Bowl in her rookie year. That's gotta be good.
Shout out to Tay. Thanks for joining the team.
But before the Super Bowl showdown, the pop sensation has the Grammys, where she's up for 6 awards, including Album of the Year. Her beau bursting the bubble of fans hoping for the couple's red carpet debut.
I wish I could go support Taylor at the Grammys and watch her win every single award that she's nominated for. But unfortunately, I got to get ready for this big old Super Bowl that we got in a week.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
That might be why a lot of people are going to watch the Super Bowl.
I think that's safe to say. Certainly a lot of dads and daughters we've been hearing about.
Right. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinclair. So while you're watching NBC News Daily, you can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, February 1st, 2024, new pressure. The Biden administration looks to take a rare step against some Israelis. Who the new executive order would target and why now?
Hangar collapse. A building under construction at an airport in Idaho is reduced to rubble. 3 people are dead, at least 9 others hurt. What we know about the investigation into what went wrong.
Pay up, America. It may cost you more to file your taxes this year. Some tips you'll want to file away that could save you some money.
And history lesson. As we start Black History and Heritage Month, we take you to a schoolhouse older than America itself. The fight to restore it brick by brick.
It is February 1st already.
That's right, and we're glad to not offer you, but celebrate a Black Heritage Month with you all month.
Yeah, we'll be focusing on it in some of our stories, including the one you're about to see today. We begin this hour, though, with the escalating tensions in the Middle East.
That's right. At the moment, the spotlight remains squarely on the United States' retaliation against Iran and its proxies. On Wednesday, the U.S. military struck a number of targets across the region. U.S. F-18s bombed areas in western Yemen, where the Pentagon says 10 unmanned drones were preparing to launch attacks. And the U.S. destroyer USS Carney also shot down an anti-ship ballistic missile fired by the Iranian-backed Houthi rebels. U.S. Central Command also reporting their forces shot down a series of Houthi drones over the Red Sea again today.
Meanwhile, in Israel, President Biden ratcheting up the pressure there on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu over his campaign in Gaza. President Biden issuing a new executive order targeting what the White House calls extremist Israeli settlers in the West Bank. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from Tel Aviv. Matt, let's start with that. The executive order out of the White House here. What will it do, and why does President Biden feel the need to do this right now?
Well, so far it sounds as though we're seeing 4 people who have been named. They imposes sanctions on them, and we haven't exactly gotten the details on exactly what kind of sanctions those are. And it looks like it could also block them from getting visas, or at least complicate that process. Now, you asked why now? Well, there's been a massive increase in violence against Palestinians in the West Bank by these settlers. And in many cases, we've seen these settlers donning uniforms without identification, numbers, or ranks. They've been deputized by the IDF, by the police, the Israeli police in the West Bank, and that gives them carte blanche to do whatever they want against a lot of these Palestinians. And we've seen time and time again, despite what we've heard from the Israeli government, that a lot of these settlers aren't punished, even in cases where they're seen on video murdering Palestinian settlers. Palestinians. Now, we've heard some protests from the Israeli government, and especially from right-wing ministers, specifically Bezalel Smotrich. He is the finance minister. He's already come out and said in just the past several hours that this is an anti-Semitic move by the U.S. and that this was meant in order, and that the idea that settlers are attacking Palestinians is essentially a myth. Now, we know that's not true. We know because we've seen it on video. Guys?
And Matt, we mentioned a moment ago that the U.S. military took action again today against some Houthi drones. What more can you tell us about that? And what more do we know about a larger retaliation for that deadly drone strike that happened in Jordan?
Well, we're still waiting to hear about that larger retaliation, and we just heard from the Biden administration over the past couple of days that it sounds like it's going to be a weeks-long retaliation, probably not just one discrete move, but it could be several different strikes throughout the region, and it could involve cyber attacks and maybe even the kind of sanctions that we were talking about that have just come out against those Israeli settlers. But we also heard just now that the Houthis announced that they have attacked a British ship, even though it sounds like monitors and security people in the region who monitor this sort of thing said that there was no such strike and that there was no such direct hit against a U.S. ship. The Houthis are saying that this is something they've done to retaliate against U.S. and British strikes. But so far, over the past couple of months, we've heard repeatedly from the Houthis that they consider any Israeli, British, or American ship passing through the Red Sea or the Gulf of Aden to be a target. Guys?
Matt Bradley for us. Matt, thank you.
Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin is apologizing for not better communicating his cancer diagnosis and treatment. During a press conference at the Pentagon this morning, Austin also said he takes responsibility for not telling President Biden, his staff, and the public sooner. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander was at that press conference this morning and joins us now. So, Peter, what else did the secretary say? And has he lost any trust within the White House over initially keeping this cancer diagnosis a secret?
Sinclair, there's certainly been a lot of criticism from all sides within here in Washington, but President Biden has insisted that he remains confident in his defense secretary, Lloyd Austin. Austin today saying, in effect, he said, "I did not handle this right." For the first time speaking to reporters in about 6 weeks since he hid both his cancer diagnosis and his days-long hospitalization, not just from the White House and the president, but from the public as well. He says he does not believe that he has created a culture of secrecy in the department, but he says receiving that diagnosis was, in his words, a gut punch. He says he was shaken by it. He also detailed for the first time his conversations in some form with President Biden, delivering a personal apology to him. Here's part of what the defense secretary said.
As a rule, I don't talk about conversations with my boss, but I can tell you I've apologized directly to President Biden. And I've told him that I'm deeply sorry for not letting him know immediately that I received a heavy diagnosis and was getting treatment.
Secretary Austin also said that he did not direct any member of his staff to withhold information about his hospitalization from the White House. Back to you.
Peter Alexander, thanks so much.
Right now, investigators in Idaho are trying to figure out what led to the deadly collapse of an airport hangar. This was the scene late on Wednesday in Boise when an under-construction hangar suddenly buckled. The fire department there says 3 people were killed, at least 9 others were injured. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin with us. Aaron, what more do we know about this building, and what so far do we know about what might have caused it all?
Well, Kate, the hangar was under construction belonging to a company called Jackson Jet Center that specializes in private planes. According to a fire official, the collapse happened at 5 p.m. in the evening at an airfield at Boise Airport. Yesterday, the crane that was on site was lowering an object, according to this fire official, onto a massive steel frame of this structure when suddenly the entire structure collapsed. It is under investigation, the cause of this, that investigation being spearheaded by the Boise police as well as OSHA, which is the agency responsible for workplace safety. We do have a statement, let me pull it up, from Jackson Jet Center saying, quote, "Our hearts go out to everyone affected by this horrific event, especially those with loved ones on site when this tragedy occurred. We do not know exactly what caused the hangar collapse. Our focus now is on supporting our team and partners during this difficult time." We've also reached out to the general contractor that was constructing on that site, and we have yet to hear back from them.
And Aaron, what do we know about the victims at this point?
Well, at this point, we know, according to fire officials, that there was a total of 30 people on site at the time of the collapse. Of those 30 individuals, there were 12 casualties. 3 were tragically killed, 9 wounded, 5 currently in critical condition in the hospital. In terms of the deceased, authorities have not released their identities just yet.
Okay. Aaron McLaughlin for us. Aaron, thank you.
Parents who have lost their children after incidents on social media are back on Capitol Hill today pushing for reform. They met with senators behind the Kids Online Safety Act, also known as KOSA. This bipartisan bill took center stage at yesterday's contentious hearing where top tech executives were grilled over the safety of their social media platforms. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin is on Capitol Hill. Julie, so what exactly is in this bill, and what are the parents you spoke with today saying about what they're hoping to accomplish here?
Well, the parents I spoke with were also the ones that Kate spoke with at that hearing yesterday. They were still in town because they want to lobby members of Congress to try and get the Kids Online Safety Act, KOSA as it's known for short, across the finish line. They tell me it's because this is the most comprehensive piece of legislation out there. You see what it does there on your screen. It essentially puts the power back, the control back to the parents, in the hands of the parents instead of in big tech. I want you to take a listen to what one of the moms I spoke to, Kristen Bride, had to tell me. Now, she's somebody who lost her teenage son to suicide after cyberbullying on Snapchat. Watch this.
Why this one out of all the others? Because this one will cover all the harms. It will cover sexual exploitation. It will demand that these companies, when they are designing their products, do it with our kids in mind. So the anonymous apps that were integrated into Snapchat that were used to lead to my son's suicide, no longer. They have to prevent and mitigate cyberbullying.
So her son was cyberbullied. Other parents I spoke to died, their kids died from viral challenges. The list just really goes on. And so they say regulation is what they need from Congress.
So, Julie, given how outspoken so many have been, what are you hearing from members of Congress, senators around Capitol Hill? Is there appetite to actually pass this legislation?
I think there is, and you saw the explosive hearing yesterday. The bipartisan nature to get this done is rare around Capitol Hill these days. Certainly, they do want to regulate big tech because this just keeps happening to parents. I spoke to Senators Blumenthal and Blackburn, who are the sponsors of the KOSA bill. They told me that they really think this piece of legislation can get across the finish line in the next few months. It's all just about floor time, and when there's a will, there's a way. And certainly, Majority Leader Schumer in the Senate had said this is something that is a top priority for him. We'll see if that effort can be replicated into action in the coming months.
And we know you'll stay on it. Julie Sirkin, thank you.
Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. A digital news outlet is shutting down.
And your For You page on TikTok just got a whole lot quieter. Contessa Brewer joins us now. Hey, Contessa.
Hi there, Zinkley. Hi, Kate. Online news site The Messenger shut down this week after just 8 months. An executive from the outlet told NBC News the closure was the result of financial struggles. Roughly 300 employees are affected by the immediate closure, and it follows recent layoffs at Time Magazine, Business Insider, and the Los Angeles Times. Deutsche Bank is cutting 3,500 jobs in an effort to reduce costs. Those cuts amount to about 4% of its workforce. In recent months, several banks have announced layoffs, including Citi, which announced in January that it would cut 20,000 jobs over the next 2 years. And Universal Music Group made good on a threat against TikTok, removing song catalogs on the site from the artists it represents, including Taylor Swift, Drake, and Olivia Rodrigo. The company accused the video streaming app of trying to bully it into a bad licensing deal this week, while TikTok says the label is putting its interests above its artists. You know, I'm not sure that Taylor Swift needs any more exposure, but certainly she was a popular one.
I mean,
I'm just saying, like, yeah, she's kind of
she's got to be the most popular TikTok songs, right?
I mean, there's so many, so I'm curious what this means for independent music artists. Maybe a good thing, but also it might not be a good thing for TikTok either.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out and whether some of those smaller artists get more play on TikTok because of the licensing agreements.
Which would be good for them, like you say. Contessa, thank you. Appreciate it.
Coming up, if you're one of the millions of Americans covered by Medicare, we have some big news for you. Why you may soon be paying less for some of the medications you take every single day.
Plus, more good news. Today, we're launching a new series highlighting the very best in humanity. Up ahead, how a 10-minute surgery is changing lives. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, if you're one of the millions of Americans covered by Medicare, we have big news for you. Today, the Biden administration is beginning direct talks with some of the pharmaceutical industry's biggest companies.
Thanks to a new law, Medicare can now negotiate prices for 10 of the most widely used medications in America. NBC News health and medical reporter Berkeley Lovelace joins us now with everything you need to know. So let's start with the medications that are being looked at here and how these negotiations would practically and actually work.
Yeah, so these are the 10 costliest prescription drugs covered by Medicare. So it includes heart medications, diabetes drugs, and cancer drugs. Some notable names on the list include the blood thinner medication Eliquis and the diabetes drug Novolog. So essentially today, the federal government made an opening bid or a first bid to the drug makers on negotiation. And so over the next few months, they're going to be going back and forth, making counteroffers. And then on September 1st, the federal government will disclose what those final prices are.
And so, Berkeley, if the Biden administration and the drug companies agree to some lower prices for those drugs, and maybe we could put the list up again, when could patients actually see savings?
Yeah, so these prices are expected to go into effect in 2026. So people who are prescribed these 10 drugs should see lower out-of-pocket costs at the pharmacy that year. Also, everyone who is on Medicare should see lower premiums because of the cost savings. And then it's also important to note that they're going to be negotiating more drugs over the next few years. So if your drug is not on this list for the 10 drugs, you also might see savings in the future if the federal government decides to negotiate for those medications.
So overall, could this mean lower drug prices for people who are not on Medicare?
Yeah, so these prices are just for people who are on Medicare. However, it could push the drug makers to do something for other groups as well. We saw this with another provision in the Inflation Reduction Act, where they lowered the out-of-pocket cost of insulin to $35 a month for people on Medicare. And then several months later, the drug makers then imposed a rule that lowered the out-of-pocket cost to $35 for people on private insurance as well. So we could see some changes as well for other people.
All right, Berkeley Lovelace in D.C., thank you.
Tens of millions of people on the West Coast bracing for another round of wild weather.
The system known as the Pineapple Express has already left a path of destruction in Northern California. We're talking heavy snow in the mountains, gusty winds and rain all down the coast, and flooded streets across the Bay Area. Now it's on the move. Meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us with the latest. So, Bill, this is just round one, right? So where is all of this going, and what else is in store?
Yeah, Los Angeles, San Francisco, those areas are clearing out. San Diego still dealing with the rain. And then we're already starting to talk about Storm 2, because Storm 2 is bigger and it's going to be more impactful for areas as we head through the weekend. So here's Storm 1, the one we're dealing with currently. Heavy rain over San Diego heading for Arizona. And Storm 2 is well out here in the Pacific. So let's start with what's left of this storm system. By the end of today, it'll be in areas of Arizona. So it's moving quickly. So it's not going to stay with anyone. And that's really been the saving grace with this storm. Even with the rain and the winds, it was never that intense anywhere for too long to cause mudslides or rock slides or debris flows. We got some minor river flooding in a few spots, but we're still going to see scattered showers through the afternoon, maybe even an isolated thunderstorm. So the rain's not completely over with. That storm system, by the way, heads out into the plains Saturday, Sunday. Pretty big snowstorm from the mountains of Colorado and also southern portions of Wyoming. Then we focus our attention. We get a decent Saturday, and then Saturday night and Sunday, that's when the impacts will start here in the west. We're not sure exactly where the heaviest rain is going to set up yet, but it looks to be about double what we had this last storm. So that could be Santa Barbara County, or it could be a little further up the coast, but we do have the possibility of some of the mountainous areas getting 6, 8, maybe even 10 inches of rain, and that's when we're going to start to have problems. So for the current storm, we still have 21 million people under flood watches. We have wind alerts now issued for areas in Texas and all of the mountainous areas here in the central Rockies, northern Arizona. Everyone's going to get some pretty significant snow. So I know a lot of people love that this weekend as they begin to head out and maybe get a little skiing in.
Yeah. A little skiing, a little snowman building. We love to see it. Bill Cairns, thank you.
Still ahead, take a look at this video. A 3-year-old boy stuck inside a Hello Kitty claw machine. How he got in there, he's okay, and the out-of-the-box solution that got him out.
Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The FBI says there are new threats to American power grids, transportation systems, even communications networks. The alleged culprit, a Chinese hacking operation. NBC's Ken Delanian explains.
The FBI director sounding the alarm about Chinese efforts to attack American power grids, transportation systems, and communications networks.
China's hackers are positioning on American infrastructure in preparation to wreak havoc and cause real-world harm to American citizens and communities.
And Christopher Wray announcing a major takedown of a Chinese hacking operation on American soil, dubbed Volt Typhoon.
Working with our partners, the FBI ran a court-authorized on-network operation to shut down Volt Typhoon and the access it enabled. Steps China was taking, in other words, to find and prepare to destroy or degrade the civilian critical infrastructure that keeps us safe and prosperous.
Wray and other officials say China poses the world's greatest cyber threat, and they warn that Americans remain vulnerable. U.S. Cybersecurity Chief Jen Easterly describing the devastating impact of a potential massive Chinese cyber attack.
Telecommunications going down so people can't use their cell phone. People start getting sick from polluted water. Trains get derailed, air traffic control system, port control systems are malfunctioning. This is truly an everything, everywhere, all at once scenario.
Easterly said China believes that sort of cyber attack would crush any American will to defend Taiwan from a Chinese invasion. In a statement to NBC News, a Chinese government spokesman denied China hacks into foreign networks, calling it irresponsible criticism. Ken Delanian, NBC News, Washington.
While politicians push to negotiate new deals between Israel and Hamas, the trauma continues for civilian victims of this war. With limited medical facilities available in Gaza, hundreds of wounded men, women, and children are being transported across borders to receive critical care that they need. NBC News correspondent Hala Garani shares a glimpse of their grueling journey.
A hydraulic lift hoists little Zahra onto a plane. Mama, the little girl cries out, but it's not her mother's hand that reaches out for comfort. It's her aunt's, traveling with her on an evacuation flight from Egypt to the United Arab Emirates. Inside the plane, Zahra and some 50 other critically ill Palestinians from Gaza. Zahra's legs were crushed in an airstrike. Mama, the girl cries again, but her mother is not there, her aunt says, so Mama is what she calls her now. Zahra, too shy or traumatized to speak. On this Emirati Mercy mission, the 11th of its kind, there are children with fractures, complex head injuries, some with cancer. There was little access to care or medicine in Gaza. Here, children finally get pain relief. Dirty bandages are replaced with fresh dressings. 12-year-old Noor will receive much-needed surgery on her legs. Acting quickly means preventing amputations. Do you want to go back to Gaza or stay out afterward, I ask her. Stay out, she tells me. The journey to this improvised Emirati flying hospital started at the Gaza border, a 45-minute drive away from this military airfield in Egypt. On our way there, miles of trucks carrying aid, unable to deliver their cargo.
This is the border into Gaza from Egypt. Patients are driven here on Palestinian Red Crescent vehicles. There's a list. Not every name is approved. So some of the most critically ill might make it all the way to this point and then be denied entry into Egypt.
As night falls, we see the bright lights of the illuminated border against the darkness of southern Gaza behind it. So close, but for many, there is no way out on their quest for life-saving care. But these children at the military airport have made it out. A boy already used to life in a wheelchair whizzes past our camera. On board, the smiles of children excited for their first ever flight and the empty looks of those perhaps still adjusting to their new reality. When we reach Abu Dhabi, the last few patients are lowered onto the tarmac, while those able to walk board a bus to the terminal, out of harm's way, at least for now. Hala Garani, NBC News, at the Al Arish Air Base in Egypt.
Hala, thank you. Coming up, another popular streaming platform cracking down on password sharing. You're watching Dateline.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Bottom of the hour now, here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Attorneys for Brian Kohberger are asking to change the venue in the University of Idaho murder case. The court proceedings are happening in the same county where the murders took place. Kohberger is accused of murdering 4 college students in November 2022. His attorneys argue an impartial jury cannot be found in a small community because of the publicity around the case. A hearing will be held before a decision is made.
A major move shaking up the world of Formula One racing. Lewis Hamilton, who's won 7 F1 championships, says he's leaving the Mercedes-Benz racing team to join Ferrari starting in 2025. Hamilton will stay with Mercedes for this upcoming season, which is just a month away, in what would be the final year of his contract with the team. No word yet on the terms of Hamilton's new deal.
Australian police came to the rescue after a toddler got stuck inside a Hello Kitty claw machine. Yeah, the 3-year-old had climbed through the machine's prize dispenser at a Brisbane shopping center before becoming trapped. The toddler seemed unfazed, was told to go to a corner of the machine and cover his eyes. Police were then able to break the glass and safely return him to his family.
I'm sorry, how did he get in there?
It sounds like he crawled through the dispenser where you actually, you know, like when the claw gets the gift, drops it down and you get it. So
it must have been a big dispenser to be able for a kid to crawl it. Okay.
Or a small
I have so many questions. A small kid, exactly. All right, let's switch gears. In today's Daily Health, we kick off American Heart Month, and we're talking about a secret deadly cholesterol.
Billions of Americans are born predisposed to it, yet very few know about it. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards joins us now. So, Erica, can you explain for us what this type of cholesterol is and why it's so dangerous?
Yeah, good afternoon. So it's called lipoprotein A, and like LDL, the bad cholesterol, it increases plaques in our arteries. But it's even more dangerous because Lp(a), as it's known, also causes blood clots. And here's the kicker. This is a genetic thing. So you are already born predisposed to having these levels of Lp(a), and there's nothing that diet and exercise can do to bring those levels down.
And so, Erica, you were just saying Lp(a), it sounds like it's worse than, make sure I'm understanding, it's worse than the bad cholesterol, as we call it. And do they screen for it? Because I think I understood that they don't really screen for Lp(a).
You're exactly right, Kate. They don't screen for it. And historically, that's been because there's no treatment for it. We don't have any drugs at all to treat high levels of Lp(a). So the thought was that why, put someone through this and worry about it if there's nothing that doctors can do. But having that knowledge, a lot of doctors are saying, can really help people reduce their heart risks in other ways. I spoke with a woman in Ohio, 51-year-old Lori Welsh. She has a strong family history of Lp(a). Going back 5 generations on her mother's side, people had strokes and heart attacks in their 40s and early 50s. No one lived past age 54. Welsh's mother had 3 heart attacks, but lived into her 70s, Welsh said, because she already knew that she had this heightened risk.
I think, like, when you find out you're positive for any kind of disease or disorder, or you have some kind of a risk factor that puts you at risk for some kind of a disease, and you find this out, I think you make decisions with a different kind of intention. Whenever there was anything that she could tell was just not right, she went and saw the doctor. Never missed an appointment with her cardiologist, was under the care of a lipidologist.
Welsh is now participating in a clinical trial of one of those experimental drugs for Lp(a) at the Ohio State Wexner Medical Center. Results are expected next year. Kate Zinkley.
Fascinating stuff. Erica Edwards, thank you.
Okay, flashback to 2020. Everybody remember the COVID lockdowns? Adults had to shift to work from home, and for kids, they had that real challenge of adapting to remote learning. Well, now there's a new study out taking a look at just how much the pandemic set back our nation's kids and how fast they're recovering. Here's NBC's Blaine Alexander.
It was a troubling trademark of the pandemic, students learning through computer screens with growing concern over just how much they would be set back. In the first of its kind study, experts are now examining just how quickly students are recovering, looking at test scores across 30 states for 3rd through 8th graders, comparing scores from 2019 to 2022 with those from 2023. They found while many students have made gains, they are still far behind pre-pandemic scores. In math, which took the hardest hit, students have made up about 1/3 of that regression, and in reading, 25%.
It suggests we're on our way to a full recovery. We're certainly not there yet, but I think we've made up a lot more ground in 1 year than many people would have predicted, certainly more than we've ever made historically in 1 year.
But the numbers also show the education gap between wealthy and low-income districts only widened with the pandemic.
My worry is that the educational legacy of the pandemic will be a kind of persistent, widened inequality.
Making matters worse, experts say, a $122 billion federal relief package to help fund programs like tutoring and summer school is set to end in September.
How critical is that money when it comes to your recovery?
It was paramount.
Dr. Mark Sullivan is superintendent of Birmingham City Schools, where math test scores have almost completely returned to pre-pandemic levels. He credits more school hours and staff support with making the difference. But when that money goes away,
we really have to be strategic in only keeping those programs that we can afford that really move the needle on student achievement.
Schools making significant strides with a long way to go. Blaine Alexander, NBC News.
In case you missed it, it's officially time to start filing your taxes, folks. And if that's not enough of a downer, well, get ready. This year, you're likely going to have to pay more to do it, up to 8% more. And that's whether you decide to use an accountant or some type of online software. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung is here to break it all down. So, Brian, Why are these costs going up?
Yeah, I crunched the numbers on how much it's going to cost you to crunch the numbers for the tax season, and it's going up this year for both filing on your own and also for hiring a tax accountant. So the numbers that you see on the screen ahead of you are the costs based off of a survey done for tax professionals on how much it's going to cost you to hire one that's going to be over $30 more expensive than it was 2 years ago. And then for tax software, H&R Block says that they raised prices for the first time in 10 years on their DIY software between $5 to $10, depending on what offering you're having to buy. These companies are saying that on the tax accountant side, they're going to have to raise prices because of the cost of finding accountants in this labor shortage. And on the tax software side, they say it costs money to develop. Either way, it could cost a prettier penny to try to figure out your tax refunds this year.
Okay, so everybody's feeling it, but what other options are there if someone's looking to save a little money?
So there are free options depending on what type of filer you are, and the government for the first year is trying out a direct file where the IRS provides its own website. You just submit everything through there. The catch here is that it's only going to be for select types of filers. You'll be it's basically invitation only.
Okay.
For those that have, however, income less than $79,000 a year, there is the free file option through third-party vendors, which has always been around. You can use that. And then for everyone else that's trying to figure out what to do, if you do use the DIY filing software on your laptop, just be aware that it's going to be cheaper in the first half of the tax season. Towards the end of tax season, usually the likes of TurboTax and also H&R Block will raise prices for the packages by about $10.
So first half early on, but also invitation only, I assume, by mail or...
Well, the invitation should be by email if you are eligible for the IRS's direct file program. But again, you have to be invited to be able to use that free option.
Okay, and what are tax software companies saying about this new government system? I imagine they have some thoughts.
Yeah, well, a little spicy in the tax space because the government offering this tool is certainly not something that these private players want to have. So TurboTax actually provided NBC News with a statement saying that the direct file tool, in their view, is, quote, a thinly veiled scheme where billions of dollars of taxpayer money will be unnecessarily used to pay for something already completely free of charge today. End quote. TurboTax saying that also those tools don't allow you to maximize your returns. But again, we have to remember TurboTax makes money off of people using the software, even if it's billed as free in many cases. Based on the complexity of your returns, you might have to pay for extra features. That's been a point of frustration for some filers. A lot of beef in this tax space that certainly I didn't know about reporting all this.
Yeah, and that's part of why they say to file early so you can get ahead of any of those hiccups as you're going through the process. All right, Brian Chung with the latest for us. Thank you.
Well, there is no shortage of grim, heartbreaking headlines, right, from around the globe. So it makes it easy to miss the good news that's happening all around us. That's why today we're launching a new series here highlighting positive and inspiring good news. And this week, we have some good news about a 10-minute surgery that is changing lives. Across the globe, more than 43 million people are blind. 80% of those cases are treatable and even curable, according to the Himalayan Cataract Project. But in many parts of the world, people haven't had access to that simple surgery until now. For eye surgeon Dr. Lloyd Williams, this moment when the bandages first come off says everything. After a life-changing eye surgery, this woman is seeing again for the first time in years. That moment, repeated over and over again, as people who had surgery the day before adjust to the light. What is that moment for you?
When I first saw it happen, I thought, I could do this for the rest of my life and never feel like I wasted a minute.
Dr. Williams, an ophthalmologist at Duke University, has traveled with the Himalayan Cataract Project for a decade on a mission to cure blindness. The latest trip in December to South Sudan in Africa, a country with the highest rate of blindness in the world. Dr. Williams worked alongside 2 local eye surgeons.
For the most part, I don't even get up. I just sit, do surgery, next, do surgery, next.
They call these surgical boot camps, performing nearly 2,000 cataract surgeries in just 10 days. People walked from as far away as 40 miles to be here, some arriving in wheelbarrows, many led by a stick. The results are immediate. 5-year-old Kual, confused at first in this new world of sight, before finally spotting his mom. Many families here have a child take care of the person who's blind.
You cure the blindness in the individual. You improve the economic situation of the family. You put one of their children back in school.
This woman seeing her adult son for the first time in 5 years.
Imagine if you hadn't seen your child for years.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really quite remarkable.
You don't need to speak the language to understand what's happening. She locks eyes with her son.
We had one boy say to us, "I don't deserve to have any friends because I'm blind." And when I see that in them and I think I can do something about it, it just makes that all worthwhile.
These boot camps changing lives as patients come out of the darkness to see the world in a new light. It's a really special project, and it's always this doctor from North Carolina, but also local surgeons as well. In that case, there were two of them as well, working just as fast.
And seeing the reactions of folks when they first get to see.
Yes, can you imagine?
So beautiful, and it's just encouraging, because we cover a lot of hard things on this show.
Yeah.
And it's refreshing to get some
people doing good things for other people is what we want to celebrate. And by the way, we want to hear from you. If you have a good news story that you think we should feature here on NBC News Daily, here's how you can reach me. You can connect with me on any of those social media sites. It's at TV Kate Snow.
Love that, and such an important resource for so many people around the world, what he's doing. So thank you, Kate, for that report. Well, coming up, as Black Heritage Month begins, we take you to a schoolhouse older than America itself, how it shaped the education of Black students for centuries. You're watching NBC News Daily.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. Orchids are in full bloom in London this week. Look at that. On Saturday, the Kew Gardens will open the annual orchid exhibit to visitors. This year, the exhibit takes inspiration from Madagascar and its diverse plant species. These can't be native to London, right? They have to be from Madagascar. There are more than 14,000 plants unique to Madagascar. Who knew that?
You called that. That's beautiful. I'm a plant mom, but my plants don't look like that.
No, mine don't. Much more NBC News Daily right after this.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In honor of Black Heritage Month, we're sharing the story of the Williamsburg Bray School.
It's the oldest structure in the United States dedicated to educating Black children. Today's Show anchor Craig Melvin takes us there.
It's not strange to see old-looking buildings around Colonial Williamsburg, but this one, now covered in scaffolding, was hiding in plain sight for decades before researchers established it had once been the Williamsburg Brace School.
1830s.
Janice Kennedy has lived here all her life. She passed the building countless times not knowing its past, and for her, history is empowering.
I needed to know so I could teach my children who they were. So they would feel like when they walk into a space that they had every right to be there. They didn't need anybody to approve of them.
The Brace School operated from 1760 to 1774. Its mission, to educate black children, most of them enslaved. Dr. Maureen Elgersman Lee is the director of the Brace School Lab at William and Mary.
The Bray Associates were based in London. They were rooted in the Anglican faith, and they had a real mission to educate children that they considered heathens.
The enslavers actually thought they were saving their souls. Students ages 3 to 10 were taught to read the Bible and other books, the lessons geared toward teaching religion and obedience. But no one could control what they did with that knowledge.
We do know that at least one child who went to the Brace School, Isaac B., ran away on 2 different occasions.
The school closed when its teacher died, and in part because of the American Revolution, it never reopened. The building stayed on the campus of William and Mary, used for housing and other purposes, until it was moved in 1930 to make way for a new dormitory. After it was certified as a former home of the Brace School, Colonial Williamsburg bought the building and moved it to a new location last year. Matt Webster is the chief architect.
They actually built the trailer underneath of the building, and then we pulled it out, we brought it here. We had a foundation already built. Then we slid the building across on big I-beams to where the spot that you see it now.
Webster's team is now working to restore the building before it's open to the public this fall. So Matt, this is wood from the 1700s?
It is. This wood is from 1760. We know that because we actually did a study called dendrochronology, so it's looking at growth patterns in trees, tree ring dating. We know that the trees felled to build this building were felled in the winter of 1759, 1760, spring of 1760, and the school opened September 29th, 1760.
Now, Kennedy can see her family's history with her own eyes. One of her ancestors was a free black child who attended the Brace School. Elijah Jones there. She was overcome with emotions when she first went into the building after learning its true history.
I can't even describe how surreal that was. And be able to look out the window and walk where they possibly walked. Wonder how many of those children that were in those buildings from different times were actually a part of me, not just the one that we know about, but how many more.
When you walked through it, what'd you feel?
A lot of emotion, joy, sorrow. I wish my mother was here to know about it. I wish my grandfather was here to know about it.
She thinks about her family, who've been in this area since they were brought here, and just how far they've come.
Craig, thank you for that.
You're watching Daily.
when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
Another streaming giant is joining the growing list of services cracking down on password sharing.
Hulu is just the latest to ban shared accounts after Netflix made that same move last year. NBC's Stephanie Gosk has more.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
If you're hoping to spend the remaining winter months binging any one of Hulu's award-winning shows,
how's my budget looking?
Great. Not good.
Starting soon, it could cost you extra. Hulu announcing they'll join streaming giants Netflix and Disney Plus in banning shared accounts outside individual households.
It's so stupid. Streaming sites, companies are starting to become like cable.
Hulu sending an email to customers Wednesday announcing the update to their subscriber agreement, which says, unless otherwise permitted by your service tier, you may not share your subscription outside of your household.
This is an era where all these big companies need to make more profits out of streaming, and I suspect they're all looking at these different kinds of ways to kind of crack down on password sharing.
The move leaving many cord cutters frustrated.
I really hate to see things like this happen because these streaming services were seen as a much cheaper alternative to cable, but now they're just becoming cable.
The move comes after Netflix's success with its own password-sharing crackdown, gaining the streamer almost 22 million new subscribers in about 6 months, totaling a record 260 million paid subscribers across the platform and almost $9 billion in revenue.
The fact that they have seen that Netflix has actually gained subscribers rather than losing them, so they're just thinking that they're also going to have the same, outcome.
All this amid soaring streaming prices. Hulu plans with live TV cost nearly $80 a month. If you're looking to save, you can pay just $7.99 if you can forfeit live TV and put up with all those ads. And while streaming services are raking in the green, users are seeing red, wondering who's next.
Once Hulu starts doing it, then Amazon Prime, then Starz, then Paramount Plus, everybody else is going to follow. This is the new normal at this point.
Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
NFL superstar Travis Kelce is shaking off the haters, showing nothing but love for his girlfriend Taylor Swift.
Yeah, haters gonna hate. The couple has faced criticism from football fans over her appearances at his games, but as NBC's Emily Aketa tells us, Kelce's having none of it.
Travis Kelce speaking out.
The glass is full. It's not even half full. It's full.
Basking in the glow of his playoffs win and sharing new details about his relationship with Taylor Swift.
This guy's everything that we would like be a football player, and he's in love.
It's a beautiful thing, isn't it?
After that on-field appearance sent Swifties swooning.
Check on your Taylor Swift fans, guys. We are not okay.
Kelce revealed they started dating a month before Swift's first appearance at a Chiefs game in September.
I think the secret's out.
Since then, she's attended 11 more. Some football fans complaining about Swift's screen time during games, but the sports world coming to the couple's defense.
We celebrate all these goofballs jumping on tables in Buffalo and cheese hats, Matthew McConaughey and Drake and Jack Nicholson, man and Eminem, and it's cool, and can I get a selfie, and I can't believe I saw... And a young, attractive, beautiful, talented woman comes on for 25 seconds. And you're bothered.
Travis saying the two shake it off.
How much the world wants to paint the picture and make us the enemy, we just have fun with it. And we enjoy every single bit of it.
And reflecting on Taylor's presence on the sidelines.
I love it when Taylor comes and supports me and enjoys the game with the fam and friends. It's been nothing but just a wonderful year, man.
Travis's brother Jason Kelce even congratulating Swift on the big win.
Shout out to the newest members of the Chiefs Kingdom, Taylor Swift, who has officially reached the Super Bowl in her rookie year. That's got to be good.
Shout out to Tay. Thanks for joining the team.
But before the Super Bowl showdown, the pop sensation has the Grammys, where she's up for 6 awards, including Album of the Year. Her beau bursting the bubble of fans hoping for the couple's red carpet debut.
I wish I could go support Taylor at the Grammys and watch her win every single award that she's nominated for. But unfortunately, I got to get ready for this big old Super Bowl that we got in a week.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
That might be why a lot of people are going to watch the Super Bowl.
I think that's safe to say. Certainly a lot of dads and daughters we've been hearing about.
Right. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zing Glass, and while you're watching NBC News Daily, you can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zing Glass.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
If it's Thursday, trouble ahead for Trump challengers. New polling shows the former president up big over his primary rival Nikki Haley in South Carolina as President Biden hits the trail with an eye on November, courting union voters in battleground Michigan. Plus, abortion access and the deciders in 2024. Our new election year series asks women voters in battleground Pennsylvania about the impact of the Dobbs decision and what it means for their decision this November. And a major apology. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin opens up about his health, admitting he should have told the public and the president about his cancer diagnosis and his emergency hospitalization. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker in Washington. With new developments in the Republican presidential primary and the Democratic strategy to try to hang on to the White House in November. On the Republican side, a new poll out of Nikki Haley's home state of South Carolina showing Donald Trump beating her by 26 points. After losing the first two contests, Haley said on Meet the Press she has to do better in South Carolina than she did in New Hampshire. And this poll shows she has work to do. With her candidacy on the line, Haley's campaign hit the airwaves in the Palmetto State today, trying to convince voters that their former governor should be their future nominee.
When we get to South Carolina, Donald Trump's going to have a harder time falsely attacking me. The great people of South Carolina know I cut their taxes. They know I signed the toughest illegal immigration bill in the country.
Meanwhile, President Biden hit the trail today to meet with a key Democratic voting bloc, union workers, in a key battleground state, Michigan. That trip comes after a recent set of polls from Bloomberg News and Morning Consult showed President Biden trailing former President Trump in Michigan and virtually every other battleground state, though some are within the margin of error. In a sign of the political peril facing the president in Michigan and beyond, his visit was preceded by demonstrations calling for a ceasefire in Gaza, led by a group called Abandon Biden.
In this area, 8 out of 10 Arab and Muslim voters voted for Joe Biden. Obviously, Joe Biden does not represent those people anymore.
Now, there's another warning sign for Democrats today from our new series, The Deciders Focus Groups. We are collaborating with Engageus, Syracuse University, and Sago to highlight and hear from key slices of the 2024 electorate. Our first conversations featured 15 Pennsylvania women who voted for Trump in 2020, but who opposed the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. Democrats are hoping these types of voters could swing close elections, but if last night was any indication, they are still overwhelmingly standing by Trump. Take a listen to some of what they said.
By a show of fingers, who would say former President Trump is at least partially responsible for Roe v. Wade being overturned by the Supreme Court? So none of you would say that he's at least partially responsible for it?
Maybe just a little bit.
I think people should have their own right to choose what they want to do with their bodies. But I mean, it's not a number one factor on who I'm going to vote for either way.
It's not that important. I hate to say it, but it's overall, it's probably not going to determine who I vote for.
It's not on my top 3 reasons to vote for somebody.
It means nothing in the grand scheme of everything to me. I'm going to vote for who I think is going to do the best for my family.
Okay, and abortion's not part of that consideration?
At this point, no.
Who would take Trump? So I've got basically everybody except Michelle. For a moment, let's imagine that the election is tomorrow. By a show of fingers, how many of you would take Trump? 6 of the 7.
Just fascinating. But there is a potential warning sign for former President Trump. There were 2020 supporters of his in that panel who said they can't support him anymore. We're going to delve into all of this. NBC's Ali Vitale is following the Haley campaign in South Carolina. NBC's Vaughn Hilliard is with Trump in Las Vegas. NBC's Monica Alba is with President Biden in Detroit. And NBC's Yamiche Alcindor is here with me on set with more on those focus groups. Ali, I have to start with you and Nikki Haley. She got some tough new poll numbers out today after telling me last weekend that she has to do better in South Carolina than she did in New Hampshire. It shows she has her work cut out for her.
Yeah, that's definitely the case here, Kristen, because over the last few weeks, as I and you have asked Haley what the metric for success is here in South Carolina, she simply keeps it vague, instead saying she's got to do better here than she did in New Hampshire, and her metric for success in New Hampshire was doing better there than she did in Iowa. So they want to show a consistent upward trajectory. But again, they are doing so against the backdrop of tough poll numbers. Yes, there's those that just came out today, but of course, we have seen Trump with a sizable lead in this state over the course of the last several months of this primary. The only thing that makes South Carolina, I think, feel a little different is the fact that Haley herself would call this her sweet state of South Carolina because it is her home state. She's won here statewide twice in both of her gubernatorial elections. She says that's something that's going to help her here in this upcoming primary. But the other thing that's going to help her, I think, is the way that she's going at the former president, her only and chief rival at this point, talking about his age, talking about his mental fitness. But I find it fascinating to see the ways that she's engaging on his legal troubles, engaging with them in theory, if not in substance. Listen to her earlier today.
And now it comes out, our campaign reports have come out, and he's used $50 million of his campaign funds on legal fees. His court cases have just started. There are 2 more in March, and it goes out for the rest of the year. Do you really think he's going to win against Joe Biden when he's spending all of that money on legal fees? He's not.
So Haley there, Kristen, mixing her regular electability argument where she looks toward the general and cites polls that show her doing better than Trump against President Biden, but then also making this argument that we've heard now several times on the campaign trail that Trump has a split focus. If he's focused on his court cases and his ongoing legal jeopardy, he's not able to focus on the issues facing the country, something Haley says she's capable of doing.
We have definitely seen her rhetoric ramp up in these recent weeks. There's no doubt about that. Allie, let me ask you about another finding in this poll, because if you delve into these numbers, one of the biggest problems for Nikki Haley is her favorability numbers, which went down since this became a two-person race. What is the campaign saying about this? Is this just the product of running one-on-one against Trump?
I think that is exactly the explanation, Kristen. We've seen this in other polls across early states, the way that Haley's favorability has suffered when Trump has put her in his crosshairs and landed multiple attacks on her. We saw the same thing go on with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Anyone who is the person against Trump, and in this case, the binary that Haley has always wanted is just that, they innately will have their favorability ratings impacted. That being said, for Haley, the coalition that she's trying to build in South Carolina, in theory, it tracks with what we saw in a place like New Hampshire, trying to pull in maybe reluctant Republicans, but certainly independents, maybe here even some Democrats. But the demographics of this state are so different. New Hampshire was fertile ground for a coalition like that. South Carolina, much steeper hill to climb, even for someone like Haley, who it's her home state.
That's right. It's much more like in Iowa, where you have a large swath of evangelical voters.
Absolutely.
Part of what is making this such an uphill battle for Nikki Haley. Fantastic reporting as always. Ali Vitale, thank you. Great to see you. Our Vaughn Hilliard is out in Las Vegas following the Trump campaign. He has the very latest.
Hey, Kristen, look, Donald Trump hasn't held a single campaign event in South Carolina since his Iowa and New Hampshire wins. And this new poll from Washington Post and Monmouth indicates why. In South Carolina, that poll shows him with a 26-point lead over Nikki Haley, 58% to 32% for Haley. And the folks that said Donald Trump, they are a more enthusiastic group of supporters than those who said that they intend to go vote for Nikki Haley in her home state. And so these are just troubling signs for Haley's candidacy at a time in which the Republican National Committee is very much trying to focus its attention on Joe Biden in the general election. I am here in Las Vegas, where the RNC is holding its annual winter meeting, and I've had conversations with numerous RNC committee men and women. These are key party activists from states around the country, and they have very much indicated to me that they are very focused on having Donald Trump be the nominee and beginning to set up the joint fundraising operation that would formalize the fundraising team between the Trump campaign and the RNC. And FEC filings overnight, these new financial records show that in the last 6 months of last year, Joe Biden's campaign, re-election campaign, out fundraised Donald Trump's campaign, but also the super PAC aligned with Donald Trump. Almost 2/3 of its money was sent to another organization that has been helping Donald Trump with legal fees, which is of heightening concern because Donald Trump's legal quagmire is still very much relevant to today and the months ahead as he still awaits 4 criminal trials. In last year alone, more than $50 million going to legal fees and consultation. And so for Donald Trump, while he sees sturdy primary polling, for him, very much the concern turns toward the general election and the party apparatus' ability to effectively fundraise, all while knowing Trump still is using the affiliated super PACs as key legal piggy banks. And so for him, this is really an important spring here, while Nikki Haley still is trying to beat him in the primary, not only in South Carolina at the end of the month, but on Super Tuesday as well on March 5th. Kristen?
All right, Vaughn Hilliard, thank you for that. Monica, let me turn to you now. There are obviously some protests we were talking about surrounding President Biden's visit to Michigan. This follows a series of protests that you guys were tracking last week when he was out on the trail. So break down, what are his goals of this trip? How are they responding to the protesters?
Exactly, Kristen. And the president is currently here in the Detroit area meeting with United Auto Workers, union workers specifically, and really trying to build on that momentum from the endorsement. But right outside of where that meeting is taking place, we are seeing dozens of protesters who have gathered there in Warren, Michigan, to really make their position very clear. And many of them, according to our team who's been speaking to them, supported the president back in 2020. These are people who they say would have voted for him again, but because of the Biden administration's continued support of Israel in its war against Hamas, they are saying that right now they cannot vote for Joe Biden, and they are leading this movement that is called the Abandon Biden movement to continually point out that they want to call for a complete ceasefire there because of the high number of civilian casualties of Palestinians. And they are really doing this now in a way that you're seeing more often on the trail when the president is traveling. And it's not just here in Michigan, but elsewhere. But the reason that the president is coming to this critical battleground state is to make this larger economic argument that is bolstered by this key union support. So you really see the president here trying to navigate the complexities of wanting to build on that domestically while really dealing with the foreign policy implications of his own decisions with voters that he will need if he wants to win a state like this or a state like Wisconsin. So you're really seeing both of these things and these competing interests on display here today, Kristen.
We are, and as you've been talking and giving us your great reporting, Monica, we've been watching live pictures of those protesters, some even holding signs that say, quote, Genocide Joe, which underscores, Monica, I think, the breadth of this political problem for President Biden. I've spoken to some of these supporters who say, look, one-time supporters, I should say, who say they cannot see themselves going back to President Biden. But what is the strategy to try to win some of these folks back, Monica? What's the campaign telling you about that?
And this was really clear last week when the Biden campaign manager, Julie Chavez Rodriguez, came to Dearborn, Michigan. She was supposed to sit down with some key leaders in the Arab American community. There were some who said, look, we don't really want to sit down with you and have this conversation. There were others who did, so they were trying to make those connections and have these conversations. The White House has said that in the coming days and weeks, you're going to be seeing some White House officials, others connected to the campaign and the re-election effort, come back to Michigan to try to have these discussions. But it's clearly quite fraught because the president himself, who is here, we know, for this union-driven event, is not sitting down with members of this community that we know of. That's not what is planned or in the schedule today. But so far, since the war began on October 7th, the White House and the campaign say there have been nearly 100 conversations between key officials in the Biden orbit and these key community members, and they want to continue that cadence. But clearly there are calls for the president to reach out in a different way, perhaps, as well. Kristen.
Yeah, that type of outreach could be key. There's no doubt about that. Monica Alba, thank you for your great reporting. Great to see you, as always. Let's turn now to Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, great to have you here. Let's go back to those voters who we heard from in the panel at the top of the show. Just extraordinary to hear from them, to hear them say that they are opposed to Roe v. Wade having been overturned, but they don't blame Trump for that, despite the fact that he appointed the 3 Supreme Court justices who made that possible, and that for the most part, they're planning to support him. What does all of this tell us, and what are the other big takeaways?
Well, this was really a fascinating focus group to watch. And the big headline is that they do not blame former President Trump for overturning Roe v. Wade, a decision that they do not agree with, even though he, of course, was the one who appointed the 3 justices who made it possible for Roe v. Wade to be overturned, even though former President Trump is on the campaign trail saying he's proud of the role he took. They're just saying, you know what, there are other things the Democrats could have did something differently. Former late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg could have retired, they said. So there were all these other reasons other than blaming former President Trump. The other big takeaway here is that abortion is just not a top issue for these women. Now, we should say this is a slice of the electorate, right? These are women who voted for Donald Trump, who oppose Roe in Pennsylvania. That's the group. But they said that they see border security and the economy as their top issues, even, as they said, Kristen, that abortion is a top women's issue. It's just not their personal issue. And also, they support a national ban on abortion up to 50 15 weeks. So even though they agree that the Dobbs decision was wrong in their minds, they do not agree with the idea that a national abortion ban would be a problem, which is a key problem for Democrats who have been really trying to motivate voters to support them, making the case that, oh, if there are more Republicans elected, there's going to be this national abortion ban. These women said as long as it's up to 15 weeks, meaning that if it was 12 weeks or 6 weeks, they wouldn't support that. But up to 15 weeks, they're okay with a national abortion ban, Kristen.
It's just fascinating because it challenges what we have learned in these past elections, which is that abortion has been motivating in the midterms, in special elections, that it has typically benefited Democrats. What does this focus group say writ large about the strength of Trump's support?
What it says is that Donald Trump's support is pretty steady. These women, even as they oppose Roe, are super fans of the former president. Let's take a listen to what they said.
Lisa, what's your reaction when Trump says that he's proud that he overturned Roe v. Wade?
I don't like that comment. I think it's terrible. I like Trump, but then I do disagree with that part of his beliefs. But on the same sense, I get his religious beliefs, and I get I understand a lot of people's religious beliefs on that situation. So I'm so torn in the middle where me personally, I don't believe it, and I can't believe he says it like that. But on the other hand, I could see how and why he would be proud of that.
Okay. Angie, what about you?
Kind of gross.
Gross that he said it.
Yeah.
Why?
I can believe that he said it. But it's just gross to think that somebody can even be that disrespectful. But yeah, that's all.
So a reminder that even though they don't like that Donald Trump is out on the campaign trail saying that he's proud of overturning Roe, they still will vote for him. So even those strong comments that you heard, they really twist themselves into pretzels, making the case that they would support former President Trump. They said at one point, well, he's the generational guy. He's older. That's why he talks about women in a way that I'm not comfortable with. He's trying to rile up crowds. That's why he's saying he's proud. He doesn't really mean it. They also physically sort of were showing their disdain for the current president, President Biden, which just shows you that even though they don't like the things that Trump is saying, there's no way that these group of women would vote for President Biden, and that's a big problem for Democrats.
It is a big problem indeed, and it's just so enlightening. Yamiche, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Great to see you here in person. Coming up, more key takeaways from our focus group with voters in Pennsylvania and what it says about the road to the White House. Plus, the Pentagon preparing for retaliation. We'll have the very latest on the anticipated U.S. response to the deadly drone strike that killed 3 U.S. service members. Stay with us. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
They have a lot of capability. I have a lot more.
report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin answered questions for the first time today since returning to the Pentagon following his prostate cancer diagnosis and subsequent stay at the ICU after suffering complications. The Defense Secretary called the diagnosis a gut punch that he wanted to keep private and took full responsibility for how the situation unfolded. Listen.
I want to be crystal clear. We did not handle this right, and I did not handle this right. I should have told the president about my cancer diagnosis. I should have also told my team and the American public. And I take full responsibility. I apologize to my teammates and to the American people.
Now, it comes as the U.S. prepares what Secretary Austin described as a multi-tiered response to the deadly drone attack in Jordan earlier this week that killed 3 U.S. soldiers and injured dozens of other service members. Here's how the secretary described the current situation in the region.
This is a dangerous moment in the Middle East. We will continue to work to avoid a wider conflict in the region. But we will take all necessary actions to defend the United States, our interests, and our people. And we will respond when we choose, where we choose, and how we choose.
Joining me now is Peter Alexander, who is in that press conference. And I'm also joined by retired Admiral James Stavridis, former NATO Supreme Allied Commander and NBC News Chief International Analyst. Peter, let me start with you. Obviously, there was a lot of speculation about what might happen in the wake of Secretary Austin not being forthcoming with his cancer diagnosis. Today, we heard him say he has the full confidence of the president. He fielded a lot of questions about this, though. Peter, what were your key takeaways?
Well, that's right. And as you just played, there really was a frank and forthcoming apology from the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. Here he said his first instinct after receiving the prostate cancer diagnosis was to keep it private. In effect, he said he didn't want to bother the commander-in-chief with that, given the president has so much other information on his plate. But he did acknowledge that this was a mistake, and he said it's one that he wanted to make clear that he got right moving forward. He also viewed it as a missed opportunity to speak out publicly with sort of a public health statement, effectively saying, particularly to black men in America, that, as he described it, prostate cancer has a glass jaw. He said that those men should get screened. But to be clear, I think that the biggest significant statement he made, Kristen, was that he regrets the way this was handled, and in effect that he ordered nobody to withhold it from the White House and from the commander-in-chief. He took responsibility himself.
He did, Peter, and it was really stunning to hear from him directly about this. You were among those pressing the defense secretary about the response to the 3 U.S. service members who were killed. Talk about what you learned. What did the secretary say about the retaliatory strikes? What were your big takeaways there?
Well, multiple officials that we've been speaking to say that the U.S. is now preparing for what will be a multi-target, potentially multi-week campaign to take out Iranian-backed proxies, militia groups throughout that region. Here is how the secretary himself described the U.S. effort ahead.
It's time to take away even more capability than we've taken in the past. And in terms of you use the term escalation. We've not described what our response is going to be, but we look to hold the people that are responsible for this accountable.
He said that those Iranian proxies have capabilities, but in his words, I have a lot more. Kristen.
Peter, before I let you go very quickly on another topic, the White House announcing action targeting violent settlers in the West Bank, a new executive order. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, this is the most significant move so far by President Biden and his administration, specifically as it relates to Israeli settlers there in the West Bank, a United Nations group has provided details suggesting that there have been about 500 separate attacks since October 7th, including the death of at least 8 Palestinians at the hands of Israeli settlers, including 1 child, by the way. So what this will do, this new executive order, in effect, will levy financial sanctions and even some visa bans on some specific individuals in the West Bank. Kristen?
All right. Peter, covering all of the angles for us from the White House after being in that news conference. We'll let you go so you can work on nightly news, and we will catch you then. Peter, thank you so much. Admiral Stavridis, let me turn to you, and let's talk about these retaliatory strikes. As you just heard Peter say, there could be a multi-pronged response. It could last for several weeks. What are you anticipating, and what do you make of the timing, the fact that they seem to be giving time for Iranian-backed militias, some of them, to leave countries like Iraq, Syria, and Yemen?
Before I go there, I just want to commend Lloyd Austin for standing up, taking responsibility, apologizing. Boy, we need a lot more of that when people make mistakes. I have a lot of respect for Lloyd. In terms of the retaliatory strikes, I think we're doing this the right way, which is that the administration has tried for a couple of months to dissuade the Iranians from pushing the proxies to conduct these attacks, both at sea and ashore. That has not been sufficient. So now you ratchet it up, you escalate. I think the big difference this time, President, is going to be in 2 ways. One, it will go on longer. And number 2, I think these strikes will go not just against Iranian proxies, but against the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, who are forward deployed outside of Iran, but are actively supporting these militias. I think that will help send a stronger signal to the Iranians. Final thought, if that doesn't work, the administration is going to have to consider strikes inside Iran. We don't want to end up there. Let's hope the mullahs will be listening to this next round.
Well, I'm so glad you bring that up, because I want to get your response to what we're hearing from Iran. Iran is warning, quote, no U.S. threat to Iran will go unanswered. How should the United States take that warning? And to your point, there is a scenario where the U.S. could potentially have to strike inside Iran. Wouldn't that lead to a wider war, Admiral?
It would, and we want to avoid that. On the other hand, simply saying, oh, now we're frightened that Iran has said, don't attack us, let's not do anything, is not a good option either. So we're going to play the ball down the middle here, come in very high, hard, but continue to strike outside of Iran. If we have to go into Iran, that's a whole different conversation, a lot of different options at play there. You probably would go after Iranian ships, their maritime capability, their at-sea platforms. And by the way, Kristen, you can also add cyber attacks to this mix, which would have impact inside Iran as well as outside. Again, I think the administration is making the smart move at this point. Let's hold that card of attacking Iran directly back, at least thus far.
Let me follow up with you on this idea of cyber attacks. Do you think that that is one of the options the administration is considering? And is there a concern that Iran will retaliate regardless of what the U.S. does, what the next steps look like?
Yeah, 100% certain that in the package of options the president is receiving, there are offensive cyber attacks, both outside Iran, going after the militia groups and their infrastructure, but I suspect also potentially using cyber means inside of Iran itself. In terms of should we be afraid of the Iranians responding, I would be concerned about it, but not as concerned as I would be if we were going offensive with cyber in China or Russia. They have a lot more capability to retaliate. I think we could overmatch the Iranians in cyber quite easily.
And Admiral, just before I let you go, let me ask you about one more thing that Secretary Austin said. He basically was asked about whether this would lead to withdrawing U.S. troops from the region. He said no, that is not under consideration right now. Is that the right move? And is there something that could target the U.S. to potentially start removing troops?
It is the right move for us not to withdraw troops, particularly in the face of Iranian aggression. And let's keep this in perspective. We have 2,500 troops in Iraq, maybe 500 in Syria. That's 3,000 troops. At one point, as you well know, when I was Supreme Allied Commander of NATO, I had 150,000 troops under my command in Afghanistan. We had 170,000 troops in Iraq. This is a minimal presence, doing good work, counterterrorism, working with the Iraqis against the Islamic State. The last thing in the world we should do is pull them out because the Iranians tell us to.
All right. Well, we always appreciate your insights and your perspective. Retired Admiral James Stavridis, thank you so much for joining us.
You bet, Kristen.
Coming up next, the question of the day on Capitol Hill, deal or no deal? We'll tell you where things stand. You're watching Meet the Press now.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Welcome back. We want to head to Capitol Hill now, where those bipartisan Senate negotiations to address the crisis at the southern border appear to have resulted in a final deal, potentially, because Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer went to the Senate floor this afternoon to tell members that they'll soon be able to read it for themselves, along with the broader national security legislation it's part of. Listen.
I want members to be aware that we plan to post the full text of the National Security Supplemental as early as tomorrow, no later than Sunday. That will give members plenty of time to read the bill before voting on it.
But even if the bill passes the Senate, it faces a roadblock in the House, where Republicans are loudly opposing it, as former President Trump hopes to make immigration a key 2024 issue. Meanwhile, the House overwhelmingly passed a tax package that includes an expansion of the child tax credit. But that bill's path in the Senate also remains uncertain, in part due to presidential politics. In some very frank comments to reporters, Republican Chuck Grassley said, quote, "Passing a tax bill that makes the president look good, mailing out checks before the election, means he could be reelected, and then we won't extend the 2017 tax cuts." The bill includes tax credits, not checks, but Grassley's comments reflect a recurring theme of how electoral politics complicates policymaking. especially in an election year. Joining me now from Capitol Hill is NBC's Ryan Nobles. Ryan, good to see you. Thanks for being here. So let's talk about what we just heard from Chuck Schumer. He says that there could be legislative text as early as tomorrow, as late as Sunday. As someone who has a Sunday show, we hope it comes out before Sunday. But what are your expectations here? What are you hearing?
Yeah, it would be terrific because I know you have a lot planned for this weekend for you to be able to get people to react in real time to that legislation by Sunday morning. You do get the sense that they are very close to getting something over the finish line. The negotiators have been working on this pretty diligently for the past 3 weeks, and they're in a place now where basically all the big hurdles have been crossed, and they're now ready to put something else, to put something out for the rest of their colleagues to digest. And, you know, when we say that there's a deal on Capitol Hill, that's always with an asterisk, right? Because once a deal is hatched with the negotiators, it then has to go out to the broader membership to allow them the chance to weigh in. And that's part of what Senator Schumer was talking about today. He wants to give a couple of days for lawmakers to take a look at this before they actually begin the process of voting sometime midweek. But there is optimism that this will be enough to get the 60 votes in the Senate. The broader question then becomes, Kristen, as you rightly point out, is this something the House will even take up? It's important to point out that while Speaker Johnson has been very critical of what he's heard about the legislation, he has not looped in on the specificity of what is actually going to be in this text yet. So he's left himself some wiggle room that once this bill comes out, that it is perhaps something he could support. So there's still a lot that needs to be done here, but there is a chance that this could eventually become law in the near future.
Which would just be remarkable, given how intractable the issue of migration and the border has historically been. Let's just take a step back and remind folks that part of the broader goal here is to tie this to funding for aid to Israel and aid to Ukraine. Ryan, where does that piece of this stand? Is it possible we could see a process where they split it up into 2 or maybe even 3 bills?
I think it is possible, Kristen, and it really depends on what happens with the border piece. For weeks, they've been telling us this is all or nothing, and just basically yesterday, we started to see lawmakers open the door to the idea that if they can't come to an agreement on the border package, then there needs to be a separate conversation about funding to Ukraine and Israel. And I think that's because there is a real reality here that while Congress has been fighting over immigration for decades, the situation in Ukraine has a very direct and real short-term necessity in which it needs to be addressed. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to make it any easier. Part of the reason they packaged all these things together, Kristen, was because they wanted to use the leverage to draw in conservatives that cared about immigration but maybe were nervous about Ukraine and connect them with those who are really concerned about Ukraine but were maybe nervous about a tough border package. So you're not going to have that leverage anymore if you separate these pieces out. So it doesn't make it any easier to separate them, but to answer your question, they're at least open to that should this supplemental that's all together fall apart.
All right. Well, it certainly is complicated. Thank you for helping us understand it. Ryan Nobles, we appreciate it. We know it's going to be a busy few days for you. As you teased, we have a big Sunday coming up. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson will be my exclusive guest this Sunday on Meet the Press. Do not miss it. A lot to discuss with him. And just ahead, Mind the Gap. Another new poll shows Nikki Haley way behind Donald Trump as Haley insists she's in the race through Super Tuesday, even if she loses her home state. You're watching Meet the Press now.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We have more from the first in our series of Deciders focus groups, women voters from Pennsylvania who supported Donald Trump in 2020 and opposed the overturning of Roe versus Wade. The moderator asked them what it means to be a Trump supporter and a feminist. Take a listen to what they said.
Tell me what it means to be a Trump voting feminist. And Susan, you're
a contradiction.
Why is it a contradiction?
Because as we've all seen, Trump doesn't necessarily treat women as equals.
Well, that is sort of like an oxymoron, but I look at his generation, and in business back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s was so different. And nowadays, it's turned around, the Me Too movement and everything else. And I'm hoping that he's adjusting to really how to treat women.
He does have his good parts. He does have his strong part. So I will put those ahead of my feminist beliefs.
Joining me now on set is Kayla Gardner, White House reporter for Bloomberg News, former Florida Democratic Congresswoman Stephanie Murphy, and former Pennsylvania Republican Congressman Charlie Dent. Thank you all for being here. Kayla, I want to start with you. Obviously, the margins are so important when you are talking about the suburbs of Philadelphia, which is where these voters are located. What do you make of what we heard?
I think this is just evidence that abortion is not always a single issue for voters, both for Democrats and for Republicans. And I do think that these voters can exist in the Trump coalition, partly because he's admitted that abortion has been a weakness for Democrats. He's acknowledged that the midterms, not all of his candidates that he endorsed did well. And so I do think there's some room here for some of these voters in his coalition.
Well, that is going to be, I think, the question. Can Biden, Charlie, win over any of these voters? This discussion suggests they can. Kayla's right. This discussion about abortion shows that these are not single issue voters. But what were your takeaways? You obviously know Pennsylvania very well.
Well, these were Trump voters that they were talking to. So I'm not surprised that many of them said they would not change their votes. But the real problem is going to be on the abortion issue for Republicans is these swing voters, who aren't wedded to either candidate. Who will be impacted by this? Who will be affected? I was the last Republican in the House who voted not to defund Planned Parenthood, and I voted against the 20-week abortion ban. And so I can tell you this is a real vulnerability for Republicans. I get it. Trump was always never seen as an ideological, doctrinaire candidate. And so I think some of his voters will give him some slack. But the problem is going to be with those swing and independent voters.
Stephanie, what do you make of this and the fact that abortion, as Charlie is saying, has been seen as a vulnerability for Republicans? Democrats feel as though it's something that can help energize their voters, swing voters, independent voters, moderate voters. Does anything that you heard in that panel change your thinking?
I actually think Democrats have taken the moments when abortion has been on the ballot by itself, and those wins there, they've gotten the wrong message from it. In those elections, people were able to vote for, say, a Republican candidate and then vote their perspective on abortion. And they took that to mean that if abortion is tied to a candidate, the votes will be the same. And I don't think that that's true. And you see a little bit of it here where people can rationalize their support for Trump. His base is incredible at doing that.
So your messages don't over-index on this issue. I want to play something that these voters said about Nikki Haley, which is also revealing as we're about 3 weeks out from the South Carolina primary.
Who would take Nikki Haley over President Biden if they were running against each other in November and Trump were not part of the picture at that point? Who would take Nikki Haley over President Biden? Just three of you. So by a show of fingers, who would take Nikki Haley over President Biden if they were running against each other in November and Trump was not in the race? Who would take Haley over Biden, assuming Trump's not in the picture?
I guess.
So I got, well, 7 of you. So everybody but, so Daisy, not you, but everybody else?
Stephanie, it's so interesting because the polls show Nikki Haley does really well against President Biden, but these women in this focus group were a little less enthusiastic, I think.
Yeah, I think that was hilarious. That one was,
yeah,
I guess.
Great.
And I think that's going to be the challenge for Nikki, is that she just doesn't have the enthusiasm, where we know that Trump's voters are incredibly enthusiastic, incredibly loyal to him. And we've seen it in the primary races to date. It's been hard for her to overcome that.
Yeah, it's notable because she has really stepped up her rhetoric, Charlie, and yet we got this new round of polling today, including this national poll, which shows Trump leading Haley 70% to 19%. That comes on the heels of the poll that we got out of South Carolina, which shows Trump leading by nearly 30 points. And Charlie, what's notable is Nikki Haley has really intensified her rhetoric, her attacks against former President Trump. And the big question, I think, for everyone, is this strategy going to work?
Well, she's intensified those attacks belatedly. I'm glad she's doing it. But I think there's a problem that Donald Trump has that we don't talk enough about. He has some real base erosion. Yes, he's clobbering Nikki Haley in that poll. But I think there's going to be a significant number of Republicans, maybe as many as 20%, who will not vote for him in the general election. And the problem among independents for Donald Trump is even worse. We're not talking about that enough. And that's why when Nikki Haley makes the electability argument, I think that resonates with a lot of people, because you see these polls showing that she performs much better head-to-head against Joe Biden than does Donald Trump.
Absolutely.
But Trump has a very low ceiling. It's that simple.
Akela, what do you make of that?
I think what's really interesting about the clip that you just played, those were obviously all women voters. And obviously Nikki Haley is the only woman left standing in this race. But that has not been able to energize Republican voters the way that it has for maybe like a Hillary Clinton. But what's been really interesting about Nikki Haley is she continues to bring in donations. She had more fundraising than Trump in the fourth quarter, but it seems that Wall Street continues to back her, billionaires continue to back her, but she has not been able to grasp the electorate that Trump has, and that's ultimately what you need to win an election.
And you notice that she's making a case that he is spending 50 cents on the dollar for every donation that he gets, paying off his own legal bills, as opposed to putting that to a general election. Whereas for her, she doesn't have that overhang.
Yeah, that's right. And she says she's in this. She told me last week she just needs to do better than she did in New Hampshire. We'll see if she can do that. Let's talk about President Biden, Akela. Let's look at the latest polling that we have in a Biden-Trump matchup. Trump beating him in this latest poll, 49 to 45%. That has already set off alarm bells, we know, inside the Democratic Party. We have President Biden out in Michigan today talking about the economy there. There were protesters there. He's facing a lot of headwinds.
He is. We've seen back-to-back polls now showing Biden trailing Trump. And I think the issue here is he's been weak among core coalitions. That could be black voters, that could be young voters, Arab Americans, that obviously he's in Michigan today where there's a large population of the Muslim community there that have really been almost telling voters or telling the press essentially that they will not support Biden because of his stance on the Israel-Hamas war. So he has these really core weaknesses with some of these groups that really helped him win in 2020, and he needs them to come out again for him.
Stephanie, I think that Akela hits the nail on the head of why Democrats are so concerned, because of these core groups who seem to be turning their backs.
Yeah, so while Trump's base is solid and behind him, Biden's base is fragmenting in large pieces. And the fact that he is being protested essentially by his base, he's trying to talk about the economy and they were shouting him down. And if this continues, how is he going to be able to campaign and get his message out when his own people are creating chaos at his events?
Charlie, does he have enough time to come back? We're less than a year out.
Yeah, he does. But, you know, look, a lot of people who voted for Joe Biden voted for him because they dislike Donald Trump. That's the harsh reality. Trump's voters are much more motivated for him. Like I said, though, as I said a few moments ago, Biden's big hope here is that, you know, these independents and these soft Republicans come his way. That's what he's banking on. Now, he's also got another problem. They both have a problem. There are going to be a lot of people who are voting for neither. Nearly two-thirds of voters don't want either of these guys. They think one's too old, one's too crazy, and this poll shows that crazy's beating old today. But that's true. But a lot of them aren't going to vote for either candidate, and you're going to see an enormous number of people voting for someone other than these two.
Yeah, that's why we're watching so closely to see if there's a third-party candidate. Great conversation. Thank you so much, Akayla Gardner, Stephanie Murphy, Charlie Dent. Thank you for being here. Still ahead this hour, a Georgia election trial. No, the other one. We are live in Atlanta for closing arguments in the case over the state's voting machine systems. We'll explain. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Welcome back. Turning now to Georgia, where closing arguments in a years-long legal battle over election machines just wrapped up, with a judge set to rule in a civil case that could potentially have major repercussions for the upcoming election cycle. In a lawsuit initially brought by an advocacy group in 2017, the plaintiffs argue that Dominion voting machines used in Georgia are vulnerable to hacking and errors, and that their use could violate voters' constitutional rights. State election officials have doubled down that the system is safe and secure and have testified overhauling the system in an election year would be, quote, nightmarish. Georgia's presidential primary is slated for March 12th. Joining me now to discuss this from Atlanta is NBC's Jane Tim. Jane, thanks so much for joining me. So you've been following what's happening inside the courtroom as closing arguments for the case take place today. What can you tell us?
Kristen, this case is Dominion's, these controversial voting machines in Georgia, their biggest test yet. And we should say there's no actual allegations or proof of real fraud in this case for the most part. But it's about whether or not the risk of fraud is so profound that they are vulnerable, so vulnerable that they violate constitutional rights of the voters here. Now, the state says in the real world, these hacks that you're talking about, these vulnerabilities, they just aren't a risk, or they're a managed risk. They say that the kind of things that we've seen in this trial, which included someone hacking a machine with just a big pen, just wouldn't happen in real life. They say this machine is secure. But this judge, she tossed the last voting system here in Georgia back in 2019. And if she does it again, or even casts doubt on this system in a contentious election year, it's going to cast doubt on Georgia's election system overall. It's going to make voters feel less secure because a federal judge has come out and said these machines are real hackable if she does that.
Well, good job talking over those sirens, Jane. We have about a minute left. Let me ask you, just to put this into big picture, this actually predates, I should say, the 2020 election. Why is this case so important?
You know, this case is historic, not just because it got another election system tossed out, one that election experts pretty broadly agreed was completely unauditable. But because Georgia's elections, so go the elections here, so go the rest of the country. If a federal judge tosses these machines, they will be used to cast doubt on other election machines all around the country. And as you said, this lawsuit predates Trump and his allies turning on the election machines, claiming they were hacked and there were all these flipped votes. But you know, the ruling is going to happen in an environment where Trump allies are using it to make hay, no matter what she says.
Yeah, well, we appreciate your being there and breaking it all down for us. We know you'll continue to watch it closely. Jane, Tim, thank you so much for your great reporting. NBC News Now coverage continues with my friend Hallie Jackson right now.
Coming on the air tonight with the world watching as the U.S. gets ready to retaliate for the deadly strikes in Jordan. And new tonight, the first time the defense secretary is taking questions since his controversial hospitalization. What he's saying about what's next for the military and for him coming up. Then moments ago, court ending for the day after the mother of the teen who carried out the worst school shooting in Michigan history took the stand in a trial that is making history now. The emotional moments in court and how she's trying to defend herself. Plus, back-to-back storms slamming the West Coast with water rescues happening already. The worst of it still yet to come. We are live with where this system is headed next. Then a reality check on the border battle in tonight's breakdown. Plus, the new feud between old exes. Two superstars super frustrated, it sounds like, after Justin Timberlake tells a crowd he's apologizing to, in his words, absolutely effing no one. Why the music industry is paying so much attention later on in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and right now the world is holding its breath for a retaliation that could come any day after that deadly attack that killed 3 American service members in Jordan, a campaign the White House said could last for weeks, meaning this crisis in the Middle East may be about to get bigger and last longer. With the Houthis late today launching even more strikes in the Red Sea. All of it as the man in charge of leading this response, the defense secretary, is speaking about it today in his first major public event since being treated for prostate cancer.
This is a dangerous moment in the Middle East, and we will respond when we choose, where we choose, and how we choose.
We've got team coverage tonight. Kelly O'Donnell is posted up for us at the White House, but I want to start with Matt Bradley, who's live in Tel Aviv. Matt, you are in the middle of a region that continues to be a tinderbox and now holding its breath for what could come next. Talk us through it.
Yeah, well, it sounds like the Biden administration has decided on what they're going to do, but they haven't released all of the details. They haven't told us specific targets, but it sounds as though it's going to be in Syria and Iraq. Now, that's not new. The Biden administration, the Pentagon, they've been responding to repeated attacks by these Iran-backed groups in Syria and Iraq. And those attacks by those groups, they've been coming almost every day ever since a couple of weeks after those October 7th attacks by Hamas. So what we've heard is that these attacks, these reprisals are, really calibrated not to escalate into a wider war, and that they may involve proxies beyond just Iraq and Syria. You mentioned just a moment ago the Houthis. That's one group in Syria, or in Yemen, that's backed by Iran, part of the so-called axis of resistance. But then there's also Hamas in the Gaza Strip, which of course we know all about. Then there's Hezbollah in Lebanon, and I've been talking to you about them ever since I was in Lebanon all those months ago. So when we talk about these reprisals, it sounds as though from the Biden administration, it's not going to be just one set, discrete attack. It's going to be almost a season of retaliation, weeks and weeks. And that looks like it's almost meant to diffuse the reaction so as not to spark a wider war. That is the real issue here. The Biden administration has to navigate these narrow waters here, trying to retaliate, trying to differentiate their retaliation from what they've been doing for these past several months without ratcheting up the pressure and just making Iran break out into a wider war. Hallie?
We're going to get to the Iran question more with Kelly in just a second. But, Matt, as we talk about what's happening in the region, there's also these new sanctions that the White House is putting in place against Israeli settlers in the West Bank, right? Not Gaza, but the West Bank. Talk about how that fits into the rising tensions.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question because that does kind of fit into what we're talking about here. Fears of a wider war. It's, as you mentioned, it's the West Bank. It's not the Gaza Strip. And clearly the Biden administration is worried about all of that violence from the Gaza Strip spilling over into the West Bank. Well, it already has. I mean, we've been seeing more than 100 deaths of Palestinians in the West Bank ever since October 7th. Hundreds of people arrested there, I think maybe thousands. So really the violence has already spilled over. We've been seeing all of this fighting in Jenin, that hospital footage that was so dramatic, those assassinations by Israeli troops. You know, this has already spilled over, but it just goes to show the level of frustration that the Biden administration has had, that previous presidents have had with the settler violence in the West Bank. They see it as a wrench in the gears of any peace process. Hallie?
Matt Bradley live for us in Tel Aviv. Matt, good to see you. Thank you. Kelly, that tees us up nicely for you and where things are headed at the White House, because Matt has laid out the complicated regional picture here. We know that the president is in constant contact with his national security team. The White House has foreshadowed something is coming. We don't yet know what.
We don't, other than it will be multiple events, and it will be intended to send a very clear message of strength and restraint. And that is where, as Matt was indicating, such a difficult balance for this president right now, given everything that's happening on the world stage. And really, it is one of the things that makes being commander-in-chief so difficult, wanting to show force, to use it with intent to protect the ongoing U.S. service members who are in the region, U.S. assets and so forth, to make it clear that effectively you can't mess with the U.S. without a penalty, but at the same time wanting to be cautious about unintended consequences of any kind of military operation and what comes next. So a sustained campaign, multi-tiered is some of what they've said. The timing can be a function of a number of things. You have to consider matters like weather. You have to consider the movements of the potential enemy, whether those targets are something that are fixed or mobile. Lots of different considerations. And our understanding is the president made the initial decision that he is, in fact, going to take action and have a response. And then one of the questions will be, is that decision enough to carry these next steps, or will there be other iterations of the president specifically approving of either certain targets or ongoing developments? That's the piece that we don't really have a lot of visibility on at this point. Hallie?
And the man who's going to be charged with helping to lead the response, the defense secretary, is now speaking in the most personal terms that we've heard yet about the controversy that led this newscast and so many others, Kelly, weeks ago, which was this hospitalization. The White House apparently not finding out about it until days after Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin went into surgery after this prostate cancer diagnosis. He's now opening up about that, Kel.
Well, the Secretary of Defense is always at the top of the cabinet in terms of the pressures and the burdens of that office. And at the same time, here he is with real substantive work to do, but he's also having to deal with his own shortcoming, his own failing in his office. What an unusual juxtaposition for a person in public life. He talked about the privacy issue, about his concerns about his own medical diagnosis and the blow that the diagnosis was to him, while at the same time, some time has passed now, the criticism was wide and bipartisan. He is taking accountability for his actions, a failure to notify the president and others. Secretary Austin spoke about this at length today with reporters. Here's part of what he said.
I want to be crystal clear. We did not handle this right, and I did not handle this right. I should have told the president about my cancer diagnosis. I should have also told my team and the American public. And I take full responsibility. I apologize to my teammates and to the American people.
So in many ways, the degree to which this was a mistake, a blunder, he compensated for that today with extensive discussion of his own culpability here, the mistakes that were made, pledged to do better, and then indicating the ongoing review of the actions within the Department of Defense continues. And so this was an eventful day for Secretary Austin.
Yeah, no kidding. Kelly O, there for us at the White House. Kel, thanks so much. More to watch, we know, in the days to come. Appreciate it. Let's take you out west now, where several people are still in critical condition tonight after the collapse of an airport hangar that was under construction in Idaho. a collapse that killed 3 people. Look at this, the wreckage of what's left, with first responders calling this, in their words, a hectic scene. Deadly. You had people killed, people hurt, some people trapped, all of it happening overnight, Wednesday into Thursday, near the section of the Boise airport that's reserved for private flights. A crane was putting something on top when the whole thing came crashing down. The official cause under investigation, with local police and OSHA on scene. Liz Kreutz is in Boise for us, near the scene of where it all happened. Liz, what else do we know?
Hey, Hallie. Yeah, I mean, the big question, of course, is what caused this. That's still unknown. We do know that OSHA has now taken over the investigation. We are right in front of this massive structure, and it's really shocking just to see how big it is and how it collapsed and caved in. Now, the owners of this structure are called a company called Jackson Jet Center. They released a statement saying that this occurred at their 39,000 square foot steel hangar that is under construction. As you mentioned, they say where dozens of dedicated people were working on this site, and they say we do not know exactly what caused the hangar collapse. But what we do know, Hallie, is, as you mentioned, this all happened around 5 o'clock last night, and first responders described a chaotic scene where they were pulling victims from the wreckage. We know that about 30 people may have been working here at the time this happened. 12 people were impacted. 5 of them, sadly, are in critical condition. 3 of them have died. Now, authorities have not released the identities of these victims. They say they're waiting to do that until the families have been notified, Hallie.
Liz, I have to tell you, I don't want to put you on the spot here. I didn't realize how close you were to the scene of where this accident happened. I mean, that's it right behind you. I don't know if your photographer can pull out at all to give us a sense of the scope. It is enormous. I mean, it must have been so terrifying in those moments to have this happen, to see this happen. Can you, and thank you, I can see that we have that wider shot there. I mean, you can see the scale of this. How common is something like this to happen in the construction industry? And what else can you tell us about just being there? I mean, I see those workers behind you walking around. I have to assume that they may be part of it, although there's a guy riding his bike, so maybe you're on a bike path too, not sure.
Yeah, Hallie, so the reason we're across the way a little bit is that the officials are kind of keeping us on this side right now. They've blocked it off and fenced off the property right now, but it is shocking just how massive it is, and you can kind of see the crane behind us too. Yep. And construction is a dangerous profession here. We are looking at statistics from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. In 2021, 1 in 5 workplace deaths occurred in the construction industry. More than 1,000 people died in a construction workplace injury nationwide that year. It is the 3rd most dangerous profession, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics from a study out in 2022. Only surpassing by that is fishing, farming, and transportation. So it's a very dangerous profession, and we can see how it played out right here in Boise. And, you know, we're obviously thinking of those victims tonight, and we'll get you any more details as they come in, Hallie.
I know you will, Liz. Thank you. With so many families hoping for answers, and soon. Liz Kreutz live for us there in Boise. Thank you. To Michigan now, with the mother of a high school shooter making a stunning and powerful statement before court wrap just before we came on the air, as she took the stand for the first time in this unprecedented trial. Listen.
I've asked myself if I would have done anything differently, and I wouldn't have. If you could change what happened, would you? Oh, absolutely. I wish he would have killed us instead.
Very intense moments in court. Jennifer Crumbley getting emotional, you see, earlier, watching a video of the shooting, with she and her defense team trying to make the case that she had no idea her son could be capable of killing 4 students. The 4 teenagers you see here. Hannah St. Juliana, Tate Meir, Madison Baldwin, Justin Schilling. The trial we're seeing play out right now is a big deal because it's the first time in this country prosecutors are trying to hold accountable the parents of a mass shooter for their kids' actions. Jennifer Crumbley and her husband James are both now facing multiple manslaughter charges. Adrian Broaddus is joining us now. And Adrian, there were several extraordinary moments that came out of this testimony, including what we just heard there. Jennifer Crumbley saying she wished her son had killed her and her husband instead. Talk about what the defense strategy here is. What do they want the jury to try to understand?
You know, Hallie, the defense is trying to paint the picture that Jennifer Crumbley was not responsible for storing the guns, but her husband was, James, who goes on trial in March. Jennifer even testified saying she didn't feel comfortable storing the guns. And she said, and I'm paraphrasing here, that was his thing. talking about James Crumbly. She let him handle that. When she testified, she also mentioned that she felt no need for her son to receive mental health treatment. She said, yeah, he had moments of anxiety surrounding big tests at school. He was also worried about what he would do after high school. Would he be able to get into college because he had bad grades? In fact, the night before the shooting, there was a big fight at home because of his poor grades. So he was wondering, according to Jennifer Crumbly, if he should take the route of entering the military post-high school. Now, there was a point where the defense attorney asked her if she felt like she was a failure as a parent, and that was based on evidence the prosecution introduced. And Crumbly said, and I'm paraphrasing here, on terms of parenting, she didn't feel like a failure, but she felt sad and she felt she messed up somewhere along the way. More of that conversation.
As a parent, you spend your whole life trying to protect your child from other dangers. You never would think you have to protect your child from harming somebody else.
So Crumbly also saying, I felt like somewhere I failed, but not being specific. Hallie.
The prosecution is trying to point out some of the inconsistencies in Jennifer Crumbly's argument here, essentially. And they're doing so in part with the help of somebody that she was apparently having an affair with, because Crumbly was making the case that she didn't know or she wasn't able to take her child out of school, her son, on the day that the shooting happened because she had to work, etc. Describe how the prosecution is using him to poke some holes in that.
So you're talking about that long-term friend. The prosecution is not only using him to poke holes in her testimony, but they're also using other witnesses, which we saw today, in Ethan Crumbly's own words. They used a journal, which was 22 pages. All but one page referenced a school shooting, and I want to read some of that to you, where Ethan Crumbly writes, "The shooting is tomorrow. I have access to the gun and the ammo. I'm fully committed to this now." He also writes in that journal that I want help, but my parents don't listen to me, so I can't get any help. My parents won't listen to me about help or a therapist. And that friend that you mentioned that Jennifer Crumbly was having an affair with, he also testified saying he didn't see any red flags like this. Hallie.
Adrian Broaddus, thank you so much for being there and for that reporting. Tonight, out west, more than 20 million people are under flood watch in California, with a ton of rain just pounding that state, with a massive storm fueled by an atmospheric river. Think of that as like a river in the sky just dumping water on California. Look at this water rescue. Firefighter rescue team on rafts in the water there. They're helping a man who is trapped in one of these storm channels. Officials are telling people, you can see they managed to get out there, get to him. Officials are saying, hey, everybody should stay away from any body of water right now, with wind up to 70 miles an hour, bringing down power lines, flooding streets, even shutting down miles of that famous Pacific Coast Highway that goes right along the water in SoCal. A lot of snow, like a foot of it, has also hit the mountains in California, while people are scrambling to recover from all of it. It's still coming down, and there's another storm right on its heels. Dana Griffin is joining us now from L.A. People think sunny California, anything but today. Dana, talk us through what you're seeing and how people are bracing for the next storm that's right on its heels.
Yeah, Hallie, I can tell you it's dry. We've actually seen the sun kind of peek out for the first time today, but that is not going to last, especially in this area. We are in Universal City, where another storm or another rain shower is expected in less than an hour. So this is just the first of back-to-back storms that are going to impact Southern California. And the more concerning one is the one that is going to come on Sunday. And right now, people got a little dose of that this morning. Listen to what one driver told our NBC station today.
30 minutes driving, a lot of puddles. It's flooding up a little bit. Kind of wondering how it's going to be in the next couple of days when they say it's supposed to flood even more.
The freeways are pretty bad. So for those of you that are driving on the freeway, just drive slow. I mean, you could hit like just a puddle of water, you know what I mean? So just drive slow.
And that's a good point, because as you mentioned, we saw that water rescue in Orange County today. PCH highway shut down. So officials are advising people, if you're seeing standing water, do not drive through it, because your car can be drifted out further, and that's where you have some cars that get stuck and get flooded. And, you know, it's just a cautionary tale as we prepare for this next round of storms. Hallie?
Yeah, that says so much. Dana Griffin, where it is sunny, at least for a brief moment there in L.A. We'll see how long that lasts. Thank you, Dana. Appreciate it. To Michigan now, where the president is in a battleground state at a key time in his campaign, not too long after locking down a key endorsement from the United Auto Workers. Here's the message the president's sending in Michigan.
Wall Street didn't build the middle class. Labor built the middle class, and the middle class built the country.
This is all coming at a time when there's still so much anger in Michigan over how the president has been handling the war in Gaza. Remember, this is a state, again, a key battleground state that has the country's highest density of Arab Americans living in it. And today, some new polling is out showing former President Trump with a slight lead over President Biden in Michigan. Important to note here, this poll is registered voters looking at a general election, which is still months away. They're also inside the margin of error. I want to bring in Shaquille Brewster, who's joining us now from Warren, Michigan, where there have been some protests today. It's an interesting sort of mixed reception here for President Biden, who does not have any meetings, by the way, scheduled with members of the Arab American community. He's focused more on the union worker piece of this here. Talk us through it.
Yeah, Hallie, the split screen almost that you saw today could not be more dramatic. Inside the UAW Union Hall, you had the president kicking off a campaign event. You had him meeting with folks who were union workers, who were phone banking, who were making calls, getting people out to vote. You heard them laughing at his jokes. You heard him celebrating the economy, talking about unemployment going down, talking about inflation going down. You heard a really lighthearted moment inside that Union Hall. But then right outside, you had about the same number of people with Palestinian, pro-Palestinian protesters really criticizing him and yelling and saying that they believe he is responsible for what they call a genocide happening in Gaza. So that real split screen in a very crucial state for this president. We know that President Biden flipped the state of Michigan back in 2020. He won by about 150,000 votes. But we also know that this is a state with a high concentration of Arab Americans and Muslim Americans, and many people in that community are saying that they're frustrated by him, that they feel betrayed by President Biden, especially when many of them say they backed President Biden just a couple of years ago. I think we have a poll to show you from the support that he was getting in this community. You had about 69% of Muslim Americans backing the president, many of them, and I was talking with a lot of the protesters outside the perimeter of his event today, saying that they plan to never support him again, and really calling into question whether or not President Biden can have that victory here in Michigan again.
Shaq Brewster live for us there in Warren. Shaq, good to see you. Thanks. A new report today out of the CDC warns that this really addictive supplement, Neptune's Fix, also known as gas station heroin, could be contaminated with different types of synthetic pot chemicals that can create major problems: nausea, seizures, brain swelling, hallucinations. And if you're like, well, wait a second, what is gas station heroin, so-called? You can get this stuff at like gas stations, at convenience stores. It's not regulated by the FDA. It's typically marketed for stuff like pain relief, depression, anxiety. It's got this ingredient, tianeptine, that mimics the highs and lows of opioids. It's been linked to seizures, to overdoses, to deaths. Dr. Natalie Azar is joining us now. And Dr. Natalie, correct me if I'm wrong, but Neptune's Fix, there was a recall of some of this stuff off the shelves just recently. Talk through how significant of an issue this is and what else we're hearing now from the government about the risks.
Yeah. Well, first of all, anything that's called gas station anything, you would think you would be a little bit cautious about taking something for depression or pain. This is a medicine that's actually approved to treat depression in other countries, but not here in the U.S. The FDA has not found it to be an effective or a safe medication here. And the concern, as you pointed out in the lead, is that it can mimic the effects of opioids, which means that it can cause abuse at higher doses. It can also lead to tolerance as well as withdrawal. And the concern here is that not only can it be adulterated with other substances, but if you mix it with other medications or other substances, it can really increase the risk of overdose, obviously leading to death, as well as the side effects you pointed out, as well as suicidality. And there have been reports of suicidal ideation and attempts when this substance was taken, especially when mixed with other things.
The FDA can't regulate supplements right now, right? They don't have the authority to do that. Some in Congress want it to change, want the FDA to step up in their view here. What's actually realistic in the possibility of options here?
Yeah, I mean, the FDA does what it can. So they can issue warnings to consumers, which they have done. They can also try to compel the companies from making these substances, marketing these substances as treatments for pain or depression. And they're also issuing warnings to and following up on Border Patrol because of the potential of importing this substance into the country. But as you said, there's only so much they can do. They're not physically able to take these products off the counters, but they're trying to do everything they can, which you know, everything that is within their jurisdiction, Hallie.
Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you very much for that explanation. Appreciate it. Coming up here on the show, how power problems underground could mean chaos for all of us in tonight's original. Plus, why Walmart's planning to go big or go home. Next.
From Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina. Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Do you need to win your home state in order to stay in this race? Is it do or die? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
So if you thought Walmart couldn't get any bigger since it already has more workers than any other company in the country, well, think again, because Walmart's planning to add 150 supercenters. I know you know what a supercenter is. It's the ones that have the grocery in it, the pharmacy, et cetera. Walmart already has something like 4,600 stores in this country, 600 Sam's Clubs, too, 1.5 million workers, and about 90% of us living in America live within 10 miles of a Walmart. Melissa Repko is joining us now. Walmart is already massive. Why are they leaning into the more massive expansion piece of it when there's so much competition in the online space? It feels like they're really doubling down on the brick and mortar piece of it.
Hallie, it may come as a surprise, but most of Walmart's business still goes through stores. About 87% of Walmart US's sales happen in stores. And even as online sales grow, stores are powering a lot of those sales because a lot of customers place an order online through Walmart's app or its website and then pick it up curbside in the parking lot, something that people started to do a lot more during the pandemic. It's also powering a lot of Walmart's fulfillment of online orders, even the ones that are delivered to people's doors or arrive in cardboard boxes. because it's closer to customers, which makes it a little bit cheaper for Walmart to use those stores rather than big warehouses, which can be further away.
Walmart has the ability to use its sort of huge muscle to buy groceries, right, pass the cost savings on to consumers here. Do you foresee potentially a squeeze on some of these grocery store competitors that are near Walmart's?
It's almost certain that Walmart will add a lot more competition in the grocery space. It's already the largest grocer by revenue when it comes to selling food and milk and eggs. But it's going to probably expand to a lot of markets where it's giving other regional grocers and even grocers like Kroger more competition. And it's worth noting that Kroger is trying to get bigger too. It's trying to merge with Albertsons, and that merger is still pending. So this could be a way that Walmart wants to step up its competition, knowing that one of its competitors may get bigger as well.
Melissa Repko, thank you very much. Super interesting. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, we're learning more about that Pennsylvania man we told you about, accused of murdering his father and then showing off his decapitated head on YouTube. Remember, in the video, the son says his dad was a federal worker for years and calls him a traitor. People who knew the son say he, quote, went off the rails in college, became obsessed with conspiracy theories, and damaged his own apartment. Number 2, more than 120 passengers and more than a dozen crew members on a cruise ship say they got sick. They're throwing up, they've got diarrhea, and nobody really knows why. The cruise line and the crew say they're cleaning more and isolating the people who are not feeling well. Yikes. Number 3, a bill that would expand the child tax credit is now heading to the Senate after getting a lot of support on the other side of the Hill in the House from both Democrats and Republicans. It's a $78 billion package that includes tax breaks for businesses. It needs 60 votes to pass now and get to the president's desk. Still a question mark whether it has those votes, but we'll find out soon. In just the last couple hours, number 4, the LA Chargers officially introducing Jim Harbaugh as the new head coach there, going from the NCAA to the NFL after winning this year's college football championship with the University of Michigan. He's reportedly going to get more than $16 million a year with the Chargers. Number 5, Prince Harry just honored at the Living Legends of Aviation Awards in California. But that's not why we're telling you about this. It's because another living legend was also there, our good friend Tom Costello. You've seen him on this show. Look at him, co-emceeing along with John Travolta. What a bunch of superstars right there, huh? Love to see it, Tom. When we come back, why more Republicans say they will not support a border bill that has interests from both sides of the aisle. A reality check on what exactly is in it in our original. Plus, we'll tell you who's stepping up to help replace that stolen Jackie Robinson statue.
live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina. Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to occur.
New tonight, the Texas governor says he's getting together more than a dozen of his fellow Republicans this weekend to huddle on how his state plans to stop migrants from crossing the border. Coming just hours after Florida's governor says he's going to send National Guard troops there. Listen.
I don't want to be part of the federal government trying to tear down these barriers and let more people in illegally. This is crazy that this is the case.
It's all part of that political border battle we've been talking about as a trucker convoy that calls itself God's Army heads to the border for demonstrations this weekend. But here in Washington, the hope, at least, is that the focus is on a solution with a bipartisan border bill that some Republicans say they won't vote for because of something the top Republican negotiator says is not even in the bill in the first place. Did you catch it? It's getting held up over something that apparently isn't even there. So what actually is in this bill? David Noriega has the breakdown.
Senators from both parties right now hard at work trying to address the humanitarian crisis at the border, working up a bill that could give President Biden the power to shut down the border to asylum seekers. But a growing number of Republicans say they won't back it. Why? They claim the bill would allow 5,000 migrants to illegally cross the border per day.
Apparently, we're concocting some sort of deal to allow the president to shut down the border after 5,000 people break the law.
A claim that's made its way to former President Trump.
5,000 people a day, that's a lot. That's like record-setting stuff.
But that's not quite what the bill is going to say. That's according to our Capitol Hill team, which has spoken with negotiators who are finalizing the details before they release the full text of the legislation. Right now, when migrants cross the border illegally, most are apprehended and released into the U.S. while they await a court hearing, a process some critics refer to as catch and release. This bill is expected to end that practice. Instead, migrants who cross the border would be detained, and they'd wait out a court hearing from a jail or other holding facility. That's where the 5,000 number comes from. If Border Patrol apprehends more than a daily average of 5,000 migrants crossing illegally in a week, it would require the Department of Homeland Security to start turning away all migrants who cross illegally, regardless of whether they're seeking asylum. If that happens, crossings would need to get to less than 75% of the number that triggered the shutdown over 7 days. But what about asylum seekers, people fleeing persecution in their home countries? They're not out of luck if the border is closed. Up to 1,400 of them can have their claims considered every day, but only by crossing at legal ports of entry. And someone who tries to cross the border illegally twice while the border is shut down could get banned from entering the U.S. for up to a year. The bill's negotiators say this whole plan would raise the standards for asylum and discourage illegal crossings. And all the rhetoric around that 5,000 number, even getting some Republicans frustrated.
Number one, I would never agree to that, but it's also just a total mischaracterization of the bill.
I'm extremely disappointed in the very strange maneuvering by many on the right to torpedo a potential border reform bill. That's what we all ran on doing.
As for the White House,
Mr. President, some House Republicans are calling the border deal a non-starter. Can you get it done?
Mr. President, are you doing enough to try?
Perhaps just a hint of optimism, rooting for Congress to come to a solution.
David is joining us live now from Eagle Pass, Texas. David, that's the view from Washington here. Give us the view from where you are, because you're talking with a woman who helps the only center in town that helps asylum seekers, right? Tell us what she told you.
Yeah, Hallie, Valeria Wheeler, out of everyone here in Eagle Pass, is one of the people who probably gets the closest to the actual migrants that this entire controversy is about, right? She runs the one facility that allows them to, get briefly settled into Eagle Pass before they move on to their next destinations. Last month, when the number of crossings hit record highs, she says more than 18,000 migrants passed through her shelter just in the course of December. I asked her whether she thought that this was an invasion in the way that Governor Abbott and other Republicans characterize it. She said no, and I want to play you a little bit more of what she said. Take a listen.
They don't want to have luxury, or some of them, they just want to be safe. They want their kids to be able to play outside without any danger.
Hallie, she not only said that this is not an invasion, she actually went further and said that she wouldn't even characterize it as a crisis. She says that her shelter has been seeing large numbers of migrants coming through since 2018. The numbers go up, they go down according to seasonal fluctuations. She's gotten used to the cycle. She actually prefers it when her shelter is full. The one thing she did say, Hallie, is that she wishes the government would do something to make it so that people coming into the country can do so through a lawful and orderly process, not risking their lives crossing the river behind me every day. Hallie.
David Noriega there for us in Eagle Pass. David, thank you. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Southern Bureau, take a look at this. It might look like snow. It is not. It's actually fire suppression foam coming out of a hangar at Houston Airport. Look at that, up to the windows of those cars there. It was apparently caused by a malfunction inside a United Airlines hangar. Fortunately, there weren't any people or planes inside when it happened. Cleanup crews came in to help. No impact on travelers, unless, of course, you're the traveler who was driving one of those cars buried by the foam. Out of our Western Bureau, a high-rise building in downtown L.A. vandalized overnight with graffiti. Look at this. Police say they spray-painted 25 floors. The building's under construction, but work stopped on it years ago. You see how high up that goes? Police say they'll remove the graffiti and tighten security around the building, which sits right across from the home of the Lakers. Nobody's been arrested. And out of our Midwest Bureau, a youth baseball league in Kansas says it'll replace the statue of Jackie Robinson that was stolen thanks to GoFundMe donations and a commitment from Major League Baseball. Remember, we told you about it here on the show. Look at this. The statue was stolen from a park last week. Only the shoes were left. It was found burned up at a trash bin, basically, near a local park. Police are still looking for the suspects, but hopefully this story will have a happy ending. Tonight's Original Now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. As parts of the East Coast are set to face below freezing temperatures over the next week, we're zeroing on a pretty stunning new report showing a pattern of natural gas scares, shutoffs, and electric blackouts nationally over the course of the last decade, often coming right in the middle of some of these winter storms. And Con Edison, one of the country's biggest energy companies, calls an incident last winter a wake-up call when a polar vortex left hundreds of thousands in the dark. Our Tom Winters getting some rare behind-the-scenes access to what's happening underground.
It's Christmas Eve 2022, a mixture of steep temperature drops, howling winds, and record-setting snow thrust from Canada. There's a big problem brewing underground and above. For half the country, a piece of the polar vortex is freezing the gas system, forcing power plants to throttle back, blacking out customers, and turning toasty homes cold. Hundreds of thousands blacked out.
This plant makes both electricity and steam for Manhattan and New York City.
Here at Con Edison's largest plant in Manhattan, helping to serve over 1 million steam customers, it's all about the heat. Con Ed says the 2022 event is a, quote, wake-up call. Their president says it underscores how important gas supply is to electricity and steam that critical infrastructure relies on in New York City.
It goes from big facilities like this, it goes to places like hospitals, and then to large apartment buildings and small single-family homes.
The plant, like Con Ed's individual customers, uses natural gas, too. In 2022, when the supply of gas to the city plummeted, prompting emergency texts to residents, the system was on the brink.
We did not think we would have enough natural gas to supply our delivery customers. You need to essentially shut down natural gas customers if you don't have enough pressure to supply them for safety reasons.
How close did you get to that point?
We were at the point of manning valves and standing by to potentially shed if necessary.
A shutdown not fixed with a flick of a switch. It could mean weeks without heat, stoves, or hot water.
A building with 100 residential units in it, we would need to go to every single apartment in that building and make sure that the valves on the appliances were shut off, go into each individual apartment, make sure that we could gas back in, relight pilots, make sure that things work, and then restore the building. That's essentially an individual gas technician going apartment by apartment.
And that's just one building. We're talking about perhaps a whole neighborhood that are shut off.
It would take weeks to longer, even if we brought in crews from across the country to help us.
An NBC News investigation reviewing over 1,000 pages of documents shows a concerning pattern nationally of grid scares, shutoffs, and blackouts like this in 5 of the last 11 years. Flashback. A Texas storm in 2021 left more than 4.5 million people without power, at least 210 dead, but it could have been even worse. An investigation by federal regulators found that the grid was within 9 minutes of a complete blackout across the whole state. The commission says such incidents raise a concerning alarm about the ability of the grid to handle extreme cold weather events. They're calling for investment in winterizing the natural gas system, legislation to establish reliability standards, and better coordination between the gas companies and utilities. Back in New York, Con Ed says they know this is a potential problem every winter.
This isn't a unique issue to New York City. This is something I think we've seen across the country. I mean,
So as we look at what's happening across the country, Tom, who's joining us now, by the way, what are the long-term solutions here? Because it's not like we're going to go through the next few years with no winter storms. That's just not going to happen.
That's exactly right, Hallie. So in the near term, Con Ed can switch that facility you were looking at there, a large portion of it from natural gas to oil to help relieve the supply concerns. Long term, Con Ed says they're focused on turning to renewable sources of energy, going green, and that's going to help not only with the supply issue, but as well as with the environment. Nationally, though, we look out 10 years and you look at what regulators have put together, and on those peak days where we're really using the air conditioning or we're really using heat, Hallie, they say that natural gas usage might actually go up a little bit 10 years from now, even as solar, wind, and even nuclear power might come into play. So this is going to be a long-term issue as kind of the greening of the energy grid comes forward over the next 10 years. They're still going to need natural gas, and that's why utilities like Con Ed and other utilities are so focused on coming up with a solution for this problem.
Tom Winter, thank you so much. Appreciate you giving us that rare behind-the-scenes look, or under-the-scenes look, I guess, at what's going on. Appreciate it. Coming up, what coming home looks like when home is East Palestine, Ohio. Our team's there nearly a year to the day after that devastating train derailment.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
Some new documents now from the National Transportation Safety Board are giving us new insight on that horrific train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. Remember, that one happened almost a year to the day ago. Transcripts from the train's cab detail the moment conductors realized something was wrong, saying, "We didn't get any air in the back. That means we've come apart." Then a few days later, according to the report, folks from Norfolk Southern sent texts, including photos of the crash site. Another person replies, "Cool." We're waiting on Norfolk Southern to respond to our request for comment, because locals obviously didn't see it as cool. Of course not. The derailment spilled out all those hazardous materials, forced thousands of people to evacuate from their homes, and opened up a whole bunch of accountability issues. As still, 1 year later, families there say the impact is far from over. Our Stephen Romo is back in East Palestine tonight. He's got the story.
I didn't realize you worked this close to the ground zero, as you called it. What was it like the day it happened?
Well, I was there. It was a regular day. I work in the little convenience store.
Christina Dilworth, born and raised in East Palestine, Ohio, worked just yards from the site of the train disaster, where federal investigators say a failed wheel bearing caused 38 cars to derail, some bursting into flames and leaking hazardous chemicals. Fortunately, there were no reported fatalities.
The volatile and dangerous scene forcing first responders and investigators to stay back.
Now, a year later, Dilworth hoped coming back to her house would feel more like coming home.
But I have a feeling it's not going to be back to normal, ever. I always feel like we're like the forgotten town. A lot of people just thought that they don't hear anything on the news, so they think it's all done and over and then cleaned up. And it's like, no, it's far from being over.
The crash, a flashpoint for the Biden administration in the days after Republicans vocal in their criticism.
The fact that these chemicals are still seeping in the ground is an insult to the people who live in East Palestine.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg called out for not going to the site for 3 weeks. Biden responding that investigators were there quickly.
Within 2 hours of that derailment, the EPA was in there.
And the administration pushing a door-to-door wellness check program. Now, coming back to this door, Dilworth has a heavy heart.
It was where we had all our family gatherings, and of course, here's the family china.
Health-wise, are you concerned just being here?
Yes, I am concerned. I've already been exposed, because in the beginning, I was getting coughing, sore throat, rashes, nausea, sick, and it seems to have cleared up now since I've gone to the hotel. But since I've come back from the hotel, I've been sick the whole time.
In October 2023, EPA reports saying almost no contaminants related to the derailment have been found at concerning levels in the air since February 2023 and in surface streams since May 2023, adding that, quote, to date, residential groundwater wells have not been affected.
Chris, how are you?
Chris Hunsinger manages the Norfolk Southern remediation site near the derailment location. He says the cleanup portion largely wrapped up late last year, and much of the work now is restoration. A lot of people asking why it took so long. What was the biggest challenge at this site?
It's a complex site, but everything we do, we've got to work with the regulators to get done correctly.
Hunsinger says the contaminated areas had to be divided into grids, tested, and given the all clear one segment at a time, checking for the chemicals that spilled. Crews also dug culverts and installed pump systems, which are still removing contaminated stormwater, which is stored in massive blue containers nearby.
Our goal here, certainly from the environmental standpoint, is to bring it back so you didn't even know where the event happened.
How much of the focus of this has been about the water?
I mean, a very large part of the focus has been the water. We knew, the water should no longer be affected. And now we're in the process of doing the testing and the analysis to confirm that water is not affected.
Dilworth's mind has been on water, too. State environmental regulators say it's safe to drink from the tap, but she's still afraid.
This is why I have all these bottles of water. I don't even know what it's like to drink out of the faucet anymore.
And she wonders just how close to normal things will ever return.
I'm hoping 10 years from now that, oh, yeah, okay, everything's fine, everybody's safe. But in the back of my mind, I think, are we going to start developing illnesses?
Stephen Romo is joining us now, fresh off his trip there from East Palestine. And Stephen, in that piece, you talked about how this, in many ways, became a flashpoint for the Biden administration. We know President Biden is set to travel to East Palestine this month. That feels like a key moment for both him and for the community.
Yeah, certainly. We don't have details on what exactly the president will be doing during his trip, but the White House hosted a call with reporters yesterday talking about it. And one point of criticism for the Biden administration has been the lack of an emergency declaration. Now, officials on that call saying it's still premature to judge whether or not those resources will be needed. Of course, we'll see what the president has to say, if anything, on that topic when he visits. We'll also see, frankly, what some of these very concerned residents have to say to the president once he's in East Palestine. Hallie?
Stephen Romo, thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. Still to come, a lot more here on the show, including the decades-old feud between Britney Spears and Justin Timberlake, pushing an old selfish song ahead of a new single. We're going to explain this and why the music industry is so wrapped up in it.
Leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
All right, do you want some messy drama? Do you want some messy music industry drama? Because that's what we've got tonight, right? With a clapback, it seems, from Britney Spears at Justin Timberlake, remember her ex, with Spears writing, "Someone told me someone was talking bleep about me on the streets. Do you want to bring it to the courts, or will you go home crying to your mom like you did last time?" Whew. If you're like, Hallie, back up. What are you talking about? Why do I care? Well, this is a beef that has the music industry simmering right now. Let me play a little bit of what it seems like she's talking about. Watch.
I'd like to take this opportunity to apologize to absolutely nobody.
So he's saying he's going to apologize to effing nobody days after Spears apologized for some of the things she wrote in her book. Remember, where she claims Timberlake cheated on her. She alleges that she had an abortion during their time together. We reached out to both of them for comment, and we haven't heard back. I get it. Like, my brain hurts. Are you serious? This is a newscast. It's really a business story. Like, it's really more than just like an old ex's beef story. this involves money and this involves superstars. Timberlake's trying to make a big comeback this year. He's got this new single out called Selfish. But Spears fans are not happy about it after all those revelations in her book. They started this grassroots campaign to bury his song with a 13-year-old song of Britney Spears from last decade that's called the same thing. It's also called Selfish. Guess what? That worked. Britney Spears' version of Selfish hit #1 on the iTunes chart, and in the last 3 days, its streams went up something like 15,000%. No promo, no video, no nothing. Just on the force of her fan base alone. I want to bring in TV host and entertainment news expert Andrew Freund. Okay, what does this say? Because it feels like the story here is something that we've seen before. The power of a fan base, particularly the power of a fan base for female artists here. We're seeing it with Britney Spears. We've seen it with Taylor Swift. We've seen it with, Beyonce's fans. We've seen it with Nicki Minaj. I mean, we see it a lot here. The power of this group to get a song like this to the top of the charts with no backing from any label or anything.
Yeah, I mean, Hallie, this is kind of a classic case of a hit dog will holler, and that hit dog is Justin Randall Timberlake. And you know what? The Britney Spears fans, they are not having 1 cent of it, because I was looking at the numbers, because I know we love stats, and on January 22nd through 24th,